One more, you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, Pokemon Go trainers, to the Birmingham Regional Championships, live from the United Kingdom. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Adelian, and I'm joined with three fabulous co-casters: the queen of all Gastrodon, Lou the Pikachu, the Honolulu Worlds finalist in Adequance, and a Scandinavian casting debut from Arceus Aurelius. Welcome, trainers. It's delightful to see you here on this caster's couch with me. We are in Birmingham, as I've said. And Birmingham is a new location for Pokemon Go. This is the first time that a Pokemon Go Regional Championship will take place here. But of course, it is not the only place where you can take part in a premier event in Europe. There are many other locations you can pick from, but the highlight, only next month, is going to be in London for the European International Championships.
Yes, we may be in 2025, but as you can see from the graphic, we've already ticked off a lot of events on our season schedule for Europe. As Adelian said, well, currently in Birmingham, but right around the corner is my favorite event of the year, the European International Championships held in London. That really is one of those pinnacle of Pokemon play kind of tournaments. It's an international affair. So many top trainers battling it out to try and lock up their world's invitation. Of course, a couple more regionals and special events throughout the way too, getting up to NAIC, and then finally the creme de la creme, Anaheim, for the World Championships.
Yes, Anaheim is going to be amazing. So many trainers are trying their utmost to get there, either by winning a regional championship or stacking up those championship points. But there have been a number of winners already from previous European regionals. There has been certain names: Kazim33, Tonton Batus. These are all some of the names that some trainers across the world will already know. These are the trainers in Europe to beat. Marcus, which trainer, which team stands out to you the most?
Very interesting question, thank you. And thank you for having me on, by the way. I'm really glad to be here. I'm really interested in Kasim's team and the Dortmund team. It was the first winner of this series, and he was the first trainer to win a major event with Shadow for Alligator. And it was the event I won last season, so it has a special place in my heart. But I gotta say, it's all of these teams are super interesting.
I feel like if you look at this graphic, you can basically see a timeline of how the meta has developed. You see that we started with that Feraligatr Clodsire core. We moved on to Liyue Boom 1 with the Ariados and Malamar that really shined there. I would really love to say that Tonton Bateus is a screenshot of a meta as well, but Tonton Bateus can just cook with anything. He brought the Alolan Eradicate, a Pokemon you don't see as often. And then PvP David, the Diggersby and Toxapex core already has been so prominent all season. And then he brought the Annihilate, which recently gained access to Rage Fist and finally brought it into play as well. But these players have not just won the regional championship, they have also won championship points. You need those championship points to qualify for the World Championships. If you directly win a regional championship, you qualify automatically. But for all the other people, other players, other competitors, you can see that second place, third and fourth, fifth to eighth, they all earn championship points. As you can see on the right side, that is the threshold of players that can qualify through championship points for the World Championships. Now, one more thing, it doesn't matter from which region you are, whether that is the APAC region, Australia, or anywhere else. If you win a regional championship, you qualify for the World Championships. That's not the only thing they win. They also win prizes. There's also prizes to win at the regional championships.
And when we are here to make memories and have a lot of fun playing some competitive Pokemon, but there's always a nice thing being able to take home some prizes at the end of the day. As you can see, the winners and top places of this tournament will be able to take away some financial gains as well. $2,500 there for number one, and it cascades on down, as well as getting some booster packs. And it doesn't matter what type of Pokemon game you play. I think we all like getting those trading cards and opening them up, seeing if you can catch maybe your favorite Pokemon or get an elusive kind of rare art.
Yes, Pokemon Go. Despite the fact that I'm very, very much in love with Pokemon Go, I too have now started a small TCG collection simply because it's so exciting to get those booster boxes and open them up. But of course, this is a Pokemon Go stream, so let's find out a little bit more about how exactly a Pokemon Go tournament works here in a premier event.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Green League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you, Speediest Chief, and I hope for those of you watching at home, you now have an idea of what to expect at one of these events. It is amazing to have a double elimination format where you can lose once and still stay in the competition. Then there have been many, many trainers, including I think a few here, that have been able to win despite taking one loss and make it all the way to the grand final and become a regional champion. And of course, let's talk about leaderboards as well, because there are some trainers that have been utilizing the fact that you can get championship points to get high up on the EU leaderboard. Certain names do stand out. What do you think?
Right, here we see the players that are so far the best at this double elimination format in Europe. Many familiar names. We saw Tonton Bateus on that mid-season recap as won a regional championship before. Colin, we saw him last month in Toronto. And as you can see left or right of these names, you may see this gold ticket. It means that they already have qualified for the World Championships through winning a previous regional championship or top 4 at an international championship, or like me, at the World Championships last season. Many familiar names, and a lot of these are going to be competing here in Birmingham as well. But the championship points are not just to qualify for the World Championships, they are also to get that very much coveted NAIC Travel Award, because that's a big prize package for many of these players.
And I see a lot of familiar names on this graph. We have obviously Colin 6 and yourself, Inadequans, at
Wow.
number 2. And you mustn't be enjoying these second places.
Right, I like silver more than gold anyway, right? That's pretty color.
Fine. That's very impressive. Coming off of great results in Toronto, Colin 6 and Inadequans have gained a massive advantage over the other European players in their race for the NAIC Travel Award, where the top 4 competitors will earn a travel award to go to the North American International Championship in New Orleans in June.
Yes, that is correct. Now, there was actually a regional that happened in NA just before the end of 2024, and that was Toronto. Now, Toronto was very, very exciting, and I believe there was 1 or 2 of you right here that traveled over there. Any words of note about Toronto?
Yeah, I believe Tomahawk UK competed there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Colin, yeah, I also was there.
Oh, yeah.
It was the first tournament where you could use B-Barrel, and I brought it right away. B-Barrel with that unique normal and water typing really has a unique role in the meta, tackling fire Pokemon, but also ghost type Pokemon. Galarian Corsola has been on the rise. What do you know about Galarian Corsola, Lou?
It's one of my new favorites. Obviously, Gastrodon's still number 1. You know, we haven't gone too crazy over here. But Galarian Corsola, I think, has been a really nice addition to the metagame at the moment. It's very, very bulky. It's that ghost typing as well that gives it a lot of flexibility. But I think as well, when we look at kind of meta trends that are coming forward, we are seeing this rise in bulkier Pokemon. And so Galarian Corsola has just found its place. And obviously, it went away with the number 1 spot at that tournament, proving itself already.
Yeah, there have been many trainers that use Galarian Corsola. You talk about bulk in the meta. There are bulky Pokemon like Diggersby, like Serperior, like Azumarill. Azumaril's built there. I think as well with Galarian Corsola, it has encouraged Shadow Drapion to come even more into play just to deal with it, because there's 2 ways you can really deal with Galarian Corsola. You can either be offensive about it and use dark types, or you can play it defensively and use normal types such as the Diggersby, such as the Dunsparce. These are ways around it, and it'll be interesting to see, based on what happened in Toronto, what went on, what's going to go with and happen with Birmingham, and whether trainers are going to adjust to that. There were, of course, in Toronto, there was a regional winner, and there were several trainers who got loads of championship points as a result of that, including Ilum. Not a standout trainer. You know about Ilum quite well, would you say, Martijn?
Ilum is, or was, a king without a crown. A player who top cut in so many championships, a name you always look out for, but he never was in the race for being one of the greatest of all time so far. And in Toronto, he tripped. You know over what? He tripped over his crown. He picked it up there. He won the regional championship with a double ghost team. You see any other Pokemon that you really like from these trainers here, Marcus?
Yeah, I'm very interested in the Annihilate. After the Mankey Community Day in November, where both Annihilate and Primeape got Rage Fist as a charge attack, we can see the immediate impact it had on the meta. Because the winner of Toronto and also the runner-up of Toronto has the Annihilate on their team. And I guess you could see which of the Ape brothers who has taken the high road to success so far.
Yes, Annihilate very much dominant here. Let's give credit to Dr. Roast Beef as well, running that Shadow Sableye. That is a standout Pokemon, and I wonder if that was in response to the fact that he was expected to see so much Annihilate as well. Shadow Sableye does have a reasonably good matchup into Annihilate, and of course, let's have a look at what other trainers use when we have this look into the meta breakdown for Toronto. In day 1, there was a variety of different Pokemon and many trainers taking their pick of, okay, which Pokemon do I want to go with? The king, of course, of Toronto, it seems, was Azumarill.
Yes, and again, if we look at these rankings, you can see how bulky the meta really has become. Those top 4 Pokemon, I want to say, really bulky Pokemon choices out there can take a lot of defensive hits, and sometimes we kind of say have this kind of invisible third shield, let's say, where they can really tank a big attack. As well as some of our more heavy hitters coming through. Obviously, the Shadow Feraligatr has been a staple on a lot of teams, being able to deal a huge amount of damage with the really fast-charging Hydro Cannons.
Yes, fast-charging Hydro Cannons, very useful there. You mentioned Galarian Corsola. You mentioned as well Dunsparce being a response to that. And is there any particular Pokemon, maybe that Shadow Feraligatr, that's of interest, Marcus?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by the Shadow Drapion. As you mentioned, the meta is very bulky or very spammy in my analysis.
True.
So you either need to spam out the charge stacks really quick, or you need to be very bulky. And I find it very interesting to see that both Primeape and Annihilape has such high usage, because for a long time we had a meta with hardly any fighting types at all.
Indeed.
Now combined, because they're rarely seen on the same team, we've got Annihilape with 35% usage and Primeape with 28%. That's more than 60% usage of fighting types on teams. So the meta has shifted its shape entirely.
Yes.
I can see it.
Yes, indeed it has, and it means that trainers in Birmingham will have to expect at least one fighting type on the majority of teams. Now, day one gives an impression of all the trainers that are competing in Toronto, but if we filter that down to day two, we can see which Pokemon were so strong that they made it all the way up to that top 8 or top 16. What a difference. Shadow Drapion is now the king of day two in Toronto.
That is no surprise to me, honestly. It only has one weakness to that Dark and Poison type, which is Ground type Pokemon. By no surprise, we see the Shadow Marowak also rising up on day two. And I also want to point out that the superior Grass type is no longer superior. It looks like it is the Jumpluff, which I wouldn't expect, because loses 0 shoots to Azumarill. Just want to point it out. And other Pokemon such as Talonflame, Galarian Corsola also really rise up in the top usage there. I also want to say that Shadow Marowak wasn't exactly easy to get lately, and now you can get it again because it is in Rocket Grunts at the moment. I think in the Rocket Bosses even.
That's right, it's in with Cliff, so if you are around, you can make sure you can hunt for Cliff and get that Shadow Cubone. But yes, Toronto was an amazing tournament, and we are excited to see what happens in Birmingham. Now, of course, don't forget that the Pokemon Go isn't the only tournament that is happening here at Birmingham. You also have the video game championships and the trading card game championships. So if you want to check out any of those streams, or indeed Pokemon Go, go to pokemon.com/broadcast and you can check out all of the streams, take your pick, or perhaps do a multi-stream where you can see more than one. Of course, it's not just the website. There are some other places where you can interact with Pokemon, right?
Exactly, and it's a really nice way for you guys at home as well to get involved with the broadcast, even if you can't be here in person. Do engage with us on our social media channels using the hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who you're rooting for, which Pokemon you want to see. Please say Gastrodon, I think is the one that everyone is talking about. But also critically, you can send in who you're watching it with. We love a pet picture as well. If you're watching the broadcast with any, pets at home or any Pokemon art as well, we'd love to be able to feature it at some point on the broadcast and connect with you guys at home.
Yes, indeed. And so, remember, we talked about Toronto, but the last event here in Europe was Stuttgart, which happened at the very, very start of December. And I think there is a certain trainer who was there and wants to tell you a little bit more about it. Take it away, Nighttime Clasher.
Hi, I'm Eric Wong, otherwise known as Nighttime Clasher, and I'll be walking you through the final tournament of the Max Out season in the festive Stuttgart, Germany, where 114 players set the stage. We round things out with the return of the Clawed-sized Shadow for Alligator core. However, an old friend Annihilape has finally re-emerged as one of the top neutral picks, with players like Colin and PvP David making their way into day 2 with it. While meta picks continue to shine, as 10 of 12 players in day 2 brought Azumarill, it was up to Spice Enjoyers like Inadequins and Tauntaun Batus to forego the dominant Water Fairy type, bringing creative answers like Fortress with the new Volt Switch and last season ever-present Charjabug. Both players fell at the same time in the top side of the bracket, but eventually made strong runs to push themselves into the loser semifinals. While Tauntaun came out on top of that matchup, Titans and PvP David and Stone Collection battled it out on top, taking things to a game number 5, as Stone Collection's quadruple water team proved unable to muscle through the 2 shields Annihilape. Stone Collection quickly refound his form though and 3-0'd Tauntaun Batus, taking us to the grand finals. Going into the grand finals, Stone Collection put on a mesmerizing display to rapidly reset the bracket with a dominant 3-0 display. In response, PvP David made some major adjustments, utilizing his Galarian, Moltres, and Annihilape to take down Stone Collection's Gastrodon and Dugong. As both players traversed the mind games at play in the second best of 5, it quickly re-emerged that not every spicy moveset pays off. Without the risk of super effective earthquake damage, Toxapex flaunted its immense bulk alongside its key core partner Diggersby, helping PvP David clinch victory in his first ever grand finals. What a satisfying way to finish out the Max Out season, and I'm so excited to see what Dual Destiny has to bring here in Birmingham.
And I'm so excited to see what Birmingham is going to bring as well. Here we are again. We are getting prepared for those battles. My name is Martijn. I am joined here by our brand new customer, Marcus. Marcus, on a scale of 1 to Chandelier, how fired up are you for Birmingham?
I'm on Darumaka fire. I'm on Darmanitan fire. I'm on fire. So Chandelure then. I guess Chandelure is the right answer. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to be here with you, my friend Martijn. And I can't wait to see what we're going for. What's coming for us this weekend.
What is coming for us indeed. PvP David had an incredible run in Stuttgart with that Annihilate, and I think we're gonna see much more of that. He won the first place medal there, and yeah, we're gonna crown a new champion there. As we see here, PvP David being crowned by Adelian. We just saw him, and then Leo gave a great speech. Leo's favorite Pokemon, by the way, is a Darmanitan that you just said.
Exactly. There's, I mean, it's the reason why it's so canonical to me, and that's because we hear about it non-stop. But I was really impressed by PvP David's team, his team building, and also how he piloted it, which I believe was the most important part. And we saw Annihilate, as you mentioned, but also the Diggersby. And I believe in this meta, Diggersby might be the best Pokemon right now. Even against its hardest counters, it can hit super hard back. You think about Talonflame, who resists all the charge attack of Diggersby, but Diggersby puts in so much work against Talonflame that even against that, it's super impressive. I really like Diggersby in this
There's
meta.
a big diversity of Pokemon, but also a big diversity of players. We're gonna have to involve you to pick who you want to see first, as we have the community poll ready on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to tune into Twitch to pick your favorite matchup right here, and that will be the match you will feature. Which pair are you the most excited to see out of these four?
Well, personally, I know Mr. Gas 88 personally, and also he's facing up against Papados, who has a social media presence. So I'd be very interested to see that matchup in particular. Alitek against Rudiger Boom, super cool matchup with some local players. 89 Breed against Pokegains. Pokegains, a streamer, I believe.
Creator.
Yeah, content creator. So that could be very interesting to watch. And doing it for the dust.
Everyone is, no?
Dust. Yeah, we all are doing it for the dust against Claudia FPS. And if the FPS stands for frames per second, it's gonna go quick.
It's gonna go very quick. Also a content creator, by the way, so get those votes in on Twitch. If you're watching on other platforms, get in Twitch to get your votes in there, and that will be the match we'll be featuring soon. Of course, there's going to be many more battlers coming up today, so no worries if you think we're missing out on anyone. It is a double elimination format, so we're going all day. And speaking of many players that we have in this tournament, we also picked some players for you to look out for.
And I gotta say, the player on the left, Tonton Batus, he's been performing incredibly well in the EU so far this series. He has 4 tournaments that he's participated in. He has a first place finish, he has a second place finish, he has a third place finish, and then he has a 7th place finish.
That's insane.
So all of his tournament participations have ended in a top cut. He's the master of seasoning. He's the spice lord. He brings Pokemon you would never expect to a tournament, and he succeeds.
And I think that's also what really makes him a standout trainer. Next to him, we see Tomahawk UK with the Pangoro plushie. I know he didn't bring the Pangoro this time, but he also likes to bring off-meta Pokemon, and he did bring some off-meta Pokemon this time as well. He got to 2nd place in Liverpool last season, lost to Nighttime Clasher only. We'll see if Tomahawk UK can succeed this time, because there's only one person in the world who loves silver more than I do, and that is Tomahawk UK.
That is true, and he's come back to try to claim the gold medal this time. But we also have Out of Pocket coming over from the NA region, and Out of Pocket has performed incredibly well in so many tournaments already this season, and now he's coming over here to Europe to try to take another medal for him from us. And well,
he's a scary good player as well.
Scary good. I'm super scared of Out of Pocket. Like, even though he has a big smile on his face all the time, you know, I shiver when I see that boy.
I feel you. But we not only have players that might succeed well, we also have our predictions on which Pokemon we may see. We picked some Spice Pokemon, we picked, especially Adelian picked some meta Pokemon, as you can see, the Diggersby and the Superior. But there's also Morpeko. What is your opinion on Morpeko?
I think it's super hard to play Morpeko well, but if you play Morpeko well, it's incredible. It has a special and unique ability, and that is that every time it throws a charge attack, the charge attack it throws changes typing for the next time. So you need a lot of finesse to get the best out of Morpeko.
it's a pretty difficult Pokemon to run and also to play against. Lou's prediction, as you can see on the right, shock of the season, Gastrodon is on there, but she picked 3 other Pokemon that are not water-type Pokemon. Galarian Corsola, pretty newly introduced Pokemon to Pokemon Go, and it has been having a big impact on the meta already with that very efficient moveset. We see the Jumpluff, not my favorite Pokemon because it's a grass type that can lose some of its matchups. It probably shouldn't lose. And then the Primeape. Do you think Primeape is a better fighter than the Annihilate?
I don't think so. I believe Primeape is a more balanced fighter, but I think what Lou has done here is basically pick her favorite Pokemon and then 3 meta Pokemon. And I gotta say, she's looking good in this race. Apart from the Gastrodon, I don't believe in Gastrodon this tournament. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say. But yeah, I wanted to mention one of my picks, and that is the Togetic.
Togetic.
Togetic, yes. Yeah, I know.
More.
But listen to this, because Togetic is a flying and fairy type. That means it's really good into the fighting types that's roaming around currently. It's really good into the ground types, as we mentioned. Shadow Kanto Marowak was just re-released in Rockets. It's good into the Jumpluffs and the grass types. It has play into Diggersby. It has play into Azumarill. It can win both of those matchups, and those are basically the most meta Pokemon that we have right now. And it's quite tanky as well. So if there is a time to play Togetic, I believe it's this weekend.
Well, I'm taking notes here, Marcus. The Togetic may see some play. I'm not really that much of a believer, but if you say so, we haven't seen it much. Now, I also want to talk about my picks. I have 4 normal-type Pokemon. That is to counter Galarian Corsola. Get out of here. The only ghost type allowed is Giratina. No, I'm kidding. Galarian Corsola, of course, being a very efficient Pokemon. But I think that Bibarel has such unique coverage, and Dunsparce has fallen off a little bit, that players may start to disrespect it a little bit into picks or combinations such as Talonflame, Drapion, and Doublin that all take super effective damage from that Dunsparce. Wigglytuff is not to be missed. Now, look, Wigglytuff is not a Pokemon that is appreciated by a lot of players because if you put 2 shields on it, it usually beats everything. But now you can do that with the Annihilate, and I feel like Annihilate is being respected for it. So why not Wigglytuff? Normalize Wigglytuff again, please. Pidgeot has been a Pokemon that has becoming more and more successful in the Go Battle League, and I'm curious to see if that translates also into Show 6. So I would not be surprised if we see some Pidgeot.
But that is some of what you can expect this weekend. This is the only major event that we have in Europe in this Dual Destiny season before the European International Championship. If you want to test your Pokemon or perform well before the UIC, then you need to do it here in Birmingham. And that is what you're going to see. After this, we're going to have new Pokemon releases. You'll never see the same meta as we see today. And I'm all here for it. I'm super excited for this weekend.
Right, the new Shadow Diggersby and Shadow Spear that are in the Rocket, the Team Go Rocket rotations right now are not available yet for this tournament. So we'll only see the non-Shadow version of that. That makes this meta quite unique for this meta specifically. You could say that Toronto was a bit of a preview of what today's meta is, because that's when Ice Sponge was buffed, Rollout Bibarel came into play. That was like a preview of what players might bring here, right? You need some time to establish the meta a little bit. Birmingham is one of the very few ones, and next week we have San Antonio.
Yeah, but I also wanted to take a look at some more of the players that we have high expectations for this tournament. So the casters have between us made a fantasy draft. That means we have picked trainers that we believe can do well. And Martijn, tell me a little bit about some of your picks here.
Well, Paulasha, the queen of PvP, an absolute staple in Pokemon Go PvP, one of the best players out there. And I think that if you have Paulasha in the tournament, you should be afraid if you face Paulasha.
But you also have a different girl here.
That is true. That is true. I'll get to there in a second.
Okay,
sorry. In between is Heydonus. Heydonus also a player coming over from North America. He needs those championship points badly to get up on the leaderboards, and he's trying it here in Birmingham. See if he can get some success here. And he has Lundberger. Lundberger always believes in me. After return the favor. This time I believe in Lundberg. This is her first time competing as well.
I'm super excited to see her play. I hope we get to see her on the stage.
I hope so too.
Yeah. I myself have picked Colin 6. I also have Stone Collection. I believe Stone Collection with his spicy movesets, with his quadruple water teams. Yeah, the Clodsire moveset. I don't see it myself, but it clearly worked out. I believe he could be onto something big. And then I have Icelandic Lapras. I believe he's a diamond in the rough. When he has his day, he can beat anyone. And we see a lot of the other casters, Adelian here going with the obvious Tontomatus, another regional winner in Kasim33, and local grassroots hero V Tenacity. I've had the pleasure of battling V Tenacity myself, and he's a force. In my opinion, an incredibly strong UK battler.
A tough battler indeed. Speaking of strong UK players, Lou went with Tomahawk UK. Let's see if he can defend the UK from the Americans this time against specifically Hedonis and Out of Pocket. We have next to him, Lurgan Rocket, another staple name. Hasn't had as much success this season just yet, but he did get top 5 at the 2024 World Championships. And another player pretty successful at the World Championships was Zwiles. I believe he got to top 16 there, or top 32, in between somewhere. A great performance, and also often likes to bring those off-meta picks, such as Walrein. He inspired a lot of players for Lille to bring Walrein, and they were super successful there as well.
I'm super interested to see which of these players make it the furthest, and I truly believe in the picks that I have made. I think I'm looking forward. I'm looking at some success in this fantasy draft.
We'll see, we'll see. I really hope that Amanda can take it far, right? The first time competing, she's been very supportive of many of us, and now we want to be supportive of her, see if she can make it far in that first. The other thing is, Marcus, if she makes it really far in her first tournament ever, she might tell us that it might just not be that hard.
Yeah.
You can't let that.
Yeah, we can't. So it's kind of I'm ambivalent. Is that the word? I have feelings both ways, because if she performs that well, it does make us look. Well, the bragging that we've done is not that cool anymore.
Exactly. Now, the poll has finished, and we have our first pairing up. Let's see what you have voted for. What our next matchup is going to be. It is going to be 89 Breed versus Pokegains. What do you think of this match, Marcus?
Very excited. I'm not familiar with 89 Breed myself, but Pokegains, I have played them myself, and against Pokegains, I managed to come out on top, but this is a player that really knows how to utilize the switch timer and also the timeout strategy. Because in Pokemon Go, the battles have a timer, and then if they go to the end of the timer, the player with the most Pokemon left or the most HP left will win.
But how does he do that? Do you need to use specific Pokemon for that? Use Chansey.
Chansey would be an option, because what you want to do to go for the timer win condition is to use very bulky Pokemon or very spammy Pokemon, because those charge attacks, they take a lot of time to perform, so it runs the timer very well in the matchup. And also when you have bulky Pokemon, obviously, it's going to take a while to knock them out. So that's the strategy, to run the timer down as low as possible. And I know for a fact that Pokegains is very well capable of doing that.
Right. I kind of hope he doesn't bring a Chansey though, because Chansey matchups are going to take long. Now, another bulky Pokemon that does see a lot of play, I think that is one of the Pokemon you say is really good, Mandibuzz.
Oh, yes. Personally, I've never been a massive favorite of Mandibuzz myself, but from what I can see of the most popular Pokemon today, I think that Mandibuzz looks incredible in this meta. And if you take a look at Pokegains' team...
It would look really good there.
Yeah, it looks really good into the Shadow Drop, not great into the Zoom Roll, good into the Jump Off, Annihilate, Diggersby and Feraligatr, all decent matchups for the Mandibuzz. But it's no Mandibuzz on 89 Breed's team. What do you see here?
Yes, the Talonflame. I am a big Talonflame fan, but it's tough to bring into the team of Pokegains with the Drapion that has Water-type coverage in Aqua Tail. He has Azumarill, he has the Shadow Feraligatr. The other Pokemon, that's where Talonflame fares quite well, though. Quite some meta teams on both sides. We also see the Shadow variant of the Alolan Sanders, where most trainers prefer the regular or non-Shadow version of the Alolan Sanders. The reason why is because non-Shadow Alolan Sanders can take an Earthquake from Clodsire.
But do you see a Clodsire here?
There's none. I think that the Clodsire uses even decreasing.
Exactly. So in this climate, I can definitely see going back to Shadow Alolan Sandslash because the Clodsire is becoming less and less popular. So I can definitely see going back to Shadow. It packs more of a punch, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, than the regular one. And we see on 89 Breed's team, he has a Fire, Water, Grass core, while Pokegains has gone for double Water with a Grass type instead. And the Fire, Water, Grass core is notoriously hard to break apart. There's basically only Dragon types that really tear that core apart. And we don't see a Dragon type on against his team, but very interesting movesets here from 89 Breed. He has Flame Charge, Brave Bird on the Talonflame, rarely seen. He has Shadow Claw and a Lone Sandslash. I believe in the Shadow Claw pick. He has Crunch on the Feraligatr, and he has Leaf Tornado on Superior.
What is this, Galaxy Bolton?
Or is it Doombug? I've seen both of them do incredibly well with Leaf Tornado Superior. That means Superior gives up its aerial ace coverage, that flying type coverage, for an entire grass type moveset. That makes it makes it better in neutral scenarios, but if the grass type damage is resisted, like against Talonflame or against the Dropion, you have no neutral attack to hit them with. But the upside of Leaf Tornado is its chance to decrease the opponent's attack with 2 stages. That's a 50% chance every time you throw the Leaf Tornado. And the Leaf Tornado comes out incredibly quickly from Superior.
Makes it a bit of a gamble Pokemon there. Now, 89 Breed is no stranger to the play Pokemon scene, as he's played quite some tournaments. This is only his 2nd tournament without Bastion though. After the Bastion nerf, he's been trying it out at the EUIC last season, and now again here in Birmingham. And here we see Pokegains, the content creator, with the Shadow Dropion, Azumarill, Shadow Jumpluff, Annihilate, Diggersby, and Shadow Feraligatr. Here we see that Shadow Feraligatr with Ice Beam, which I think is the standard moveset for the Shadow Feraligatr, as you can hit grass-type Pokemon really hard with it. I would say that Jumpluff as a grass-type Pokemon is not even a Feraligatr answer just because of that Ice Beam coverage. But I think that the Jumpluff from Pokegains is much better into the Feraligatr from 89 Breed, because his Feraligatr has Crunch.
That is true. So 89 Breed's Feraligatr does not have the same chance to fight back into the Jumpluff as Feraligatr with Ice Beam with him. But I also want to note about the Shadow Jumpluff, because the Shadow Jumpluff can actually win the will win the Zero Shields against the Azumarill. And here we go into the battle. We see the Shadow Claw Lone Sandslash in the lead for 89 Breed against the Shadow Feraligatr. This is where you want your Feraligatr.
And it looks like 89 Breed is staying in. He's pretty weak to that Feraligatr because he has the Clodsire in the back going for the Hydro Cannon. Pokegains tries to get the charge attack priority here, where both trainers hit the charge attack at the same time. Feraligatr would win that with that higher attack. Putting up the shield right away, this Hydro Cannon would deal massive damage.
And the Alolan Sandslash will always want to go for Drill Run here, but he goes for the Ice Punch to get a shield. Okay, very well played by 89 Breed, but the Feraligatr will always outpace. Oh, he tries to make a catch. Gains doesn't fall for it. But he comes in with his own Feraligatr. This Hydro Cannon is going to do a lot of damage.
But it's resisted, right? Doesn't do much damage. No, just like 45%.
It does a lot still. And here we go. They reach their charge attack at the same time. Oh, but Gains has the higher attack. He's going to win the charge attack priority.
Wins charge attack priority here is so big, it leaves 89 Breed to make a choice to shield or let the Feraligatr go. This Feraligatr has done almost nothing.
It only took 2 moves, and now it's disappeared. And want to see a magic trick? Here, Feraligatr gone. And now he comes in with the Alolan Sandslash. Can he get there? Can he get there? Oh, he gets there! Oh, and this energy from the Alolan Sandslash looks incredibly valuable into the backline of Pokegains. This Sandslash is not done. It's looking to do a lot still, because Pokegains does not have a fast attack to hit Sandslash quickly.
It was looking so good for 89 Breed, but now it was looking so good for Pokegains, but now it looks so good for 89 Breed. Trying to catch a charge attack here, but this is exactly where the Clodsire doesn't want to be, because this Diggersby is not even in Earthquake range, and now you're going to take all the super effective Scorching Sands here. It's a 30% chance to get an attack drop as well as Scorching Sands. And look at that, I think this might almost be a charge attack. No, Pokegains goes for the Scorching Sands before the Earthquake from the Clodsire.
And I'm very impressed by 89 Breed's bravery by throwing the Clodsire into the Diggersby. And here we see the debuff. This is what makes Diggersby so strong in this meta. The 30% chance for Scorching Sands to debuff the opposing Pokemon, making Diggersby even tankier than it is. And the Earthquake, now you see, it doesn't do enough. But it gets to a final parting Sludge Bomb.
Oh, wait, there's energy on the Alolan Sandslash, no?
The energy on the Alolan Sandslash. And Dropion is...
Wait, it hangs on!
Oh, no! This was your win condition! You needed the Alolan Sandslash, you needed the shield!
But wait, there's so much energy. Can you get to 2 Druron before this Dropion can get to 1 charge attack? It's at 2 Druron here!
He's going to! Oh my! 89 Breed! He's doing it! He's doing it! He's at 2 drill runs! I'm super excited. Can you tell? I'm shaking.
I can tell.
Yes, another drill run ready.
Is this going to be a one-hit knockout on this super effective drill run? The drop
Shadow and Shadow. It doesn't.
Can you get the poison down? He gets to the Aqua Tail.
Gets to the Aqua Tail. Oh, 89 Breed is so close. But can his Clodsire hold on? These are double resisted Poison Stings from Drapion against resisted Poison Stings for the Clodsire. And no, the Drapion does take it. And we have a winner of the first game, Pokegames. What a game to start it off. I'm sweating already.
That was a really close game. I think these trainers are also sweating. That Feraligatr took out almost 2 Pokemon of 89 Breed, but then Pokegames didn't have any fast attack pressure against the Alolan Sandslash, and the Alolan Sandslash actually almost managed to pull it off there. Now, I must say, if you had Power Snow there, would you have been better in the end game?
You would definitely be better in the end game, but you would be so much worse against the Feraligatr in the start. So head-to-head, I believe that so far we see 89 Breed making the most out of his choice of going for the Shadow Claw. There's also, even though that Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash is notably worse into the Diggersby because Ghost-type Shadow Claws are double resisted by the normal-type Diggersby, I assume that the Shadow Claw choice is because of Corsola. We have seen Corsola on the rise, and Alolan Sandslash is notably better into Corsola with Shadow Claw. So, but that does not matter in this matchup. What matters is that it's worse. Shadow Claw is worse against Drapion, it's worse against Diggersby, but it's better into the water types Azumarill and Feraligatr. So it's a side grade. I wouldn't say it's a downgrade in any way. It's a side grade. And I'm very excited to see what 89 Breed goes with in this next game, because Pokegames was weak in the front and weak in the back to that Superior.
It was.
Because he had the Feraligatr in the lead, and then he had a ground-type Diggersby in the back.
Yeah.
Both of them weak to grass-type damage, and Superior, with that full grass-type moveset, could really make this matchup tough for Pokegames if 89 Breed decides to bring it.
I think that Pokegames would just play that matchup out just because he has Ice Beam, but we must not forget that there's Leaf Tornado on the Superior of 89 Breed, making that matchup even better for the Superior. Here we see the leads though, game number 2, it is a Talonflame into the Drapion from Pokegames.
And there we see the Superior in the back. It's Pokegames was trying to bait 89 Breed to bring the Superior in the lead, but he decides to go strong against Superior in the front. But if 89 Breed can take care of this Drapion in the lead, his Superior is looking incredible in the back. And we see the Aqua Tail from Drapion. It does a lot of damage to the Talonflame.
Flame Charge.
This is Flame Charge. So this move will buff up Talonflame's attack and make the fast attacks do a lot more damage, but Drapion is so quick. Is going to hit these moves quickly, and if 89 Breed decides to, no, he decides to let it go, because the Aqua Tail would have come quicker than the next move from the Talonflame. And now we go into the Sandslash. The Sandslash also not looking too bad in this scenario. He decides to shield it. What do you think about the shield?
Makes sense, because this Crunch, same type attack bonus from the Shadow Drapion, would deal a lot of damage. Swapping it to the Diggersby to take super effective damage from this Ice Punch, but the Shadow Claw fast attack is double resisted. Most Alolan Sandslash have Power Snow, and that makes it a good matchup into the Diggersby, but this Shadow Alolan Sandslash won't do as well. On top of that, the Fire Punch would be also effective. Now going into the Superior, but this is exactly what Pokegames wants, because he wants to bait out the Superior.
Yeah, he doesn't want his Feraligatr in the back to see the Superior, and with the Fire Punches, Diggersby can threaten some substantial damage into the Superior.
Oh, draw superiority.
This is not a bad idea from 89 Breed, but I do suspect I would have liked to see a bit more of an overfarm, because you need some energy to hit back against the Drapion that Pokegames has saved. Because now the Drapion will outpace the Superior to a move.
Oh, it's superiority again, and Drapion wins that.
Yes, and he decides to shield his Superior. This is looking good for Pokegames, in my opinion. If he decides to let this go, I believe, and he gets the debuff.
Defense drop.
Oh.
It's a 30% chance per crunch to get the defense drop, and letting it go now, putting it all on the Feraligatr.
And Pokegames is super, he's aware of what he has to do to win this matchup. Farm it down with Feraligatr. And
the catch on the Alolan Sandslash there. What a play. You have the Leaf Tornado stored, but I think at this point, the Feraligatr is just going to keep clawing on this Alolan Sandslash. Can't come out with another attack here. That might be crucial, but no, getting to the drill run. But I don't think you can shoot this because it's a Leaf Tornado stored.
But
he knows it. He knows that his face is difficult.
But
let's
he
go!
gets the shield, and this KO, this will KO, and 89 Breed turns it around. He takes the win. Incredible play by 89 Breed to come back. What a catch he did on the Alone Sand Slash. He saved the energy on the Superior, making Gaines realize that he could not shield that drill run, and 89 Breed just understood what he needed to do to win that game. Incredible.
That was an incredible catch there. You put pressure on the Feraligatr because you have an attack stored, not the strongest attack, Leaf Tornado, and I think Leaf Tornado is going to clutch there, to be honest. Because let's say you have Aerial Ace, that would not knock out from that range.
That would not be enough. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how much a Leaf Tornado even does to a Feraligatr.
I think it will do like 50% still, because
so?
Feraligatr is quite fragile.
It is
right?
frail.
Yeah.
But a Leaf Tornado does not do a lot of damage either, so very interesting scenario. But Pokegains, he gambled that the move he needed to shield was the grass attack, and he hoped that he could live the ground attack, which does neutral damage instead of super effective. But he was wrong. 89 Breed just clutched it up at the end game. Very, very nice execution from him there.
And I like the adjustment to that Superior there from 89 Breed. Superior really been good into the Feraligatr. I think 89 Breed just realized, wait, Feraligatr might just be the best Pokemon in the meta. Maybe I should bring a counter to that.
Oh, well, I agree with that sentiment. The way, and I'm really excited to see what he's doing now.
Annihilate.
Oh, he comes in with the Annihilate. This against the Shadow Feraligatr in the lead. And there's, Pokegains went back to his preferred game 1 line. And this is a very interesting matchup because Feraligatr does super effective charge attack, fast attack damage, and is very quick to these charge attacks.
To be honest, this charge attack would almost look super effective because of how much damage it's done. An attack with a Pokemon against an attack with a Pokemon.
But the Annihilate can win this if it decides to invest both its shields.
Because what does Rage Fist do?
It boosts the attack of the Annihilate. We've been talking about this.
Is that so? You're right.
It does. It does. And Pokegains waiting a turn to make sure that 89 Breed does not try to catch the charge attack. 89 Breed commits to the 2 shield farm down, and
swapping out.
He's swapping out.
But this Annihilate has access to close combat. If you don't shield it, it will knock out the Drapion immediately. Pokegains looking at his opponent, looking at his Pokemon. Is he going to press shield? He's pressing the shield.
He shields it. Oh, he doesn't want to take that risk. Okay, and he comes in with a Feraligatr.
Shields are down.
Shields are down now. This crunch is going to do substantial damage, but I don't think it's enough to KO. And Feraligatr will reach this Hydra Cannon.
It won't knock out yet, but it puts the Feraligatr straight into the red there. Again, the defense drop, that might be crucial for a farm delay, but this Hydro Cannon is going to knock out the Shadow Drop.
I think this debuff, this defense debuff on 89 Breed's side is better for 89 Breed because it will give the opposing Pokemon less opportunity to farm down and gives less energy to the opponent. So he comes in with the Digger's Beam.
Man. The timer's almost up. Can Pokegains the timer getting it up? He's going to make the catch on the Feraligatr!
Incredible play, but he had to throw the move because he couldn't swap out. He couldn't do anything. It was about to be farmed out. He needed to throw the move, but we still have Superior and Annihilate in the back. This is looking very tough for this Digger's Beam. This Digger's Beam is going to have to carry a lot of weight to pull out this matchup.
Do you go for Leaf Tornado or Frenzy Plant here?
Here we go for the Frenzy Plant. Just hit all the damage that you can. Get this Digger's Beam low. Take all the energy that you can on Superior. Oh, he goes for the Leaf Tornado. If this does not debuff, this matchup might get really close in the end. I personally would have gone for the Frenzy Plant, but let's see. No debuff. No debuff. This is going to be an incredibly tight matchup. And Digger's Beam comes in with another Fire Punch. This is going to do not enough damage to KO the Superior, but let's see. And there will be...
trying to make a catch though. This does give Pokegains time to build up, but I think there's a Leaf Tornado stored.
There is a Leaf Tornado.
I don't know if a Leaf Tornado will knock out. I think you need the Frenzy Plant.
I think you need a Frenzy Plant, but Pokegains is too far away from a new Fire Punch. 89 Breed.
Wait, he goes for the Leaf Tornado, but this might knock out.
He could have gone for another Frenzy Plant.
Wait, does this knock out? This is super effective, but it's not strong.
Digger's Beam is super tanky. It does not knock out.
It hangs on! It hangs on!
And he gets to the move! And he gets to the move!
There's an attack drop. Wait, does this knock out as well?
Attack drop. It has to be enough. Does it not? Who's getting KO'd?
It knocks out!
Pokegains does it! On 1 HP! Coming back from the abyss. He pulls it out. He knows what he has to do. He finds the win conditions where you think there's none. Incredible play by Pokegames. I'm amazed. I'm sweating from this matchup.
As Pokegames would say, welcome in, trainers, to this first victory in Birmingham 2025. What an incredible victory there at 89 Breed with the calls, with that Superior being in such a prominent place the entire time. But man, Marcus, if he went for that Frenzy plant there,
yeah.
I think he would win the game.
The game went on for so long. Keeping track of how much energy was on the Diggersby was so tough. I completely understand the decision to go for the Leaf Tornado. As you saw, it hung on single-digit HP. It was so close. I think I would have gone for the Leaf Tornado myself. If, as you say, like it's so hard to keep track of the amount of energy. Knowing that you can go for the Frenzy Plant, it's so hard to make that call in the heat of the moment when you're not 100% sure of how much energy is on that Diggersby.
And if you get the 50% chance to get that double attack drop, maybe you were like, because I wasn't sure if that Fire Punch, even though super effective, would knock out the Superior. Two bulky Pokemon on each other, and then with low attack, still super effective, but it was like 10% HP still, right? There was a chance that it wouldn't knock out. Let's take a look again at these battles, because this was a phenomenal way to start Birmingham.
I'm in awe by these trainers. They really wanted to. They came here to entertain, and they certainly did. And this is from game one. The Clodsire did not find the perfect alignment in the game one, so 89 Breed decided to drop it for the Superior in game 2 and 3. And
this was crucial, the catch on the Alolan Sandslash in that second game.
Great awareness here. He realized exactly what he needed to do. I was super impressed by this. And because he also has some energy on the Sandslash. And here we go into game 3. And
another catch here, but now from the other side. The thing is, 89 Breed had no choice, because if he didn't throw a Charge Attack, he would get knocked out by potential Quick Attack from the Diggersby.
Yes.
Otherwise, you get Shadow Claw down.
Exactly. So, correct decision here. And then Superior barely gets knocked out in the end game. Diggersby lives on 1 HP. So incredibly tight game. I don't know what to say. I'm in awe. I'm flabbergasted, as they say here in the UK.
Well, Marcus, this was only the first game of the day, so I hope you can keep this up.
Oh, well, it's going to be a long day, that's for sure. But that's a good thing, because a long day with these kinds of battles, well, I got to say, I'm just looking so much forward to it. And if we get more of this type of action, I mean, trainers out there, this is what you aspire to. This is where you want to go. Putting on a show like this, making these calls, making these catches, this is what Pokemon Go is about. It's about the emotions, it's about the reactions, it's about all these things that make a game so exciting, all the excitement that we get from it.
It's all here. You can see it in here. If you're in chat right now, this is what emotion looks like.
Yeah, I'm drained already. I think I'm going to lose my voice by game 2. Yeah, but I got to say, I'm really impressed by these trainers. They found a strategy and they executed it, and I'm really impressed by Gaines, how he knew that in game 1 he was weak to the Superior in the lead. So in game 2 he decided to switch it up, use Drapion in the lead instead of the Feraligatr to try to catch the Superior in the lead if 89 Breed decides to, oh, I want to counter the previous team that he had. But 89 Breed didn't fall for it. He kept the Superior in the back, and that won him the game. And
Superior just was a great adjustment, but we have our next matchup coming up already. Whoa, this is a matchup. You may know these trainers as well. Statustan, one of the top competitors from last season, has had success in a while. Let's see if he can still have it. And then on the right, JD Underdog, also a content creator and also from the UK. This is going to be super exciting. Now, JD Underdog has more than one Pokemon, I'll say that.
Are you entirely sure about that?
Yeah,
because I can only see one Pokemon.
It'll be filled on. It'll be filled on later.
I hope so.
Let's take a look at the team from Statustan first. What is your opinion on this?
It looks very similar to a Pokegames' team. He has the Shadow Feraligatr, he has the Drapion, the Diggersby, the Jumpluff, and but he has the Clodsire as well that 89 Breed had with Poison Sting, Sludge Bomb, and Earthquake. And to me, Clodsire, as we discussed previously, Clodsire has taken a turn maybe a little bit out of the meta. But if there's one player that can guide Clodsire back to dominance, I think it's Statustan. Statustan has
the other way around.
Oh, the Clodsire has taken Statustan to his success.
Right, because Statustan hasn't top cut in a while. He's played in a lot of tournaments and he has seen a lot of success as well.
Yeah, he has second place
finishes,
third place finishes. I believe he finished third place at EYC. and he has a second
The
place.
2023 EUIC.
Exactly.
But last EUIC also top 8, so very impressive.
Yeah, Statistan, super consistent and very skilled battler. He brings here the Annihilate and the Diggersby and the Drapion. And I expect a lot of Drapion action in this game. So, and also, I'm very interested by the Jump Bluff. I think Jump Bluff, I know you're not the greatest fan of Jump Bluff, but I think Jump Bluff looks incredibly safe into a lot of teams. Yes, it's not as convincing into its water type matchup as you maybe like a grass type to be, but the flexibility that you get from Jump Bluff is so valuable in my opinion. And we see another Annihilate. Do you think Annihilate in this matchup has what it takes? Because here we're going to see JD
We're going to find out now.
Oh, and he has
more than
one
just
Pokemon.
Charjabug.
Yeah.
There we go.
There he has the Shadow for Alligator. He has the Corsola, finally. And we see another Jump Bluff. We see Shadow Kanto Marowak, re-released in Team Go Rocket Grunts recently, making a surge here in Birmingham. And we have another Shadow Drapion. I believe we're going to see a lot of Shadow Drapion today.
I think so too. That might make it difficult to bring that Ghost type of the Galarian Corsola, right? Now, another thing I want to point out about JD Underdog, he really loves his Ghost type Pokemon. At Liverpool last season, he brought Sableye. And at EUIC, he brought my favorite Ghost type Pokemon, the Giratina Origin.
He ran basically the same team as I did in at the EUIC.
He ran almost the same Pokemon I brought at Worlds actually at EUIC, right? The
JD Underdog has great taste, is what you're saying.
Exactly. But it's going to be a tough matchup for JD Underdog here because StatStan is an absolute staple. What do you think of the Charjabug here? I don't think it's going to have a lot of play into the two bulkiest ground type in the meta, the Diggersby and the Clodsire.
I think Charjabug will be too risky for JD Underdog to bring. It doesn't have a convincing matchup against the Jump Bluff. It doesn't have a convincing matchup against either the Annihilate or the Drapion. It's good into the Feraligatr, of course, electric type into water. But I'm intrigued by the Jump Bluff on Statistan's side because I believe that apart from the Corsola, Jump Bluff is incredibly safe. I know Drapion is a poison type. Yes, it does counter Jump Bluff, but it's not that bad. And here we see Drapion into Shadow for Alligator, and this is a very interesting matchup. If they go straight for their hardest hitting moves immediately, Shadow for Alligator will win this because...
But if Drapion baits an Aqua Tail, it will be the Drapion who can win. So it comes down to that. Looks like JD Underdog is going to throw his charge stack first. Oh, both over farming a little bit. I think they're making sure that charge stacks are not caught on the back line. Now it's StatStan's turn to throw an attack, going straight for the crunch. Is JD Underdog going to call his?
Oh, he's going to call it, isn't he? He's a brave player. I've seen him do brave stuff.
Oh, he lets it go!
He lets it go! And the Drapion is going to farm down this Feraligatr before he gets to the next move.
And he comes out with another charge attack here. But there is the Shadow Marowak going for the Aqua Tail first.
Okay, I like this because you threaten the shield, because the Marowak with 2 shields would be able to just farm down the Feraligatr. But how? Oh, and Statistan making a play. He's swapping into the Feraligatr. This makes the Corsola for JD Underdog better in the back because the Jump Bluff is not that great into the Corsola, but Feraligatr would have a fine matchup here.
Oh, a full Mud Slap sneaking through Feraligatr, taking the mud to the face, and it will get Mud Slap down even by this Shadow Marowak. No, saving the energy, going to the Galarian Corsola, but I think this gives StatStan the opportunity to bring back in that Drapion. He still has a shield as well, so he can even protect himself from the Nightshade if he needs to.
Yeah, and StatStan needs this damage on the Corsola right now because the Corsola is so tanky, you need to hit it with super effective damage. This is super effective, and you see how little damage it took. And StatStan gets to another, and that is so unfortunate for JD Underdog, and it's so favorable for StatStan because now...
Even an undercharge.
Yeah, he puts it low. He wants to let this Drapion go down so it doesn't get farmed down by the Marowak. Great play by StatStan. Great awareness, in my opinion. Because now the Corsola will be dry. It won't have as much.
Get a farm down with the fairy wings. I don't think it's even that necessary though. The jump, in fact, can this get to power jump?
Oh no, it doesn't.
It almost got to a power jump. Because then it might become a little bit scary. This Marowak has a lot of energy, but it won't be able to take an energy brawl from here.
This energy ball will KO the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the tournament-winning Pokemon Shadow Kanto Marowak. And here we go, the energy ball coming through.
Energy ball takes out the Shadow Marowak, and StatStan wins game number 1.
Very well played by StatStan there in the end. How he got the shield from the Shadow Kanto Marowak and then went into the Feraligatr, put a JD Underdog in a bit of a precarious position because he didn't want to swap into his Corsola because it doesn't have that great of a time against the Feraligatr.
Well, here's the thing. If you didn't hard swap into the Galarian Corsola as JD Underdog, I don't think the timer of StatStan would have been up yet. And in that case, you could at least lock in the jump bluff a little bit longer. But I want to talk about how that match started. The Feraligatr into the Drapion.
Oh, yes.
I really think that set the stage for how this match went. Because JD Underdog let an attack through and basically got farmed down. He tried to call an Aqua Tail bait from the Drapion. And you saw what happened when that failed.
Very brave, but sadly it did not turn out too well for JD Underdog because that damage on that Feraligatr, StatStan did not have a quick way to deal with that Feraligatr, so he needed to land that crunch. If StatStan went for the Aqua Tail there and JD Underdog decided to shield, it would have been looking so good for JD Underdog, but StatStan making the right call, JD Underdog got it wrong this time. I'm curious to see what they're going to do in Game 2 because StatStan does not have the clearest answer to a Shadow Feraligatr from JD Underdog, while JD Underdog does have that Charge Bug.
It really has that. In my opinion, the best counter to the Feraligatr is Annihilate from StatStan to the Feraligatr to JD Underdog. And the Charger Bug from JD Underdog is kind of impossible to bring in a team with Clodsire and Diggersby, even though they both didn't come out from StatStan.
Exactly.
He's vibing right now. I think he has a plan.
Yeah, if JD Underdog actually took the chance and risked bringing the Charger Bug, then he would have been looking pretty good in that matchup. But
Drapion all Pokemon.
Yeah, but Drapion puts in work, and the Jump Bluff puts in a lot of work against the Charger Bug as well. So it wouldn't have been clear cut. That's why I think the Charger Bug's quite risky because even though it's not bad, it's not necessarily great in the matchups that it can find either. So to me, it looks like a liability. But into the line, the StatStan brings, it's very safe, but it's a tough call. It's a very tough call.
Charger Bug's flaw, in my opinion, in his some of his neutral matchups, is if you only need to deal electric-type damage, Discharge is not an attack that deals a lot of damage. You need X-Scissor, but if X-Scissor is resisted, such as against Annihilate, the matchup doesn't even become that great. So if you're looking at the placement of Charger Bug in this matchup here, yes, Feraligatr is a great matchup. The Jump Bluff can hang on into a lot. Drapion, as you say, just goes with a suitcase to work, and then Diggersby and Clodsire resist the Volt Switch damage from the Charger Bug, making it an iffy Pokemon to bring. How do you counter the Feraligatr in that case? You have the Shadow Marowak though. If you put 2 shields on that Shadow Marowak, you can Mud Slap down a Shadow Feraligatr. Wait, doesn't the Water-type Pokemon counter this Ground-type?
Yeah, but
it doesn't this case.
In this case, no, because Shadow Feraligatr relies on Ghost-type damage for its fast attacks.
Yep.
So it needs to get to the Water-type damage. It needs to get to the Hydro Cannons. And being a bit of a frailer Pokemon, the heavy fast attacks from Shadow Kanto Marowak can just take out the Feraligatr if the Marowak has 2 shields. Because the Feraligatr doesn't get to its Water-type damage in time.
Exactly, and that's exactly what you need. So if you expect a Shadow Marowak in the back, you might want to try to get shields down if you have your own Feraligatr. These trainers are thinking it through. Jay is like, ooh,
yeah,
this is looking difficult. Maybe he's bringing that Charger Bug.
Oh, yeah, he's taking a risk. I think he's telling his friends that he's taking a risk.
Taking a risk.
Yeah, because maybe he needs to take that risk. Being down the game, or how do you feel about taking risks when you're down the game?
Very iffy. I feel like the first game is to get to know your opponent a little bit and have an idea of what they may bring.
Information gathering.
Exactly. So that first game sometimes to me feels like a half loss, right?
Okay.
Because it can be turned around. It can also be that now your opponent's going to play all 3 different Pokemon and then they bamboozle you.
But then let's say you lose the game 1.
Yeah.
How comfortable are you taking those risks in game 2? Are you willing to take those risks, or what is your approach when you've lost game 1?
I think it's a gut feeling.
Feeling?
Sometimes you feel like, okay, my opponent went so strong into this Pokemon, there's no, let's say they played 3 times normal. There's no way they expect my Giratina Origin in game number 2. I'm just gonna do it. And I'll put a Galarian Corsola in the back as well. How about that?
Well, you're some risk taker, aren't you? you enjoy taking
It's a 50-50. Sometimes I wouldn't. Sometimes I wouldn't.
Well, maybe 50-50 is not exactly what Jay the Underdog wants here. He would like something a bit more reassuring.
80-20 maybe.
80-20, I'd go for those, Saza, instead of the 50-50. But I like to take risks when I'm up a game. But let's see what Jay the Underdog has done for us here. And
here we go, we have the jump off into the Shadow Merrick. This is a great lead for Statistan and terrible for JD Underdog. He has the Feraligatr in the back, but he goes into the Shadow Drop. Statistan has an answer here though, he has the Digger Speed.
this is not a clear matchup, because when Shadow Dropion has this amount of energy lead, it only needs a Poison Sting or 2, and if JD Underdog shields up Scorching Sands here, the Dropion will win. This, if Digger Speed does not decide to shield, so this Dropion is not out of his depths here. Look at the Aqua Tails.
Right?
Yes, look at the Aqua Tails. They
A Fire Punch.
Oh, he goes for the bait.
JD
Goes for the
Underdog.
bait.
This is brutal, a brutal bait. Does JD Underdog shield? He does shield this time, not taking any chances like game number 1.
But he still outpaces the Digger Speed. This game's not done and dusted yet. JD Underdog, well, Statistan knows that JD Underdog cannot have that Marowak on the jump bluff. He knows that JD Underdog is willing to take risks to get out of that tough position. But look at JD Underdog's Feraligatr. If the Feraligatr can get a head start, oh, and he goes for the Scorching Sands. This is looking, oh, very interesting. I'm not sure exactly what to do here, but this Feraligatr, if it comes up energy, it can put in so much work against Statistan's team.
But it doesn't have an energy advance right now. I think as JD Underdog, maybe you need to switch in the Feraligatr right now to get an energy lead into the jump bluff.
Switch.
Go for the mud slap down.
Oh,
His energy.
I think the Feraligatr need to swap in here.
I think so too. In comes the jump up again. Now go for the rock slide. Super effective. Here is the thing though. This would do way less than an ice beam. So I feel like this energy might be wasted unless it's shielded. But it's not. It doesn't even put jump off into the yellow.
Yeah, and the jump off is going to outpace the Marowak heavily here. And this looks incredibly tough for JD Underdog. Can Feraligatr pull out more miracles than it already has? Oh,
In comes Feraligatr. It's gonna claw its way to an ice beam potentially, but this jump off was ahead on energy. I think you need to call a bait here, but we can see the energy ball being loaded on the left side, putting up the protect shield correctly.
yeah, it's a good decision to shield this energy ball, but then you get the defense drop. If the Dropion now makes it to a crunch,
You can even hang on here.
this crunch, oh yeah, the Dropion does not need to shield this Hydro Cannon. And there we see it, and the Dropion will make it to the crunch, and this crunch with the defense debuff
I think it's going to knock out.
I think it's going to knock out. This will seal the fate of Jade, the Underdog.
Crunch coming through. Chop, chop, chop. Takes out the Feraligatr. Statistan with a convincing victory of 2-0 against JD Underdog.
The Scorpion defeats the Feraligatr, the Alligator, this time. And Statistan, look at him. He's vibing. He's popping off. He's super happy. He's back in the game, and you can tell he's ready. A 2-game victory for Statistan to start off the day. He'll be very pleased with this. And
I get all the alignment calls as well, right?
Yes.
Because JD Underdog went ABA weak against jump off. Can you explain what ABA means exactly?
so when you have, let's say you have a Marowak that's weak to the jump bluff, you say that's an A Pokemon shares weaknesses with other A Pokemon. So other Pokemon that's also weak to the jump bluff would be in the same category of A. And you call it an ABA lineup. That means you have something that's weak to the jump bluff in the front and also weak to the jump bluff in the back.
Marowak and the Feraligatr.
Exactly. And in my opinion, if he flips it around, goes with a Feraligatr in the lead,
like
that is a more healthy ABA
A
in my
soft
opinion.
ABA.
Exactly, because the Feraligatr has more play into the jump bluff than the Marowak does. So I think that JD Underdog had the right idea, but not the perfect execution for the risky line that he went for. As you saw him shaking a bit on his hands.
And laughing.
Yeah, but he was taking a risk, but this time it did not pay off.
And this undercharge in game number 1. We don't see the starting matchup, but I think that was crucial as well, where JD Underdog
very high level play here from Static.
Yeah, I love this. Just getting that farm down. I don't think it was even necessary because the Shadow Marowak didn't have enough energy there. As you can see here, gets taken out by the energy ball.
Yeah.
This jump bluff, I think, wasn't even in range of 2 rock slides, to be honest.
No, and Statistan even had a shield in store, so he just made every measure 100% sure. And this is the final crunch that sealed the deal, and it just does so much damage to the Feraligatr, who was defense debuffed as well. And you can see Statistan with a ponytail and the smile on his face. I mean, he just looks like such a cool guy, and I know he is because I know him like that.
You're close friends like that.
Oh, well, close and close, but I say hi to him and he says hi to me, and I'm very happy that I get that close to those types of players. Honestly, Statistan, great guy. I still haven't met Jay the Underdog personally, but whenever I've seen him on stage, he always brings a smile to my face. He has
He's a showman.
Yes, exactly.
Showman.
I remember his games from...
Almost like he's a content creator.
Oh, could he be? Could he be? I remember his games from EYC 2024, and that was the greatest show I've seen. If I go back to watch EYC 2024 games, I watch my own games, and then I watch Jay the Underdog, because honestly, he puts on a show every time he's up there. And for me, that's what this is all about. I'm here to be entertained, and Jay the Underdog in Statistan also managed to do that for me.
You're here to be entertained, and we want to see what you have as well. Let's see if you can entertain us as well. Let's take a look at what you have to say. For us here, we have from Lundberger, I'm over the moon with how this turned out. Each personality of these beautiful humans shines through, and I think the 2025 EU Casa squad is pretty recognizable here.
Look, Martijn, it's me!
Wait, it's you! It's me as well!
That's you! That's you with a second place medal around your neck.
All right, left or right, who are all these people?
Okay, so left to right, it is me in the beginning. Then there's Gastrodon, and then you... we got to get the Gastrodon in there. Then there's Lou the Pikachu, who's also casting this event. Then you have Abi, Count Xevious, then you have Koenig Leonard, or Leo as he goes by.
Correct.
Then lying as a goalkeeper in front of the squad, you have Adelian. Then there's you, Martijn.
That's me.
Yeah, that is you. Then we have Amanda. You two, peace in a pod, I would say. And then we have the infamous pairing of Eric Wang and Farid Anis. And I gotta say, this artwork is incredible. I feel like it really captures our personalities as well.
And you can see our favorite Pokemon in the back as well, backing us up there. Great artwork here. And just to give some personality to memorize this season and the squad that we have here. So thank you, Amanda, for this post. Lovely to see.
Yeah, and she even got my tattoos pretty accurate, which I'm very impressed by. And
hey, Adelian!
We have more social posts, and this, I believe, this is from last night. Where
That's Pikachu, right?
This Pikachu, and this is Kalethnik. And
oh yeah.
both really big.
Big names in the UK.
Big names in the UK, absolutely. Yeah. And you see here, the bond that these people have is what brings us all together and what makes us really want to go to all of these events, because people that you don't see all the time. I know Pikachu lives in one part of the UK and Kalethnik in a different country, and still they come together for these events to enjoy themselves, have a good time, play some Pokemon, and enjoy the social events that is put on for these events. And I gotta say, with the smiles on these faces, look at Pikachu. He's a bit of a cool guy, isn't he? Yeah. He's looking
at
like
a soft smile. Maybe that's why Birmingham is one of it. Like the UK regionals are usually one of, if not the biggest regionals in
every season.
Every season, right? So many UK players. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about the matchups we had earlier on the community poll. I believe Mr. Gas versus Papados. Papados won that matchup by 2-1.
Oh, he did.
He did. We also had Claudia FPS also won her matchup by 2-1. So those players are still going on. But we have our next matchup ready here. It is Galax Cobolton versus Thomas Young on the right. This superior Rosalie Fernando has to.
I believe it's running aerial ace.
There's no way. It's Galax.
Yes, I know. But this is a jump off meta.
Aerial ace? Leaf Tornado.
Yeah, oh, well, he's a man for spice. For those of you who weren't aware, Galactica Bolton won an entire tournament in Lille in 2024 season with Leaf Tornado Superior as the first person ever to do it. And he's brought back the Superior. And I'm a little bit biased because the Swedish Galactica Bolton is a teammate of mine, but Thomas Young also an incredible player. And here we go straight into the match. Is Superior.
Oh my goodness, that is a great matchup.
Incredible here. And we see
it is Leaf Tornado!
Leaf Tornado! He'd never stop surprising me.
But look at that, Thomas Young is staying in. And oh man, this is a Leaf Tornado. Do you shield this? Look at the way he taps these bubbles, by the way.
Is this worth it? Personally,
he shields it!
Shield is so detrimental. Do you get the debuff? No, okay. But do you take this? Oh, he does not shield. Galactic Bolton knows that Superior can take an Ice Beam and still make it to another Frenzy Blast.
Here's the thing, the fact that Thomas Young is staying in might make Galaxy Bolton think there's something like a Diggersby in the back. Answered the Drapion with the Dugong. There's already one shield down from Thomas Young, so it might be easier to land the super effective drone here on Galactica Bolton's side. Otherwise, on even shields, when 2 shields are in play, the Drapion's not that bad in this matchup. Even gets the defense drop.
Oh, and that's very detrimental. Oh, but Thomas Young goes for the Aquatel here. Oh, Galactic Bolton maybe lost count because he shields the Aquatel. Dugong would resist this damage. Yeah, you can tell he lost track of the energy. But here he goes. Oh, does he? Yeah, he goes for the drill runs now. And this, if this goes shielded by Thomas Young, he will make it to a crunch before Galactic Bolton can make it to another drill run because of the timing of the fast
Maybe
move.
getting that last protect shield back here. Crunch is being loaded, and this will knock out the Dugong. Is Galactic Bolton going for switch advantage here? He has his own Drapion in the back.
Let's
Doesn't have a bad matchup.
Very interesting play by Galactic Bolton, but this Drapion is looking pretty good, I gotta say. The matchup against the Azumarill is not bad for Drapion. It's not terrible for the Azumarill either, as it resists all the charge attacks from Drapion. So this energy Galactic Bolton needs to put...
Oh, he makes the catch though on the Aquatil. That's
Whoa.
a tremendous catch from Thomas Young and keeps us in this game, I think.
Yes, this Drapion has put in so much work for Thomas Young.
Look, he still has a full Superior in the back, Thomas Young. I think this is a great opportunity for Galaxy to farm energy, bring back in Superior, try to go for the Ice Beam, but not being able to. I think this was a frenzy plan, and it will knock out the Azure from this range, I think.
Yes, and it'd be very exciting to see what charge attacks the Superior on Thomas Young's side has.
If this has Frenzy Plan, I'm gonna cry.
Frenzy Plant, of course it has Frenzy Plant.
I mean, Leaf Tornado.
If it has Leaf Tornado, it's still looking tough. It has
Aerials, okay.
And look at Galactic Bolton taking the risk of Superior, bringing the Superior into the mirror Superior matchup when the Superior has a flying type charge attack to hit it with.
Right, and the flying type attack is going to knock out from this range. Yes, throwing right before the Leaf Tornado. Thomas Young doesn't want to take any chances of getting potentially
There's a
debuffed here.
shield left on Galactic Bolton's side though.
Yeah, he's putting it all on the Drapion. Now keep in mind, there's not a lot of fast attack pressure from Thomas Young's side, but this Superior is not in crunch range just yet, so Galactica Bolton is probably
Very close to a crunch range though.
almost. I think it does like 35 to 40%. So he needs some poisting damage before you get it in that range.
Yeah, I don't think the Superior can make it to another move.
I like this because
Throw it
you can get a poisting defense, or a defense drop with this, and then you can poison it down. Because look, it still has some. Oh, getting the drop, but now stopping out. Go for the Octo immediately. Heads up play by Galactica Bolton because Thomas Young was 1 Octo off. Can he get to the areas? I think he's 4 or 3 Vine Whip off.
I think the Drapion will outpace the Superior here. I think Galactica Bolton is looking to win this game, and the Poison Sting down comes, and Galactica Bolton takes this game. Very well executed by Galactica Bolton.
Oh, but Thomas Young getting such a terrible lead, even staying in with that Azumarill into the Superior, still making it so close. I must say though, I think if he swapped the Drapion immediately into the Superior, Thomas Young may have had way more play there because he wouldn't have to go shield down immediately and perhaps flip switch advantage at that point. Because if you can get your own Superior with Aerial Ace on a Superior without Aerial Ace, you could potentially be in a good spot if you don't get attack dropped by the Leaf Tornado.
Because if you get attacked dropped by the Leaf Tornado, the Superior with without Aerial Ace lives 3 Aerial Aces. That means Thomas Young would have to get to 4 charge attacks, while the full Grass Superior only would need 3, because Leaf Tornado Frenzy Plant wins. So if you get the Leaf Tornado debuff on the first move, Galactica Bolton Superior will win the
50% chance.
It is. Well, half the time it's the best move in the game.
Half the time, great.
Yeah.
I like those odds.
Those odds aren't that bad. You're like, it's a 50% gamble to always win the game.
I feel like this team is so risky into potential jump off though, right? Especially when your Superior doesn't have areas. Like, I like this with the Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash just blocks off any grass-type Pokemon.
I disagree. I prefer the Dugong over the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah,
and he also has
risky.
Galactica Bolton also has the Corsola to deal with jump off. But this is a more balanced team, I guess, with a Aerial Ace on the Superior, with a Shadow Droppy on the Azumarill, Corsola, and Diggersby. It's a Pokemon that we usually see, but also Sandslash and Superior make a very great core together.
Galactica Bolton went so weak to the Alolan Sensors though, right? Because Alolan Sensors has drill run coverage for the Drapion, and if you lead your Superior into an Alolan Sensors, that's kind of a tough lead to come back from, I feel like. Because both Pokemon hardly have any fast attack pressure on the Alolan Sensors. Yes, you can land the crunch before it gets to a drill run, but you can just throw a charge attack and swap out, and you're stuck.
And also, the backline of Galactic Bolton was not the greatest into Alone Sandslash either, because the Dropion usually also lose, especially to the Powder Snow variant of Alone Sandslash. So, brave call by Galactic Bolton. I'm sure he's practiced these lines, but let's see if Thomas Young can make it up this game.
I think we're always going to see the Dugong though. Here we see the leads. It is Shadow Dropion into Azumarill. Now you think this is a poison type into a fairy type Pokemon, but the Dropion only has resisted charge attacks. That makes Azumarill actually having a decent matchup here. In fact, if Azumarill decides to use no protections, it will be able to get 2 Ice Beam. But catching on the Dugong, that is double resisted. What a play by Galactic Bolton!
Pulling out all the stops. Galactic Bolton is aware that the energy from Dropion is not worth a lot into the Azumarill.
And there's never an answer, right? If you look at the team, there's never a hard answer for the Dugong. It is so good into the team of Thomas Young.
The Dugong is so safe here, and what we see, both of these players have brought both Shadow Dropion and Azumarill together. Then Thomas Young has Superior, Galactic Bolton has the Dugong. And the Dugong looks so incredibly good here right now. And in my opinion, Thomas Young, he would like to preserve some health points on the Azumarill to take the energy from Dropion, because the energy from Dropion is going everywhere into the backline of Thomas Young's team.
But the energy from the Dugong also goes everywhere into the backline.
That is true.
It's difficult to swap in Superior, but I think at some point maybe you have to. If you can align your Superior to the Azumarill though, oh, but he's catching the Drill Run on the Superior. At this point, Galactic Bolton can either choose to throw an Icy Wind or swap back in the Dropion, which already has 7 Poison Sting worth of energy.
Oh, he goes for the Icy Wind. This will empty the energy from the Dugong, but and he gets the shield. This Dropion is looking incredible right now because it has so much energy. And the Crunch is going to do substantial damage, but the Frenzy Plants from Superior hits like a truck. It's going to dent this Dropion significantly if Galactic Bolton allows... but
excellent counting from Galactic Bolton here. And this Crunch will knock out the Superior. That really frees up the Azumarill from Galactic Bolton in the back.
Exactly.
How are you going to get rid of this? Like, this is so healthy still. 2 shields in play for Galactic Bolton as well. You need a Alolan Sandslash. Where is it?
Where is the Alolan Sandslash? I think you come in with the Dropion here, but the Dropion needs... It needs 9 Poison Stings and 2 Aqua Tails to KO. And through 2 shields, I doubt this is possible. And the Dropion gets whittled lower and lower. And there's a full Azumarill in the back for Galactic Bolton. This is charge attack priority. Thomas Young, with a higher attack, will win this charge attack priority and strip a shield of Galactic Bolton.
Yeah, moving forward, this won't knock out just yet, but you run out of HP on your Pokemon. You kind of have to protect against this Aqua Tail here, and this leaves this Dropion very vulnerable to whatever Galactic Bolton may want to bring in. The Dugong has no energy. Oh, they both tried to make some sort of get. I think that Galactic Bolton was not exactly there yet. Now you need your Azumarill to put in a lot of work here, but I think that Galactic Bolton is just going to farm this, or bubble this down.
And then he's going to come out with a move. This looks like a very strong showing from Galactic Bolton. Let's see how it ends up. But this Azumarill is so healthy. It's going... Oh, and there's
and a winning charge attack priority again, though. At least you have that going for you.
Thomas Young has invested in his attack stats, that is for sure. But this Azumarill is so tanky. It has so much health left, and this Dropion does not have a chance to hit this Azumarill for heavy, quick damage. I'm very interested to see how close this can get. But it looks like Galactic Bolton is primed to take this.
This is where you need Sludge Bomb.
Oh yeah, Sludge Bomb Dropion. I don't think this is a play in this meta, but
it would have been useful here.
Yeah, but right here, it would have been great. Even through the defense debuff, this is going to be enough for this Ice Beam to take out the Shadow Dropion. And the Azumarill closes out this game. Galactic Bolton, 3 Ball Flex. He has still 3 Pokemon left alive, and he takes the win.
Azumarill putting the game on ice there. Galactic Bolton, the 2024 Lille Regional Champion. Moving on here in Birmingham. Again, with the Leaf Tornado Superior, his signature pick, he is not benching that.
And I know Galactic Bolton had a rough time getting here. There were flights cancelled coming into this. He had to rebook flights. He got here late. He didn't have the perfect build up to this tournament.
Well, at least the storm is going better.
Exactly. So he's putting in the work, and he looks ready. Even though the challenges he had, he put in the work and got a great start to this tournament.
And he also put in the work in finding the Pokemon to use for this tournament.
Exactly.
Because we saw Thomas Young win Charge Attack priority. Generally, you want a Pokemon with a low attack, a high defense and high HP. If you go to the appraisal option of your Pokemon, you can find these. And then you want that Pokemon to get as close to the cap of that league. So in this case, 1500 CP.
Yes, and Galactica Bolton has gone for the lower attack, while Thomas Young with a higher attack.
Yeah.
That is why Thomas Young is winning these charge attack priorities. So usually you would go for the lower attack, but in this case, it was...
Well, why would you usually go for a low attack Pokemon? That is because
It's
then you can
counterintuitive,
take
I agree.
more damage.
Exactly, and being able to take more hits in Pokemon Go is very valuable. And let's have a look at the games here and see if there's anything in particular that is that we can put our finger on where it went right for Galactica Bolton.
Points, yeah.
Yeah.
Just here, Galactica Bolton, Thomas Young in these two games here that we had just now. The Shadow Drapion. We know that Thomas Young won Charge Attack priority here. In this game, they both made catches, and we see here the Aqua catch that almost kept Thomas Young into this game after he led his Azumarill into the Superior from Galactica Bolton.
But this is very well played by Galactica Bolton. Oh yeah, and he farms it down, but he decided to go into the Superior and throw in Charge Attack priority in game 1. And this game 2, it was all about the Drapion and about the Dugong. Dugong put in so much work for Galactica Bolton, and so did the Drapion. The energy on Drapion just pulled through for Galactica Bolton, setting up Azumarill to sweep the end game. And here they simultaneously swap out.
Simultaneous switch.
Yeah.
Both players trying to make predictions there. Galactica Bolton just had a big team comp advantage in my opinion because of the Dugong. Dugong was good into almost every single Pokemon there. Alolan Sand just double resists the Ice Shards, but Dugong also double resists the Power Snow.
Exactly.
So you have a pretty neutral matchup there. However, the Drillon from Dugong is super effective on the Alolan Sand Slash, making it somewhat of an effective counter in the Alolan Sand Slash.
That is true, and also the Dugong has a lower attack than the Alolan Sand Slash, making it able to take those hits better. Even though that Alolan Sand Slash is quicker to get to its charge attacks, Dugong just takes them better, and that makes Dugong the prime option in that game. And I assume that's why Thomas Young decided not to run the Alolan Sand Slash, because he knew that the Dugong was coming every time. And you could say that he could bring the Corsola to counter the Dugong, because Corsola usually has a pretty good matchup into the Dugong with the super effective power gems.
Which, it's a brand new Pokemon, Galarian Corsola, that trainers really could up to use. It's not been as much long yet. It wasn't there in Stuttgart. Speaking of Stuttgart, we're gonna do a quick switch. Don't go anywhere just yet. We're gonna have more exciting battles soon. Let's take a look at what happened in Stuttgart one more time.
My name is PvP David, and I am the Stuttgart Regional Champion.
PvP! Yes! PvP David gets his world invite! He wins the Stuttgart Regional Championship!
I would say my key moment or decision I made was in the grand finals, last game when I brought the Moltres and a back line, so I could RPS against the Gastrodon. I would say Stone Collection was a really tough opponent. His team was very interesting with the Clod moveset. So one of my surprise picks that I had in the tournament was Annihilate and Typhlosion. Annihilate was really good with 2 shields, could mostly beat everything in the meta with 2 shield except for like Mandibuzz Azumarill. But if you could cover Azumarill, then Ape could be very good into most teams. And Typhlosion, scary Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon, it would have to be Annihilate, I would say. The spooky Annihilate with Rage Fist counter damage is cool, it's cool. So through playing this game, I would say my character development has become really interesting. My mental game has improved quite a bit, I would say, especially in the grand finals when they reset the bracket and I had to clear my mind and come back to it and try and win the next few games. This game has made me like overcome a lot of losses as well. And I feel like when I lose, I can just try and do my best and try to clear the loss away and think that that was from the past and just look at the future ahead of me. So a player that I really look up to is my good friend Colin Six. He's a really good player and also one of my teammates and one of my best friends in the Pokemon community. I just learn a lot from him. And then I would say Tomahawk Farid. Also, that's why I won this tournament, because I stole this team. Like, it was a really good team. I think I will be heading to UIC, probably Stockholm, because I live in Stockholm. And we'll see about Worlds, but most likely we'll see. My advice for people that want to play and start with the competitive scene, I would say practice, just practice. Get a lot of practice in, some preps, scrim with friends, some grassroots formats, and just go out there and keep improving.
Hello trainers. Now there's a little bit of a change of faces, but don't worry, the action is still continuing. I'm Adelian and I'm joined with the fabulous Lou the Pikachu. How are you doing?
I'm so excited. It's amazing to be back at the Birmingham Regional Championships. The last time I was here was 2017 and Pokemon Go was not in the competitive sphere here in the Pokemon Regional Championship. So it's nice to be able to come back with a fresh face, some new Pokemon to check out as well, and of course some epic battles to watch.
Yes, indeed. And of course, when he's talking about new Pokemon, there's been such a change, such a variety compared to even the last regionals that happened in Toronto. But it's amazing to see how are these trainers going to adapt for Birmingham. And of course, let's talk about what else that they're going to have to deal with in the run-up to the European International Championships. There are a few new Pokemon coming out that are very, very exciting. Any strike a bit of fear with you, perhaps?
I have to say, I love the Galarian Corsola. It doesn't strike fear, but it does strike some love in my heart because I think it's a really adorable Pokemon. It always looks a little bit unhappy to be out there on the battlefield, so I'm kind of always rooting for it, and it has had some tremendous success. Obviously, Ilan was able to take the #1 spot at the Toronto Regional Championships with that Pokemon, and we have seen it out there on the floor already today as well. And if we take a look at the next match we have got, I do see one on Anicor's side, so that's very exciting.
Yes, no surprises there. Anicor, rather more popular face on the Play Pokemon circuit. Very experienced. He was a Worlds competitor. He actually reached, I believe, top 16, if I recall, in Lille only 2 or 3 months ago. So very experienced here. On the other hand, Mini Saltreal, I think he's a bit newer to the competitive scene, but we don't know how good he's going to be. So that's exciting. He might be amazing, and I can't wait to see what he does as we jump into Game 1.
Hey, Mini Saltreal has a Gastrodon on their team, maybe the pink form, but I will take it here in Birmingham, and it's out here front and center in the lead against the Dugong.
Yes, and so this is a pretty even matchup here. Dugong is able to cause a few problems with the Icy Wind because it will debuff the attack and soften up the Mud Slaps that are launched back onto the Gastrodon. Good tactic here by Anicor to launch the Icy Wind as soon as possible, get that debuff nice and early, and therefore lower that attack.
Yep, Gastrodon wanting to preserve those shields there. No, it's not going to take a huge amount of damage. It does get the debuff, which is a little unfortunate, but it's got to this charge attack nice and quick as well. So it can apply a little bit of offensive pressure with the Earth Power right back onto Dugong.
Yes, and now an instant swap after that into the Shadow Feraligatr. Gastrodon staying in because it doesn't mind the Shadow Claws here. The big threat is from that Hydro Cannon, so Mini Saltreal realizing, I'm going to just put a Body Slam here just to weaken this Shadow Feraligatr. Is there a swap out? Yes, he does, and he makes a catch onto the Hydro Cannon.
Fantastic. Gastrodon gets out of the way, and Dugong's able to come in and eat up this Hydro Cannon. Of course, the Shadow Claws get Hydro Cannon charged up really fast for the Feraligatr, and it makes it such a formidable Pokemon to get through, but Dugong has a typing here that gives it a good defensive capability.
Yes, it does. And Anicor, knowing that Hydro Cannon is still the hardest hitting, damaging attack onto Dugong, Mini Saltreal choosing to shield here in order to perhaps look to get a debuff off and to do some more and take less damage from these attacks. Now going for launching that Icy Wind. At this range, this will possibly bring it close to KO.
Anicor not looking happy here, chooses to not shield the Icy Wind. It's not enough to get the KO though. It is able to go for its charge attack here, but Anicor's still not looking happy with this play.
No, he isn't. It means though that Dugong, even though it will take more damage from the Hydro Cannon, does get another Icy Wind here. Now you're in a tricky situation. You bring the Superior in, but Dugong is able to launch another Icy Wind. This is going to deal super effective damage. Anicor, use your shields. He does.
Yes, thankfully those shields are in the back pocket for the Superior. It's able to not take any damage from the Icy Wind, but there's no way to stop that debuff from coming through.
This has a bit of a downside with the debuff coming in because now Superior does get a little bit more farm. It's fine where it's not doing as much. Going into the Mandibuss, that's responded to with the Dugong, another attack, and now Gastrodon swaps in. Now, is it going to get to the Body Slam in time? That is the key question. No! Anicor shuts the door on that and puts in the Icy Wind to take this Gastrodon out or force that shield.
And for this Gastrodon, the shield is not going to go up, so it will fall down to the Icy Wind, leaving Mini Saltreal with this Mandibuzz out on the field that does not want to be taking any of these Ice-type attacks. Mandibuzz is able to get to its charge attack, though, but that shield is still there for Anicore.
Yes, and that shield is going to be so necessary. It was a race to get to that charge attack and force that final shield, but now Dewgong can launch the Icy Wind, weaken the attack of Mandibuzz. Sure, a shield will come out and protect against that super effective damage, but Mandibuzz now has no way to get rid of that debuff. It's the last Pokemon.
And these debuffs are going to give it a bit of difficulty against the Pokemon in the back as well. I think if you're the Mandibuzz, you want to be able to do lots of these flying type damage moves onto the Superior that Anicore still has waiting in the wings. But unfortunately, if your attack has been dropped, you're going to be dealing less damage.
Yes, and even worse, the Frenzy Plant here, despite being a resisted move, is actually going to do a lot more damage simply because Frenzy Plant is such a high attack, charge attack. It is still the better option here over the Aerial Ace. So unusual to see this because it seems a bit confusing. Oh, a resisted move doing more damage than an Aerial Ace, but this is the play. Anicore knows he's an experienced trainer. Mini Saltreal needs to get as many Aerial Aces off as possible. Perfect timing on this Aerial Ace here.
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 more Vine Whips means that a Frenzy Plant is going to be able to get the KO onto the Mandibuzz if you're able to get another one through. As you can see, the damage is really not stacking up for this Mandibuzz. It is able to get to another charge attack, but Superior is going to be able to get the knockout before a third one is going to be able to connect.
Yes, it's going to be so close. Mini Saltreal doing his utmost to try and get as much damage off as possible, but no, Anicore trusting in the bulk of his Superior against Mandibuzz, against a flying type, a grass type beating a flying type. You don't see that often.
You definitely don't, but that's why you need the Pokemon synergy on your team to enable those victories. The Dewgong for me, Adelium, really was the standout Pokemon in that match. Being able to go for those Icy Winds not only applied a lot of really good pressure into Pokemon like the Mandibuzz, for example, that doesn't want to take a lot of those Ice-type moves, but critically getting that attack drop that comes through regardless if a shield goes up or not really meant that Mini Saltreal was on the back foot and had to constantly try and navigate a new win condition.
Yes, I will give credit though. Mini Saltreal played that exceptionally well. He made it very close. He played to his strengths there. I didn't see any glaring mistakes or anything like that. So I still feel that Mini Saltreal can cause problems for Anicore. And I think this is a statement from Mini Saltreal. Anicore's going to be thinking, gosh, just because this player hasn't come to the play Pokemon scene before, perhaps, or hasn't come very in recent times, doesn't mean he's not going to be a threat. It's a sign to anyone watching at home. They can come, they can compete, and they can do amazingly well here.
Yes, all the champions start somewhere, don't they, Adelian? So it could be the first championship of many that our trainers are going to be able to compete at. I agree with you. I feel like a lot of the strategies that were played here were very, very solid in this particular game one. I did like the play of having the pivot with the Gastrodon going into something like the Mandibuzz, for example, just for some really nice coverage. But on the opposing side, there was so much potential that could come through as well from damages, from that Frenzy Plant, from the Icy Wind that, you know, was able to be applied. I have to talk about the Feraligatr as well. Being able to get those Hydro Cannons up really, really fast just meant that there was so much pressure coming through, and then you have to decide, do you go for your shields early or do you have to save them for the end game?
Yeah, and it's that prediction on what is the Hydro Cannon going to be threatening now, or indeed that end game play with the Icy Wind from the Dewgong. Because Hydro Cannon, one of the most devastating charge attacks in Pokemon Go, and coming off the back of not only a Feraligatr with its high attack power generally, but the fact that it's a Shadow with the 20% attack bonus to that, that is also significant. Bear in mind, for those of you who are perhaps coming from the video games, the trading card games, in Pokemon Go you have Shadow Pokemon. They take 20% more damage from attacks, but they also deal 20% more.
It is one of those catch-22 kind of benefits, isn't it, where you're able to deal more damage, but you have to make sure you protect that Pokemon a little bit more, because it will be a bit squishier, will take a little bit of additional damage, but it can be what pays off. And we've seen it time and time again when the meta shifts maybe to a more offensive variant, where the Shadow forms really start to come into fruition. We've also seen the Shadow Drapion, for example, running around at the moment, although some trainers are opting to take the Shadow away to give it a little bit more bulk, but you can see the benefits when it is in that Shadow form.
Yes, and I think in terms of the rationale as to whether you go for a Shadow Pokemon or not, or Shadow variant, we'll come to that in due course, because let's find out what this Shadow Pokemon's going to do. Shadow Feraligatr going into Dunsparce. This is a slight advantage in a way for Dunsparce, because Shadow Claw is double resisted.
Yes, really like this adaptation. The normal type being on the field, very happy to just keep throwing rocks at the Feraligatr and get lots of energy up on the field. And even though it's not a huge amount of damage, thanks to that Shadow variant you were just talking about, Delian, Feraligatr is going to feel the damage from them coming through.
And perfect timing by Mini Saltreal to over-farm and get a bit of additional energy. Bear in mind that Rollout is a 3-turn fast attack, whereas Feraligatr is using the Shadow Claw, a 2-turn fast attack. Perfect time here to get as much damage as possible. Feraligatr, though, is able to outpace and get to the second Hydro Cannon. This is a key decision for Mini Saltreal. Do you commit a shield early? I think you do.
Yes, I think the Hydro Cannon might have been able to get the KO there, so you want to keep your Dunsparce in the game, going for these rollouts, chipping away at the Feraligatr. Looks like was trying to almost go for the full farm down, but had to go for the drill run to be able to get the knockout or burn a shield on the opposing side.
I think it's a really good play by Mini Saltreal. Very decisive gameplay, but also very measured, knowing and tries to make an immediate catch, and it's countered by an Anicore, not falling for that the second time. Two Dugongs are now twirling, dancing between each other. Who is going to be the first to blink? Who's going to throw that drill run first? It is Mini Saltreal going for that immediate bit of damage.
Love to see these adaptations by these trainers, getting their alignment on point. But as you said, they're just going to be going for the same old sing-song here, just trying to get lots of damage on the field with these draw runs. And critically, the decision for me is when those switch timers are ending, what the adaptations are going to be.
Yes, and I was thinking right at the start of this matchup whether one of the trainers is going to go for an early Icy Wind. Even though it does less damage, you want to get that debuff nice and early, and then for the remainder of the matchup, you would have that lower damage from your opponent. But no, both of these trainers are like, I'm just going to go for my heavier hitting charge attack. Drill run there, drill run here, drill run area. The ground is shattered by this battle.
Well, it looks like the Dugong and Mini Saltreal side is a little bit healthier at this point in time, but after this drill run, it's evening the score a little bit.
Yes, and this is where the variations between different Pokemon come out. Does Mini Saltreal's Dugong have a little bit more bulk? Does Anicore's Dugong have a little bit more offensive pressure? Which is getting close to the wire. Is this drill run going to KO? It's going to be very close indeed.
Oh, not quite enough for the bulk
And
of
it's
that
a catch!
Dugong, but there's an adaptation. We're going to see the Dugong come in here and take this drill run. Mini Saltreal still has one shield remaining, but has opted not to go for it. The bulk of Dunsparce does prevail.
And Dunsparce survives and actually takes out the Dugong. That rollout sneaking too was decisive, and it's great because now Mini Saltreal can get a rollout, a rock slide onto the Mandibuzz. This is fantastic play from Mini Saltreal.
Also the Mandibuzz though, taking that like a champ, so bulky despite the super effective hit coming through. And now Anicore has to think, what Pokemon is my opponent going to bring through in the back? If it's going to be another Mandibuzz Mirror, or if you're going to have to deal with the ice type attacks, instead it's going to be a battle of the birds.
Yes, it is. Both Ultras are now going to claw away at each other, both going for aerial ace at the same time. It looks like a charge attack priority event, which Mini Saltreal will win. This is also very important information for future matches. We now know that Mini Saltreal's Mandibuzz, it has a little bit more attack power, and so a response from Anicore here, going for the aerial ace as well. This is the neutral attack in this scenario.
Good information to consider if we see a game 3 on our hands here. But of course, both these Mandibuzz just trying to go for these snarls, obviously not doing too much damage at all, but as you said, just trying to get more momentum and remove this Pokemon from play. The Dugong obviously can apply a lot of pressure to the Mandibuzz on Anicore's side, but there's not a lot of HP remaining on Mini Saltreal's Dugong, so you need the Mandibuzz to put in some work first of all.
Yeah, for sure. And you have to bear in mind that both of these trainers have the ability to make a catch as well. I think Anicore's catch, if he were to make it, would be a lot more devastating because that Feraligatr has almost no utility other than being used for a catch attempt there. However, the Dugong Mini Saltreal has a bit more play, and there is no attempt at a catch there, and now Mini Saltreal is going for an additional aerial ace.
The Mandibuzz, I think, would be able to hang on here, but Anicore actually investing that final shield to make sure it has its HP still in the yellow, able to apply pressure with another one of these charge attacks and maybe try and burn the shield on Mini Saltreal's side as well. But no, it stays in play.
I think it's sensible for the shield to stay here because you can rely on the Dugong. Tries to make a catch and doesn't make it, but is able to snipe and get the Hydro Cannon off. This is where the shield gets used.
Fantastic play preserving that shield. You need it here to eat up that Hydro Cannon, and I feel like the Snarls will be able to whittle away at that opposing Feraligatr, but the Mandibuzz actually is able to join back in.
Yes, because Feraligatr was taken out by that Snarl from Mini Saltreal's Mandibuzz, and so now another aerial ace coming through. At this point, oh, actually, you know what? You just go for another aerial ace here. He had back-to-backs there, and that was absolutely fine. Note as well, the Mandibuzz on Anicore's side has a different move set compared to Mini Saltreal. We see time up at the end because we know Mandibuzz stalls these battles so much.
That's what bulky Pokemon can do though sometimes. They eat up those extra seconds, and it can lead to a situation like that where the clock actually ends at the end of a match, or it can be really nice to reset that switch timer. I think particularly since we've seen the transition from 60 seconds to 50 seconds, having those bulky Pokemon in play can really swing the momentum of a match.
Indeed it can, and I think this change to a 50-second timer has been very well received by the entire Pokemon Go PvP community. As a general rule of thumb, people have enjoyed being able to have more opportunities to do something tactical, to not be locked into negative scenarios for too long, to have more of those catches. And for us as casters, it's so exciting to see all of that.
And another exciting thing is a Game 3 scenario, Adelian, and that's what we're going to be kicking things off here with winners round 3. I love the adaptation by Mini Salt Real to drop the Gastrodon, although it breaks my heart to say, replacing it with that Dunsparce out in the lead was a fantastic adaptation. Being able to eat up those Shadow Claws from the Ferocious Feraligatr just meant that there wasn't a lot of room for Feraligatr to go, and you were able to stack up a lot of damage with those rollouts, apply pressure with the Rock Slide, and particularly when you caught the Mandibuzz switching in with the Rock Slide, that already put a dent in its feathers.
Yes, it very much did. I also want to give credit to Mini Salt Real to be able to push what is a world's competitor in Anikor, you know, someone who has top-cutted in previous regionals, and then someone new comes in and go, you know what, I can be just as good, I'm going to take a match off you at a minimum, and now he's vying to win over a big household name in Anikor.
I think as well the Mandibuzz has been a really interesting Pokemon for me to see here, because when I look at Anikor's side, I'm a little bit like there could be some scope for something like, you know, if we would see something like the Galarian Corsola come through, you have to worry about something like the Snarls coming through from the Mandibuzz, and it applies a lot of pressure to a lot of the opposing team. Pokemon like the Superior as well do not want to be taking any of those flying type attacks.
No, it doesn't want to take the aerialist, but we have also seen that the Mandibuzz isn't able to generate a huge amount of flying type damage. Sure, you can get to the Snarls after perhaps 4 or 3 Snarls, depending on the move, on the timing. But but Superior does have the bulk to withstand 1 or 2 of those and demonstrate in Game 1. Will we see that in Game 3? Dunsparce coming in against Dugong. This is advantage Mini Salt Real.
Dunsparce once again in the leads for Mini Salt Real, going to be able to apply a lot of pressure, and now it's facing down against the lead that it was seeing in Game 2 of that Feraligatr. Adaptations across the board, though. Dugong once again coming down to eat up this Hydra Cannon.
We have seen this before. Mini Salt Real is catching all the Hydra Cannons. Give me all that water. Dugong will take it all and return fire with those drill runs as it races to another charge attack here.
Really like to see these switches coming through from Mini Salt Real. Hydra Cannon once again charged up because those Shadow Claws are able to stack up so much energy. But Dugong going to go for a shield very early doors here. Knows it has the potential to have more longevity in this match if these shields are in play.
I actually respect this shield. It is a resisted charge attack, but the big threat is not the charge attack itself, but the Shadow Claws coming down afterwards to farm down the Dugong and leave Shadow Feraligatr with a lot of energy. Mini Salt Real doesn't want to allow for that, and also Anikor kind of wants that, so which is why he's also shielded now to try and get another charge attack off. Very clever on both sides.
And if you give Feraligatr too much room to maneuver, it can fire off a lot of those Hydro Cannons. So even though they don't do a lot of damage, if you take a lot of them, the damage will certainly stack up. Another drill run coming through, and I think a nice defensive play here by Anikor. You can see him really thinking about whether this was the right call. We'll see how the end game turns out.
Yes, both of these trainers are looking to get switch advantage where they can dictate play, and you can see that therefore both of them invested shields in this mid game, which Anikor is able to actually win because Hydro Cannon, hugely damaging attack and quicker to get to.
This could be detrimental in the endgame, though, losing both your shields very early doors for our trainers here. It's all going to come down to the offensive pressure of the Pokemon in the back. We can obviously see the Dunsparce and the Mandibuzz here. Mandibuzz not going to worry too much about what Feraligatr can throw its way unless it wants to go for that Ice Beam charge attack. Switch coming in here from the Dunsparce, going to be able to eat that up.
Yes, that was a good catch there. What I'm interested is, it's a bit risky though, because Mini Salt Real doesn't know what's in the back, and now he is going to see that is a Superior, which is not going to be as good, but Dunsparce can still have a relatively okay-ish time against Superior.
I think Superior also plays a similar game to Feraligatr. These Vine Whips are able to charge up a Frenzy Plant relatively quickly, and you can apply a lot of pressure in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you there. And what's nice for Anikor is that this Superior now being against a Dunsparce means it's not against the Mandibuzz, and I think Anikor's very happy to see Superior do its job there. Now Mandibuzz comes in. We've seen this before, but we know that now Mandibuzz has a bit of energy.
And this is the thing, you say Superior doesn't want to face down against Mandibuzz, but there are still 2 Pokemon remaining in the back for Anikor versus the 1 remaining on Mini Salt Real's side. The Aerial Ace will deal some super effective damage, and you might be able to fell the Superior, but there's still 2 more Pokemon, or 3 currently remaining for Anikor that this Mandibuzz has to get through. Do you think it has the strength to do it?
Yeah, I think with this additional damage, it's made things more problematic. But now there's a full HP Dugong here, and this is where Mini Salt Real is going to go, I don't think I can climb this iceberg of a mountain. This cannot happen. Dugong is one of the hardest answers at full health to the Mandibuzz. It's just rushing to that Icy Wind, and then that is going to be so painful for Mandibuzz to deal with. I think it just about survives.
I think you're right. That Icy Wind, when it's able to come through, there are no shields remaining on Mini Salt Reel side, so you're going to have to take not only the damage, but then the debuff as well to your attack stat, meaning you will not be able to retaliate with the full force that Mandibuzz wants to and needs to be able to close out the game 3.
Yes, and let's see if he can even get to another charge. It's going to be very close. No, Mandibuzz doesn't have the HP. Dugong reigns supreme. Anikor relying in his Pokemon, asserting his dominance, reminding the trainers watching, I am a world's competitor, I am that good.
What a thriller of a set, though. Really interesting to be able to see both these trainers battle it out, and nice to be able to see Dugong reign supreme. I think it's one of those Pokemon that has always been quite a reliable choice, and you can see why. This was an absolute masterclass in how well it can be utilized on a team.
Yes, absolutely. And give credit where it's due to Mini Salt Reel, one of the a trainer that has come through and has not had quite as much experience on play Pokemon, doing incredibly well. We have to give a lot of credit to it, and I can't wait to see how well he does in the losers bracket. Maybe we'll see him again.
And hey, I got to see a Gastrodon, so I'm
bonus
really
as well.
happy. It may have been the wrong color. Maybe my advice for next time is switch it up to the blue variant, because it is, you know, maybe a little bit luckier, a little bit more fortuitous. Doesn't give you any competitive advantage, but sometimes those, you know, rock, paper, scissors moments.
Count, right?
Yeah, it definitely helps.
I mean, I've heard of a really, like, you know, a kind of semi-well-known trainer called Inadequance who thinks that Dugtrio is the way forward, but it has to have a cap. If it doesn't have a cap, it's not good enough. So Dugtrio is apparently a thing, or at least Martine's trying to make it a thing. Whether you want to believe him is down to you. I'm not sure. I feel
like everybody has that one Pokemon they're always championing. Of course, for me, it was Gastrodon, and now we do see it out there winning medals. It has won silver and bronze medals across the season so far, but it's still waiting for that elusive #1 gold medal. And I wonder if Birmingham Regionals could be the time for it to shine.
So all of you Gastrodon users out there, get many of them out. Use them, make Lou happy. That's the most important thing, right?
Exactly, and these trainers were definitely making me very happy on the broadcast. If we do a little bit of a recap here, Superior was able to come in, even in the face of Pokemon like Mandibuzz and Dugong, and was able to take a huge amount of attacks. I have to credit Mini Salt Reel's adaptations with the switches, constantly making really good catches coming in. Just unfortunately for him, Anikor had the end game locked up.
Yes, I wonder if that putting that Dunsparce in Game 3 to catch the Ice Beam from, catch the Ice Beam from the Feraligatr, whether that was the play or not, without knowing what that third Pokemon is. And this is where having that information of knowing what your opponent's team is likely to be, that is a really good skill. And this is a demonstration here. It was a fabulously timed catch. Was it the right move to do? We'll have to review that in due course. I'm sure he will do that when he comes offline.
It actually did a huge amount of damage. I was very surprised. And as the end game wrapped up as well, Dugong was able to take the final KO of this set with the Mandibuzz and get the victory through for Anikor.
Yeah, and you can see how happy Anikor is with his victory. He moves one step closer to becoming that Birmingham Regional Champion. And I know he would love to win in his home country.
That would be pretty awesome for sure. And of course, Mini Salt Reel is not knocked out of the competition. They will just drop down into the losers bracket and try and contend for their championship run from there. I think that's the lovely thing about these kind of double elimination brackets is, yes, you can maybe take a loss, but it doesn't mean the story is over for you in the tournament. You might have a little bit more of an uphill battle to climb, but hey, you've got to beat the best to be able to get to that #1 spot, and sometimes the journey isn't always as smooth.
No, even Ash Ketchum had a few issues
that is true.
before he won his first Worst Championship, which I think was in Alola, if I recall. Spoilers. But nonetheless, there's been many trainers as well that have come from the losers bracket and gone all the way right to the very top. So it can happen, it has happened, and I'm sure it will happen again.
I think as well those moments do give you a lot of experience in the tournament format, because you've got to be quite resilient. These are long days that we battle it out through with multiple rounds that you have to contend with, and making sure that, you know, you're able to keep your head in the game, you're able to break nicely as well, and kind of, you know, make sure you have your rest and relaxation between the matches as well, so you're able to stay sharp and focused. I think is really good experience for our trainers.
Yeah, I love these regionals. I look forward to them. As soon as I'm done with Run Region, I'm thinking, when's the next one? How am I
getting it in the calendar?
Get in the calendar, book it off with work. I'm just like, make sure, right, how am I going to get there? All the logistics, and I have it ready to go, because I can't wait to see people, can't wait to hang out with everyone, I can't wait to see amazing battles, and if I'm casting, staffing, competing, I don't care, I just want to be here and you should be too.
And we have so many events on the calendar as well that even if you're not able to make maybe the next available one, there might be one that you're able to get yourself down to and try some competitive battling for yourself. And two trainers that I am so excited to see here on the field. We've got Kazim at 33 versus Cleonardo 77, and there are some awesome Pokemon choices on here. Adelian, before, when we were walking into the venue, we were talking about Shadow Zapdos, and I see one on the roster here.
Yeah, no surprises there. Kazim has a tendency to bring something unusual, bring something exciting. The Guzzlord, the Shadow Zapdos, and which has been something that has been talked about by a lot of top trainers. And Kazim, having been the defending Dortmund regional champion, he won in September in emphatic style, now faces up against C. Leonardo, who is a titan of the grassroots formats for Pokemon Go, a very well-known name. I am really torn because I absolutely love both of these trainers. They both haven't had to travel far, but these trainers are both immensely powerful. I really can't pick between them.
Me neither, and Kazim's got some familiar faces on the team here. Clodsar for Alligator, and Nihilib that we've talked about as well since recently being able to unlock that Charge Attack Rage Fist, alongside with the Ice Punch as well for some really nice coverage, considering there are a lot of birds and grass types out there, whether it's Superior or Jumpluff or Zapdos or indeed Mandibuzz. But Zapdos, talk us through Adelian, what does it do?
So Zapdos is a great Pokemon because of its typing and the fact that it gets to its charge attacks rather quickly. Thundershock is a fantastic fast attack. It generates energy very quickly. It can get to a Drill Peck just after 5 Thundershocks, and Drill Peck is a very strong flying type attack. But what's nice is as I talked about, the Shadow bonus, getting 20% more damage is really, really key. But because Zapdos is an electric type, but also is a flyer, it takes resisted damage from ground types, and that's the really key thing. Let's talk about C. Leonardo's team. Anything stand out there for you, Lou?
Again, some familiar faces. That Shadow Drapion that we've been talking about as well, being able to apply some good damage with something like a Poison Sting for those fast attacks, as well as some decent coverage with Crunch and Aqua Tail. And I think Crunch in particular, very important, considering the ghost types we've got running around, the Galarian Corsola, the Annihilate, for example, does make sure you have that coverage locked down. I like as well the bulkier Pokemon, the Wigglytuff, the Diggersby here, and I really see the kind of hybrid form here with those offensive Pokemon like Feraligatr and Talonflame, and your defensive cores as well. Alignment, I believe, is going to be incredibly key in this match.
Oh yes, it always is, but Talonflame I think is the unusual pick from C. Leonardo's side, but one that is going to cause problems. I think a lot of the teams for this meta, for this in Birmingham, are a little bit soft to Talonflame, and I think C. Leonardo is trying to capitalize on that. So let's see what happens. You can see the legend logo for this season in GBL from Kazim's side. Is he going to be a legend? This one, a safe pick. Drapion comes in against Shadow Zapdos straight away. No hesitation from Kazim.
Love to see the sparks fly on the field here as Zapdos joins the fray. As you said, these charge attacks are going to be getting it straight up to a Drill Peck. No holding back.
Not at all, and so this is a sensible decision because you're not going to take out the Drapion with just one charge attack anyway. You might as well go for the double drill Peck here. However, Drapion is able to outpace and get to those Aqua Tails, and you can see the Poison Sting have done so much damage already.
Yes, the fast attacks really are the thorn in the opposition side here, being able to do so much damage, and Kazim not happy with that play at all coming through. Zapdos has been felled, and now it's these two first partner Pokemon choices in the back.
Yeah, I think Kazim was trying to get a charge attack off just before he got taken out, but that did not happen, and he's now having to react to that. Drapion has a lot of energy and is able to drop that Crunch, trying to get that debuff. Let's see how much damage this does. No, Kazim says no damage, please, or one damage, and the debuff happens!
Oh, this is not looking good for the Feraligatr. It's able to get to this Hydro Cannon, but there is no stopping this Drapion here, able to go onto the full offensive here with the charged attack, and will be able to do some good damage into the, so much damage into the opposing Feraligatr.
That devastation from Drapion. Drapion is on a one Pokemon machine, tearing through anything in its path. Poison Sting crunching away at this Superior. This Superior is trying to slither away, but no, just able to be shielded. But there's now no more shields, there's no more defense. What is Kazim going to do here?
Kazim looks like he's kind of checked out this game one. Superior just on the field, being able to go for its charged attack into the opposing Drapion that's going to shield it, take no damage on this particular turn. Looks like Leonardo really is in the driver's seat for this game one.
Now the key thing is whether this Crunch knocks out, because Kazim has charge attack priority here, and the Aerial Ace is going to now be launched, and I think this will take out the Drapion, who has done an incredible job in this matchup, taking out 2 Pokemon and most of a third.
Has Drapion even left the field in this game 1?
Well, it has now.
Eventually, towards the end, Superior is able to get a little bit of redemption for its fallen comrades here, but now Annihilate able to come in and finish up the job.
Yes, a few counters and Superior is punched down in size. It goes back into its Pokeball, but Kazim not happy with how that matchup turned out. I think in hindsight, maybe the Shadow Zapdos was a little bit too squishy to deal with Drapion.
Yes, it did go down rather quickly at the beginning of the match, I will say. And I feel like in that particular moment, taking that charge attack just meant there was too much momentum on Cleonardo's side for that Zapdos was able to come back through. I think going into the next game, I'd probably like to see Kazim lead something that would be a little bit more, I want to say switchable, if that makes sense. You know, with the Zapdos, you're kind of in a position where it's like it's either going to do well or it's not, and it's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Maybe if you still want to bring the Zapdos, keep it in the back for later so you can bring it through to clean up rather than try and start the ball rolling. Yeah,
the sweetest spot, I think, for Zapdos, as you say, is you've taken out one Pokemon of your opponent, you try and farm down the second, or you try and farm something down before it gets to a charge attack. So just bear in mind with Drapion that an Aqua Tail you can get to, your Silano can get to it after 4 Poison Stings. So if you can farm it down before that, come out with a bit of energy, you launch one Thunderbolt, there is literally nothing, apart from maybe the Diggersby, that can withstand that. It's going to do a huge amount of damage. That is the play. Kazim, keep Zapdos, Shadow Zapdos in the back, work your magic with it.
I think you make a good point. You could maybe even have your Zapdos just farm up lots of energy. Like you say, keep it in the back for later. It definitely is the kind of Pokemon that strikes me as one that can capitalize on the momentum rather than set the momentum for the team. Maybe something like the Annihilate could come through for Kazim in the front. Do you see any risk if that comes through, other than the Drapion, of course?
Yeah, I'm looking into it. I think it is not a bad shout. The Wigglytuff coming in, I think, would be a very surprising thing for C. Leonardo to play. But also, when you look at it, it's not a bad shout because the Shadow Feraligatr is going to do double resisted damage with the Shadow Claws. The Goslord will disappear. I mean, it will evaporate after a charm or two. So the big threat from C. Leonardo's Wiggly is that Clodsire. So not a bad shout, but is that too predictable?
I don't know. Wigglytuff's definitely a Pokemon that if it comes through, like you said, it's very bulky and you kind of have options then. Yes, if you come down against the Clodsire, you have utility on the team that's able to work around it. Pokemon like Feraligatr, for example. Yes, we know Clodsire can take 1 Hydro Cannon, but can it take 3 without going through its shields? No, it can't.
No, absolutely not. And to be honest, that 1 Hydro Cannon, it might take it, but it's going to be left with almost no HP, and then it'll probably be charmed down by the Wigglytuff after. So, you know, anything can happen. Let's find out what is C. Leonardo going to try this time. Kazim going for the Clodsire, and it is the Wigglytuff lead!
We kind of know what we're doing here, Adelian, in some way, shape, or form. Wigglytuff on the field against this Clodsire. It's the one Pokemon Wigglytuff doesn't want to see, and it's a switch apiece for Feraligatr now versus down against the Annihilate. These Shadow Claws on the Feraligatr as well, because he needs to get his head back in the game.
That is wild. Both trainers predicting that each other was going to... Well, Kazim predicting Leonardo would switch immediately, and Kazim reacted and switched as well. That was incredible foresight. Rage Fist now coming out. This is going to do a fair amount of damage. It won't KO, but it will force the counters to go. Kazim has to shield this, and indeed he does.
The pressure of the Rage Fist does indeed force out one of those shields, and you get the attack buff as well on the Annihilate, making it more formidable with these damage rolls coming through into the Feraligatr. Feraligatr, of course, can go for this Hydro Cannon and will be able to get the KO, so wise shield by Cleonardo.
Yeah, I think this is a sensible shield. You need to gain switch advantage here to make sure that Wigglytuff is not against the Clodsire, and you still have a good amount of health on here. Oh, actually, C. Leonardo going for the Ice Punch. That is even better against the Clodsire, so this is good.
Yes, nice offensive pressure from the Ice Punch. Really nice utility charge attack on here as well, and to see it in fruition is always very nice. As the Clodsire is just doing what it does best. Annihilate able to get to the Rage Fist though, first and foremost.
Yes, because Ghost types take resisted damage from the Poison Stings of Clodsire, and so a Rage Fist coming in is going to do a respectable amount of damage. Can't quite make the Ice Punch. Oh, it could have potentially if he had farmed out more, but it was a risky play. But now Diggersby very safe here. Instant swap into Annihilate, and then Wigglytuff comes in, and the charm begins. Annihilate being charmed its way down back to its Pokeball. Is it going to get... Oh, Kazim knows. Yeah. There's nothing he can do here. Going for the Ghost type attack on the Wigglytuff. We know normal type's double resisted. And it does. Did it even do any damage?
Not really. Blink and you miss it kind of damage there. And I think, Kazim, as soon as you saw the Diggersby switch out, because the Diggersby into the Annihilate, great for the Annihilate. Those counters are going to be able to hurt really strong. But then the Wigglytuff just coming in, being able to have that switch ability on Cleonardo's side has given him such an advantage in this game as Wigglytuff looks to try and get another KO on the books.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Clodsire can get the double Sludge Bomb off, and certainly will be able to take out the Wigglytuff here. The question is, what do you do with all the other Pokemon that C. Leonardo has? That's the issue. I mean, Diggersby is just like, I'll take a Sludge Bomb, I'll take it, no problem.
The Charms, I think, are actually going to be able to fell the Clodsire here, so you're not even going to be able to see the Diggersby come back into the match. Commiserations to Kazim, but huge congratulations to Leonardo, 77 here, for taking a great victory in this match.
Yes, I think Leonardo doing very, very well to recognize that he needed switch advantage, and he needed it bad, and he did the right thing, bringing in the Annihilate. I wonder if Kasim reacting too quickly to bring the Shadow for Alligator in was, in hindsight, a mistake or not, or whether it was calculated. It'll be interesting to get that insight from him at some point. But it just goes to show both of these trainers expect the other to play so well that they're predicting each other's predictions. Crazy.
They're almost outplaying each other in that situation, and a lot of the times that's where these champions are made, where you're able to not only play a strategy that you've been able to see the kind of goal to victory being carved out in front of you, but also being able to read your opponent like a book and force them to have to play to your game rather than adapting to their strategy.
Yes, and Leonardo will be very happy with his victory here, because taking out a regional champion is no mean feat. Very few trainers are able to do that, and I know I've spoken to Leonardo in the past. He has sometimes had a few concerns that maybe with Play Pokemon, you know, I need to get better at it. I'm good when it comes to grassroots stuff, but I need to get better at Play Pokemon, and it seems like it's working because he's taken one scalp. How many more can he potentially take? That's the question.
You can see the caliber of Pokemon play from both these trainers demonstrated in this match. I think Kazim had a bit of a rough time, particularly in that game with the Zapdos so early on. Taking such a deficit in Pokemon can be really hard to pull back in such a fast competitive game like Pokemon Go. This Wigglytuff, though, for me was the superstar. We saw Leonardo bring it out in the lead. Like you said, these adaptations, both trainers making a switch straight away from their leads, but then Wigglytuff was still safe and sound in the back to close out the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wild that we talked about how strong Wigglytuff looked, and then maybe Leonardo was hearing us. Who knows? Maybe he's taking wisdom from us. Who knows?
Well, I think really it would be wisdom from Inadequate, who really was the Wigglytuff champion of the previous season, right? Maybe sowed the seeds a little bit coming into the 2025 season that Wigglytuff has got some stuff to show.
Yeah, I mean, Inadequate is an inspiration to many trainers, because not only is he a caster, but of course he is a fantastic player, Honolulu Worlds finalist. I'm very excited to find out who would be the World's champion, Worlds finalist, and do particularly well in Anaheim, California in August 2025 for the World Championships there. I'm so excited. Are you thinking of going?
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's still a long way ahead for me to map out my calendar, but I have got a few other events on the books I'm hoping to be able to go, whether it's as a spectator or even maybe a player. I still need to test my skills in Pokemon Go a little bit.
That would be very cool. There are many players, there are many casters who are actually testing their skills, including our very loved Lundberger, who is competing in her first, if I recall, is it her first ever Play Pokemon event?
I think it is her first, regional level event.
Regional level event, sorry, yes. So I'm very excited for that. I would be delighted to see her do well, and maybe if we're lucky we might see her on stream and she can show us, she can teach us all about how amazing she is.
I'd be very interested to see what team she's opting to bring for, actually, and I feel like when you're a competitive trainer coming to an event, do you maybe try and build a team that is one that you're maybe comfortable with, your favorite Pokemon on there, or do you look at the meta, the top usage Pokemon, and kind of go, I'll take those 6? What do you think our new trainers should be doing? Which is the best option?
I think, so the first thing you've got to start with is like Gastrodon, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then after
good answer, my friend. Good answer.
And I want to point out that she wasn't threatening me to say anything different under the desk. So trust me, it's like it's
that Gastrodon over there might have been
just turn around and just be like.
He looks very angry.
But no, Gastrodon's a great Pokemon. But yeah, very much pick a Pokemon that you're confident with, that you have something that you've played with quite a while, and Annihilate might be a good start or whatnot, and then build a Pokemon that will cover its weaknesses. And like, I have a rough rule that I generally pick 5 meta Pokemon and one that's a little bit more spicy, just to make my opponent think, how do I deal with that? He might have not prepared for it, or they might have not prepared for it. That might be the different thing. So, speaking of spice, and running something unusual, obviously Leonardo used Wigglytuff. I want to see what he thought when he came to building his team. So, Marcus, can you gain some insights for us?
Thank you, Adelian, for letting us know how you season your teams. But a player who really is known for seasoning his teams is Leonardo. Welcome in. Congratulations on the great game.
Thank you. Thanks, Marcus, again. It's great to be on stage finally, to speak with you in person after battling each other virtually. So yeah, it's good to see you. Good to see you all.
Yeah, and how do you feel about the game that you just had? You obviously, we could all see how it went. You dominated that game. How did you feel? What choices did you think, like when you went into the matchup, what choices were you making that you thought was going to win you that game?
Yeah, so for the first game, I thought my opponent was very unlikely to bring Annihilate in the first game because it was extremely weak to Wigglytuff. So I thought, okay, I can just run ABA soft weak to it. Drapion is a fantastic lead if you don't fear Annihilate. I wasn't thinking it was coming, so it was a good choice. And after that, I think my opponent made a slight miscount that that made my game easier. But I think I could have won the one regardless, but still close games. And yeah, and the second one, I was expecting Cold Sire somewhere. I was hoping to be in the back, so that's why I was ABB strong to it in the back. But luckily, Annihilate 2 shields was able to get the switch back, and yeah, everything was downhill from there.
Yeah, you really utilized the strength of Annihilate in the 2 shield.
Again, sorry?
You really utilized Annihilate's strength in the 2 shields.
Yeah.
Because it just countered through there for Alligator. How'd you go about building this team? Did you target the Annihilate specifically? Was that your starting point, or where did you like start your team building?
It was a struggle for me because I've changed so many teams over the last 3 or 4 weeks. I attended a lot of practice tournaments. I attended a lot of locals recently, and I was feeling very confident about Wigglytuff at the beginning. Then I dropped it because I was facing only hard walls, but Annihilate was always a staple of my team, and with Ice Punch to get jump off coverage, Mantibus coverage. And after that, I just realized I need to put Wigglytuff back in the team because it exerts so much pressure on opponents' lines, alongside with Talonflame, which barely can be used, but they are the 2 highest bench pressure months you can think of in this meta right now.
Yeah, and you clearly used Wigglytuff to your advantage here, putting on so much pressure on Kazim, as you mentioned. But have you felt that Talonflame has put on the same pressure so far in the games you've had as Wigglytuff had? Or has Wigglytuff been...
It happens sometimes, but usually people are double or triple strong against Talonflame in the same team. But the presence of Talonflame really prevents your opponents from running weed lines like A-Slash in the lead and Superior in the back. And you want to avoid that. You really want to avoid that.
Of course. And where do you see yourself at the end of this tournament? Do you think you have what it takes to go on to day 2?
Well, I think it's time for all this practice to pay off. So yeah, I'm seeing myself in day 2.
Great to hear. You know, thank you so much for this interview, and best of luck in the tournament so far. And I hope you guys enjoyed to hear the answers from C. Leonardo, and I can't wait to hear what Adelia Nalu has to say about this.
We certainly did enjoy it, Marcus, don't you worry. And I'm so looking forward to seeing our next couple of matches we've got coming up. I believe the trainers are just getting seated and ready. But you guys at home, I'm sure you're excited as well, but we also want to hear how you guys are engaging with the broadcast. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon to make sure that you're letting us know who you're rooting for, which Pokemon you like to see, all your cats. I want to see all the cats that are watching the broadcast because I know they like to watch the screen and watch all the animations come through. It's true, they really do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have 2 cats, and I'm sure they would be mesmerized by TV screen. They just stare at it and going, what on earth is going on? And so, which is actually how I feel as well whenever I watch 2 really good trainers battle, because I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I cannot keep up. What's going on?
It's how I feel at the end of the day casting Pokemon Go sometimes. I'm like, what is happening here? So much damage. It's just amazing. I'm always in awe of how quick our trainers are able to make these decisions, because it's half-second counts, and these split-second decisions they've got to make, whether they're going to switch, which charge attack they're going to go to. They've got to count their own counts. They've got to count their opponent's counts. It can be so difficult.
And switch at the same time without mind.
Chaos.
That's just mind reading. That's just wild. Anywho, let's see what amazing battles are going to happen here. So we have 2 Brits here, Aerobubble versus Elitic, a champion of coming from the north of England, very popular in the Manchester and Leeds area with Aerobubble, and Elitic based in London. So they haven't had to travel too far.
Well, Elitic definitely has the team that my eyes are drawn to straight away.
Not
only do we have that Gastrodon #1 spot in the roster, I would say, as well, but also 2 of my other favorite Pokemon in the meta at the moment, the Galarian Corsola and the Jumpluff, a Pokemon we haven't spoken about too much, but the reason I really like it it is that type coverage that it's got. It's able to apply so much pressure if you get the alignment right.
Yes, it's just a hard answer to the Gastrodon. It's a hard answer to any other ground types. It's going to scare the Alolan Marowak to a large extent, and that is the not Alolan Marowak, sorry, the Kanto Marowak. I need to get that right. The Shadow Kanto Marowak, which has been more available now, coming with access from Cliff and Go Rocket, but Aero Bubble is a very experienced competitor. Again, another Worlds competitor as well. So he knows what he's doing, to put it lightly.
I feel like the Jumpluff on both sides actually has a little bit of utility, more so on Elitic side, because the Jumpluff can apply pressure to Azumarill, I guess that Marowak as well that you just mentioned. But on the opposing side, yes, it is the nemesis of Gastrodon a little bit, those grass types. And I feel like if Elitic is going to opt to go for Pokemon choices like the Gastrodon, you have to bring your grass type to counter.
Yes, for sure. And I'm just thinking, is it worth bringing the Jumpluff here? Because sure, the Jumpluff is going to do well against the Kanto Marowak, but the problem is that Azumarill can actually withstand an Energy Ball from Jumpluff because it's quite a bulky Pokemon. Well, Azumarill is also bulky, but Jumpluff is as well. But its attack isn't too high. But the thing is, Ice Beam from Azumarill is going to do double super effective damage to Jumpluff, and that is even more threatening. So it's a bit tricky to gauge who's going to blink first. What are these trainers going to go with?
Where the shields are going to be utilized, I think, is going to be critical to protect maybe some of those more frail Pokemon choices. Azumarill versus the Drapion, though, with the leads that Aero Bubble and Elitic have gone for. The super effective poison type damage is going to start stacking up against this Azumarill, though.
Yes, and I think we can see early on from the backlines of these two trainers. Bear in mind, these trainers don't know what their each other's backlines are, but we can see that having switch advantage is going to be very, very handy here. That Galarian Corsola versus the Drapion, the Kanto Marowak versus the Mandibuzz. Aero Bubble needs to get switch, but then Elitic also needs it in order to avoid that scenario.
The Azumarill's in an interesting position because it takes barely any damage really from the charge attacks, but these poison stings coming through are doing so much. But Azumarill capitalizing on the opportunity to try and farm up a lot of energy. Again, no need to use the shield, but you have to be careful of these poison stings coming through.
Yes, and also the big threat as well is if you get and there is a catch attempt made as well, and it was successful. Ice Beam coming off on the Galarian Corsola, but this is going to invite Aero Bubble to go, okay, you brought in your ghost type, let me bring in my dark type Drapion.
Yes, and there's the adaptation. The Drapion is able to apply so much pressure with these crunches going forward. Of course, in reverse now, these charges, the fast attacks aren't going to be doing too much, and the Corsola is able to apply some pressure in return, forcing the first shield from Aero Bubble's side.
Yes, you have to respect the power gem coming from Galarian Corsola. While Corsola isn't the hardest damaging Pokemon in itself, the Power Gem is such a good Rock-type move. Look at the super effective damage on Crunch.
But look at the bulk as well, able to take that. Unfortunately isn't, I think, or maybe it is. No, not able to get to a charge attack there. The Galarian Corsola does go down. Replaced now with the Mandibuzz, though.
This is an amazing amount of farm down for Aero. He got the perfect amount. One more turn, 2 more turns more, and Elitic would have been able to get another charge attack off. But no, this is great. Drapion has so much energy. He can just launch Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail and go slap, 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 all on Mandibuzz to weaken and take some, do some damage onto this Vulture.
It did come down very close against that Corsola, but now the Mandibuzz able to take a lot of these attacks, but you can see how fast the Aqua Tails are stacking up on the Drapion side. It's able to keep throwing them in the way of this Mandibuzz, trying to drown it out of the competition. And now we see the switch in. We're going to see the Marowak come in. It's not going to worry about taking these flying type attacks at all.
No, it won't. It might be a Shadow, but it's still a respectably bulky Pokemon. Interesting catch though, because the only real way that Kanto Marowak can threaten the Mandibuzz is by going for that Rock Slide, and it's not the quickest to get to that, so I'm interested to see what the rationale is to bring in the shiny Kanto Marowak here.
Maybe it's just stalling for time, you know, trying to get a little bit more damage against this opposing Mandibuzz, and as you said, try and get this Rock-type damage to force maybe the final shield coming through, but Elitic not going for it, saying, I want to preserve this shield for my Pokemon in the back. The Drapion comes in with so much energy, looking ferocious, and is able to apply this Aqua Tail. Now, of course, this will be able to get the knockout if the final shield is not utilized, but Aero Bubble locks it in.
Yes, I think it's sensible that final shield. That additional 1 or 2 Mud Slaps are going to make a huge difference here. And actually, Drapion gets KO'd by that, so doesn't even reach the Aqua Tail, and Aero Bubble takes that first win decisively.
Really nice to see the Shadow Marowak come through there, because this is a Pokemon that I think has been the talk of the town. It was a Pokemon that wasn't the most accessible, not a lot of trainers has access to it, but then you could see on the Day 2 rankings in Toronto, for example, it was right up there. It shows that it has the potential. Now that a lot more trainers are going to be able to access it, I think we're going to see a lot more of it in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the key matchups that it can win, surprisingly, is if you're in a 2-shield scenario. With your Shadow Kanto Marowak, you can use Mud Slap to completely Mud Slap down a Shadow Feraligatr, what is a Pokemon that's meant to be a hard counter to the ground types. But Shadow Marowak can defy that, and that's what is impressive.
And you only need a couple of those Mud Slaps to get the Bone Club charged up as well. So you're able to apply a lot of pressure with those ground type attacks to poison types like the Drapion that we've seen be so dominant. #1 usage day 2 in Toronto as well. It is a Pokemon trainers are going to see out there, and particularly in this match as well, you've got one apiece. It is a Pokemon you need a game plan against.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get more, and a lot of these trainers have been talking in the community about what am I going to do with Shadow Kanto Marowak, how am I going to deal with that? They have been talking about there are strategies to deal with it. You'll see an increase in jump love. Of course, the key thing, the other thing is that no one's talking about Dugtrio. So it's clearly certain casters' predictions are not good, and we should stick to Kanto Marowak. That's the bold claim I'm making now.
I want to ask the question though, Adelian, does Gastrodon have play here? Because I see that it can do maybe decently into something like the Marowak. Obviously, its ground type attacks can pressure the Drapion. It can do decently against the Azumarill, particularly if you have the shield advantage. Maybe the other Pokemon not so much, but do you think it could be an adaptation here for Elitic?
It is.
You can say no, it's okay.
It's a kind of. The kind of is because it will work well if she gets the lead, but not necessarily so if you don't get a good matchup. It's going to promote a bit more rock paper scissors here. Zapdos, we've seen this matchup before. Zapdos is going to rush to that drill peck and is going to win charge attack priority as well, which is very nifty to have.
Really nice to see the Zapdos actually come out into the fray, get to that drill peck that you mentioned. It changes things up from the aerial ace, and the drill peck will be able to hit hard when the shields are not in play. Both those shadow forms as well, able to apply so much offensive pressure, forcing our trainers to actually both use these shields early doors.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon are quite squishy, and what's key is that Drapion is able to outpace and actually get to the next Aqua Tail sooner, which is very nice. Aero Bubble going for an immediate no shield, I think, hoping that he can survive, but I'm not sure. Zapdos is quite sure. Oh, it does survive!
Oh, we saw it be a little bit dicey in Kazim's game earlier, but the Zapdos here for Aero Bubble able to hang on. It got the memo that it needs to be able to deal some damage and force the second shield to come through from Elitic side.
Yes, and now Zapdos is taken out by that one Poison Sting, but so Aero Bubble loses switch advantage, but is able to gain a shield advantage here. And now can he utilize that? Going for the sensible play here. I like this because making a call that Elitic has that Gastrodon in the back, and so this is the place where I want to put my Drapion.
And I like to see this Gastrodon in the back, knowing the Drapion's out there on Aero Bubble's side. It's a play that Elitic can make, start capitalizing on what could be the end game for that Gastrodon to shine. Another Aqua Tail coming through. Of course, there are no shields remaining on Elitic's side, so this Aqua Tail is going to have to come through. It normally wouldn't do too much damage, but being that Shadow variant, you are going to take the extra hit.
Yes, and now I wonder if it's going to be a full farm down. No, it isn't. There is an Aqua Tail coming in from Aero Bubble. Now, the thing is, Aero Bubble doesn't know there's a Gastrodon there. Is he going to use a shield? He doesn't. Maybe another bold call, but he makes the right one, and now the farm down is complete, and he has a crunch loaded and ready to go.
This would be easy now for either Pokemon to be able to try and get the knockout, but you have to work around that charge attack. There's going to be a switch, however, Azumarill comes down, and this is a really nice matchup against these Pokemon. The fact that they're both not going to be doing too much damage to each other here.
I respect Elitic for making the call here to go for an Icy Wind. This is a matchup that, as it becomes more drawn out over time, it's going to favor Elitic to get this debuff off. So I think it's very clever here. Aero Bubble now needs to get these play roughs off quickly before another charge attack comes through from Elitic.
The Dugong definitely has the advantage because, as you said, it can really neutralize this Azumarill over time with these Icy Winds. Yes, both Pokemon are going to be throwing some decent damage at each other, but critically the drops are going to be slowing the pace of this Azumarill down as time goes by.
Yes, indeed it will. So let's see. Drill Run coming in now onto this Azumarill is going to be matched up and responded to by another Play Rough. There's still just one level of debuff on the Azumarill here. So this Play Rough is still going to be a respectful mouse, but you can kind of see where this matchup is going already. Dugong is lower at the moment, but that next Drill Run is going to come that much quicker.
It looks like Elitic is really trying to use the Dugong to deal with this Azumarill, knowing that Gastrodon in the back at full HP can come through and deal with anything that Drapion has got up its sleeve. Yes, it'll have its charge attacks ready, but as it has the full HP remaining, the Gastrodon's going to be able to be in a prime position to clean up the match. Azumarill is going to try and deal with this Dugong, though. Maybe try and draw out that third and final Pokemon that Aero Bubble still does not know what it is into the fray.
Yes, and I think he's not going to be happy to see the Gastrodon. You can see the reaction there from Aero Bubble. He's not happy to see that, and it's breaking the switch now just before the Body Slam comes through to get that crunch off. Look for that debuff, hopefully, but it is going to be a forlorn hope to see if he can actually pull this off.
does a huge amount of damage to that Gastrodon. Now, whether or not the Gastrodon's going to be able to go for something like the Body Slam and get the damage down, but it does. It's going to be able to get the KO onto this Azumarill, and we're going to see a Game 3.
We are indeed, and what was really impressive, it was taken down to a charge attack priority event, so it was very, very close. Aero Bubble making the right switch at the right time, getting the crunch, because if that play rough landed, that would have caused problems for Gastrodon. So a very close match, and it highlights how good both these trainers are to take it to the Game 3.
You could actually see as well the Body Slam had maybe taken 1 or 2 more bits of energy there. It was almost at 1.5 points charge, so really running down to the wire there for Elitic to lock in that charge attack. But I'm very glad she did, because it enabled Gastrodon to get a KO and enabled us to have the pleasure of watching a Game 3.
Yes, indeed. And I know that it's a pink Gastrodon, but I'm sure you're very happy to see
It'll
the
do,
fact...
it'll do.
It'll do?
It'll do.
Alrighty.
I'm being nice today.
And so Elitic now has brought the Gastrodon in. What will Aero Bubble do to react to that? Because he could consider bringing the Jumpluff in, but then the fear is if it gets caught on that Dugong, that's basically game over for the Jumpluff. It's a risk, and this is where you have to kind of think, what would my opponent do, and therefore counter that. So it's a mind game.
I think you make a good observation about that Dugong, because if it comes onto the field, a lot of Aero Bubble's team are actually going to struggle against it. The Marowak doesn't want to really take it. Yes, the Drapion can do some things, but it has to be utilized against other Pokemon as well. Zapdos doesn't want to deal with it. We just saw how Azumarill struggled against it as well, particularly after taking some Icy Wind drops. And of course, Jumpluff isn't going to have a good time either. So then you're kind of forced to be like, right, what Pokemon can I use to deal with that Dugong? Something like the Annihilate with Counter can obviously do a really good job, but then there are Pokemon on the opposing side that can apply pressure to the Annihilate in return.
Yeah, so I think with Aero Bubble, if he wants to utilize a Pokemon that would typically struggle against Dugong, having that Dugong be in the end game, or forcing it to be in the end game, and then having his Zapdos against it will potentially allow for Zapdos to outpace and launch a Thunderbolt onto the Dugong. Dugong is bulky, but a Shadow Boosted Thunderbolt, I don't think it's going to handle that. This is a fabulous matchup for Aero Bubble, though.
You can see the smile on Aero Bubble's face. Making sure you've got that ground type against the poison is a really nice way to kick off your Game 3. Gastrodon joins the fray, though, however, is able to get up some good damage with something like a Body Slam or an Earth Power here to just try and deal with this Shadow Barrier. But first of all, the Marowak is going to be on the offensive with this Bone Club.
And this is something that Elitic can potentially read, that, oh, Aero Bubble's staying in with his Shadow Kanto Marowak, and I wonder, therefore, if he is weak to this Gastrodon in the back, or he doesn't have an answer for the Gastrodon. No shielding the Earth Power, though, which he's not happy to do. Happy with that. Aero Bubble not realizing this would KO, perhaps, and now the Zapdos comes in. This is quite nice, though.
I mean, you're right, the Drapion's in the back there for Aero Bubble, a Pokemon that Gastrodon can deal with very well, but the Zapdos, on the other hand, is a Pokemon that can deal with the Gastrodon in return. It uses one of the shields here because, as you mentioned, it wants to try and get something like this Thunderbolt up. The Drill Peck is the better option to deal with the Gastrodon, and it might even be in range now.
Yes, it would be. The Drill Peck is certainly going to knock out the Gastrodon if it doesn't go shielded, but Elitic will recognize that this Drill Peck, even if she shielded this one, it would not. She would have to take another, so this is not worth it. A bit of an additional farm, going for a charge attack priority event here, well timed there by Aero Bubble as he gets the Drill Peck off. Elitic, respecting this could be a Thunderbolt, drops the shield here. This
is what we said we wanted to see from the Zapdos. Lots of energy on the field, the momentum already in play from Aero Bubble's side, and now you just get to capitalize on the fact that you have the charge attack pressure. Drapion here, able to go for the Aqua Tail, but those shields were well saved on Aero Bubble's side. You're able to preserve that Zapdos, and now you have your pick of the litter. Do you want to go for the Thunderbolt or the Drill Peck? It is the Drill Peck option here as the Dugong comes in. Imagine if that had been the Thunderbolt there, Adelian.
That would have been some 5 head level play there, but no, Aero Bubble just going for the Drill Peck here, but does now have to... Oh, he's actually going to stay in and go for another Drill Peck because he wants to soften up this Dugong even more, but it was a brave call because that Ice Shard may have potentially KO'd the Zapdos, but no, just about surviving, and now the swap in. This is very clever. I love this play.
Taking full advantage of the fact there were no shields on Elitic's side either, able to go for both of those attacks, and now the Drapion able to come in and go for an Aqua Tail. Yes, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but there's not a lot of HP remaining to deal with the Dugong.
You'd only need a little to get this KO, and now it's going to be close because Elitic actually has a lot more energy on her Drapion, and I wonder if 2 Aqua Tails at this range would KO the Aero Bubble's Drapion. So it is going to be a race to the finish. I don't think Aero Bubble can survive another.
Let's have a look. It's going to go for another Aqua Tail here. There's a lot of HP and bulk remaining on the opposing Drapion side, but as you've said, these Aqua Tails get charged up very, very quickly.
Yeah, it does, and here comes the next Aquatail on Elitic's side. Aerobubble is now stressing, going, oh, I'm not sure if I can survive this. No, Drapion does not survive this, and Zapdos is here, but it's only on 1 HP, 1 Poison Sting, and it is felt. Elitic takes the victory against Aerobubble. An incredible display of power.
Not only does Elitic take the victory, but with a Gastrodon by her side. This whole season, I've been wanting to be behind the desk and commentate over a Gastrodon being victorious. And Elitic, from me to you, thank you for making that a reality.
I'm sure when she watches this match back, she will be delighted with her performance, because Aerobubble tried every trick in the book, but a fabulous catch from Elitic to put the Dugong in against the Zapdos to take that Drill Peck was a decisive maneuver. It was calculated, it was planned for, and it just shows how well she's developed from when she started playing Pokemon Go PvP, because I've seen... I'm biased. She's from London. She's from London. You can track people's performance and improvement, and it's the difference between when she started and now a regular Go Battle League legend and doing so well in Play Pokemon. It's just amazing to see her progress.
I love to see the trainers' journeys that they're able to go on as they advance throughout their competitive career. And it was great to be able to see both these battlers duke it out on our stage. Have to credit Aerobubble though as well. Really like the way that Zapdos have played in the game 3 with that momentum, with those Drill Pecks coming through. And I feel like maybe, like you said, it was a level 5 tier play. But if that had maybe been the Thunderbolt going down onto the Dugong, we could have seen a totally different endgame in that game 3.
Oh yeah, that would I would have lost my mind if I'd sort of seen that, because that would have been, how did you pull that off? How did you think that was going to...
in play.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild, it's crazy. But these trainers both played exceptionally well, and it was close margins, really close. I mean, we saw how little HP the Drapion had on Elitic's side at the end. Wild.
I think as well it was a fantastic showcase to show why Drapion is in the usage stats right at the top, often in that #1 or podium spots, as I like to say, because sometimes it gets knocked down to, 2 or 3, but you can really see the potential that it has, the offensive range that it has with its moves, whether it's targeting Ghost-type Pokemon, whether it's targeting Grass or Fairy-type Pokemon. It has so much utility.
Yes, indeed it does. I mean, we can just see how, like, even though Azumarill can withstand all the charge attacks here, I mean, from Drapion, the Poison Stings do add up, and if you get Crunch and you get a debuff on the Azumarill, Drapion does actually do very well here. Just the key thing is you got to shield it. If you are the Azumarill, of course, you just need to go for the Ice Beams, because that will sufficiently do the KO. We saw catch after catch. It was wild.
Yes, that button was being clicked so many times to adapt these Pokemon into a different alignment and eat up all of these charge attacks like the Marowak has just done here. This was a very interesting situation as well at the end game of Game 2, where the Gastrodon came in and it just spelled disaster for the Aerobubble, having this Drapion that was able to, yes, go for its charge type attacks, but the Gastrodon had too much bulk to be able to deal with.
Yes, and it was so close after this, and this is where we saw the Drill Puck coming in. This, to me, was the game-winning play. This was Elitic going, yes, 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 I know what Aerobubble is going to do. I'm going to answer this, and that is going to secure me the game. But I wonder if at the time she knew this wouldn't be the winning play.
It's one of those lovely things to be able to watch back and see the interactions in this match. The Zapdos there being such a good Pokemon for Aerobubble, but Elitic had that Drapion by her side that was able to close out the match. And fantastic play by both of them. A real treat for us and you guys at home on the broadcast too.
Yes, and I've got to give credit. I always say this about Pokemon Go. It's a very respectful environment. You notice there that Aerobubble shaking hands. There is a credit given. There's a respect given. Okay, so you've beaten me, but you played that so well. I respect how you did it. And Aerobubble, of course, drops into the losers bracket, where he can still make another dominant run and potentially end up on day 2 and even win.
That's the thing, either of these trainers could still be our champion at the end of the day, whether they're able to duke it forward in the winners bracket side of things or in the losers bracket side of things. But champions, they are indeed made. And there is one champion who a lot of us have spoken about previously, a trainer called Out of Pocket. And if you don't know who he is already, take a look at this video to find out.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London. And that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffs and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
It was great to be able to hear some insights from Out of Pocket, not only because he also confirmed that the blue Gastrodon is the best Gastrodon, but because we actually have him up next on the broadcast. I'm super excited for that. And as always, I'm still Luwak Josh Chromie, and I'm joined this time by Arceus Aurelius for the first time. I am so excited to be able to be at the casting desk with you. How are you feeling on your debut?
Likewise, I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm super excited. I tried to shake off some of the overexcitement, you could say, in the first couple of games, but it's hard. I do get super excited, and there was some Gastrodon topics coming up here by Out of Pocket, and I'm instructed to tell the truth and only the truth, and the blue one is the right one.
I have trained him well. I think there's some pixels, you know, jittering on the screen there.
Yeah, well, the blue one is the right one.
I'm glad we've established that. You are welcome on the team anytime for these kind comments.
Thank you.
But I do believe the trainers are actually ready and waiting for us to get into some Pokemon action that may be featuring Pokemon other than my favorite MVP. Let's take a look at this Out of Pocket versus Strange Shop here. Are there any Pokemon that jump out at you here, Arceus?
There's no Gastrodon, but
it's not. He's resting.
But he is, and I noticed a Goodra on Out of Pocket's team, and in my opinion, one of my favorite Pokemon in this meta. If we're looking at Strange Top's team, just the Goodra, it's not that bad into Azumarill with the Thunder Punch Community Day move. It got a buff in the December update, in the Dual Destiny update. It has Aqua Tail hitting super effective damage on Diggersby, Clodsire, and both of the water types with the Thunder Punch, and also hitting super effective on the Galarian Moltres. I believe that Goodra is coming every game for Out of Pocket in this matchup.
And you got to remember as well, those Dragon Breaths are relentless. You know, they don't take a lot of time to get those counts rolling, and they can just steamroll through an opponent and get so much energy and farm down achieved very early on. So I fully agree with you. I feel like Goodra is going to be a great option here. But if you're Strange Top here, which Pokemon would you bring to counter it?
Well, I think Strange Top really needs to bring his Azumarill. And looking at Out of Pocket's team, he doesn't have the clearest responses to Azumarill. He has a lot of neutral matchups. Dropion can put in work. Corsola is generally a win for Corsola. Dugong is a very neutral matchup, and he has his own Azumarill, but there's no chance Strange Top does not bring the Azumarill. And I guess that's kind of also Strange Top's best matchup into the Goodra. Now, it depends a little bit about the Clodsire moveset, which we haven't seen yet, because Clodsire with Sludge Bomb will always beat a Goodra. But the Clodsire with Stone Edge won't have the pace to actually take out the Goodra, and Goodra has a much better time against a Stone Edge Clodsire. So that'll be interesting to see.
And we've seen Clodsire change a lot in its Charger type, depending on the meta, whether there's more grass types or more flying types, kind of dominating those usage stats. I feel like for Outer Pocket as well, that Dugong has got to come. It's got so much utility into Diggersby, into the Moltres, for example. But the lead's coming straight out. It's going to be Azumarill versus the adorable Galarian Corsola.
Oh, and this is a very good lead for Outer Pocket because he keeps his Goodra away from the Azumarill. And Strange Top is in no position here to swap out because the Annihilate in the back is it's terrible against the Corsola. Strange Top is extremely happy here to have made sure that the Annihilate does not land on the Corsola, but the Diggersby in the back, it looks a bit awkward because Outer Pocket's Azumarill in the back is looking great. It has a great matchup into Diggersby, it has a great matchup into Annihilate, and from what I can see, I assume that Outer Pocket will put all his shields on the Goodra here. Just even though the Azumarill has great matchups, Goodra is the one that needs the shields.
Yes, and it's ready and waiting in the back, maybe to gain that momentum a little bit later on. The Azumarill on Strange Top side is putting in some work, though, trying to deal with this Galarian Corsola that might help Pokemon like the Annihilate in the back as well have a safer time throughout this match.
Oh, and this very interesting swap from both players. Outer Pocket expected the swap from Strange Top, is my guess, and he did not want that Corsola to get farmed down. He kept the move on the Corsola. Goodra is very safe here, especially with the Azumarill gone, so we just went straight into it, expecting a swap. And this matchup is favorable for Goodra, but these Scorching Sands do a lot of damage. Oh!
Well, there was that first shield as well that you were saying were going to be on these Goodras, but it has also taken the debuff from the Scorching Sands, which is going to put a little bit of a dent in its plans. We have seen the Aqua Tail be so formidable on Pokemon like the Drapion. You're able to charge it up nice and fast, but now the Goodra's able to utilize it to apply pressure to this opposing Diggersby that's also going to utilize the shield. But look at these Dragon Breaths, Marcus.
These Dragon Breaths are doing a lot of damage. I believe that the debuffed Aqua Tail would have not KO'd there, and the Diggersby would have made that Scorching Sands, but it would have been very close. And here we see another attack debuff, and they both swap at the same time again. But this is super good for Outer Pocket because he's going to get a massive farm down on his Azumarill.
So much energy racked up on his Azumarill here while challenging down against the opposing one. You don't mind taking this charge attack at all. You want to be able to keep your Azumarill here in play, getting all that additional damage to charge up your own charge attacks.
And the energy from Azumarill goes everywhere here. The Annihilate does not have a way to take out this Azumarill quickly. And this play rough is coming close to one-shotting this Annihilate. Strange Top his win con might be to call an Ice Beam bait, but it's not. And, well, this Azumarill, it's going to be tough to take it out. Do you see a way?
No, it's going to be really difficult, particularly as the fact that, yes, you've got the Rage Fist coming through. There's still the shield utility here, but I think you're right. You're going to want to keep that for your Goodra in the back. The Rage Fist isn't going to be doing anything threatening. Yes, you get the attack boost, but these play roughs are going to be able to be charged up before you can capitalize on it.
Yes, and we see Strange Top make a combination play to land the Scorching Sands on the Azumarill. Does this knock out? No, it doesn't. And Outer Pocket goes back into the Goodra. It's going to farm this down, and it's going to come out with a lot of energy on the Goodra. It goes for the Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch now does more damage than it previously did, so it's more damage than the Aqua Tail. Great recognition by Outer Pocket. And he's going to have a move stored on his Azumarill. He has a shield left, and this will KO the Annihilate for sure. Very well piloted by Outer Pocket, predicting swaps and exactly when they happen.
And preserving that Azumarill so well. We saw earlier in the match that that play rough would have been able to get the knockout on the Annihilate. His opponent was able to switch out, but the end game there was exactly what Outer Pocket wanted. That Azumarill came in with the play rough locked and ready to go. I mean, what a commanding game one here in this winner's semis from Outer Pocket. If you're Strange Top, though, now, what adaptations do you make?
Well, I can very much see a case for Galarian Moltres. If Outer Pocket feels that the Dugong is too risky to bring, then the Moltres is not bad because it takes Azumarill a long time to build up to actual damage to hit the Moltres. And the Moltres is very good into the Corsola that the Outer Pocket led with. And he had the Goodra in the back, and the Sucker Punches from Moltres do significant damage to the Goodra. So it could be an option for Moltres angle, but I don't think Moltres looks all right into the line that Outer Pocket brought, but it does have some challenging matchups with the Azumarill, with the Drapion, with the Dugong. So it'll be very interesting to see how Strange Top adjusts.
Once again, it's all about the positioning, because as you've said, Moltres has so much potential in this match, but if it gets the alignment wrong, gets the switch timer seconds wrong, it's going to be pinned into a situation that it really doesn't want to be in. I do like the way that Moltres does have nice coverage, though, with something like the Ancient Power and the Brave Bird. And Brave Bird, if you can get that through unshielded, it hits so hard, it can be devastating on the field.
I also think that the Shadow Feraligatr could be very threatening to Out of Pocket, because it resists the ice damage from Dugong. It has Ice Beam to hit the Gudra. It generally wins against the Azumarill, but that's a very neutral matchup. And against Corsola, it also has a lot of play with that super effective Shadow Claws. So I expect a Shadow Feraligatr adjustment from Strange Top, because I don't think that Out of Pocket will risk running the Marowak. I think Strange Top can safe swap the Shadow Feraligatr.
And I think we'll see the Gudra again. I mean, it was an absolute superstar there. And as you mentioned as well, you know, the Feraligatr does have some capability against the Gudra, but now this new utility of Gudra using Thunder Punch a little bit more commonly means that it does have some kind of response, way that it can deal with that Feraligatr, as long as it doesn't take any of those Ice-type attacks too soon.
Yes, and I think that, well, Gudra paces to the Thunder Punch exactly on the same time as Feraligatr paces to the Ice Punch, to the Ice Beam.
It's going to be a race.
It's going to be a race, and Feraligatr generally wins the charge attack priority. So that means if it's a head-to-head matchup, Gudra has to pull the first shield if you want to respect the Ice Beam. And that's why a lot of players bait with Hydro Cannon. But very interesting to see how this turns out.
Well, it's going to be the Gudra against the Azumarill here. So, of course, the Dragon Breath's not going to be doing too much to the opposing Azumarill, and the Play Roughs are going to be threatening. But you still have the utility. As you said, Azumarill takes a long time to get to these Play Roughs, to these Ice Beams. You can farm up some decent energy here.
Yes, and the Thunder Punch will be quite threatening to the Azumarill here. And even though Azumarill hits incredibly hard with his Play Rough on the Gudra, it won't be enough to KO because the bubbles are resisted, and Gudra is tanky enough to take one of these moves. So this Gudra will get the Azumarill low.
Yes, applying so much pressure here, and the fact that you've got these shields, because it's so early on in this game too, means you don't have to worry about these charge attacks when Azumarill is able to lock them in. The Thunder Punch, once again, applying pressure, unshielded here on Strange Top side. Very happy for the Azumarill to take this damage, because it will be able to hang on.
Yeah, and the Azumarill gets low, and this is another Ice Beam, and Out of Pocket catches on his own Azumarill. Great play by Out of Pocket, but let's see how Strange Top adjusts to this, because he has an opportunity to go into the Feraligatr, and Feraligatr up energy here looks incredibly threatening for Strange Top.
And there is the Feraligatr in play here. The Azumarill is going to be able to go for a Play Rough, maybe forcing Strange Top to have to utilize one of these pressure shields early on, because Feraligatr cannot take a huge amount of damage.
I think it's a correct decision, because the fast moves from Gudra or the Kanto Marowak would be incredibly threatening to the Feraligatr. So I think here you put all your eggs in one basket and just invest in this Feraligatr. This is Strange Top's win condition in this game.
And the Hydro Cannons, they charge up so quickly, so you're able to throw a lot of them in quite quick succession and start whittling away at your opponent. The Play Rough is charged up, though, and this is going to be no shielded by Strange Top. This is going to do a huge amount of damage.
A very interesting decision from Strange Top here, because I don't see a reason why you would want to shield the Diggersby in the end, but very interesting play. What happens now? Because, oh, he calls the Hydro Cannon. It was a bait from Strange Top. This, oh, it goes for the combo play.
Out of Pocket's just playing so strong at the moment, really reading his opponents strong. We're going to see here the Ice Beam come through. This will be able to fell that Gudra, but there is still that Alolan Marowak in the back, able to farm up a little bit of energy, deal with that Azumarill, and now can apply a lot of pressure to something like that Feraligatr, just, you know, deal with it as well, and then just have the home stretch ready against that Diggersby.
Yeah, this matchup is very neutral. They're both doing neutral damage to each other. Ground type damage from Marowak, normal and ground type damage from Diggersby. No one's taking super effective damage here or resisted damage. So this matchup drags out a little bit, but the Diggersby being more bulky than the Marowak and also having the possibility of the attack debuffs from the Scorching Sands.
That's the thing, the charge attacks don't do a huge amount to the opposing Marowak, but shield it or not, you run the risk of that debuff. And Scorching Sands able to connect, no debuff on this occasion, however.
And also you've noticed that Out of Pocket has kept his Azumarill alive. It still has a fair amount of health left. And if a debuff were to come through, he can clear it by swapping in to the Azumarill. And here we see Scorching Sands coming through. It's going to do a lot of damage. This will put the Marowak deep into the red.
Yes, there's no more shields in play for either of our trainers at the moment, so these charge attacks will all be connecting through. The Marowak is able to hang on and retaliate with a Bone Club of its very own, but is this going to be able to get the KO or just fall short?
It's going to be very close. I believe the Diggersby barely hangs on here, but it's not going to be able to get to another charge attack. And this Feraligatr is so low. How much energy does it have? It does not have enough, and Marowak is going to punch through this and slap through the Feraligatr.
Oh my goodness, it's not every day you see a ground type take down 2 water types in the form of the Azumarill and the Feraligatr, but I guess that shows why the Marowak is the talk of the town at the moment. It's a Pokemon that so many trainers are rooting for, and you can see why Out of Pocket picked it up for his team.
Absolutely, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak recently got back into the Team Go Rockets, so for all we know, Out of Pocket caught this Marowak a couple of days ago.
So it's a new addition to the team, quite literally.
Quite literally, yes. We don't know exactly when Out of Pocket caught this Marowak, but I suspect it was pretty recent.
We can hypothesize for sure,
Absolutely.
and I think we're seeing a lot of trainers do exactly that, start picking it up a little bit more, because Adelian and I were saying how when you look at the Toronto kind of rankings, for example, there wasn't a lot of it on the day 1 graphic, but by day 2, you could see that even though a lot of trainers weren't using it because it wasn't always the most accessible Pokemon, by day 2, you could see the success that it was able to have.
Exactly. So the trainers who had access to Shadow Kanto Marowak utilized it to create great tournament runs for themselves. And Shadow Kanto Marowak is an enabler and great performances. As you can see here, it's a tournament-winning Pokemon. It carries you to great runs and great finishes. So if you want to perform well, I believe that Shadow Kanto Marowak is one of the best Pokemon to rely on to do that.
I think we saw a similar trend as well when Kazim won with the Galarian Moltres. Suddenly everybody wanted a Galarian Moltres, but it's not easy to catch. You've got to get your steps in first of all, and then you've got to be able to find it on your routes. And I mean, it took me so long with that special incense to be able to get one. I did finally get one, but it's not the best competitively. But I'm proud to have one, you know, in my box.
Immediately, when I found my first Moltres, it took me months.
Did you Master Ball it?
I immediately Master Balled it. And then a couple of days later, I found my second. So,
oh, wow,
yes.
okay.
So,
all the luck was with you.
Yeah, but it still took me, I just caught it like in December right now. So I've been without the opportunity to run a Galarian Moltres, and you've seen yourself how good it can be.
Yes.
As you mentioned, Kazim, and it just took over the stage.
Yes, and we're seeing the Marowak do the exact same thing, and it's definitely a Pokemon that a lot of trainers are being able to start picking up onto their teams, and it's possibly as well why we're maybe starting to see a trend into these grass-type Pokemon, Superior and the Jumpluff there as well, to try and apply pressure to these ground types. If we take a recap, though, in case you missed it, of this incredible match we were able to broadcast, you can see exactly how Out of Pocket was able to utilize this Goodra with its kind of new utility of Thunder Punch being a lot more beneficial on its team to great effect.
Yeah, and usually Goodra does not have the highest attack stat, and its moves are, its charge attacks are not the most efficient, but when they hit super effective, they provide substantial damage. And they hit super effective on so many Pokemon on Strange Tops teams. And here you see the Kanto Marowak just mud-slapping through the Shadow Feraligatr.
I really like the Shadow Feraligatr kind of adaptation in there, though. It was able to apply a lot of pressure with those Hydro Cannons, but just at the end of the day, those fast attacks are still able to deal so much damage to Feraligatr. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, particularly when you throw the Shadow variant on there as well, and when it hasn't quite got to that Hydro Cannon, it is going to fall victim to fast attacks.
Exactly, and that is why some trainers have opted to run the regular Feraligatr instead of the Shadow.
I've seen that, yeah.
Because Shadow Kanto Marowak can mud-slap through the Feraligatr if it uses 2 shields, but the regular Feraligatr is not frail enough that Marowak gets through it, even if it spends 2 shields. So the Feraligatr will reach 3 Hydro Cannons. But then you lose out some of the power and some of the flexibility that you get from the Shadow. So it's a side grade. You have to give up something to get something else.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a catch-22, and yes, you have to, I think, then look at your whole team composition and where you maybe need the benefits. Do you need to be able to have that answer to the Marowak, like you just said, or is it a case of, no, I need the Feraligatr to hit hard and furious?
Yes, because, for example, the Drapion matchup is where you need the power from the Shadow.
Yeah.
But then you lose to the Marowak. So it's, as you said, a catch-22. There's no way to make sure that you can cover everything. And that's the beauty of Pokemon, in my opinion, because you have to make some decisions. Okay, what do you expect more of? More Drapion or more Marowak? And as we've seen, there's been tons of Shadow Drapion here. So most players running the Feraligatr will go for the utility against the Shadow Drapion.
And this is something we've spoken about a lot in the past as well, is coming into a tournament, obviously preparing for a regional like Birmingham. Do you maybe go for the Pokemon you're most comfortable with, the Pokemon that you know the counts of inside and out, that you're able to be really flexible with as a team composition of 6? Or do you try and do, just as you described, look at the meta and make the call?
Well, I believe that a bit of both is obviously the way to go.
So a hybrid is the best option, okay.
But I do believe that if you know a matchup to full extent, then I believe it's more in your favor. Even though, like, you can make some calls. As we've seen Shadow Zapdos, we've seen Guzzlord, and these are meta calls. I don't believe these trainers have played tons and tons and tons of games with Shadow Zapdos. But because it's a rare Pokemon to see, but in this meta, with all the flying types, all the ground types, all the water types, I think, and all the fighting types as well, Annihilate is everywhere.
There's so much coverage.
Yeah, so I think, for example, this Zapdos is a meta call, while, for example, Azumarill is a comfort Pokemon because it's been around for so long and it's still performing well. So a bit of both, a bit of both.
And Azumarill's like a tried and tested Pokemon, right? Maybe if you're struggling for that 6th slot on your team, it's like, okay, well, I haven't got a water type. Azumarill's a good choice, right? It's always bulky, it's reliable, and you see that with Pokemon like Clodsire as well, or way back in the day, Medicham. Do you remember when Medicham was on every single team?
Oh, yeah,
It was a long time ago, but it was a case of this was just a reliable Pokemon that everyone was pretty comfortable using, but also it was a fantastic call in the meta.
Yeah, I remember trying to build a team without Medicham at that time, using...
Successfully?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I tried using Defense Deoxys, was similar, but could also beat Medicham. I tried using Toxicroak, which is more frail, so it was way harder to use. But I just ended up using Medicham because it was, and that is kind of like Azumarill is now, because you have another Water Fairy type in Primarina or in Tapu Fini.
Yes, yeah.
But they're inherently different Pokemon, and they're just not as great because of the bulk and because of the very balanced moveset. Azumarill is so flexible.
Yeah. It really is, and you've seen it as well be a fantastic Pokemon to come in for catches as well and switches to eat up a huge amount of energy that maybe your opponent is trying to disperse to get a knockout. And it can just be that reliable Pokemon where it can hit hard, but it can also take a lot of those big attacks as well.
Exactly, because in a game of Pokemon Go, you want your opponent's energy to be as inefficient as possible.
Yes, exactly.
And you want your energy to be as efficient as possible. And someone who knows how to make this energy as inefficient as possible is Hot Pocket. And I believe, or I mean Out of Pocket, and I believe that Inadequance is ready with a winner's interview with Out of Pocket.
Hey there, trainers. I'm here with the winner of our previous match, Out of Pocket. This is a regional championship, but he came from North America. Out of Pocket, what are you doing here?
Okay, so you're a college student with 6 weeks of break, and you're itching to play regionals. So what do? I go to UK. It's either that or Rio in Brazil, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to try and go to a European Regional Championship. They've always been fun to watch, and I want to be a part of the action.
Right, and you were at the LAIC, of course, so you've seen that competition. Are you trying to take notes from Nighttime Clasher here?
Ideally, yeah. I would love to take notes from him, copy the UK, taking the UK title. I'd really, really love that to happen.
Right, I think Tomahawk will be very happy with that. Now, talk about your match. You play against Strange TOP. He's a player who played at the World Championship, but so have you. What were your thoughts going into this matchup?
Speaking of the World Championships, right, I have Goodra on my team. I love Goodra. It was a huge help for me in the World Championships. And with the recent Thunder Punch buff, I was like, you know what, give it a shot here. So I may be weak to Azumarill, but I'm familiar with that matchup. So like with the Goodra-Azumarill matchup, like I played these games before. Like I know like when people tend to throw their moves, what moves they usually throw, and that helped me a lot. If you guys saw the catch in the second game, the Ice Beam on my Azumarill.
Yeah, you don't have to flex on us like that with your North American plays catching Ice Beams. Now, Pocket, you know a lot of names here, right? You've seen the European streams, you've been a Twitch chatter, you've been chatting. Who are you really afraid of in this tournament?
No one.
No one?
Okay, let's be real. Let's probably Pato Man.
Why is that?
No reason, I just came up with a name.
What about Galax Cabolta? You might play him soon. He has Leaf Tornado Superior.
And what's crazy is, I never talked to this guy, right? We have 5 out of the 6 same. I have Goodra, he has Superior. So, I don't know. We'll see how we manage our 5 Pokemon, or maybe it's how the Goodra Superior line up.
Sounds good. All right, I have one final question for you, Pocket. What are the odds of you getting to the grand finals here in Birmingham?
Okay, I've really put a lot of thought into this. I'd say around like 70%.
70% only?
Yeah.
Usually it's like 1,000 million %.
No, I really thought about it this time.
Sounds good. All right, thank you, Pocket. We'll see if any Europeans can save Birmingham this time from the North Americas. Let's head back to the battles.
Thank you so much for that interview, Martijn, and great to hear from Out of Pocket. He adjusted this time because he went for the 70%. I feel like he's still saying it's pretty likely he makes the grand finals.
Yeah, I like that confidence though, and it's something that I think a lot of our champions and top players kind of need to be able to give them that momentum through the match, because there's no room for error in Pokemon Go. You can't second guess yourself. It's literally half-second counts. There is no room for error, and so he has to be confident to make those plays, and we saw him do it so well in that last match.
Yeah, and the way he calculates his way for, to 70%, he's got to put some thought into this, and he clearly put some thought into his team building and also this matchup. You saw the calculated decisions he made on where to shield his Gudra and where not to shield his Gudra. Where is his shields most valuable? And that's what we got to show off here. How you calculate the value of your resources. And the resource management that Pocket showed us in this game was just incredible. And I don't want to overlook the way that Strange Top played as well.
Yeah.
Because Strange Top also utilized his resources incredibly well, protecting the Diggersby and realizing how valuable the Diggersby could be. But at the same time, Out of Pocket's resources were more valuable in the end.
And shield utility is a thing, because if you use your shields early on, I think we see that it was either in game 2 or game 3, we were able to see Out of Pocket use it really well on that Gudra straight away using those shields. But that's what he needed for that end game, and you have to see the whole path to the end. You don't want to use them early just to be able to keep a Pokemon on the field if that Pokemon is not useful. But speaking of things that are useful, there are so many Pokemon on the screen that I am so excited to see, as well as these trainers, Tomahawk UK versus Icelandic Lapras.
This has my fantasy pick. This is my caster prediction.
Talk to us about it. Go on, Togetic.
Yes, I'm so happy we get to see it. Honestly, the Togetic looks great for Tomahawk UK era. I'm super excited if we'll get to see it. It is really good into the Shadow Annihilate. It's really good into the Shadow Jumpluff. It's pretty good into the Diggersby, and it's also good enough into the Azumarill that I think it warrants a run. The Dropion is a problematic matchup if there's shields left to play.
Okay.
But Togetic wins it if there's no shields left, because the Dazzling Gleam it can hit in a zero shield scenario will just obliterate the Drapion.
I guess you have to worry about the poison stings coming through from the Drapion, but like you said, if you can get to that Dazzling Gleam, you're going to be in the driving seat, being able to apply so much pressure, particularly as it is that Shadow variant. So I would love to see the Togetic, not only because of the way you've just pitched it, I feel like the Fairy Wind on there as well, really nice to have that kind of fairy type fast attack. We've seen Charm before as well being used to great effect by trainers like Pataman, but now I'm looking forward to seeing Togetic on screen.
And we've also got a very interesting pick here in Walrein. We've seen a lot of Dugong on stage already, but now here's another Walrus. This Pokemon also relies on ice and ground type damage, which is incredible coverage when you think about it. But the Walrein is a lot quicker and more offensive than the Dugong. It doesn't take hits as well, but it puts on more offensive pressure. And I'm very interested to see how Icelandic Lapras is about to deal with this.
And there's a lot of offensive pressure on Tomahawk's side. Like you said, Walrein is able to pack a stronger punch than Dugong, for example, but Annihilate, particularly obviously the Shadow variant, is able to hit so hard, counter being one of the best fast attacks in the game, followed up with the newly unlocked Rage Fist is able to be so formidable into a lot of the opponents, and we've seen already on the broadcast the damage that Drapion can do.
And I am curious to see about Icelandic. Oh, you see a lot of here. I just want to focus on the
trainers as well as the Pokemon.
Yes, the achievements of Tomahawk UK. He's a 3-time regional finalist, or a special event finalist, I guess. But so this guy loves his silver.
He does, but I know he wants the gold. He wants that #1 spot. And I think as well, you know, knowing some of his comrades on his team, like Colin Six, for example, have been able to get those #1 spots. It even, I think, drives the fire, that competitive edge to be able to try and get that #1 spot. So he's definitely someone to keep an eye on the competition, as well as his opponent, Icelandic Lapras. Really interesting Pokemon here. A lot of Shadow Pokemon. Why so many?
Yeah, this is very interesting. The reason I believe Icelandic Lapras has went for the Shadow Jumpluff is because the regular Jumpluff does not do enough damage even with its grass type charge attack to knock out the Azumarill in the zero shield scenario.
So it's a pure Azumarill counter.
I believe that, well, Jumpluff is an incredible Pokemon in this meta,
Yeah.
but I believe that the Shadow variant is more safe into the Azumarill, because one Ice Beam will never be enough to knock out even the Shadow Jumpluff, but it's a lot safer against the Azumarill in the zero shields. And that's why I believe he's bringing the Shadow over the regular. But it's slightly worse into Dropion.
Okay.
So Dropion will have a better time with the Shadow Jumpluff. But as you say, there's a lot of Shadow Pokemon here, and we see Shadow Annihilate on both sides. But I feel like both are kind of risky picks to bring, because there's a Flying type with Fairy Wind on both sides. And I do believe that the Togetic from Tomahawk UK side is putting on a lot of pressure on Icelandic Lapras' team. This is a player who's performed really well several times. He has several top cuts behind him. Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Dortmund Regional top 8 finish in the 2024 season, as well as EUIC top 32. Being able to get good placements on those international stages is something that not every trainer is capable of.
Yes, and Icelandic Lapras, I've seen him perform very well in the Go Battle League. He's been far up on the leaderboard this season. I believe he was one of the absolute highest rated competitors when at the start of the season. So he's very familiar with with his great performances, and I can't wait to see what he's bringing for us today.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the leads between these trainers as well, because so much can stand on what the lead advantage is going to be, whether you get that alignment correct straight out of the blocks. But the Togetic is here, Marcus, versus down against the Galarian Corsola.
This is not a great lead for Togetic, because the Corsola is so tanky and has access to the Rock-type Charge-type Power Gem. Oh, and he tries to make a catch, but...
No Power Gen comes through, and Tomahawk does, as you say, try and make that catch to preserve the Togetic for later. The Azumarill's going to come in now. It has to take a lot of these Poison Stings, so Drapion looking to be in a good place where it comes to the fast attack pressure, but Azumarill can retaliate so strong with something like a Play Rough.
Yes, and this is a very interesting position, because both the Togetic and the Walrein, and he gets the debuff. This makes the matchup a lot more playable for Drapion.
Yeah, Icelandic Lapras does not look happy to see that come into play. A Nulla Crunch coming through, of course not doing too much damage, but you can see the additional it's able to do thanks to the defense drop.
Yes, and I believe that Tomahawk is going to shield this move and try to farm down the Azumarill as much as possible. The energy from Drop... Oh, he puts up the shield last second. The energy from Drapion goes everywhere here, and he needs Drapion to check the Corsola, because the Rock-type damage from Corsola, it hits both Togetic and the Walrein for super effective damage.
That's a good point, actually. Drapion needs to protect his two-partner Pokemon from that Togetic, but the shield comes up on this Azumarill. Has it got a position to get a damage? No, it's going to be a switch up for this Corsola that's going to be able to take this Aqua Tail.
And it's a great swap from Icelandic Lapras. Tomahawk knew that he had to throw immediately to deny the Azumarill the charge attack, but Icelandic Lapras instead took the energy on the Corsola to make the energy less efficient, as we've spoken about. Oh, and it's a bait from Tomahawk UK. Does he get the shield there? He does.
Yeah, shield comes through on the Galarian Corsola, so Icelandic Lapras really capitalizing on keeping this Pokemon in play as Drapion goes for that Aqua Tail. Gonna see an adaptation though, Togetic is here.
Combo play, and this Dazzling Gleam, I wonder how much damage this is going to do.
Well, there's no shields remaining, so it will be connecting onto that Corsola here. Not enough to get the knockout, though. The Corsola is able to go for that Power Gem in retaliation, and there are no shields on Tomahawk's side. Let's see how much this does to poor Togetic.
I believe Tomahawk UK wants this to KO, but it doesn't.
Ooh. No, able to hang on, still in the game as the Drapion comes in, but these Poison Stings are going to make short work of Togetic.
Because what is going to happen now is that the Walrein is looking exceptional for Tomahawk UK, but it cannot take 2 crunches. It cannot take 2 crunches. So you need to go into the Walrein, but Icelandic Lapras is switch locked. That means if Tomahawk UK can make it to an Icicle Spear and throw it, I think that's going to be enough to take out the Drapion. It's going to be very close this game.
And Icelandic Lapras does have all 3 remaining Pokemon, but the 2 in the back are on such dwindled HP. 1 fast attack is going to be able to take them out. So if you want to use them for switchability, you've got to use them wisely. Walrein is able to get to his charge attack.
Excellent timing by Tomahawk UK. He waited 1 split second to see if Icelandic Lapras was swapping out his Pokemon trying to make a catch. Oh, but there's a Play Rough stored on the Azumarill.
Oh, Azumarill may have dwindled HP, but it's got energy for days and is able to throw down this Play Rough into the Walrein. Not able to get the KO, though, as Walrein got enough in the tank to be able to hang on.
But this Drapion is getting the farm down on the Azumarill. And how far away is the Corsola? It's too far away, and Drapion gets to the final Aqua Tail.
Absolutely masterful play by the Drapion here on Tomahawk's side. Actually not even going for the full charge because it really doesn't need it at this point. The Corsola would be blown away by a breath of wind. And game 1 goes to Tomahawk.
What did I say? Togetic is come to stay.
Yes!
And I'm super impressed by Tomahawk here because he led pretty weak into the Corsola. And he was also kind of weak in the back to the Corsola. But he managed to swap it around. The Shadow Drapion play, incredibly showed by Tomahawk UK how he navigated that game to negate the efficiency of Corsola so that Warrain could be good in the back.
Yes, Warrain was able to come in, take a good amount of damage, but also apply a lot of offensive pressure onto Icelandic Lapras' side. I really like the way as well Tomahawk UK kept the Togetic in at the beginning, farmed up a lot of energy, you know, made sure it had some utility, but then kept it safe in the back from those power gems. Didn't want it to take unnecessary damage.
Exactly, and that also let Tomahawk UK do the combo play we saw later in the game where he brought in the Togetic, reached the Dazzling Gleam, and surprised the Corsola. And I see Tomahawk's strategy here because what he wanted to do was lead strong against the Annihilate, but he needed to keep the Togetic safe because both the Drapion and the Warrain is super weak to the Annihilate.
Yes.
So he needed to keep that Togetic safe just in case Icelandic Lapras was bringing the Annihilate in the back.
I do also love those plays, like you said, where a Pokemon gets switched in and already has a charge attack ready to go, so is able to completely overwhelm the opponent. We did also see that on Icelandic Lapras' side with something like the Azumarill that had that play rough ready to go, but unfortunately it just didn't have enough to be able to get the knockout and give him the advantage. But good to be able to see the way this energy is being stored and I suppose preserved on both our trainers' side.
And I want to note how valuable the Drapion was for Tomahawk UK in this battle. It took the Azumarill so low that it could farm it down in the end game. It had so much energy to threaten the Corsola, and it stripped away all the shields.
Yes, was able to really kind of burn through those early to give you the advantage to get that damage down, because there's nothing worse than using a lot of time to be able to go for your fast attacks, get that energy regeneration up, and then it just going straight into a shield and being wasted. And that can always give your opponent the opportunity to be able to retaliate, be able to get the knockout, and particularly with all the debuffs running around with Crunch and Scorching Sands potentially as well, it can really swing the momentum of a game.
Exactly, and I believe that we're going into the next game here, and we see Tomahawk leading with the Diggersby and into the Annihilate. Oh my god, this is not great for Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, the counters are going to hurt this Diggersby, so not surprised to see it add up straight away into this Drapion.
And this is looking very, very peculiar for Tomahawk UK because he has the Shadow Drapion, which is not that great into the Annihilate either. So he needs to find a way to come out of this matchup with some advantage, but I just don't see it right now.
It's interesting as well because Tomahawk UK has also got the Corsola in the back as well that could have some potential utility into the Annihilate as long as it's able to get rid of those Rage Fists, for example. But you can just see how formidable Annihilate is, already felling one of Tomahawk's Pokemon here. You don't want to bring the Diggersby back in. I guess you're forced to kind of bring the Corsola here, but once those Rage Fists start coming through, you're going to be forced to burn your shields. Exactly,
and I believe that this is looking tricky for Icelandic Lapras because this Rage Fist is not gonna. I question how much this is going to do to the Corsola. Oh, it does a chunk.
It does a chunk, but of course you get the attack boost here, so we know Corsola's not going to be able to take another one. So Tomahawk is going to have to use some shields to be able to keep it on the field, but critically, you get rid of the Annihilate. The fast attacks put in some work, and now you can completely unleash this charge attack energy.
But this is also a good play from Icelandic Lapras. He knows that his Azumarill has... He knows that he has an answer to the Diggersby in the back with his Azumarill. But this is not as great of a matchup as the Annihilate. So question is how Tomahawk UK can leverage his more flexible Pokemon right now, because the Corsola still has some health left, still has energy. So if the Corsola gets in a position where he can land another Power Gem on the Drapion, this could be looking good for Tomahawk UK.
Yes, at the same time, the Corsola doesn't want to take a potential crunch from that Drapion. So at the minute, Diggersby just doing what it does best, going for these Scorching Sands, chipping away the opposing Azumarill and keeping its little bunny ears crossed to try and get this drop as well.
Yeah, and Icelandic Lapras is looking, he's looking confident. He got the Pokemon where he wanted them to be, and the question is, how do you make best use of them? Tomahawk UK decides not to shield this Ice Beam. I believe he's gonna come in with the course. Oh,
an adaptation coming through. The Drapion's here. It's got energy to spare. Going to be able to go for this Aqua Tail. Is this going to force the final shield on Tomahawk's side to keep the Diggersby in play? Yes.
And there's a lot of energy on the Diggersby side as well. This takes the final shield of the Drapion, but how much can this Drapion do into the final Pokemon? And how far away is Tomahawk from the another move on the Corsola?
I mean, there are no shields remaining in this game, so the Aqua Tail is going to be able to remove this Diggersby from play, and then you have to contend with this Corsola, and like you've said, depending on what energy it's got in the back, this could really swing the momentum of the game. It's still got a little bit of a way to go to be able to get to its charge attacks, but honestly, these fast attacks putting in some work.
Excellent play by Icelandic Lapras.
Yeah.
He gets to the Aqua Tail, and what he does is wait one turn to align it on charge attack priority, wasting all the energy. Incredible play by Icelandic Lapras. He knew exactly what he had to do, and he executed it perfectly.
And you can see here Tomahawk completely undercharging, just trying to get a little bit more damage, or even start thinking about the potential next game as the Azumarill comes in and tries to clean up here, remove the Corsola from play, and we're going to see another Game 3. I've had so many of these today, and I love to see them. It's where the competition gets even more intense.
Yes, this is a fierce battle. This is where it's happening right now, trainers. Icelandic Lapras, Tomahawk UK, two players brawling it out in the winners semi-finals. Both of them want to make it to the winners finals in their group, and they're wrestling, and they're struggling, both of them, to figure out what exactly to do with the opposing player. After Togetic made its appearance in Game 1, Tomahawk UK believed he had scared away the Annihilate in Game 2. Icelandic Lapras read him like a book. No fear, brought Annihilate straight into the lead, and he punished Tomahawk UK. The mind games are not working here, Lou.
I honestly think the takeaway I've got from this set so far is you bring Togetic, you win, right?
Yes.
That's kind of the message Tomahawk's bringing through. And
that's what I've been trying to say this entire time.
Yes, and I feel like Tomahawk maybe needs to heed those words a little bit, because I think you made a great observation there, where you're saying how the Togetic went away, maybe thinking, okay, Annihilap's gone away as well, so maybe now I can rotate my Pokemon and adjust for what I predict you were going to bring. But Icelandic Lapras was completely reading the right book here. Going into this Game 3, do you think we're going to see the Togetic come back?
I believe that it's a great question, because Icelandic Lapras knows that Tomahawk UK will want to adjust according to the Annihilate.
Yeah.
But at the same time, so what does he do? Annihilate it put him in such a great position in this game, because it took out the Drapion at the cost of a shield, and it took down half of Corsola.
Yeah, and it dealt with the Diggersby really well as well from a threatening perspective with those counters. So I feel like if you're Tomahawk, you need to bring something that's going to be better countered into that opposing Annihilate, because as you said, you could bring the Togetic, but then what if Icelandic Lapras has predicted you're going to bring that, and then you bring a counter to it, and that's where things can get really dicey in a Game 3.
Yes, but what we have not seen from Icelandic Lapras is the jump bluff. So is there an opportunity for Tomahawk UK to go with his own Annihilate here? That's what I'm questioning. And also, in the mirror matchup, it will come down to has the highest attack who wins the charge attack priority. But Icelandic Lapras has been bringing his Drapion and his Azumarill. It's a trusted core. It generally works almost every time. It's very hard to punish. Only Gastrodon is really the best answer to it. But it's a tough call to make. This game might come down to a mind game and who picks and who makes the right choice.
I'd almost like to see Tomahawk bring the Annihilate in the lead, and either you call it correctly and then you've got a lot of momentum, or you have to adapt, maybe just get some energy up and keep it in the back. But instead, it's going to be Drapion versus down against this Azumarill. So the Poison Stings are going to start stacking up, but of course Azumarill can throw back with a play rough and deal some good damage in retaliation.
And looking at the backlines here, Tomahawk UK will need to win this matchup to make sure that the Annihilate does not land on his wall rain. But if he does, the Drapion from Icelandic Lapras is looking incredible. I believe that Icelandic Lapras, so far from the teams we've seen, has a slight advantage in this game.
Yes, and particularly if the Azumarill is going to be able to connect its Ice Beam onto the opposing Drapion, which Tomahawk does indeed let get through. You can see already there's an Aqua Tail and another Crunch ready. Crunch and Aqua Tail not going to do too much damage to the opposing Azumarill, but critically, these Poison Stings are where you want it. Remember the amount of energy on that Drapion for later.
Yeah, the Drapion has roughly 100 energy and maxed out, but this puts Icelandic Lapras in a position where he can farm down this wall range.
Yeah, it's pinned in. The Annihilate's able to come in and counter down. Look how much damage it's doing. It can almost farm the whole thing down.
Yes, and he's not going to shield the Annihilate. That means the Corsola can come in, and because that is what's going. Oh, it does a lot of damage.
So much damage. These counters, however, are going to do the full farm down onto this wall range. So much energy charged up on the Annihilate to deal with this Corsola that switches in. But it's not going to be the Rage Fist.
It's going to be the Ice Punch, but I believe that Oh, no, no shields. This is so valuable for Tomahawk UK.
Is able to preserve them.
Can he turn this around? Because he
my
caught
goodness.
the energy from Azumarill, an Ice Beam on the wall raid. He negated the efficiency of that energy super well. Oh, and there's the combo play. He brings in the Dropion and hits the Aqua Tail.
He's got to keep his composure now to make it through this game 3. The Aqua Tail able to do a significant chunk of damage to the opposing Drapion. As the adaptation comes in from this Azumarill, you are able to go for the crunch. Of course, Azumarill's going to be able to hang on, but you could potentially get a debuff here.
Can the Dropion get the farm down on this Azumarill? No, it will not.
No, and Azumarill, again, having to take another charge attack. It's going to be the Aqua Tail undercharging here from Tomahawk's side. Either it's going to get the KO, or maybe you'll get a little bit more chip with something like the Poison Stings coming through before, of course, Azumarill can get to its charge attacks. But Azumarill actually comes out the victor.
Yeah, but it's not going to reach the charge move, and we have a 2-shielded Dropion against a 2-shielded Corsola.
Yeah, Corsola in a prime position here, able to keep going for these Astonishes here and just start chipping away at the Drapion. Both shields still remaining on Tomahawk's side as well, so Crunch would do super effective damage, but Tomahawk has the defensive measures to protect Corsola.
If I believe that Tomahawk UK, oh, there's a debuff, that's terrible. I believe the win con for Tomahawk here is not to go for the Nightshades. He needed to go for the Astonish down, but it's looking very tough. And with the debuff, we know that this next crunch is going to KO. Dropion is so quick to charge attacks. Oh, this is looking so tough for Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, you're forced to go for this final shield to keep Corsola in the game. And like
and a
you said,
second drop.
Oh, that's just insult to injury at this point. The Poison Stings, even though they're not very effective, are going to start stacking up. And it really does look like a difficult time for Corsola, particularly as there is a third crunch on its way.
Incredibly well piloted by Icelandic Lapras. I believe that this was a terrific game. And there he is, the winner. He's looking to go on to get more accolades on his already impressive performance list. And you can see him. He's celebrating the win over a massive, massive player here in the UK, in Birmingham. And wow, I'm very impressed by the way you play this.
And I think as well as a competitor yourself, you know what it's like to be kind of towards the latter half of the day 1 competition and on a run. Staying in the winner's bracket, keeping that momentum up, that's got to be a confidence boost and a half.
Absolutely. Staying in the winner's bracket is so important going in to the day 2, potentially, and just avoiding those losses. And the competition just gets fiercer and fiercer, and here he faced off against a giant, Tomahawk UK, who's high up on the European leaderboard. Icelandic Lapras is no slouch himself. He's definitely a very good contestant, but here, taking a big scalp, as he did right now, it has to feel incredible.
Yeah, and of course Tomahawk UK will drop down to the losers bracket. He's been there before and able to still advance into the top cut of a competition, so we'll be able to keep an eye on him as he advances through that side of the bracket. But if we just do a little bit of a recap here, the Togetic that really was the superstar of game 1, and I think the message for Tomahawk UK to take away is you bring Togetic, you win your games.
Exactly, and I've been trying to tell people about this Togetic, but people have not been listening, apart from Tomahawk UK clearly, but he decided to eventually not bring it, and I think it cost him because the Annihilate came out and it was super, it put in so much work for Icelandic Lapras.
Yes, and the Drapion here for Icelandic Lapras was such a key Pokemon as well, and I really like the way he was able to play synergetically between it and the Azumarill as well, applying a lot of pressure, being able to have those charged attacks with something like the Ice Beam to be able to deal significant damage, or these crunches that just kept steamrolling through Tomahawk's team, I think was monumental to this win.
In my opinion, the Azumarill and Dropion combination, well, Shadow Dropion, I should say, is fundamental to most successful teams right now.
It's such a good core.
It's such a good core. It's so tough to break them apart. Only a few Pokemon can do it.
Yeah.
Those Pokemon are struggling a bit at the moment because of the Jumpluffs, because of the Corsolas. And that's why Azumarill and Jumpluff usually gives you so much flexibility in the game. You can utilize their bulk, their spamminess to create advantages for yourself. And you're asking your opponent questions. What do you want to do about this? And when you put your opponents in positions where they have to make a decision, players might make mistakes.
Yeah.
And that you can take advantage of.
And you see that in all the, competitive Pokemon games. When you get into a match, you always have your own game plan, your own strategy. But if you can execute that and force your opponent to adapt, rather than having to adapt to theirs, you have so much power in that match. And in Pokemon Go as well, where I always talk about this, how fast-paced it is, where there's so little room for error. If you're able to force your opponent to make a mistake, like you say, and capitalize on it, there's just no way other than victory.
Exactly, and I believe we see this in all types of games. If you're a piece down in a game, and you can ask questions to your opponent, make threats, put your opponent in situations where they get a little bit insecure. How do I respond to this threat? Then, if you make 10 threats in a game, your opponent will make a mistake. That it's a saying. It's a saying.
Well, because it's like you've got to play defense and offense at the same time, and if you get 1 foot wrong, then suddenly you could be in the reverse situation.
Exactly. So when you are on the defense, maybe go on the offense. Ask your opponents these questions. What do you want to do about this? Yes, I know you have a great position, but how are you going to deal with this? And if they put it for wrong, as you said, maybe they make a mistake, and you can take advantage of that.
Exactly, and there's so much competitive knowledge that our trainers are showcasing for us and that we get to talk about behind the desk as well. But some of you at home may be like, hey, I've never played competitive Pokemon Go before, how do I get involved? And a really good way to do that is through your local events. So check out this video to find out more.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I think this is honestly the way so many trainers start out, going to your local events, whether it's with people you know or friends that you want to bring along with you to try and see this new realm to Pokemon, because a lot of trainers don't necessarily know it has this competitive environment. It's a great way to get involved, so please do indeed use that QR code you see on the screen to see which events are near you, and you can go try out your Pokemon skills maybe for the very first time.
I've been to so many local events in my hometown, and it's always great fun catching up with people that I meet there, and I'm trying out new interesting Pokemon that I maybe want to bring to these major events, and I've had some success myself going to these.
Okay.
And maybe that's why I enjoy them so much as well.
That's the other side to it though, like either it's a new experience for someone, or for maybe the veterans of the competition with a regional or an international coming up, you want to have that as kind of your testing ground. Maybe you could, be trying out a new core that isn't going to be revealed to the masses, but also you get to be inspired by the trainers that you get to see battling. And speaking of inspiration, I'm inspired by Lundberger on the screen versus AG. Incredible trainers, incredible Pokemon. Winners round 1 of this Group E.
Very interesting matchup to see. She's bringing the Unova Stunfisk and the Ariados.
Ooh.
Have you seen a lot of Ariados?
I saw a lot, not today, but
No?
I remember a Mind Joke was really the trainer that brought it into the forefront, and it's great to be able to see it still here in the meta battling it out.
Yes, and the Ariados is looking, I think it's not too bad, because the utility of boosting your own attack with a Trailblaze or debuffing the opponent with Lunge. Ariados has 100% buff rate with Trailblaze and 100% debuff rate with the Lunges. So utility of changing your opponent's game plan because all of a sudden their Pokemon aren't doing that much damage anymore could be very, very good.
Well, the last time I saw Ariados was really when Malamar was still very strong in the meta as well, and Lunge was obviously one of those moves that Malamar wanted to get out of the way of. On the opposing side, however, some really nice Pokemon. That Goodra, once again, rocking that Thunder Punch, that can apply a lot of pressure in the match, as well as something like the Moltres. We've seen how dominant Sucker Punch can be.
Yes, and the Moltres looking kind of tough to bring against Lundberger's team because she has the Unovan Stunfisk. She has the Wigglytuff. I believe she also has a Dugong. So
okay, maybe it's a tough time for Moltres.
I think it's a tough time for Moltres. And that opens up a little bit for the Ariados, as we spoke about. Ariados looking all right into the Wigglytuff, into the Superior, and then the Goodra all right as well. So I'm very interested to see how AG kind of goes about this matchup, because he needs his ground types to control the Ariados, but the ground types, hi Amanda.
Hello.
The ground types are so tough to bring against a Dugong and Feraligatr team, because if the Feraligatr gets going in this matchup, it's not looking back.
My question as well, looking at AG's side, is I'm not seeing a water type on here, and that's something almost unheard of in team building. We're often seeing our Feraligatrs or our Azumarill in play, but I guess you do have that coverage on the Goodra with something like the Aquatail, for example, but I feel like the Feraligatr on Lundberger's side is going to have a lot of potential here into Pokemon like the Diggersby, for example. Yes, again, you could do some good counter into Clodsire, but Superior is going to be a threat.
Yes, Superior definitely beats the Feraligatr. But Feraligatr can hit everything here for super effective damage, bar from the Wigglytuff. And the Wigglytuff is a little bit risky because of how good Ariados can be. So Ariados and Feraligatr seems to put on a lot of pressure for Limburger if I were to make some guesses about what she's going to run. And I don't see like the perfect safe pick for AG. I guess Diggersby maybe is the safest pick.
It has consistency.
It has consistency, and because it resists the Shadow Claw from the Shadow Feraligatr, that matchup is playable. Wigglytuff playable. Yuffie very good for Diggersby. Shadow Drapion also as well. I'm very interested to see what they've gone with here. And we see the Shadow Feraligatr in the lead.
Oh, against the Superior though, that is not what the Feraligatr wants to see. Would not be surprised to see it getting out of there as soon as this timer opens up. Feraligatr switches out for the Dugong, a much better lead.
Yeah, and what is AG going to do here? Because he has 2 ground types in the back. This is looking very tough for AG. He needs to stay in with the Superior.
Well, Superior is going to go straight away for a Frenzy Plot, just try and do a dent into this Dugong. So a wise shield and defensive play from Lundberger here, going to be able to enable this Dugong to stay and apply pressure with these Ice Shards and this Icy Wind.
And all of AG's Pokemon here take super effective damage from Dugong's Ice type. It hits super effective into Grass and the ground types. And this Icy Wind will debuff the Superior, so Dugong can actually live the Frenzy Plant in the one-shield scenario. And Lundberger knows.
Yes, not having to use a shield in this situation. Dugong able to hang on, go for a couple more Ice Shards and get to this second Icy Wind, applying so much pressure.
Very interesting. And AG decides to double shield his Superior. Now it's double debuffed. It's going to be, oh, and she swaps in the Ariados. Brave play. And he comes in with the Diggersby. In my opinion, this is very good for Lundberger because she is saving a shield for either Ariados or Feraligatr. If it was me, I think I'd bet it all on the Feraligatr in this position.
Quite possibly in these Trailblazers as well, going to be able to be a nice way to try and deal with these opposing ground types, and you get the attack boost as well on top. You are going to have the Scorching Sounds come through. This is going to hurt the Ariados, but of course it is able to hang on. It's got that second Trailblaze locked in, and it's going to be able to apply pressure to this Diggersby. There are no shields remaining on AG's side. You were able to burn them off with the Dugong.
Yes, and the Ariados is putting in so much work. Look, the buffed is Poison Stings are doing so much. The Trailblaze just did more and more, and I think this is a position. Oh, she shields here because I believe that you could farm down this Diggersby with your Feraligatr.
I do almost like the shield just to guarantee the Ariados is there. It's got lots of energy in the back, particularly when, you know, maybe you see the Clodsire come in. It's just some kind of way to deal with it.
Oh, but he gets to the Frenzy Plant.
Oh, Superior comes in instead. This is going to be devastating for Feraligatr. It did need that shield.
Yes, it did need the shield. And this Frenzy Plant is going to hurt this Feraligatr. Takes it right out of the sky. The ground.
Oh, I mean, I feel like it went in the sky and fell down again, and now you've got the Ariados down against this Clodsire, always a little bit difficult, and because you've switched out as well, you've reset those attack buffs that you've got from the Trailblaze. Trailblaze is going to be able to come through, connect down onto this Clodsire, but without all the previous attack buffs, it's not going to do too much at all.
Yeah, and the Clodsire is so tanky that it's going to be an uphill battle for Lundberger here. I can't see this Spider pull through the Clodsire because it's so bulky. You see, these moves are not doing a lot of damage at all.
I also like the way AG is playing it with the Clodsire, just using all this energy, just, you know, stacking it up. Yes, you can go for some offensive pressure now and deal with the Dugong, but then the Ariados comes back in and Clodsire doesn't mind that at all.
Yeah, Lundberger's pulling out all the stops, but it's not enough. This lunge is not going to threaten the Clodsire enough to put it in a range where she can take it out, and the Clodsire has a move banked. Well, it gets to it there, the Sludge Bomb, and this is going to KO the Ariados. And very close and interesting game.
Very commanding start by Lundberger, I think, there as well. You know, you had the Feraligatr against the Superior, looked a little unfortunate, a little bit dicey, but bringing in that Dugong that could apply a super effective damage to all three on the opposing side gave her such good momentum at the beginning.
Exactly, and look how threatening the Dugong actually is to AG's team. It does super effective to the Diggersby, the Gudra, the Clodsire, the Superior, and also the Moltres.
It's got to come game 2, surely.
There's no reason to not run Dugong. You can always save swap the Dugong here, but when you got it on the Superior, that meant that AG could put a lot of damage onto the Dugong quickly, which only Superior is able to do on AG's team. So Lundberger, I think she's bringing her best 3 Pokemon here, but sadly for her, she did not get them in the correct place.
I think as well the Ariados had a bit of a difficult time because, yes, it has the Trailblaze, but it was still going up against 2 ground-type Pokemon that can give it a little bit of difficulty, particularly once Dugong went down and you kind of lost that safety blanket, particularly with shields maybe not being utilized in the places that would have been the most advantageous. It meant the Ariados had just a little bit too much of an uphill mountain to climb.
Definitely, and I do believe that it's tough because Dugong is a water type, so swapping it in, even though you're doing super effective damage to the Superior who's a grass type with your ice type damage, it's still a water type taking super effective damage from Superior as well. So protecting your Dugong is maybe the most important thing you can do with this matchup. And I believe that Lumberger has the skills to pull this off, but she needs to be wary of where the damage on the Dugong is coming from.
It's going to be a little bit like a chess game, and Dugong's going to be the queen in this metaphor, and you have to protect it well to be able to utilize it. It has so much flexibility, so much options that it can go for here to deal damage on the opposing side, but if it gets felled, then you're going to be in a really difficult spot. The Dugong is coming out, however, against the Diggersby, a much better lead for Lumberger in game 2.
Yeah, this is a lot better, and if we see the leads in the back, this is looking tough for AG, because if Lumberger can keep switch advantage here, the energy from the Dugong is going everywhere into this team.
Yes, and you've got some really good matchups here. You know, Dugong into the Diggersby. You've also got your Feraligatr into the Clodsire, Ariados into the Superior, for example. Dugong able to just hang on here from the Scorching Sands, able to retaliate finally with another one of these Icy Winds. Is going to hurt the Diggersby and get the drop.
100% sure of getting the debuff on the Diggersby here, unlike the Scorching Sands from the Diggersby, which has a 30% chance to get the debuff. This is interesting because you know that Dugong is valuable, but you decide not to shield it. You're going to win this matchup anyway, and it's a debuffed attack, but what do? How do you play this? Lumberger decides to throw the energy immediately, and it's not going to be easy taking out this Dugong without taking some damage on the way.
No, and AG very happy to let the Diggersby go down in preservation of those shields. Now the Vine Whips are going to come through, dealing some super effective damage, and I think it looks like Superior is going for the full farm down. Dugong just going to try and get rid of one of these precious shields on AG's side with one of these Icy Winds.
Yeah, and if AG shields here is going to set up Ariados and Feraligatr for success. Making that Icy Wind was incredibly important, and this Feraligatr is looking primed and in position to put on a lot of damage into this this Clodsire.
It's going to put on a show for sure. Clodsire going to be able to get the edge though, and there's one of those shields being utilized by Lumberger, not utilizing them on the Dugong, instead saying, I need them on my Feraligatr. It's ferocious and it can deal damage. Hydro Cannon stacked up ×2, as well as the Ice Beam. So even if AG wants to go for the shield here and use that last remaining one, you've got the Hydro Cannon. He hasn't gone for it here, but there's another Hydro Cannon locked and ready to go in the next turn.
Yeah, he wants to go for the energy immediately. Lumberger does she not? Does she shield this? Does she not? I don't think this Sludge Bomb KOs, so she could not shield this. Yeah, and it's the correct decision.
Yes, wise adaptation here, keeping the Feraligatr in play. I feel like it's going for the full farm down here, but not quite able to get it. Doesn't want to risk it, goes for the Hydro Cannon.
And the Feraligatr now has double Hydro Cannon, so it's going to throw one immediately into the Clodsire, and then she's going to swap into the Ariados. And the only job of Ariados right now, I believe you shield this, because this is the damage, the move that's going to do most damage, but it's not a two-shot. Okay, but you need, in my opinion, you need shield this, because the only job Ariados has now is to put the Superior in Hydro Cannon range.
Yes, you've got to make sure that it's in check for that Feraligatr later on. You're able to eat up the shields, you're able to eat up this damage, and you can go for the lunge. Now another shield goes down on this opposing Superior, so Ariados has got to play the game well to enable a Game 2 victory for Lumberger.
Yeah, and the utility of the lunge debuff is coming in clutch here, because with the attack drop, I don't believe that this Aerial Ace is enough to KO the Ariados, and it's not. It hangs on barely.
Able to hang on, and there is the follow-up charge attack. Another lunge coming through. This is going to deal some good damage into this opposing Superior. Can it get the KO?
I believe this gets the KO, and it does.
Oh!
Very well piloted by Lumberger. When she got that lead right, she realized what she had to do. Keep switch advantage and get your Pokemon in the correct position, and she did.
This is what you were saying earlier as well. You've got to force your opponent to answer questions. She leads out with a Dugong into the Diggersby, so it's like, well, what are you going to do? You've got to get rid of that Diggersby. Then she makes the adaptation, bringing in Pokemon like the Ariados, and there's the Superior. So it's like, okay, what are you going to do now against my Ariados? And constantly forcing her opponent to make decisions. Once again, Marcus, we got a Game 3. I'm super happy to see this. More Pokemon play for everyone.
I'm super excited about this. And Martijn and I discussed previously something called an ABA lineup.
Break it down for me.
And that means she... So AG has a grass type. Grass types are widely known to be good into the water types.
Yes.
And we saw Lumberger in game 1 lead with water type and have a water type in the back, lead with Feraligatr, Dugong in the back. But the Feraligatr is the worst of the two into the superior. So she had to swap out. But in no, that was game 1. In game 1, she led the Feraligatr.
Yes.
In game 2, she led the Dugong. If that's into the superior, that's a more playable matchup.
Bit more balanced.
Exactly. So Dugong fights back better into the grass types than Feraligatr does. But that is the concept of the ABA. You have something that are weak to the same stuff in the front and the back.
Okay.
But the way you do it balanced is that the front Pokemon can wiggle it down so that the back Pokemon is not as threatened by it. And if, as you saw from AG's line in game 2, if he had the superior lead, stay in with the Dugong, get the superior low, and then Feraligatr is looking incredible in the back against the Diggersby and the Clodsire.
So it's like the A Pokemon you lead with, it's a little bit vulnerable still, but it has got some room to maneuver. Maybe doesn't put you on the back foot straight away and force a switch immediately.
Exactly. So in an ABA setup like that, you got it 100%. You want
Only taken 2 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been 2 good years. I've been playing this game for 8 years, and I'm still struggling with a lot of it. So I believe that the line that she ran in game 2 is the healthy line of the two. And she really showed how efficient a good ABA lineup can be.
And I want to credit as well the way she was able to really be well versed with her team. As soon as she realized she called that lead very accurately, it's almost like all the puzzle pieces moved into place and she was in full command of that match. The opponent, however, with that superior is something you still have to watch out for. And we're going to see some adaptations here. It's going to be the Goodra, but again, it does not want to face down against the Ice-type Dugong.
Oh, this is so tough for AG because he's even weaker to the Dugong this time. This Goodra, but he does get to the Thunder Punch fairly quickly. He goes for a bait. This is a very sensible bait by AG, but and Lumberger puts off the shield.
Yeah, she played those shields very close to her chest in game 2, but in game 3 is forced to utilize one early just in case that Thunder Punch was coming through. Now Dugong's back, thriving where it wants to be and going for these icy winds. It is not going to be shielded, however. That takes a huge amount of damage, but is it... Oh, I was going to say, a couple more Dragon Breaths able to get some good damage, but nowhere near getting a charge attack.
Yeah, and you saw the doubt in AG's mind. What does he do? Because it's such a tough position for him, because the Dugong is just so strong, and he needs to shield whatever he throws. The icy winds they're everywhere, and they're going everywhere.
And even if you shield them, you cannot stop that attack drop coming through, and that really negates your way to get momentum back in the match. Dugong really is having the time of his life out here on the field. The Frenzy Plot coming through, Lumberger thinking, okay, I'm happy for this to go through. I want to preserve my shield for maybe one of the Pokemon in the back, and I can now bring in my Ariados, a Pokemon Prime, to deal with the opposing superior. Oh my goodness, so many switches. Now it's Feraligatr versus the Diggersby.
And this matchup is great for Feraligatr because it has water type attacks to hit the ground type Diggersby, but at the same time it's doing double resisted fast attack damage with the Shadow Claws. So the Diggersby, this is not the worst matchup in the world. I do believe that Lumberger makes a correct call not shielding the Feraligatr here. Put it all on the Ariados is my recommendation.
That's going to be the Pokemon to clean up at the end of this match and see through. The Hydro Cannon does come through, however, now AG is going to be forced to go for a shield here, but does not. Lets it go through onto the Diggersby, saying, I need the shields for my superior, because that is going to be the thorn in Lumberger's side.
Incredible play by Lumberger, throwing it on charge attack priority, but she needs to make the moves on this Ariados. In my opinion, you shield the first move, because you will get to attack debuffs on the lunges. The Ariados looking incredibly threatening for Lumberger right here, and she makes the move before the second aerial ace. This will debuff the superior, make the Ariados more tanky. It's not a tanky Pokemon, but it will make it help it live those aerial aces.
It will give it a little bit more breathing room for sure. The superior now able to come through with these aerial aces, but the Ariados has so much HP remaining. It's going to be in a prime position to keep going for these poison stings and just get some good damage up on the board, as well as these lunges. Can it get to one before the aerial ace? Yes, it can!
It can, and the spider has tangled up the snake in its web, and this is how you get the most out of Ariados. Put it on the grass type, and the spider chews through the plant, and here we are. Lumberger takes game 3 and goes through as the winner of round 1.
What I love is with Limburger, she can talk the talk on the commentary desk, and now she can walk the walk as a competitive player as well. Fantastic energy management, fantastic shield utility as well throughout those games. I think she really learned from the mistakes of game one to be able to pull back and use those shields in the critical positions to get those win conditions to get the victory.
And I gotta give it to AG as well. He was in a tough position, but he pulled all the stops that he could. The Dugong was just so good into him, and he did what he could with the resources he had, and he really, really made an effort, and I'm impressed by how close he managed to get it. The Superior hitting back to the on the Ariados with the aerial aces was clutch to almost getting him in the win.
And I like that endgame situation as well. I think the Superior came in and the Feraligatr was still on the field. He already had all the energy on the charge attacks, but went, hey, 2 Vine Whips, I'll be able to get the knockout and get more energy up to have a better stance against this opposing Ariados. So that was a really nice kind of thoughtful play, but just unfortunately for him, the Lundberger had the Ariados with that extra bit of damage with the lunge, and lunge getting that debuff I think was so critical. Debuffs were kind of a very pivotal part of this match.
Exactly, the lunge debuff was detrimental. It was what Lundberger needed to win, especially that game too. But you know what this means, right? We're never going to hear the end of this, aren't we?
We're never going to hear the end of it, particularly if she keeps up this amazing record so far, still in the winner's bracket. And, you know, she might be able to even give Inadequence and yourself a run for your money.
Oh, wow. If she does, well, I'm here for it. I'm here to watch every part of Lundberger's run. And I got to give it to AG as well. It was the one thing he did not want to see.
It was Dugong.
It was the Dugong. But he's still not out of it. He still has a place to go in the loser's bracket. His run is not over. In game one, he did an incredible play to get rid of the Feraligatr quickly with the Superior, and the Cloudshire would clean up in the end game.
And again, if some of the, you know, Scorching Sands debuffs had come through maybe into that Dugong, it could have been a little bit of a different game, leaving the Dugong a bit more vulnerable to something like the Vine Whips. But this really was the showdown of the century between the Superior and the Ariados. They came to some very close end games. I think game one didn't quite go the way for Lundberger with the Ariados not having the shield that it needed, but now coming through here in games 2 and 3 to get the victory and redemption.
Yeah, and it was a very interesting matchup, and she utilized her resources well. And I just gotta say, I'm very impressed by both of these trainers and how they managed to find ways to deal with tough situations.
Yes.
Because Lundberger was in a tough situation in game one, where she led the Feraligatr into the Superior, but she made it very close. And I believe she was in a position where she could have won that game, but AG pull out all the stops.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what he had to do to get his win, and he got there. But in the end, the Dugong proved too tough for him to handle.
I think as well, I really like the way that he could kind of see, oh, Lundberger didn't quite get the lead right, I can capitalize on this and apply a lot of pressure. But the pressure is off for Lundberger at the end of that game one, so I think it's time to kick it to the couch and have a winner's interview with her.
I'm here to get all the tea from Lundberger. How exciting is it to see you here on stage? How are you doing, my dear?
I'm doing well. This was, it's been interesting, right? It's like, this is my first time actually competing as a competitor, and it was also the person I played against, Adam's first time playing as well, so we were kind of talking about it behind the stage and kind of, I don't know, it's a completely different experience, I'll say that much.
Yeah, what stands out to you, because this is very insightful, I don't get to compete all that much either. How different is it? Like, what's the energy like?
Yeah, the energy is different. Everyone's been saying like, okay, you'll have to tell us at the end, do you prefer to cast or do you prefer to compete? And I have to tell you, the nerves of competing is something that's completely different than the nerves of casting. Team building is different. I was up late last night comparing teams with different people, coming up with different strategies of what was popular. And yeah, I have kind of a weird team, but I like it so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, it did incredibly well. How useful was Dugong in your team? It was majestic.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the opposing team and I was thinking Dugong is great as a safe swap because nothing counters it. Unfortunately, I just had a really bad lead and I lost count of the energy on his Superior game one. And then I started thinking, if Dugong is so good as a safe swap, it's probably even better as a lead. So I decided to lead it in game 2 and 3, and that really helped out.
Yeah, it very much.
It helped me dictate switch as well. So making sure that I won, I could get the alignment that I needed in the back because Feraligatr was pretty free except for the Superior.
Yeah, and you were able to avoid that, which was so for us. Dugong is incredible. Like do you sometimes find when you have a Pokemon that's good, trying to decide where to put it.
Yes,
and what
exactly.
That's the hard bit, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think, yes, I think leading it was the good choice in that matchup there. And yeah, hopefully we'll continue to do well for me in the rest of the tournament as well. I brought Wigglytuff. I know it's pretty divisive, but there's so many Annihilates, and the other team had a Galarian Moltres on the team, as well as a Goodra and a Wiggly of their own. So it's like, at least it's bench pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it did really well there. We didn't see Galarian Moltres at all. Amanda, I am very excited to see how far you get. I would love to see you in the grand finals. I'm channeling that positive energy. So let's see who else makes it that far, and maybe we'll see a bit more Amanda in a little bit. Carsus, back to you.
Well, thank you, Adelian, for that great interview. It was great to hear Amanda talk about it, and she realized the value of her Dugong in the lead. But we have something else coming up, don't we?
We do.
Yeah, and I have been speaking on a video, and I believe that this video is what we're about to show. It's about the Dual Destiny meta update, and please take a look. The 2025 Play Pokemon series has so far given us many fun new Pokemon to play with, given how large the update was at the start of the series. With the most recent changes, a new star has entered the stage. I'm Marcus Aurelius, and let's take a look at the update from Dual Destiny. The update from this autumn after Worlds was very successful, so that the decision to slightly tweak but not break the entire metagame feels like a great decision. The star of this update looks to be Starmie. Receiving the strong and quickly energy-generating fast attack Psywave, Starmie can now reach its plethora of strong charge attacks rapidly. Crucial for Starmie's newfound strength is also its new move Surf. Having a fairly quick and consistent water-type charge attack lets Starmie threaten all the ground types we've seen so far this series. In Psywave, it's all the poison types were super effective as well. The final attack Starmie runs is usually Power Gem, but Starmie has several options to choose from. Also rolling into the party is everyone's favorite beaver, Bibarro. Its unique normal and water typing gives it a special niche, where it resists all the water and ghost type attacks. And with its new fast attack rollout, Bibarro can finally access its great charge attack Surf and either Hyper Fang, Hyper Beam, or if you're spicy, Return. We also saw elemental attacks get more of a bite. Thunder, Ice, and Fire Fang now generates more energy than before, and the equivalent punches now pack more of a punch due to their damage increase. The biggest beneficiary of these updates is Diggersby, now threatening real fire-type damage. With its incredible bulk, Diggersby can get off several fire punches and scorching sands to burn its opponents during its time on the field. Several Pokemon can utilize these moves to success. No matter what you choose to bring, I can't wait to see what Storm's U trainers are setting off this season.
Here we are again, trainers, at the 2025 Birmingham Regional Championship. My name is Martijn. I'm here with Adelian. If you had just missed the action, make sure you watch some of it back on Twitch or YouTube on the vault. For now, we are heading into the winners finals of the groups.
Oh yes, it's getting closer and closer to day 2. Some of these trainers are yearning to take that one step closer to becoming Birmingham Regional Championship. Birmingham Regional Champion, and I'm so excited because both of these trainers are trainers that I have a lot of love and respect for.
Tell me about King Out. I think you know him well, right?
I know him very, very well. He is one of the trainers that is representing from close to London. I believe he is doing a degree in Cambridge, funnily enough. Yeah, so he's local to here and very much well loved by the community here. And then, you know, you've faced Danny WWW many times, haven't you?
Yeah, he's always a scary opponent. When I faced Danny, I realized there's a very good chance I might lose. Danny is a very respectable opponent. He hasn't really reached the top of his potential yet, I feel like, though. He's got a couple top 8s, but I believe he didn't have a medal yet.
No.
I think Dana does have the potential to get really far in a tournament like this. He's in the winners finals right now. The winner of this match will move on to day 2.
And what an honor that would be for any of these trainers to reach day 2. It increases your credibility, it cements your reputation as a battler, and both of these trainers do have the potential to do that. King Out earlier in this match actually took down Colin, the master, the
final boss.
Final boss. This boss cannot be beaten, but King Out has somehow managed to do it. That alone is a huge scalp to take. Can he do the same again against Danny WWW? Because Danny is so strong.
I must say I'm very interested in the pick of Dunsparce by King Out. That's not a Pokemon we've seen a lot today. Dunsparce used to be top meta, like top 3 usage at least.
Yes.
And now it has fallen off a little bit, especially with the introduction of the fighting type Pokemon, the reintroduction of Prime and Annihilate. Let's see how these players are going to utilize their Pokemon in this matchup. If we're going to see a Dunsparce or the Annihilate, here's round number 1. King Out on the left, Danny on the right. We have the Ariados into the Azumarill. This is a great lead for King Out.
Oh yes, the first blood is drawn, and Ariados is going to spin its web around the Azumarill, but no, Danny WW says no, I don't want that. I'm going to bring in the Shadow Drapion here, and so King Out responds with the Dunsparce, which is sensible because Dunsparce's Drill Run is a threat to the poison and dark typing of Shadow Drapion.
But Shadow Drapion, if you have one with a high defense, high HP and low attack, it can actually endure this Drill Run and win the zero shield scenario. Is Danny going to shield this? No, he is going to play a zero shield scenario. And look at that, there's still a chunk of HP left. You hang on 2, roll out here, even 3, go for perfect timing, getting all the poison damage in that he can. And this crunch might almost knock out the Dunsparce. If not, I think one more poison sting might do it.
Yes, I think a shield is necessary from King Outside. He makes the right call here. Will he be able to get the rollout off in time? He is, and is able to take switch advantage there. Is a shield down, but this is looking good so far. Drill Run can potentially come in at this point to attack and do some damage on the Azumarill. This is not going to be a significant amount, but every bit of additional chip damage you get helps, especially against bulky Azumarill of all things.
And you have switch advantage, so now you can ensure that your Ariados will stay on the Azumarill. And on the other hand, we have the Annihilate in the back for Danny. He's keeping the shields up there for the Annihilate, which actually will have play into the Talonflame in the back. Another drone coming through. This Azumarill is almost knocked out already, but I think that as Danny, you just want to gather as much energy as possible to directly throw that into the Ariados. As you can see, he's already capped on 100 energy. There's not going to be more energy, but now you can get 2 Ice Beam on his Ariados. That might almost knock out.
Yeah, that's true. And I think if King Out needs to recognize that there is a risk of having a Talonflame, having another Pokemon in the back, and that if the Annihilate comes in and King Out reacts very quickly to get that Talonflame. This is a double flying moveset, which is even more effective against the Annihilate. So Danny
shields.
Well, yeah.
So you can't even hit that. You only have the fire type damage here from the Incinerators as long as the shields are up. Do you even throw an attack as King Out here? Yes, he goes for that. And I think Danny's just going to put the Protect Shields on the Annihilate because he's going to ramp up his attack, and then a Rage Fist might even knock out the Ariados in the end game.
Yes, and of course, I do like the idea of getting rid of those shields on Annihilate side, because Ariados, with the shields taken out, may be able to get a Trailblaze or a Lunge off to wipe out the Annihilate, but it is a race to see if he can pull that off, and yes, he is able to get both shields out, but Annihilate is actually trying to farm down the Talonflame.
Punching down the bird from the sky, in comes a Spider, but it doesn't have enough energy. This Rage Fist is double boosted, but King Out knows that the next Rage Fist would do even more, because Rage Fist has a 100% chance to buff your attack, but it doesn't do enough damage, and the counters are double resisted. This is going to be a really tight game. I think King Out might have to throw his energy immediately, because otherwise the counters may add up too much, even when double resisted.
Yeah, but then there is the risk of the catch, and it's just, when is this going to happen? It's going to be, is there going to be an attempt at something? Oh, the catch! It's incredible play from Danny!
I don't think you win doing so, though, because now you remove all the boost from your Annihilate, and the double resisted counter might not knock out. Can you get to the Trailblaze? He gets to the Trailblaze!
Absolutely incredible calculation by King Out, recognizing that if he farms up enough to threaten with 2 Trailblazes, that might be just about enough. But look at how little HP that Ariados has. It was an incredible masterclass in confidence in your Pokemon.
I think if Danny just let that Ariados throw the Trailblaze, one bubble might knock out the Ariados. And then he would have been in a great spot, but he went for the fancy play, showing that he can catch, but in this case the catch didn't help him. So great play from both players there. Dana almost coming back from that, leading his Azumarill into the Ariados from King Out. And King Out is a player well known from grassroots tournaments, but in play Pokemon he hasn't performed as well just yet. At the 2023 EUSC, his best record so far is a 3-2 record. And he's already looking better right now than that.
Oh, absolutely. This is his best performance so far. I spoke to him at EUIC in the past, and there's sometimes a little bit of nervousness. You know you are worthy and know your talent, but using that when you're on stream, when you're in this competition, and being in the right mindset to do well, that is a separate thing. Now, I know that he has made a lot of effort to try and be better here and reassert his credentials that he gained so well on grassroots, and to try and do one better this time. But Danny, I've battled him. He has absolutely demolished me in the past, and he can bounce back from this.
I feel like for King Out, this is kind of a matchup you really need to win. The odds of making to day 2 in the loser bracket is going to be looking tough. Right now, on the loser side of the bracket in Group A, we have C. Leonardo versus Colin 6. Colin 6 won. I believe he lost his first round, but is making an insane losers run again. Here we go to game number 2. We have the Azumarill from Dana into the Azumarill from King Out.
Both of these trainers playing rather safe here, now recognizing and getting a measure of each other, knowing that how close were these two was this matchup in the previous game. So now it's going to be a question of which Azumarill has a slightly higher attack and could potentially win charge attack priority if there isn't any fancy switches or catches made to try and do something unusual. But King Out going with the play rough first.
How does charge attack purity exactly work at Delling? Can you explain this? Because we're going to be in this match for a while.
Oh yes, we will be. So there are variation between certain species of Pokemon, and you can go for a Pokemon and catch a Pokemon that has a slightly higher attack than, say, the average, or against opposing Pokemon of the same species. When that happens, and both of these Pokemon throw a charge attack, the Pokemon that has a higher attack is able to launch their charge attack first. So it's an advantage there to make up for the fact that they may not have as much defense, relatively speaking. So, long-winded way of saying, more attack, you get to hit first.
Exactly. And you can't really tell by the CP of these Pokemon as well, because the Azumarill from King Out at 1499 and from Dana at 1498. Okay, what does that say? It looks like Dana is going to win charge attack priority here, but I'm not sure if that knocks out. As you can see, King Out's Azumarill is in the yellow health, but that of Dana is in the red, and look at that, it hangs on by 1 HP!
That is incredible, and that demonstrates the greater defenses of King Out's Azumarill there. That is going to come in clutch in order to get this, and it does secure the knockout.
Switch advantage. Look at the backline though. Is it going to be important? I think Dana is just fine with this Azumarill being out of the way, so he can ramp up again on that Annihilate. I think that is just the entire strategy of Dana in this entire matchup.
Yes, it will be. 2 shields Annihilate is always going to be strong. Going for the Ariados here instead, and this is going to be interesting because Trailblaze is going to boost the attack, but the Poison Stings are not that threatening to a Ghost type.
I have played this matchup before as the Ariados, and it is not that comfortable. 2 Trailblaze are not going to knock out just yet, but they will get very close. It does give Dana the opportunity to shield the second attack though and keep ramping up, but the counters are double resisted, so even when you're buffing yourself, looks like he's swapping out immediately, trying to outpace with the Drapion. You can't even catch on the Talonflame because Aquatil is super effective.
Yeah, and I think from King Outside, he would want to stay in this and try and get a lunge off to make this Shadow Drapion less threatening, and indeed is able to withstand that. Lunge comes in immediately. This is a play. Is there going to be a switch after this? I wonder.
I think it's all up to Talonflame to try and sweep this battle. Dana knows that he might get incinerated down. Can he get to another charge? Like he already got poisoning down. He's taking the chance. King Out's getting... Oh, he's not taking any chance on Dana's side though, fearing that the poisoning might knock out, but it looks like King Out wants to get that launch off badly.
And I wonder if actually throwing that charge attack there gave King Out the opportunity to launch this second lunge. So is that a small error on Danny's side by not committing to the full farm down, I wonder? Oh. Lunge coming in, oh, that's a huge amount of damage.
Down now. Look, you get to one more Aquatil. The timer is going to be up, so Danny will be able to switch out. But I can't remember how much energy there is on the Annihilate. I believe there was about 4 counters, if I remember correctly. And you need to outpace on this Talonflame. Talonflame still has a shield as well, but there's no energy at all!
And that is going to be tricky because although this Talonflame is also quite low as well, is this Rage Fist going to KO at this range? It is close, but no, doesn't matter. King Out's going to drop his shield here, and Talonflame's going to live to fly another day.
You need the entire fast attack pressure here as Dana, but the fast attack pressure also on the Talonflame side, it hangs on a little bit, but I think the poison damage won't be enough, and you have 2 charge attacks here. The Talonflame is coming in, flying into this Drapion. That's going to push King Out straight into day number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first trainer who is making it to day 2, and the best performance that King Out has had in his Play Pokemon career. He is going to be ecstatic, beating Colin 6 and now Danny WWW, 2 household names in Play Pokemon. This is an incredible achievement from such a young trainer.
Would you call this an upset?
I would say so.
I think based on Play Pokemon performance, we know King Out is a decent name, a good name, a well-known name in the grassroots formats. But this is the first time ever he's made it to day 2. While Dan on the other side already has all that experience.
Yeah, that's true. And Danny has been very strong on the grassroots too in the past as well. So kind of an upset from one perspective, kind of not an upset, because these are 2 fantastic trainers. And let's be honest, to get to a winners final in your group, especially one in Birmingham, that's an achievement. Like you can't have done that easily.
He wants one of the Englishmen to win, and maybe that may be one of himself. As we take a look again at the replay between King Out versus Dana. In game number 1, Dana had led his Azumarill into the Ariados, and here we see the countdown on the Talonflame. It came down to the end game where the Annihilape had so much energy it could almost count down this Ariados, but with a catch in the very last seconds, Dana actually lost this battle, because you see here, the bubble from this Azumarill may have actually knocked out the Ariados.
Yeah.
And because he removed all the Rage Fist buff, the counter wouldn't knock out anymore, and the Ariados got to another Trailblaze in game 1.
Yes, that is very true. And it just goes to show, at these close margins, you can see Danny's reaction there. He knew, it's like, I've done a boo-boo.
Yeah, and in game number 2, the Talonflame just a little bit too strong. Incinerate is an incredible fast attack. Probably the best fast attack right now, but also the most clunky one.
Yes.
Because you will be stuck in your animation for 2.5 seconds. But if you can get it in the right position, Talonflame is, in my opinion, one of, if not the best Pokemon in the Open Great League.
Yes, I agree. I think it is going to break quite a few meta cores in the current Open Great League meta. It's just the key thing is, because, as you say, it's a clunky fast attack in Incinerate, you've got to make sure you don't get caught or you are predicting what your opponent's going to do. Always keep an eye out for these things with Talonflame, but it's a masterclass of a Pokemon.
And especially against players that know their mechanics so well. It is almost, if you play Talonflame, if you play any Incinerate user, you probably already have given up any potential catch opportunities, especially when you progress further into a tournament where players know, okay, if I time my charge stack like this, then they won't be able to switch out, as they will be stuck in the animation of the Incinerate.
Yes. One example, like to use your point, is I have seen matchups with Charjabug versus Talonflame. Both of these Pokemon are doing super effective damage to each other with their fast attacks, but Charjabug uses Volt Switch, which is a Community Day move, and Volt Switch is a 4-turn fast attack, 2 seconds, which means you can throw a Volt Switch, and if you already have a charge attack ready to go, you can launch it straight away, and Talonflame can't do a thing except take the discharge.
Right. Well, that's enough about Talonflame. We have none here, but we do have a North American here. Out of pocket on the left, and on the right we have the Leaf Tornado Superior trainer, Galax Cabolton. He has won the Lille Regional Championship before. He's looking for it again in that winners group. I believe it's winners group B, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and so...
It is, yes. It's winners group B.
Yes, and Out of Pocket is, of course, coming over from the United States, rank 2 on the NA leaderboards, I believe, and as a result, I reckon he's come here just to get even higher up on that leaderboard and cement his reputation.
Wait, are you telling me he's trying to win the Travel Award? That's
No
crazy.
way, you can't believe that. But Out of Pocket, fabulous trainer. Again, a trainer with immense grassroots experience. This trainer knows the game inside out. But Galax Cabolton has won a regional as well, so both of these trainers are titans in the scene.
If there are any North American trainers in chat, let me know if you're supporting him, and if you are not supporting him, if you are one of the Europeans supporting Galax Cabolton to defend the Europeans, let us know in chat who you are rooting for. The team from Out of Pocket is very bulky, but can it withstand that Leaf Tornado from Superior? It's like a gamble Pokemon, because Leaf Tornado has a 50% chance to drop the attack of the opponent by 2 stages. On the other hand, though, you drop your Area Ace coverage. In a Jump Love meta, this is extremely risky, and I think that's why he has that Dugong there, to cover the Superior from the Jump Love.
Yes, it's a very sensible team-building strategy. Very surprised that you mentioned Jump Love then in a positive light as well. Did it pain you?
We don't talk about that. Jumpluff is a grass-type Pokemon that has losing matchups against some water-type Pokemon. So
that's wild.
Look, if you have a Duck Trio, Stone Edge will do a lot. But from this Marowak, Rock Slide doesn't even do 50%.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Galactic Voltage should have brought Duck Trio.
I thought Duck Trio would have been top 6 here. No, I'm kidding. Duck Trio, I would have recommended. Marowak has just the better moveset as Bone Club is very oppressive now, especially paired with the Mud Slap, because the fast attack pressure is just immense. That's why you need the flying type coverage there.
Yes, and I think with Galactic Bolton, you mentioned Leaf Tornado on the Serperior. One thing that Leaf Tornado introduces is more RNG. Now, a lot of trainers may think, oh, we don't really want RNG or too much of it in a Pokemon battle. You want it to be decided purely by decisions in game, from the trainers and mathematics. However, a bit of unpredictability allows for novel, unusual strategies or taking advantage of a new win condition in your battle. So sometimes it's fun to have that, and it also can compensate for an attack that otherwise isn't that great. But the chance of a debuff makes it better.
And the chance of the game starting is 100%. Here we go, out of pocket on the left, Galaxy Cabolton on the right. It's the Galarian Corsola into the Azumarill from Galaxy Cabolton. This is a very neutral matchup. As far as I know, most Galarian Corsola lose the 0 shield scenario. That means if both Pokemon don't use any shields, Azumarill should win this match. But because Astonish is a very impressive fast attack, when shields are being used, Galarian Corsola will have the upper hand in this match.
Yes, and you can see that already, even though Azumarill is a very bulky Pokemon, you can see the increase in the amount of damage it's taken already before the Play Rough was launched. Now Out of Pocket deciding to go for the Nightshade, which has been buffed recently in the last attack update from Niantic, and this is going to do a respectable amount of damage, and it's also a same type attack bonus move.
Exactly, Play Rough is being fired here. It's not going to knock out just yet, but neither will the Nightshade from Out of Pocket. And it looks like he is going to play that 0 shield scenario. The Galarian Corsola will hang on here. Actually, it's looking very close now. This might be a really good Galarian Corsola with a very high defense and HP, as it has 2 Nightshade already. I'm pretty sure mine would have been knocked out already.
So this Out of Pocket has clearly invested, and no, Azumarill survives as well, and so Out of Pocket has to use both his Nightshades in order to take out the Azumarill before with Galarian Corsola, so opting to go for switch advantage here. And so what will Galactic Bolton farm down with is the question.
Switch advantage is going to be super important here. We see the Shadow Drapion in the back, going for a farm down or an energy lead on the Dugong, and now Out of Pocket has to make a prediction on what is in the back. You don't want your Drapion aligned here generally, because Juron is super effective. So it's likely he brings in the Dugong. Oh, he's bringing in the Drapion! I think he's making a prediction of what could be in the back that he wants the Dugong on instead. Maybe he's predicting a Shadow Marowak in the back.
Yes, and this is where reading the team, knowing that your opponent's team of 6 and making educated guess might be a play forward. Here it might cost him, but no, he doesn't.
Oh, the catch!
Incredible
It's
play.
a bait too! This is double resisted!
Oh dear, Galactic Bolton is going to debuff this Dugong, but it's not going to do any damage. Well, almost no damage at all. And now Serperior comes in, but this is good for Serperior here.
I love this play from Out of Pocket. It's like risk management.
Yes.
Where you're like, okay, if they have this Pokemon, I'll do this play just to make sure that I don't get outplayed on misalignment. Going for the Frenzy Blast, that's a big call. You don't want to shoot a Leaf Tornado there.
Oh, you definitely do not. But yes, the Galactic Bolton recognizing that with Serperior being debuffed a little bit already, with Dugong being debuffed a little bit already, the Icy Winds are not going to do as much damage, and he can afford to tank 1 Icy Wind. Charge attack priority event here, which is very nice. Serperior being able to launch the Frenzy Plant first. Is this going to be double shielded? It is!
It is double shielded, but now the clock is up for Out of Pocket, so he could switch out eventually. Do keep in mind that Drapion has a little bit of energy. Letting this go. Looks like Galactic Bolt is putting it all on the Dugong, but if you're on an energy deficit, you still need to drill at this point as well. I think now you have to farm up as much energy as possible to make sure that the Drapion cannot be swapped in at any time. And going for the Icy Wind, this is interesting. I think that Out of Pocket wants to make sure that the Duron from the opposing Dugong will not knock out the Drapion.
Yes, I think
it's a good play.
Yes, I really like it. I think it is very sensible. Galactic Bolton going up to 2 drill runs. He's going up to maximum energy before throwing his drill run in. This is not going to KO, particularly with the debuff that's in play, but it's going to bring this Out of Pocket's Dugong down very low into the red.
And another Icy Wind here, still no shielding. Galactic Bolton knows that a same type attack bonus crunch from the Drapion would do way more, so just playing it safe, and even is staying in, probably wants Galactic Bolton to expend all his energy.
Yes, and I think Galaxy could have farmed up a little bit more, but there is always that risk that, oh, maybe out of pocket will get to another charge attack there. So taking no risk and just going for the drill run and now rushing to another. And
I think he should have gone for the crunch immediately, perhaps. Go for the Aquatil bait. That is brutal. This is a crime.
This is going to be so painful when Galaxy realizes he's shaking his head. He's not happy with that. Going in for the drill run here. One more ice shard and another drill run would knock out.
Double debuff though.
This
right?
is yeah, that's the thing, and that's what makes it more difficult to predict. This is going to be a gauge. Yes, it will. Another drill run.
Are you one of the crunch? You're not one of the crunch. Gets to the drill run.
And drill one is at this range is certainly going to kill. Galaxy has pulled this out of the bag. Double debuff or not, he is taking out the Shadow Drapion.
Wow, from the start to the end. Look at that, there's a timer, by the way. This match went on for almost, I believe, 4.5 minutes there. That was a crazy game. This game could have gone either way for both trainers. We're seeing some top-tier battles here.
Oh yes, top-tier battles from two regional champions in various nations. These trainers are operating at the highest efficiency. Out of pocket is used to winning. Galactica Bolton is used to winning. Neither wants to back away when they're so close to making it to day 2.
Yeah, Out of Pocket's really gonna need the support of the Americans here. Galaxy Bolton needs support of the Europeans to pull through just a little bit more. I also want to hear, I saw some Australian trainers in the chat. Who are you rooting for, actually?
Yeah, like which is closer, Europe or America?
They're both really far.
Yeah, exactly. But Australia, great place to go to. Highly recommend. But let's talk about what's happening here in Birmingham. Now that you've seen Galaxy Bolton pull this one out of the bag, is there any adjustments you would suggest for Out of Pocket if you were in his ear?
Galaxy Bolton is the type of person that does not chicken out of bringing his signature Pokemon. Like some people don't bring Guillotine Origin or something in anymore, but he does bring in the Superior with Leaf Tornado. And I feel like he is just always bold enough to bring it. If there were 5 Pokemon on the team of Out of Pocket that Superior is weak to, and there's one thing that Superior counters, Galaxy Bolton would bring Superior 3 out of 3 games.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the thing is, I think he is the master of Superior. No one pilots Superior in quite as good a way as Galactica Bolton, especially with that unusual moveset. So for me, I'm thinking that if you want to protect against that and you think that Galactica Bolton's going to bring it, you have to bring the Dugong, you have to bring the Shadow Drapion. Maybe even going triple strong against it with Goodra might be a play, but is there something that's going to break that team of 3? I wonder.
The problem is, if you look on the team of Out of Pocket, there hardly is any Dugong answer. Dugong has really been putting its stamp on this tournament so far, just being really unchecked by a lot of teams. If there's no fighting type Pokemon, then Dugong just really shines. Even Galarian Corsola with the Power Gem coverage, it is not that bad.
Yes, but I like the idea of having Galarian Corsola, because even if you do not knock out Dugong, if you're able to weaken it to the point where it couldn't be farmed down by something else, then there is some play involved there. But it is getting into that situation. It's finding niche scenarios where you can get that kind of success. Anyway, we needn't debate
Speaking
anymore.
of niche scenarios here, Drapion to Superior. That is a great matchup for Out of Pocket. Swapping into the Dugong, that's just such a safe Pokemon to swap in for Galaxy Bolton. And this is a high-level play. You have a decent answer in the Galarian Corsola, but he throws a Charge Attack first. That is to weaken the Dugong and then to switch out.
Yes, this is very, very clever. Now we'll see what if there's a switch, and he does go into Galarian Corsola. Very sensible here, because as you say, Martijn, now that the Dugong is in it like half health, the Power Gem will one-hit KO from this range. So this is the play. Now all Out of Pocket needs to do is just ramp up the damage. It might not even need the Power Gem. Could even just risk the Night Slash here, but no, deciding I'm not going to hesitate. I'm going to go for the Power Gem. This is going to knock out.
And Galaxy Bolton didn't even really bring a hard answer to this Galarian Corsola. Power Gem knocks out, but the Galarian Corsola still is in a place where it can put in a lot of work. So this is looking very tough for Galaxy Bolton.
Nevertheless, I do like the idea of bringing Superior here and getting some good utility out of it, because the Frenzy Plant is a very high damaging grass attack, and you're not really going to get much use out of the Superior against the Shadow Drapion on Out of Pocket side, so you might as well use it here against the Galarian Corsola.
Right, Night Chase coming through, it's debuffed though, so I think this will barely put Superior into the yellow. It barely does, and then you still have switch advantage. But this Superior does have a lot of energy. I would predict that Galaxy Bolton switches out and doesn't want to throw the debuff. Oh, it looks like he does go for the Frenzy Plant. Even though resisted, this will still do a good chunk of damage. It's not debuffed.
Yeah, it's not debuffed, and also it's a Shadow Drapion. It's a single dose of resistance, but still taking out this Drapion or bringing it very close. And now it's a race to see. Tries to make a catch, and it is a catch, and it's the crunch being caught, which is resisted on Azumarill.
Are we watching battles or dances? These players are just going around with all their Pokemon. This is resisted. Do you get the crunch debuff? Yes! I've seen so many of those, and Galaxy Bolton not happy with that.
No, he isn't, and Out of Pocket's looking to now, having farmed up some more energy on Drapion, brings in his safe Dugong in, which can handle a lot of what Azumarill can throw at it, going for the immediate shield because this is the play rough that will do the most damage before those debuffs start to kick in from a potential icy wind.
And this Droron, I think you are going to need 2 plus some ice shards. Both Pokemon are really bulky, so this damage is not going to do a lot. Yeah, looks like, I think with some ice shards another Droron will knock out, and then it's come down to that Superior. But I don't know if Superior has enough health and energy to take on both with this Dugong. There's still a shield all out of Pocket's side.
Yeah, as well. That's the tricky thing because the ice shards are.
Oh, he's swapping!
Oh, and he made a catch onto the Superior.
The prediction! Look at that! He threw the Icy Wind. That would not have knocked out this Azumarill.
Yes, and this is where Superior is now actually choosing to shield, and now Drapion comes in with the Aqua Tail, so Superior is not utilized at all. No, double shielding, doubling down on his Superior.
Combo play! But yeah, there was still a shield, so it's still hanging on. Can you get to 2 attacks here? Leaf Tornado may debuff the Drapion here, so it looks like Pocket is letting it go, putting it all on the Dugong, but Vine Wave is also super effective, so that's gonna add up as well here. Can you get in range for a player here? Oh, he gets to the Leaf Tornado on 1 HP, and this will be crucial. If you can get that double attack drop on the Dugong, it looks like Out of Pocket is not going to be happy with that. He's shaking his head. Does he get it? Oh, and he gets it! Does the Drone now knock out? I think it almost might be with the Ice Shard.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be very, very close. Out of Pocket, no, realizing that, oh, this is going to be tricky, but let's see. Will this happen? Will it do it? Knock out!
Can you get this player off? Can you get this player off? He's stabbing his 3 bombs up, and the next one knocks out. He doesn't get to the attack, and Out of Pocket ties up the score just barely.
Oh, wow. How close was that? I think Out of Pocket looking at his opponent going, yeah, you made that Leaf Tornado. That's tricky, and this is what I mean about RNG. You add a bit of that, you make the battles more exciting, more spicy, more unusual. How does Out of Pocket cope when the odds are against him?
It definitely kept us on the edge of our seats. Leaf Tornado Superior almost pulling it through. That was such a close battle yet again. Galaxy Bolton almost coming back from the terrible lead. The Superior and the Drapion. I feel like he's just relying on the core of Superior and Dugong the whole time, but this time Out of Pocket read him very well.
Yes, he did, and this is what it comes down to. Sometimes you get a little bit of luck and a good amount of prediction in the start of the game, but trying to hold on to that advantage when Galaxy Bolton will throw every Superior, every Leaf Tornado at you to try and flip that. And in the end, it was close, but Out of Pocket was able to hold on, and this is what we expect. Trainers of this caliber fighting each other to the point that they have to take it to a game 3.
Out of Pocket, he needs to play out of his mind. That's what he needs to do. How are you going to tackle that Dugong this time? I really like the approach of how Out of Pocket played in that game number 2. Drapion just spaces so quickly with that crunch. So if Galaxy Bolton at any point swaps in the Dugong, the Drapion should always be able to chip the Dugong with a hard-hitting crunch and then swap in any of his own Pokemon, because pretty much everything besides the Shadow Marowak and the Goodra can hang on into the Dugong, right? We have the Dugong, the Galarian Corsola, and the Azumarill.
Yeah, and as long as you give yourself a health advantage, you're fine with any of those any of those 3 other Pokemon, Azumarill, Galarian Corsola, or your own Dugong. The only downside with perhaps having your own Dugong is that you will slow down your matchup, so there might be a more efficient way to knock out your opposing Dugong, but that still might be preferred, because if your Dugong, in Out of Pocket's case, wasn't going to have too much utility against the other Pokemon in that line of 3, then it might be sensible. And let's not let entertainment get in the way of practically getting the job done, which is winning and going to day 2.
Entertainment for sure. Here we go. Decisive game number 3, Galarian Corsola into Shadow Drapion. Galaxy Bolton gets the lead.
Oh, yes.
And there's no Dugong from him this time.
Oh, yes, that's unusual as well, because Out of Pocket will be expecting that. And so he's staying in here. Interesting. I wonder what he's trying to do.
Well, what he's going to do is eat a crunch here. This will do about 60% health of the Galarian Corsola. It can hang on there. Chomp, chomp, chomp. There goes all the health. And this time, no defense drop. It may not be as necessary. Now, fun fact about this. If you land the Power Gem, you can actually double shield your Galarian Corsola and astonish down the Drapion. if you really must. But looking at the backline, I'm not sure if that's what Out of Pocket wants to do. Now swaps into his own Drapion, but there's so much energy on Galaxy Bolton's Drapion. I think you do the same thing Out of Pocket did in game 1, where you throw a Charge Deck and dip into your own Pokemon here. That could be the Azumarill resisting all the Charge
Let's see
Decks.
what he tries to do. Is he trying to get a catch attempt here? No, he isn't. He's just going straight for the next Aqua Tail. Maybe expecting Out of Pocket to expect the catch and going, nope, I'm gonna. He shields it just to protect the Shadow Drapion even more.
And in comes the Azumarill. It will resist all the Charge Attacks here. But do keep in mind, since 2 Charge Attacks have been thrown, the switch clock already is near, as you can see, for Out of Pocket. 1 more Charge Attack and the switch clock will be up. So then he can switch out again and get good use out of that Galarian Corsola that initially was aligned to the Shadow Drapion of Galaxy Bolton, which almost doesn't have any health left.
Yeah, but the Galarian Corsola did have a little bit of energy, if I recall. No, going into the Dewgong, trying to get a catch, but doesn't really matter. The Play Rough is still going to be launched by Galactica Bolton. He's more than happy to throw energy into the Dewgong.
I like this play. If you swap in your Galarian Corsola, the Play Rough will almost knock it out, and then you may get bubbled down by the Azumarill, leaving you basically without a Pokemon. And well, you don't want that, right?
No,
the Azumarill will be back at all that energy. Going for Charge Attack already, but this won't knock out yet. In fact, going for the Icy Wind to make sure his Azumarill doesn't hit as hard. But I think that Galaxy Bolton might just switch out.
Yeah, he would do, and like I think this was Charge Attack priority, and so the Play Rough is going to come in to weaken this Dewgong even more. And Dewgong is a very strong Pokemon, but it really benefits from having more of its health there, so you can add more and more Icy Winds. And now Serperior coming in. This is a very comfortable place for Serperior. With Dewgong being so low, it cannot launch as many Icy Winds at the Serperior.
Serperior, the favorite Pokemon to use for Galaxy Bolton. Back comes the Drapion, but this Serperior has energy. Do you shield this? I think this actually might not knock out. If Out of Pocket no shields this, that might actually put him in a good spot, because this doesn't knock out yet. It's resistant. Do you get the drop? No, he doesn't get the attack drop.
Both times Galactic Bolton is like, oh, will he shield? He doesn't shield, doesn't get the debuff as well, and so now Galactic Bolton has to shield this Crunch. It's going to do a lot of damage. No debuff this time on Serperior either. It's going to be a farm down, and Shadow Drapion is taken out, and now Galarian Corsola has to come in, but it has a mountain to climb to match up with the energy that Serperior has.
I think a Leaf Tornado again would not knock out here, but this is a Frenzy Plant. That's the hard-hitting Charge Attack. Looks like Out of Pocket calls it. That is a great call. Look at Galaxy Bolt backline though. He has 2 Pokemon to catch on, but Out of Pocket is being very careful, making sure this attack doesn't get called. But I don't think it knocks out just yet.
Yeah,
Serperior is quite bulky.
Yeah, Serperior is bulky, and I think the option was there to go for the Power Gem. Is he going to make a swap? He does try to swap, and he does, and
He tried to get the Ice Shard into knockout before the Serperior get to an attack, but it's hung out by 1 HP!
The bulk of this Serperior cannot be underestimated, and it's taken out the Dewgong. Now Serperior is knocked out, but there's 2 Pokemon that could potentially farm this down. It's going to be so close.
Wait, hold up. Drapion cannot farm down with resistant poisoning.
No.
And Azumarill might get hit by a Charge Attack here. I'm not sure if this is exactly over just yet. He's going to try to make a catch. No attempt to catch yet. Pocket is... Oh, Pocket was predicting the catch, but it wasn't coming, and Galaxy Bolton just went for the Ice Beam.
Sometimes the straightforward play is what makes you win, and this is an example there where you're expecting the catch. It's going to happen, and the catch was necessary for Out of Pocket to win, but it didn't. Galactic Bolton keeping his composure, keeping his ice-cold demeanor in order to win in very close circumstances.
Leaf Tornado Serperior. There he is, Galaxy Bolton, and he's able to take down Out of Pocket, one of the best North American players. That is a big win for Galaxy Bolton.
Oh, yes, it is. And don't forget, though, Out of Pocket, though he's knocked down into the loser's bracket, there's one trainer, I think, that could make his run to the loser's bracket and make it into day 2 tomorrow via that. Out of Pocket is that player. Do not count this player out. He is brilliant.
He's still in the loser's bracket, and his next opponent could be one of 4 trainers. It's August Isley, RGR, Stranger TOP, we saw him in the stream before, and Right Force. So Out of Pocket can still make it to day 2 if he's able to get past one of those trainers. And Galaxy Bolton, our second trainer to get to day 2. Probably not really a surprise, right?
No, I mean, he's done it before. This is not too far from where he lives, because he hails from Stockholm. So it's a quick little flight over, but he has done well. Generally, I've noticed that the Scandinavian trainers have done well, because we, of course...
It's like they're good.
So yeah,
It's like they're pretty good at the game.
Oh yeah, apparently so.
And here we see again the replays from game number 1 where the catches were all over the place. Out of pocket catching the double resisted icy wind on his own Dugong. But the Dugong was just too much to handle there. Galactica Bolton still was able to take game number 1 there. This Duron was double debuffed, but still was enough to... the 2 Duron that Galactica Bolton had loaded up at that point were still enough to take game number 1.
Yes, and so what I enjoy about these replays is you get to see some of the finest attempts to play.
And reactions.
And reactions, yeah. That as well. Like I distinctly remember one of Out of Pocket's reactions where he's just like, where he just looks up at his opponent going, and you just mentally you can read, what have you done? What have I done? What have you done? But it's unspoken, but you can just read into the mind of these brilliant trainers. But yes, this is where it was
crucial.
This was crucial. This was big. This is what won Galactica Bolton that match.
Just trusted superior.
Yeah.
15 on the CP exactly, on the dot.
Yeah, I wonder whether how long he spent on Community Day for Snivy hunting for that particular superior, and it has done him so well for him in Lille in the past, and now it might take him to become Birmingham Regional Champion on day 2 if he continues doing well.
When he's playing the main series, I think I know which part of Pokemon he picks. That's got to be the Snivy.
Snivy is great. Snivy is also fantastic in TCG Pocket for those of you that play that as well. I must admit, a good superior with a Celebi deck, great fun. Side note that.
Side note. Another side note, if you want to take a look at the bracket, type !bracket in the chat, in the Twitch chat, and then it will come up. You can see where we are at right now. We are at the winners finals, and yeah, we've had quite a tournament already. How about we take a look at the meta real quick to see what has been used mostly in this tournament. As you can see here, the Shadow Drapion leads here. 55% usage of the Shadow Drapion. I don't think a lot of surprises here, right? But I do see the Shadow Marowak. That wasn't in the top 12 before, but now that it is back in the Rocket rotation, players can obtain it again.
Yes, and I think it's unsurprising, with Shadow Drapion being the most popular Pokemon to be selected, you need answers to it. You can't run the Azumarill against the Shadow Drapion. Well, you can, but you kind of can't. The Shadow Feraligatr is okay, but Shadow Drapion can win with that, particularly as it can outpace with Yaquatel and Bait. So you need answers like, to an extent, the Annihilate, or very much strongly, look at the Digger Speed, the Dunsparce, all these ground types, the Shadow Kanto Marowak. These are your answers to deal with that Shadow Drapion. In my view, I think you need at least one of these Pokemon, the Digger Speed, Dunsparce, or Kanto Marowak, or maybe that dog trio you mentioned, to use against Shadow Drapion. It's a must-have.
I'm actually also surprised by the lower usage of Diggersby. I expected to be at least at 30%, but it looks like Clodsire took its place here. Clodsire also has a lot of play. If you look at the top 6 row, excluding the Clodsire, of course, it has play into the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah.
Has good play into Azuma, especially if Sludge Bomb. Even into Shadow Feraligatr, you can win the scenario where both Pokemon use one shield. Annihilate, you resist the counters. It is generally not a positive matchups when shields are in play, but Clodsire's play there. Jumpluff, Clodsire demolishes that. And then even against other Pokemon in the meta, besides the Diggersby and the Shadow Marowak, Clodsire has a lot of play. I must say I'm surprised Diggersby's not on that spot, but I'm also not surprised because Clodsire just is so versatile.
Yes, but that's the nice thing. And also there's an unusual factor. I think a Clodsire that was running Sludge Bomb versus one that's running Stone Edge plays differently. So it's also that complexity within the Pokemon and its moveset that is distinctive as well, and that forces trainers to have to plan for both variants of Clodsire. Speaking of Clodsire, we don't necessarily see any here, but we do see the Diggersby and something rather unusual from Hikami's side. Can you spot it?
It is the Shadow Typhlosion, but also the Skarmory. I think he wants to use the Corviknight, but that will not be available yet until, I believe, the tournament in Merida, Mexico. On the left, we have Icelandic Lapras, who defeated Tomahawk UK before. He's a very strong player, and I believe he got very far at the 2024 EUIC as well.
Yes, he was a fantastic player. He is also a trainer that hasn't had to travel too far from Birmingham. He based himself in Edinburgh in Scotland and has come down in order to make a name for himself, well, even more so of a name for himself here at Birmingham and potentially become Birmingham Regional champion. If you look at Hikami, Hikami is a regular attendee at these Play Pokemon events, performs reasonably well, but similar to what you said about Danny, having done well, but not necessarily made it all the way to the very top. Hikami is another player that is looking to go that one step further and get that glory.
He has a lot of top cuts, but he doesn't have a medal just yet. Sorry, I must correct myself there. His best performance from Hikami has been a top 10 at the 2024 EUIC. That is one of the biggest tournaments. So Hikami does have what it takes to get far in the tournament. But of course, you want to convert it into a day 2 performance, into a medal potentially. And for Icelandic Leopards, in his last 4 tournaments, he went top 17 3 times. But here we go. We have Icelandic Leopards on the left, Hikami on the right. We have the Shadow Annihilate into the Shadow Drapion. This is a decent lead for Icelandic Leopards.
Yes, he's going to be able to ramp up the counters and use Rage Fist in order to boost the damage there. But he also has access to the rather more unusual Ice Punch. And sorry?
The bait, the Aqua Tail bait here. No hesitation from Icelandic Leopards. Shields in immediately because a crunch will put his Shadow Annihilate straight into the red. Going for the Rage Fist. Can you get to another charge deck here, you think, as the Shadow Drapion?
I don't think so. I think you are going to still be a little bit behind, so let's find out. You may not want to. You might just want to get the full farm. Oh, yes, you do get to another Aqua Tail of your Shadow Drapion, so that is going to be useful, but Aqua Tail can be tanked at this point.
This really looks like a matchup Icelandic Leopards has studied before, knowing exactly how he wants to play this. In comes the Azumarill. This will soak up all the damage, plus it can bubble down. Saving the attack, though, then swapping into his own Drapion. But down a shield. This is not a great matchup for the Shadow Drapion. Even though you deal super effective damage with your fast attack, the Poison Sting, the charge attacks Aqua Tail and Crunch are resisted on Azumarill. Azumarill is just always there.
Oh yes, it will be. What's interesting was Azumarill's gone for the play rough here, which means that now there is a greater threat of this Drapion on Icelandic Lapras' side being bubbled down later on, so there is that risk. So,
swapping out into the Skarmory, taking the next crunch there. Interesting play. I think that the Azumarill could have taken that better as it is resisted there, but probably just wants to farm some energy on this Annihilate in case the Annihilate comes back in.
A debuff there on the Skarmory, which is not going to help it. But to be fair, the Skarmory, if it gets some energy and is able to launch a Brave Bird, it might not mind the fact that it's already been had its defense debuff. So let's see what comes in. And no, Icelandic Leopards wants to do some damage straight away.
I'm not surprised we see a shield here from Hikami, because if you let this go, you might just get Astonished down all the way. In comes the Corsola, because otherwise the Annihilate might get farmed down entirely by the Steel Wing from the Skarmory. But a Brave Bird would do a lot of damage here. I think as Icelandic Leopards, this might be the attack you want to shield. Even a Sky attack would probably do more than a player. But no, he lets it go! Zoom! Brave Bird puts it straight into the yellow.
And Horsela's bulk is so impressive, it's able to withstand that, but it is a charge attack priority event. These are 2 bulky Pokemon that Galarian Corsola actually wins charge attack priority, I believe. And so this Nightshade coming in is going to force a shield on Hikami's side.
Ice Beam coming through. You have your last Protect Shield here to use. This Galarian Corsola is quite close to his next Nightshade already. This might come down to fast attack pressure, but do keep in mind there's still the Annihilate to get some counter damage in as well. Farming up perfectly here on the charge attack priority. And I think at this point, Icelandic Leopards is looking to get to another charge attack into the Skarmory. But do you have enough health to do so?
That is going to be the key thing. Is this bulk of Icelandic Leopards enough? Because this Annihilate isn't going to be of any help at all. It's going to be close. It's really there. Oh my god, a Nightshade does come through on Galarian Corsola to the Skarmory, and Icelandic Leopards realizes how close that was. Both trainers reacting with emotion at this close battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you build a Galarian Corsola. It is an absolute staple with a high bulk and a very efficient moveset in the fast attacks Astonish and the charge attack Nightshade. Nightshade is equally strong, I believe, as the previous dig that Gligar had. That is Nightshade now. It is a very strong charge stack. No, wait, it's 45. I can't remember. It's equally strong as Fly. There we go. I had to think of. I was confused with Skytech for a sec. It's equally strong as Fly from Talonflame.
You know what? I'm just mesmerized by the fact that as you just see your mind thinking and you come out with all this reams of information, it is a fabulous thing to pry into the mind of some of the world's best trainers. And these two have the potential to make that legacy and cement their reputation by becoming regional champion here. Icelandic Leopards is one step closer, but I believe Hikami has the potential to fight back, to react, to adapt, and take a 2-1 here.
One step closer for Icelandic Leopards. How's Hikami going to adapt here? He's lucky that Lapras isn't meta, because look at that, he even brought his plushie. Icelandic Leopards probably would really want to have a Lapras sometime in the meta. So yeah,
Speaking of, what I want to say about the meta that we just had, by the way, we don't have Shadow Diggersby and Shadow Superior yet in the meta, but they will be available for next week's tournament in San Antonio. So if you want to see how they do there, make sure to check out this channel next week as well.
Yes, and we'll be interested to see Shadow Diggersby and Shadow Superior, but less of that, more of what we're seeing here as advantage to Hikami by a small margin. Those poison slings are going to do super effective damage to the Azuma Rail, and so Azuma Rail is able to tank those charge attacks though from Shadow Dragon, so a little bit even, but Hikami might like what he sees.
You say this is positive for Hikami. I think it's positive for Icelandic Lapras.
Oh.
Because if you look at the backline, the Galarian Corsola doesn't want to see this Shadow Drapion at all. And if you look at all the Pokemon that Hikami has, he has no other Dark or normal type Pokemon. It means that if you can get rid of the Drapion right here, your Galarian Corsola in the back will be ready to go, ready to roll.
And you can see actually this is working out quite nicely because that Shadow Drapion is pretty much out of the game now. It is able to get another charge attack off, but Azumarill will be able to tank this crunch. There might be a debuff, but at this range, it's not the end of the world if there is one, and Ice Beam coming in. I think Icelandic Ram is leaving no doubt he wants to get rid of this Drapion.
I think that Hikami is trying to set up his Skarmory for a perfect farm down here, but you can just swap in the Drapion right away. Kind of a risky play if there was a Shadow Marowak in the back, but it's looking like that Hikami doesn't really have a strong answer here. Going to take the crunch here. Again, I think it's better to take this on the Azumarill because it's resisted there, but it looks like Skarmory can hang on here as well.
Yeah, Skarmory is known for its bulk as well, taking a 50% of its health here, but is able to get a good amount of farm with the 2-turn fast attack and Steel Wing.
It just takes 60 years to get to your charge attack. It takes so long. I believe it was about 10 Steel Wings, and he's still not switching out. What is Hikami expecting in the back? Maybe he is expecting... Oh, trying to make a catch there. And I'm not sure if this was a catch. This is probably the attack you have to throw into Azuma anyway.
Yes, indeed. It is the better of the two resisted attacks because Crunch does a same type attack bonus, and he gets in a debuff immediately. This might help him a bit.
That does help him a bit. Now this will do even more, and I think Icelandic Lapras will even be able to get to another one here, as this Drapion is likely to hang on onto another bubble. But Icelandic Lapras also might just switch out. He does switch out. Now with the defense drop, this Astonish will chunk even more. He can be shaking his head. He knows that this is looking very tough. As Homesize Henry would say, the writing is on the wall.
Oh, yes, it may be, but let's not count Hikami out just yet because there is always magic to be played. These trainers are operating at the highest of levels, and all it takes is one majestic catch, one underfarm, and all sorts, and it can happen. But there is a charge attack priority event. The Icelandic Lapras very careful, knowing that Azumarill was going to get to a charge attack here through at that last second. Well played.
I was about to call the Protect Shield police because he still had two right there with almost no health left. Why do you use your shield, Icelandic Lapras? You know that there's some energy on the Skarmory, and this might give Hikami an opening because you might be able to get to that attack now. Can you farm everything down? I believe that Drapion is one poison sting away from another charge attack. So how close is the time here from Lapras?
And how much health is on that Drapion as well? Is it going to be able to withstand another? And goes for it immediately and tries to get the catch. And actually, this might open the door because this opens a full farm down for Hikami. Will there be? Yes, this might be it. This might be something.
I think there's an Aqua Tail though on that Drapion. Does Icelandic Lapras remember? Do I remember? Here we go. What do you bring in? He brings in the Drapion. There's an Aqua Tail, but I think he forgot.
Oh dear, and he didn't throw the charge attack, and now Skarmory is just able to launch a Sky Attack. Doesn't even have to debuff itself either, and now it's going to be a race to get to the next charge attack for Skarmory. Is Skarmory going to get there in time? It's going to be so close. Brave Bird is being launched!
It's birding time! Brave Bird coming in Birmingham, and it's going to knock out the Galarian Corsola. Zoom! And Hikami ties up the score. Adeline, I think that Icelandic Lapras entirely forgot about the energy on his Drapion.
Yeah, I think he did, because in that scenario, Drapion would have won charge attack priority against Skarmory, and you can see Icelandic Lapras is shaking his head. I think he now realizes, why did I not do that?
I think it's sometimes tough to keep track of energy, not only of the opponent's Pokemon, but also of your own Pokemon, especially when you switch out all over the place. And I think that is what happened here. Yes. This match went on for a while, and Icelandic Lapras forgot the energy on the Drapion, because even if that Aqua Tail wouldn't have knocked out the Skarmory, I think it would have, but if it didn't, he still would get the Astonish down.
Yes, and that would have made the key difference there. So now Icelandic Lapras has to shake it off and go, okay, fine. I was a bit sloppy there, perhaps, or I wasn't like predicting my my energy on my Pokemon yet. So what do I do now? Let me shake that off and figure out how to adjust, because the tactic did kind of work, so it was okay. Now, I'm thinking, right, if I was playing, I would use a notebook to aid my memory. But is that something that you think trainers should do?
That's what Lurgan Rocket usually does. And I'm not sure if he writes down the counts of the Pokemon, of the opponent's Pokemon after they switch out. It could help out. In this case, though, maybe you have to write down your own energy because it was a drop and you forgot about it. It could help to memorize because counting is so important in competitive play. You need to know when your opponent gets to a charge attack. Here we go. Do we have our next battle? It is the Galarian Corsola into the Shadow Marowak. Now, let me tell you, Adelian, you only win this matchup as a Galarian Corsola when all shields are used if you have at least, I believe, 142 HP exactly or more on your Galarian Corsola. Trying to make a catch on the Drapion, altered by the shiny Diggersby.
Okay, and this is a great position for Icelandic Lapras, but Hikami has been able to get some energy on that Shadow Drapion, which gives an advantage there because Shadow Drapion can now go, right, you brought in your ground type, I'm going to use my tail to get as many Aqua Tails off as possible. So it's going to be slap, 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 and it is a charge attack priority event, which Shadow Drapion wins with this second Aqua Tail.
On the Fire Punch, though, and that means that Hikami might be like, okay, the Drapion did his job. Maybe I just get a farm down now on one of my backline Pokemon. If he lets this go, he might actually not be in a bad matchup here. Let's see if Hikami decides to shield this. Yes, he does decide to shield. That is a great bait for Icelandic Lapras. But if you want Hikami, you will get to the Aqua Tail here just one before the Scorching Sands. Do you put a shield here as well?
Yeah, I wonder if after getting a successful bait as Icelandic Lapras, you might want to take advantage of that and shield as well, because you will be able to take that second shield off Drapion if you go to... And it's a catch onto the Skarmory! A single resisted here.
That is an incredible catch. Skarmory is coming out every single game for Hikami because there's no real hard counter on Icelandic Lapras' side. But you get the attack drop, so now your Steel Wing plus Sky Attack or Brave Bird will do more damage. Skarmory is bulky though, so it can hang on to this damage. Do keep in mind, there's a lot of energy on the Marowak still, but there's also an Azumarill for Icelandic Lapras. That catch attempt from Hikami only allowed Icelandic Lapras to realign his backline.
Yes, and I think here, this Nightshade may even knock out, and it does indeed, and so that Skarmory hasn't really even been able to launch any charge attacks at all, so its utility was somewhat wasted, but I wonder if the job of soaking up the damage was what was necessary here. Drapion now coming back in. This is a very advantageous matchup against the Galarian Corsola. This surely knocks out, but I think Galarian Corsola has done its job.
It's done its job for Icelandic Lapras. Now it's all in the hands of Azumarill, but Azumarill still has a lot to do here. You need to withstand all the energy from the Drapion, but in comes the Diggersby, which still gets to a Fire Punch. What do you shield here? Yes, he does shield. I think Hikami has a good idea of what is in the back. It's gonna be the King of Open Great League, or Queen. It's always been there, and it's here again. Gonna eat this crunch. Azumarill enters the stage.
But you have to consider that if this Crunch has a debuff, then this is going to make Kanto Marowak's Mud Slaps and Mud Bombs more damaging. There's no debuff here, and is he going to get the full farm down before the next Crunch comes through?
Oh, he saves it!
Oh, wow, and a switch, and immediately throwing a charge attack as well.
I actually think he would have wanted to throw a charge attack. If you get a defense drop, maybe a Bone Club could potentially knock out, but in comes the Ice Beam right away. This is super effective. You just got your new Shadow Marowak. Well, here's one of its prime counters. Azumarill puts Marowak on ice, and now bobbles down the Drapion. Icelandic Lapras moves on to day 2.
Congratulations to Icelandic Lapras. Another day 2 in the bag, cementing his reputation even further. He's going to be very delighted with this, and you can see him reacting to the crowd who are celebrating his victory.
A top cut for Icelandic Lapras. He has been a great player, but he hasn't reached day 2 as much. This is his second tournament where he reached day 2. The previous one was the 2024 Dortmund Regional Champion. All the other times, he basically got knocked out on the edge of getting to day 2. So a big congratulations to Icelandic Lapras to getting such a great performance. And this is on the winner's side of the bracket, so he's basically top 12 right now.
Yes, and I think it's much more advantageous to be on the winner's side going into day 2. You can play a little bit more risky and still be able to potentially win. Obviously, everyone would like to win, but the harsh reality is, in a battle, there's only going to be one winner and loser. You just got to make sure it's you. I want to come back to the counting as well after this, but let's witness how much Galarian Corsola did. Those Nightshades chipped away hard at that Skarmory.
Astonish is a hard-hitting fast attack. It's basically a Ghost-type Mud Slap. Nightshade was shielded here, and in the end game we saw that he tried to make a catch, but the Skarmory wasn't there yet. Maybe he was having in mind that Skytech was 50 energy, but it's now 55 energy to get there. Unfortunately, Icelandic Leopards in game 2 forgot he had that Aqua Tail, and in game number 3 it was the Azumarill that's just been around always. It's so reliable. Bubbling down this Drapion, in comes the Shadow Merrick, but Shadow Merrick can push through a lot of matchups. It's not Azumarill.
No, definitely not, especially when there's no shields to protect it from that Ice Beam. But I do must give credit to Hikami to coming up with a novel idea to try and see if he can secure victory. Because if that Azumarill was a little bit lower, that would have been the match-winning play. So, you know, it was a good idea. I respect it, and I think Hikami as well is now in the losers bracket, can make it to day 2. He just has to win a few more matches.
I feel like the Skarmory was kind of a preview of what might be coming, the Corviknight. Corviknight will be released this upcoming Tuesday, and you can get this through hatching, I believe, 2 Kilometer X.
That's correct.
You can also get it from magnetic lure spawns.
Yeah, so if you
get your local community.
Indeed. So if you want to maybe host a lore party, you can open up Niantic's Campfire app, gather all your friends, and then you just use a magnetic lure. They last for about half an hour. So anyone standing within that vicinity can take advantage. You can use that to go to your favorite local meeting spot or travel to your nearest city where there might be a community leader or perhaps a community ambassador that is hosting an event.
Those are some great trips from you, Adelian. We're going to have more matches soon. In the meantime, we have some more tips for you. Stay tuned.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You got to enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Hello Pokemon trainers, the action is showing no sign at all of slowing down here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. I'm Lou Actress Kobe and I am joined by the amazing Inadequents behind the desk. What a fantastic tournament we are having so far. Have you been impressed?
I have been really impressed. We just saw Icelandic Lapras make incredible plays to get to day 2 for the second time in his career, and we have many more battles to come soon as well. Our Gastrodon will be watching, as you see here. That is mine. This is yours. Well, that's the one I got from you,
We're being friends today. I quite like this, you know, camaraderie we've got going on here, Martin.
Right. I'm not like one of those other casters that like throws the Gastrodon away.
No,
anyway.
we would never be so despicable like Tomahawk UK.
Our next matchup is right here. It's going to be Anacor with the Stunfisk versus the Reef. Fun fact about the Reef. He has a rank 1 Shadow Feraligatr, but he switched it yesterday. He was like, I just lose all the charge stack priority. I don't want to run it anywhere. So now he runs one with an extremely high attack, and it's been really good for him, even though it has like 12 less HP.
Fantastic, and it's interesting seeing Feraligatr being so strong consistently within the current metagame, but hey, like I said, it's not slowing down. If anything, it's speeding up. We're getting right into the action here in this winners finals. Feraligatr versus Feraligatr.
All right, well, this is what he built it for. He will win charge attack priority here, likely, unless the Feraligatr from Anikor also has a really high attack set. Both trainers are going for it, and there it is! The Feraligatr pulling through here, swiping the bubbles to hit the Hydro Cannon. This resisted, but will still do like 40% HP damage.
Exactly, particularly as you deal extra damage and take more damage, being that Shadow variant. A Hydro Cannon apiece, however, Anikor finally gets to the Hydro Cannon on his side of the field, but once again, going to be shielded by the Riep.
Makes sense. But at this point, you know as Anikor, you will lose this matchup by a significant margin. So maybe you want to try and catch something. Looks like the Reef predicted it. An incredible play. But what do you swap into? You're quite weak to the Dugong in the back. Your Drapion cannot take the super effective Juron, and you definitely don't want to have anything with your jump up into the double super effective ice attacks.
We've seen it a few times today, the Dugong being in a position where it has so much offensive pressure, so the Drapion is going to have to do its best to get through it as much as possible. The Juron's going to come through, however, this is going to do a significant chunk to the opposing Drapion, but it still has a lot of HP in the tank.
Right, taking it still and going for the crunch, but you only get to one crunch here. This crunch will actually get really close to knocking out still, so you kind of neutralize the threat that is to your jump love. I think the Reef basically wanted this Dugong out of the way anyway. Can you get the Shadow Claw down before this Dugong gets to a charge stack?
Quite possibly, and I think you're going to... Oh, it already had it charged and ready, so there was no chance for the Feraligatr. Whether or not the Rev wants to use the final shield here to protect the Feraligatr is to be decided. No, lets the draw run come through. It is going to be able to get the knockout, meaning the jump up is going to come in and be exposed, and the Dugong is still in the back for later.
It was looking so good for the Reef, but the Dugong just required so much team effort. Ice Beam's going through! Boom! Almost knocks out the jump up in one charge attack. And I think that was the Reef's win condition. Trying to call an Ice Beam, but Anikor just went straight for it.
This is literally what you were saying. Jumpluff wants to be nowhere near these ice-type attacks, and you can see exactly why from that devastating damage at the end of game one.
I've been telling everyone, Jumpluff is not a water-type Pokemon counter, and there we saw it. Incredible to see that land live on the broadcast here in Birmingham. The Reef 1 point down, but he's not. He has familiarity with getting far. He got to top 16 at the 2025 Dortmund Regional Championship. This could be the first time he would make to day 2, but in his way is Anikor. And Anikor is a very formidable player.
And Anikor's playing incredibly well. We've already been able to showcase him previously on the broadcast today, and he was in such tremendous form, really making some great alignments and the catches at the critical moments needed to gain momentum in the match. I'm also really impressed seeing, as you were talking about the Feraligatr, the Riv side, with that Feraligatr being able to apply that extra damage, you could see where Anikor had to switch it up kind of in the middle of that game one.
I think that Anikor swapped in the Dugong not only to try and catch a charge stack, but also to bait something out, maybe trying to bait out the Annihilate. I'm not too sure, or just knowing that he would lose that mirror matchup, that he might as well just save the Feraligatr. And that energy proved to be really valuable later. Anikor is on a roll either way, because in his last tournament in Liu, he got to top 10 there with an Araquanid. That's a Pokemon that beats Gastrodon really hard, by the way.
It definitely does, and Araquanid's one of them Pokemon that can be very formidable, particularly with its typing as well. It's a little bit unique in that front, but I think the spider that everybody's still talking about is the Ariados. This is a nice adaptation, though. You got the Mandibus, but facing down against the Annihilate.
And it has Air Slash, that is super effective. The Reef went kind of weak into this Mandibus. He has the Feraligatr and the Drapion in the back, but you do have Ice Punch. Trying to make a catch there. It looks like Anikor wants to soften up this Drapion. He does have the Dugong to take this on, though. I think at this point, after landing this Area Ace, you might be able to just go straight Ice it and secure the matchup.
Yeah, the Snarls were stacking up against the opposing Annihilate as well, but I think it's wise to get the Mandibuzz out of there because you need to be able to be a faster hitter than something like the Mandibuzz in the face of this Drapion that's able to stack up so much energy so quickly.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of taking the energy here, though. An Aqua Tail wouldn't do as much on the Mandibuzz, but it does so much on this Dugong. This is going to knock out after this debuff, and looks like the Reef wants to go for perfect timing, so he didn't throw his charge attack here. Letting the Ice Wind go, I think this knocks out.
Let's see how much damage it's going to be able to deal. It is indeed going to be able to get the knockout, felling the Drapion here. The Annihilate's going to come back in, though, in these counters. Martine, look how quickly
Can he get the farm down?
I think so. One
Oh,
more.
he does it!
No, not quite.
If he shields this might be a shield knockout. It looks like Anikor's not taking any chances.
No, just wants to say, you know, let's go through, and I'm going to keep the shield for a little bit later on.
Yeah, I think you come back in with that Mandibuzz now. Even though Ice Punch is boosted now, you have fast attack pressure with the air slash that is super effective on it. And Feraligatr is very fragile, so it can't take a lot as well. Since it already expended some energy on the Drapion, this Mandibuzz cannot throw a charge attack just yet. Looks like Anikor is investing his first shield finally.
And we are seeing a lot of these Annihilapes going for these Ice Punches with the flyers that are in the meta at the moment. Feraligatr joins the fray, however, and of course, once again, we're going to be able to see the Mandibuzz try and apply some pressure, but there goes the shield on the pretty vulnerable Feraligatr.
And in comes his own Feraligatr, knowing that he needs that Mandibuzz for the Annihilate. You know, as the Reef can throw Charge Attack Purity, Anikor falls for it again.
Once again, this Feraligatr is coming out on top in the mirror match. Is going to reveal that final shield coming through. So it's going to leave Anikor a lot more vulnerable as the rest of the game plays out.
Lou, I think this may give the Reef an opening. If you can farm up perfectly to charge attack priority, so 5 Shadow Claw from here, and then get to an Ice Beam on the Mandibuzz, you may have a win condition. And I think that a Hydro Cannon will knock out here. The Mandibuzz has almost no energy. I believe it needs at least 3 Air Slash to get there. So can you get to an Ice Beam here as the Reef? The Feraligatr goes down, but the Mandibuzz has no energy. I believe you even need 4. Can you get to the Ice Beam here?
Well, the Hydro Cannon's ready, but we're going to see a switch. The Annihilate comes in, going to eat up all these snarls, potentially try and take up all the energy for our Feraligatr later.
I think this is a smart play, but I was questioning it first because now this Mandibuzz can farm down, but you have a Hydro Cannon loaded. This Ice Punch puts the Mandibuzz in Hydro Cannon range. You get... oh man, Anikor thought that the Annihilate went down, but it hung on by 1 HP.
Unfortunately, uses all this energy for such little damage onto the opposing Annihilate. Definitely not the reward you want to get. You want to be able to get that damage on the Feraligatr. Oh, just a miscalculation there.
A miscalculation. I don't think it mattered though. This Feraligatr had a Hydro Cannon that would have 1 charge attack period, especially with the Reefs Feraligatr there, and he ties up the score to 1-1.
I'm really impressed with the Feraligatr, and it was really nice to have your insight where you were talking about, you know, just before the tournament, the decisions about which Feraligatr to go for. And I really do think having this really offensive Feraligatr, winning the charge attack priority, being able to deal that additional damage is starting to pay off.
I would love to hear that from the Reef at some point. If that's because when I spoke to him after he won, I believe 2 rounds, he was saying this Feraligatr was the most valuable Pokemon to him so far. The worst one, right? The one with a much higher attack rather than the one with like 12 more HP. It has been very clutch for him because especially if your Feraligatr defeats the Mirror, that basically is another positive matchup. You can count up to your matchup or what you can lead it. It makes it so much safer to lead your own Feraligatr. That is also what I did with my Ariados in Toronto, because I used an Ariados with a higher attack, knowing that I can lead it safely into Feraligatr. Because if Feraligatr wins Charge Attack Purity into Ariados, it can win that matchup. But if Ariados wins Charge Attack Purity, it will defeat Feraligatr.
It's nice how it gives you that advantage actually going into the battle. And one thing we're also seeing from these Feraligatrs when they're kind of in the mirror match is the use of the shields being utilized so early on in these particular matches. Both trainers opting to really kind of double down on the shield use to protect the Feraligatrs, and that can be possibly putting you into a positive position where you're able to burn through your opponent's shield, but if you're also using your own, that can be detrimental in the end game.
I think so too. Here we go into game number 3, decisive game number 3. The Air Slash Mandibuzz into the Feraligatr. Now this is where Air Slash performs significantly worse. I believe Feraligatr has some more win conditions here, and I think that the Reef's just fine with this lead here. He's not exactly strong into the Mandibuzz, but he does have the Annihilate in the back, which definitely doesn't want to see this Buzzard at all.
Exactly, and the fast attacks with the Shadow Claw really aren't going to be doing too much to the Mandibuzz, but the Hydro Cannons, however, are going to start stacking up. We're going to see the adaptation, however, and the Drapion comes in, and also a switch is going to be that Stunfisk.
This is not that good of a matchup. It's not a bad matchup, let that be clear. But when 2 shields are used on both sides, the Drapion actually wins this, which is crazy, because the Stunfisk has the same type attack bonus Mud Bomb, but the Aqua Tail just adds up. This Mud Bomb is just not going to knock out yet. It looks like the Reef does want to preserve that Drapion.
We can see as well the Stunfisk did allow that charge attack to go through. It's able to retaliate, but it's going to be very vulnerable to another Aqua Tail coming through. The Drapion, I think, knows this. Look how much energy it's getting up. It's almost primed to take a second one in a couple more Poison Stings time.
This is barely not going to knock out. The Poison Sting are resisted, but at some point, if the Reef decides to shield again, then you might be able to get the knockout. And no, he lets it go.
This is going to do some good damage, being a ground-type attack. Looks like the Reeve is really looking at how this turn's going to go, but Drapion is able to hang on. We're going to see the adaptation. Feraligatr joins the fray. Couple more damage, but not enough to get the knockout. Mandibuzz comes in, charged, full of energy.
Oh, this is only an area. It's not going to do that much damage. I think you will be able to get the 2 Hydro Cannon here as the Feraligatr, even though it's such high tech. I'm not sure, actually. Still needs, like, you need to hang on to 2 air slash here at the very least to get there.
Well, there's also 2 shields still left on Anacor's side, saving them up for the end game where you might need everything you can get to hold on. The aerial ace,
he gets there!
The Hydro Cannon is primed.
Do you shield? Do you want to keep all this energy on Anicor? You have 2 protect shields. When do you use them? Looks like he wants to get all this energy off. You still have a drop to soak all this energy though, and then you can put the last shield. Oh no, go for the charge stack purity time, or tried to at least. Anicor didn't throw his energy. It didn't matter because he would have lost the charge stack purity, and it's going to knock out the Mandibus with all that energy. Now it's going to come down to that Feraligatr, and with that energy advantage, this is looking real good for Anicor.
Oh my goodness, the Shadow Claws are going to stack up against this Annihilate as well. It's also got the Hydro Cannon Prime. There's only 1 shield remaining on the Reef side here. It is going to be utilized on the Annihilate.
And looks like Anicor's already slightly cheering there. Let's see how this goes, because this Annihilate does pack a punch. This is where you can use your last Protect Shield. The Annihilate counters are now boosted, but I think the Feraligatr is almost at the Hydro Cannon here.
Yeah, Feraligator's just got so much energy here on the Hydro Cannon, and there are no shields remaining on the Reef side here, so the Annihilate is completely vulnerable and exposed to the damage that Feraligator can deal out.
Feraligator washes down his Annihilate. In comes a Drapion. It doesn't have enough HP, and Anicor wins game number 3!
With that Feraligator closing out the game, incredible match. Honestly, Anacore, I really love the way that that was played. So much damage offensively coming through on the match, but his opponent as well put up a pretty epic fight.
Indeed, this was one of my favorite sets of the day, just because these are like showmen. These love the camera and have express their emotions when they're doing very well. So I loved seeing both these players playing this match here.
I also like the utility of the Mandibuzz. It was nice to be able to see it in a position where it was able to deal some decent damage out with the snarls and apply pressure, but also showcase its bulk and its brawn on the field.
Right, Mandibuzz is one of the picks that Arceus Aurelius, Marcus, our co-caster, our brand new co-caster, was really hyping up, because it does have good matchups into exactly the Pokemon that he said. It's like the Feraligatr, the Drapion, the Annihilate, but you also check Pokemon like Superior and Jumpluff. You do well into Diggersby. Mandibuzz has a lot of coverage. The only Pokemon you really need to look out for is not Gastrodon.
Not today.
It's Azumarill. It's Azumarill.
And Azumarill is everywhere. Something that Arceus Aurelius and I were talking about is this core of the Drapion and the Azumarill as well. They seem to be kind of the best buddies for each other, giving each other so much flexibility on the field. You've also got the offensive pressure that they're able to deal with their charge attacks, having great coverage, as well as the bulkiness of Azumarill. It can switch into so many attacks and eat up all the energy.
Right, we see that in the Drapion, where Aqua Tail and Crunch is resisted. I've been trying out Crunch and Sludge Bomb just to target those Azumarill a little bit better. The thing is, if your opponent has a Stunfisk, it just becomes more difficult. Let's take a look at the highlights from the matchup that we had. This exciting match between Anicore and the Reef that went into 3 games that opened with the Reef utilizing his Feraligatr that has so much attack, but the Jumpluff took an Ice Beam to the face here. Look at the damage this does.
You might think Jumpluff's going to have a good time against the Feraligatr, but it turned out to be a little bit of a nightmare. So much damage, almost taking it into a one-hit KO. The Annihilate here, again, really nice to be able to see the Ice-type moves coming through an Annihilate into a Pokemon like Mandibuzz, but of course Mandibuzz has so much bulk, it's able to take that and retaliate with a super effective move.
And then throwing the Dark Pulse there, he realized, wait, no, this Annihilate, just hang on. Didn't matter though, because the Feraligatr from the Reef did have a charge stack loaded. And here we see Feraligatr on Anicore's side taking game number 3, leading Anicore into his second day 2 consecutively.
And you can see how much it means to him as well. Anacore really celebrating. He's got friends in the crowd as well, literally front row rooting for him. And you can see that camaraderie and teamworkship that comes through. So he's definitely going to be a player we've got to keep an eye on as the rest of the Birmingham Regional Championships continues.
Yeah, Anicore is here with his team. I believe his team is like 60 members. There's a lot of them here.
There's a squad for sure.
There's a lot of them. So that was the first 4 winners finals that we had. We're going to have more later, but first we're going to take a look at the losers bracket again, because our next matchup is going to be Hikami versus San Judijo, 2 very well-known names. We saw Hikami earlier in the winners finals against Icelandic Lapras, and now he has to continue in the losers bracket. And San Judijo is a formidable Spanish player.
These are some of the most beautiful stories, though, where you see trainers who've maybe obviously lost their first game, gone down into the losers bracket, but that doesn't mean by any shot that they are out of the competition. They still have to be able to keep those consecutive battles up, and we've sometimes seen champions be crowned coming through the losers bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals as well. So it does take a little bit more resilience, a little bit more determination, I guess, because you've got more matches to play. You really have no margin for error, but history can still be made.
It can really go both sides, because if you play more matches, I feel like you just become more informed.
You get more experience, I guess.
Exactly.
For sure.
But you might also get a little bit worn out before playing so much. So really just balances out in between. And if you can find that right balance, I think coming from the losers bracket into a grand finals might not be a bad thing. Now here we see the players that we're talking about, Hikami versus Sanrodiro. Hikami with that Skarmory, the steel and flying type bird. Might be one of the last times we may see it, because next Tuesday the Corviknight comes out. And it looks like on Sanrodiro's side, there again isn't really a hard answer into the Skarmory. But because Steel Wing is not as oppressive as a fast tech as it used to be, a Pokemon like Shadow Annihilate and even Diggersby fare quite well into it.
I think as well there seems to be a shift in the meta where all trainers are kind of really making sure they have some kind of flying type on their team, whether it's the Mandibuzz, we see Talonflame, but also don't forget Jumpluff. It's technically a flying type too.
I would like to forget about Jumpluff taking Ice Beams from Feraligatr. You definitely don't want to use that to counter Azumarill, because listen, if you think Jumpluff counters Azumarill, listen, look at me.
Not safe.
Loses the zero shield scenario, where both Pokemon don't use any shields. The grass type Pokemon lose to Azumarill, okay? If anyone tells you Jumpluff is my Azumarill counter, you say false, not true. Inadequate told me, Martijn told me, not true.
You heard it here first. It's absolute facts over here. Another Pokemon that, you know, Jumpluff doesn't want to face down against is the Typhlosion. Those Incineroars, those Incinerates.
Incineroars, yeah.
Throw an Incineroar at it. No,
you've been watching too much Wolfie.
I definitely have. But no, it's the Incinerates can hit really hard as this fast attack.
Typhlosion is one of my favorite Pokemon to see, but also to use. And I would love to see it have play here. I can't remember already if there was a Mud Slapper on the side of Sanrodiro, but if there's not, Typhlosion usually has a lot of play. Especially with Thunder Punch being buffed this season, it has become better into Pokemon like Azumarill and also Toxapex. Like, those are losing matchups, but if you can maneuver your Typhlosion in the right spot, it is not that bad of a matchup there.
It can be very vulnerable, though, considering there are not only a lot of water types running around for Alligator Azumarill, but also a lot of water type moves. You know, we've seen the Aqua Tail on the Drapion, for example. That's something you've got to work around, as well as all the ground type moves. Diggersby, for example, Prime and Center.
There's no Mud Slap user on the side of Sanrodiro, so that means that the Typhlosion has play into pretty much everything here. But as you said, I think that the worst matchup for the Typhlosion on this team is not per se the Azumarill. It could also be the Drapion if it has a slight energy lead, just because it gets to this Aqua Tail so quickly.
It does, and it might indeed force the shields to be able to be utilized very early on, because you don't want to have to take any of that unnecessary damage if you're on Hikami's side.
And we'll see how these players are going to adapt that. We didn't see the Typhlosion in the first matchup into Icelandic Lapras from Hikami, but I'd love to see it here, because Diggersby is not per se the worst matchup here. As long as you don't shield those Fire Punch, they're resistant. You don't want to shield those. But if you shield the Scorching Sands, you may be pretty good there. Here we go, game number one. We have the Skarmory from Hikami into the Galarian Corsola from Sanrodiro. We've seen this a lot against Icelandic Lapras. The Galarian Corsola hangs in quite well here. Both Pokemon are really bulky, and the Icelandic Lapras, the Galarian Corsola with Nightshade does really well here in its efficient moveset.
Both of these trainees taking a very kind of slow and steady start to this race, going for all these fast attacks, farming up a lot of energy, and the best buddy Corsola here able to get the first charge attack down onto the Skarmory.
A Sky Attack. This is the same amount of energy as Brave Bird. And it looks like Sanrodiro, no shields immediately. This would have done a lot of damage, but even Sky Attack already does so much damage now. I think as Hikami, you kind of know, if there's Galarian Corsola here, there may be a counter to Drapion in the back. We do see on Sanrodiro's side the Diggersby, but that's only so of a counter sometimes. Hikami does not put out the Protect Shield here just yet, just letting that go and going for a farm run, I think, on one of his backline Pokemon. But this Azumarill going to take a Nightshade.
Yeah, the Skarmory happy to be sacrificed there, so Hikami can bring in this Azumarill. It's able to go for lots of bubbles, but of course Corsola is going to be able to get the Nightshade off first of all. Once again, no shields. These seem to be really preserved for the Drapion, maybe in the back for the end game.
I think that it might come down to this Drapion, because I think that Sanrodiro is likely going to bring in that Azumarill. Now, Drapion just has a tough time here in general, simply because Drapion has only charge attacks that are resisted by the Azumarill. And on the other hand, you have the Diggersby that can threaten Drapion with the Scorching Sense super effective. Swapping in the Drapion right now. Does somebody respond with the switch? Yes, he does.
This is the alignment that the Diggersby really wants to have. Apply a lot of pressure down there on the field, being able to go for these Scorching Sands as well and try and remove the Drapion from play. Aqua Tail comes through. It's a very bulky bunny though. It's able to take one, maybe two of those, and you can still preserve the shield on Sandugio's side.
Go for another Aqua Tail here. This will put the Diggersby relatively low. I think Sahudiro is just content with putting it mostly on the Zero. No, I'm entirely wrong. Puts on the Protect Shield on the Diggersby, wants to preserve it as much as possible.
Look how much energy it's got as well. It's nearly at a second Scorching Sand here to really try and burn through Hikami's shields here. You might be able to, you know, shield one or not shield one, but then two of them, you're going to have to utilize both your shields.
And no attack drop there. That is very fortunate for Hikami. Now the timer is going to be up after this charge attack. We may see Hikami attempt to catch a charge attack. That might actually be a winning condition here. Let's see if he's going to attempt that. And tries to, but Sahudiro waited a turn, making sure that Hikami doesn't catch the so valuable charge attack that he may need for that end game.
Really nice play there by Sanjudigo, not making sure to use up all that energy and waste it when you have so diligently saved it up. The Azumarill's just going to be throwing some bubbles down at each other. All the energy up is up on Sanjunio's side here.
Another player coming through. Is not going to knock out yet, but put the Azumarill very low. I'm not sure if we can get the bubble down though as Sanjudigo. There still is some energy on both the Drapion and Diggersby as well, but the Diggersby is so low.
Yes, Diggersby in such a vulnerable position here. Is the Azumarill and Hikami side able to go for this play rough? I feel like at this point, both the Azumarills are just trying to whittle away at each other so that the sweepers in the back can come through and try and seal up the match.
But you cannot bubble down. You get Poison Sting down here. Ice Beam is going to knock out the Azumarill. Now the Drapion from Hikami can come back in. But remember, there's a Scorching Sense loaded on the Diggersby. Sahudiro swaps it in immediately. Goes for the Fire Punch bait though. But I think this will put the Drapion so low it will almost get knocked out. He calls it though.
Shield. No shield comes through. This is a great play by Hikami. The fire damage is not going to be able to get the KO, and you've got the Aqua Tail ready. The issue is there is still a shield on the opposing side as well, so you're going to have to try and go for the farm down, but no, Diggersby gets there first.
There is a shield, and there was no HP on the Drapion left. Sanjudigo wins game number 1. Again, that Skarmory from Hikami. It is so safe, but Lou, the moveset is just way too slow.
What did it do? That's what I kind of
want to ask. It threw a Sky Attack instead of a Brave Bird.
Yeah, and it was facing down against the Corsola that was literally, other than its face where it looks really unhappy, it was very happy to just sit on the field and eat up all this energy and kind of be like, Skarmory, what is it that you've been brought into this match to do other than waste my time?
Here's the thing. If you only likely get to one charge attack with the Skarmory, you may as well just go for the Brave Bird.
Yeah.
Because at that point, that will do the most damage, and you won't need the Skarmory furthermore. Especially when you see the Galarian Corsola lead, you know that there will likely be answers in the back for the Drapion, so you may as well put as much damage as possible into the Galarian Corsola. Your Drapion will not be aligned to it likely either way, unless you switch out and try to flip switch, but that's not what Hikami did. He stayed in with the Skarmory into the Galarian Corsola.
And I think as well, once Galarian Corsola had kind of whittled away the opposing Skarmory, you've got this synergy of the Diggersby and the Azumarill in the back for Sanjudigo, and they're such bulky Pokemon as well with a nice range of different offensive threats that they can have through their charge attack, and it really did give him them so many options to try and pin Hikami down.
And it's going to be tough because Hikami is 1 point down now. Sahudiro will take a little bit more risks, but that means that Hikami might also try a last resort option here. Perhaps we are going to see that Typhlosion. I think both players just gave each other a nod. I think we're going to get into game number 2 right here.
Typhlosion could be risky though. I'm wondering if we're going to see Superior slither into the match for this one. But instead, it's going to be the Annihilate and the Drapion as the leads.
And you're not wrong, there is that Superior, but do you stay in here as Hikami? Shadow Annihilate is really fragile, but it has a great matchup here. Resisting the Poison Sting and dealing hard-hitting neutral counters. Do you shield this? Icelandic Lepers shielded this immediately. Looks like Sanjudigo no shields the Aqua Tail.
Able to take this damage from the Aqua Tail here. Wasn't a crunch coming its way, but now the Annihilate's in a bit of a precarious situation. It has got the Ice Punch ready to go, and Hikami is going to let this go through.
This will knock out, and look at the HP that is remaining on this Annihilate. It is still so healthy. You can't even properly bubble this down as the Azumarill without taking a lot of damage here. This Annihilate might be able to get to 2 ratios, but saving all the energy, swapping into his own, but here comes Superior!
This is where Superior wants to be, able to get lots of damage down with these Fire Whips, but you have to watch out for the Ice Beam that Azumarill also has the utility to go for. This could be an opportunity to start getting rid of the shields on Superior's side. Of course, it can take one of these Ice Beams, but it cannot take a second.
For Hikami, it's really important to get those shields down. He doesn't know it yet, but there's a Drapion in the back. And I think as Sahudiho, you kind of know I need to keep shields up because then my Drapion can defeat the opposing Azumarill, as Sahudiho has seen the whole backline. And Hikami pretty much has to throw his charge deck almost immediately before his Azumarill gets to another charge deck here. So he doesn't even have a lot of energy to take on the Drapion that Sahudiho, or sorry, the Annihilate that Sahudiho saved.
The mind games are indeed real, but I think this is exactly what Sanjudio is going. Not going to use any of those shields onto the Azumarill, instead preserving them for this endgame. As Annihilate comes back in fresh with that Rage Fist it had stocked up from before, and it goes into the shield. However, it will get the attack boost, but is it going to be able to get to any more damage? No. Now the Drapion has been revealed.
And in comes the first Ice Beam. I think this will do about equal damage to a Frenzy Plant, but looks like Sahudiho is letting that go. That's interesting because the damage, the Frenzy Plant from the Superior would be resisted, and Ares also would do a significant, not as much as his Ice Beam.
Well, maybe we'll start to see the shields come through a little bit later. First of all, a Crunch is going to connect down onto the opposing Azumarill, maybe trying to get one of these drops as well. But no, Azumarill hangs on and is able to get to another Ice Beam here.
I love this no shield, because if this Crunch would have debuffed, the next charge deck will do way more damage. But at this point, the Azumarill is getting so low that the Drapion at some point can go straight Aqua Tail. Where do you use your last protection is Hikami.
I mean, I feel like the Crunch is not going to do too much damage here, but the shield does come through, so Azumarill is going to stay in play now. Oh, and it gets the drop as well. That's a little bit of insult to injury for this Azumarill. Look how much damage these Poison Stings are doing. The Superior is also going to take super effective damage from them. Could this be a farm down?
Look at this counting from Sahudiho. Muy bien! This Crunch knocking out the Superior. You have another charge attack loaded for the Azumarill, which already is solo and still won't bubble off. Even doing another Poison Sting, knowing that the Azumarill not there yet. Sahudiho is going to win this game number 2.
Absolutely beautiful play and energy management on this Drapion in such a commanding position to get knockouts left, right, and center. I think proving not only why it is the #1 used Pokemon, but why Sanjudigo is one trainer to keep an eye on for the Birmingham Regional Championships.
And look at him cheering. That is a relief. Really tough for Hikami. Unfortunately, losing both the winners and the losers finals. But Sahudiho moving on to day number 2. And I believe he's done that quite a few times already, this or in the past season. Sahudiho is one of those players that top cuts quite frequently, but hasn't won a medal just yet.
Wants to be able to try and get onto those kind of top cut finishes, top 4, you know, possibly even the runners-up or the champion title as well to add to those accolades. But it's definitely a name that throughout kind of the history on the regional side here in the European region, we've been able to showcase him a lot.
In Stockholm 2024, that was where he got to top 5. He got one win off the medal, and now he's on to day number 2 again. That is a top 16 at least finish for Sahudiho, as we saw in game number 1, where he got that perfect alignment. Hikami had the Drapion not in the spot where he needed it, because the Sahudiho led his Galarian Corsola, and it was in the Skarmory. And in game number 2, again, such good counting here from Sahudiho, not throwing just yet, but going for 2 charge decks here. It was pretty safe play to do as well, because Sahudiho still had a shield here.
I was a little bit worried when I saw the Diggersby have been benched for this game too, but the way that both the Azumarill and the Drapion, we were talking about it earlier, their synergy, their camaraderie together on the field is so unique, and you can see how well Sanjudio is able to pilot it with the power that is the Annihilate as well to steamroll through Hikami's team.
And you called it too, the Superior coming out for Hikami, and it was aligned to that Azumarill, but when both Pokemon use no Protect Shields, Superior basically has to throw the second Frenzy Plant right away when it is slightly behind on energy on the Azumarill. So it was a really good call by you.
Well, thank you, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to get the victory to see a game 3, but it was nice to see it in action as an adaptation, because I think it did definitely have merit in that match, particularly if the Diggersby had maybe stayed in. It would give you a little bit more pressure with those Vine Whips and the Frenzy Plants that, you know, get charged up so quickly as well, but with Diggersby bench, maybe it was still a little bit too hard for Superior.
Which Pokemon, if you had to pick out of the Pokemon that we just saw, which one impressed you the most out of the Pokemon from either Hikami or from Sahudiho?
I don't want to go with the basic answer of Drapion or Azumarill, but
that's like the most popular core, by the way.
Yeah, I have to go. I think out of the 2, I'm going to go, I think, with the Azumarill.
You know what defeats that core?
Yeah, Gastrodon? Yeah,
Gastrodon.
A little known Pokemon, Gastrodon, does very well, so more trainers should pick it up and utilize it. But the Pokemon I really liked in that was that Azumarill. You know, you can apply so much pressure with just the bubbles stacking up as well, but critically I think having the Ice Beam coverage just gave you so much extra pressure that you could go with if you needed it.
But also the defensive typing, right?
Yeah,
resisting
the
too. Charge attacks from the Drapion just makes Azumarill pretty much a safe Pokemon to bring always. We haven't seen I believe, any Toxapex. And Toxapex is the one Pokemon that just traps, slays Azumarill. Pretty much the only one as well.
You often see it with these water Pokemon as well. Their nemesis is often another water type Pokemon, but with their secondary type really being the thorn in the side to stop them from being able to show what they've got. So you're right, Toxapex can be difficult, but also, as we were saying, you know, the Azumarill doesn't really like facing down against the Gastrodon, particularly when the shields are up on the Gastrodon side.
Gastrodon would have been great there. Not into the Superior, but definitely into the drop.
Maybe not into the
It actually could be a great meta call at some point. Again, perhaps next week for San Antonio. Take notes, Americans. Now, our next matchup is, again, going to be a losers finals. We saw out-of-pocket play earlier. I believe that was against Galax Cabolton, the Leaf Tornado Superior trainer. His next matchup will be in the losers finals against RGR. I've played against RGR in a practice tournament, and that was some of the closest games I've ever had. So this is not going to be a walk in the park for out-of-pocket.
And Out of Pocket as well, one of these trainers that we've been able to see, you know, across just the history of competitive Pokemon Go, but also is just such an entertaining player to watch. He's got the counts down, like his maths is on point, 100% on the test every single day of the week. Not only is he very calculated with his own counts, but also his opponent. He's so good at tracking exactly where the potential charge attacks could come, the potential switches, so he can counter them. And just these split-second decisions I'm always in awe of when I watch Out of Pocket play.
And split decisions was what he needed to make in that matchup versus Galax Cabolton, because Leaf Tornado Superior, that attack has a 50% chance to drop, to double drop the attack stage of the opposing Pokemon. And if you want a Superior as well, you can even get a Shadow Superior. In the current Team Go Rocket rotation, there are Snivy available. And that's definitely a Pokemon you want. You can even... Wait, we don't have Return Superior yet for next week.
Not yet.
We can get that. I want to see Return Superior in San Antonio.
I think as well with Superior, a lot of trainers obviously opt for Frenzy Plant, but the Leaf Tornado Superior is the one that Galactic Bolton was able to win a regional with. I believe you faced him in that regional.
I think so too. There wasn't Liu and he knocked me out there with some... I think he had the Alolan Senseless. And if you want an Alolan Senseless as well, it spawns at the venues. We have specific spawns, regional spawns at the venues here. You get double dust as well. In fact,
look at Shallows!
There is Shallows if you want the Gastrodon. Now, Lou, important thing to know. In this current event in Pokemon Go, you get double catch dust. At the venue, this stacks up with the double dust that we get for venue spawns. So if you catch one Pokemon here, you get 400 Stardust. If I wasn't casting, I was trying to get Richard Stardust right now.
That's the thing. Who cares about the prizes and the championship points? It's all about the Stardust that you can get. And I think as well, it's really nice to be able to see a lot of these Pokemon that obviously when they evolve up can be so dominant in the meta. Obviously, the Paldean Wooper can turn into the Clodsire that we see everywhere, Vullaby into the Mandibuzz, and of course, Totodile turning into the Feraligatr. It's not the Shadow form that you can get from the spawns. You still got to go find that elusive Team Rocket in order to be able to get those. But we do also sometimes see, you know, non-Shadow Feraligatr in play.
And if you're lucky, they might be shiny as well.
Oh yes, I have got a little shiny Shellos, and he's called Little Potato. And I love him. I cannot evolve him into a Gastrodon because he's just too cute as a shiny Shellos.
Now, before heading in this match, there's one last note that I want to make. If you are not at the regional championship and you want a Clodsire, there will be a spotlight hour Tuesday at 6 p.m. local time to get yourself one. Now, this matchup, here we go. On the left, Out of Pocket, the North American, and on the right, RGR.
So when I was commentating with Marcus, he was very fixated on this Guja from Out of Pocket side and was really singing its praises, and it did so well in the match. I wonder if it's going to do well in this match. I was going to ask your take on it, but we'll have to find out your reflections after the match as we're jumping straight into this losers final.
Well, it looks like RGR also predict that with the Wigglytuff in the back. In comes the Shadow Kanto Merrick. That is a bold safe switch, probably trying to bait out a potential Talonflame, but I'm not sure because the Galarian course line in the back does not exactly want to see this Feraligatr. So Out of Pocket just swapping in the Shadow Merrick, hoping to get some shields. And in comes the Annihilate, which is not also exactly counting here as well. But on the other hand, as RGR, you can now avoid the Azumarill matchup with this Annihilate.
At least you get some damage down onto the Annihilate here with the Bone Club, but of course these counters are going to start stacking up against the opposing Marowak here, but Annihilate doesn't want to take these either. Look at the damage.
Right, I think Out of Pocket could even throw the Bone Club immediately there, but went for perfect timing and now going for the entire Mud Slap down. The problem for RGR is you cannot really farm down this. Actually, maybe you can. With that extra counter there, this Marowak is already relatively low, but there's so much energy. Where are you going to take that?
I was actually surprised how much the Mud Slap damage did there, and the energy that you were talking about, I'm afraid is going into one of your favorites here, the Wigglytuff that comes into the fray.
Best Pokemon.
Very bulky Pokemon, doesn't have to shield necessarily here to take the damage, and that's exactly what RJR has done here.
So the positive thing for Out of Pocket here is that he can realign his Galarian Corsola. The negative thing is you're 2 shields down, actually only 1 shield down now. But the Feraligatr has a lot of sweeping potential here. In comes Galarian Corsola.
Ooh.
The Astonish actually do a lot of damage here. So the Feraligatr is in a bit of an iffy spot here. I don't think the next Astonish will knock out, so the Hydrocan will be launched very shortly.
Yeah, coming in fresh for action here has been beneficial to Corsola because it can afford to take some of these Shadow Claws while dealing out big damage with the Astonish as well. But the ferocious Feraligatr gets there quicker. It's able to go for the Hydro Cannon here. There's no Protect Shields remaining on Out of Pocket side, so it will be able to get the knockout before the Corsola can KO the Feraligatr.
This is getting really interesting because this Azumarill has 3 bumps advantage into this Wigglytuff now that I believe took already a Bone Club. And Wigglytuff, as much as I love this Pokemon, it doesn't really do well into Azumarill when it doesn't have as many shields anymore. This player will do more damage than an Ice Beam. It looks like RGR does put up Protect Shield correctly.
Well, it's dressed for the occasion and has got a shield to stop it taking any additional damage here. The Charm, however, is one of these moves that can deal a significant chunk of damage, but when it's in the face of an Azumarill, it is so underwhelming. Swift is going to be able to connect through, though, and start chipping away at the bulk of this Azumarill, but you can see it's able to take that so easily and effortlessly, whereas the bubbles are starting to really stack up against this Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff has a lot of HP, but not a lot of defense. This player is going through, and the one fairy knocks out another. Out of Pocket takes game number 1.
I think it looked a little bit dicey at the beginning of that game, actually, for Out of Pocket, but the way that you're able to switch in that Marowak so fearlessly in the face of the Feraligatr, yes, you have to utilize your shields very early on, maybe was what he needed to gain that momentum to close out the game.
That's possible. RGR is a player who has played in Play Pokemon before. He played at Stockholm and Gdansk this season, but hasn't ventured as well yet. This is the Losers Finals. This is best run so far. If he could close it out with a Day 2 entry, that would be amazing for him. A new milestone to be achieved. But in his way Out of Pocket, 1-0 up, made such good calls there. Even going down 2 shields, that was pretty bold. I don't think it's unlikely that when there's a Shadow Feraligatr lead, that it could be Talonflame in the back. Even though that would be really weak into a Goodra, I think that Goodra is simply just tough to bring when there's a Wigglytuff on the opposing team and you don't have a hard counter. There's no charm resistance on Out of Pocket's side.
This is what I was thinking. The Charm on the Wigglytuff is actually really nice here. You can do some good damage, obviously, into the Goodra, into the Drapion here, and you can get some decent coverage on the remaining 4 Pokemon. But do you think that Wigglytuff has what it takes to be able to gain the momentum in the match, or who does it need to be led with in order to be able to get the victory?
If you look at the team that Out of Pocket brought earlier, Azumarill and Shadow Marowak are a couple of his best answers to the Wigglytuff just because of the bulk or the fast attack pressure. When 2 shields are in play, Wigglytuff can win a lot, but when it's only 1 or 0 shields on the side of Wigglytuff, it doesn't do that well, especially into Azumarill and Marowak. And I think that's what Pocket was just trying. He was just trying to wear shields down, and especially when he had those shields down, he got switch advantage, and he saw the Wigglytuff in the back. You don't want anything to do with your Corsola on the Wigglytuff. That is a terrible matchup, and not for the Wigglytuff.
Well, we were talking about the nemesis of Azumarill being that Toxapex, so we think maybe Toxapex could come and try and deal with the Azumarill, maybe have some kind of coverage into the Marowak if you can get the shield advantage up?
Possibly. Pocket did go pretty strong into it in the back though. In comes the Goodra. It's matchup into the Talonflame. That's a great call from Out of Pocket. And looks like RGR this time did go relatively weak into the Goodra. He's staying in with the Talonflame even.
This was not what I was expecting, and these Dragon Breaths are relentless. Look how much damage they're doing as the fast attack move of choice. And of course, Goodra more recently has been able to use that Thunder Punch more effectively, but instead is going for the Aqua Tail unshielded into the Talonflame.
It won't knock out just yet. You can get to the Brave Bird if you want to throw it, and goes for it right away. If you want to preserve this Goodra, if you expect the Wigglytuff, you might not even shield this Out of Pocket. Does he make the call? He does shield it up. That is really tough for RGR now. Even letting it getting farmed down entirely. And I think you want to bring in the Annihilate here, but Annihilate is so fragile as well.
Just in the nick of time, clicking that shield to protect it from devastating Brave Bird damage. Goodra, again, very ferocious with these Dragon Breaths, has been able to get the Aqua Tail charged up here against the Annihilate. Annihilate letting this go through, however.
Interesting Aqua Tail, because Thunder Punch with the Thunder Punch buff is a little bit more efficient now. Look at that catch on the Shadow Drapion. That is so risky, because if he didn't catch, this Annihilate could just go straight close combat.
Yes, but Annihilate, of course, not going to do too much damage thanks to that switch, but will get the attack boost up as well. I think the Drapion's a fantastic defensive play here. It's going to be able to go for the Aqua Tail, force this shield to go down onto the Annihilate, but now burning through RJR's shield very quickly in this game too. Being
very confident that there's no Diggersby in the back. It's safe to bring that Drapion here. Go for the charged attack priority on that Aqua Tail. Out of pocket, just letting it go. And I think that makes sense because you have enough fast attack pressure on your backline with the Gudra and the Marowak that you can take care of this Annihilate in time.
Yes, you just want to be able to farm up all of that energy. Of course, the Mud Slap's going to be able to deal with the Annihilate in 1, 2, and 3, giving this Marowak a lot of energy to play with as Feraligatr joins the field.
Brings in the Water-type Pokemon, but it's not a counter to the Shadow Marowak. The Shadow Marowak hits so hard with the fast attack Mud Slap, but also with the Bone Club. It just comes out so quickly. You still have a Protect Shield as well, so you can protect your Marowak from this Hydro Cannon. And that is going to look very good now for Out of Pocket.
Yep, only needs 4 of those fast attacks to be able to get to the Bone Club. So the race is on against this Hydro Cannoning Feraligatr here. But once again, Marowak ready here with the Bone Club. And this time there's no Protect Shield for the Feraligatr to hide behind.
It's time for a party for Out of Pocket. Bone Club is coming through, knocks out RGR, and Out of Pocket, the North American, makes it to day 2.
What an incredible match. I love that Gudra adaptation in Game 2 as well. Being able to go for those Dragon Breath, apply so much pressure to the Talonflame straight out of the blocks and just carve a path for victory for Out of Pocket.
I think there were so many mind games going on in that match. First off, the Wigglytuff. There was nothing on Out of Pocket's team that would resist the Fairy-type damage output from the Wigglytuff, making it a really safe Pokemon to bring. But the Wigglytuff was disappointing in Game 1, so Out of Pocket thought, there's no way he brings that. That Pokemon was so underwhelming. And right, he was. He brought the Gudra. And I said in game number 1 that Wigglytuff is so impressive, you can just play Talonflame and Feraligatr together. I think he heard me. Because that's when RGR played the Talonflame and Feraligatr together.
I mean, if anyone is kind of the knowledge hub of Wigglytuff, you're definitely first on the list that comes to mind. But I think you make a good observation that the Wigglytuff, as you said, was a little underwhelming, and maybe Out of Pocket thought, hey, it's not coming to this match, my Gudra is now safe to bring.
I think so too. Wigglytuff was a strong Pokemon, but as you can see here, into that Azumarill, it didn't do super well because it already lost some HP to a Bone Club from the Marowak, and player just does too much damage. If you have a lot of shields here, you'll be good with all the charm damage, but without shields, didn't do well. And here that Gudra, just chipping so much and then catching the resistance Rage Fist, which kind of is a really risky play. If this Annihilate didn't throw and go for close combat, that would almost take out the Drapion in one single charge attack.
Instead, the Annihilate just chose to be angry instead and go for that Rage Fist, giving Out of Pocket such momentum in this game. This was fantastic as well to see the Shadow Marowak, a Pokemon that we've been talking about a lot throughout the broadcast, really rise to dominance and be able to get the KO. I think showcasing why it is a Pokemon that a lot of trainers are really battling those Team Rocket kind of judges for to be able to get it on their team.
And many of those Shadow Pokemon are available now in the Go Rocket rotation.
Yeah.
Totodile is not in the Rockets themselves, but you can get it from the Tier 1 raids. And because the attack, defense, and HP stats have a wider variance now from those raids, you can get one with a low attack, high defense, and HP if you want that. Or if you want, like the Reef, a really high attack to win a charge attack priority. You can go whatever you like, really.
Depends what you need for your team building, I suppose, whether you need that Feraligatr to win in the Feraligatr mirror or not. But I think it's one of the Team Rocket bosses you get the Marowak from, am I right?
Cliff.
Cliff, that's the one. That's the one you got to find.
Sierra gives Skorupi, which evolves
nice.
to Drapion.
Very useful in the competitive field at the moment.
Hey, you know what beats those two Pokemon?
Gastrodon.
Why is no one bringing it?
I don't know. This is the question. Why is Gastrodon dropping off? And I actually think this is a genuine conversation topic. It's not just because I want to talk about it. We are seeing a rise in a lot of the ground type users. Obviously, we've had Clodsire around for a while. We've got Gastrodon. The Marowak's obviously being very dominant. Stunfisk has also been making a little bit of a recurrence here in the meta in Birmingham. And I think that's where maybe the grass types like Superior and Jumpluff are kind of rubbing their, I was about to say their hands together, but neither of them really have hands. They've just kind of got leaves. But they're, you know, they're celebrating the fact that they have a little bit more of a place in the meta as the counter to Pokemon like Gastrodon, Pokemon like Marowak.
The reason why we talk so much about Gastrodon is because it's Lou's favorite Pokemon. But it was part of the meta in some regional championships for a reason. With Azumarill and Drapion being the most common core, it may actually see use next week, perhaps. I think it's just Pokemon like Jumpluff and Superior that really has scared it off. It's just so hard to play it into that. And with Marowak also being a really good Pokemon with Mud Slap is just being so oppressive and getting to Bone Club so quickly. Because Body Slam, the charge tech that Gastrodon has, doesn't do as much damage anymore. And especially into Ghost-type Pokemon like Galarian Corsola, makes it kind of an iffy matchup.
And I think you make a good point as well. The Mud Slap fast attack is the thing that really does make Gastrodon shine, but it also makes Marowak shine, for example. And Marowak has the utility to get to those Bone Clubs a lot quicker than maybe Gastrodon can get to its charge attacks, making it a little bit more of a reliable partner in the field.
Right, so we had 4 winners finals just now, and we had 2 losers finals. We already have 6 trainers going into day 2. There's 10 remaining. There's a lot of trainers still remaining. If you want to see the bracket, type !bracket in the chat. It will bring you to the challenge website, and there you can see who's still in. I believe we still have groups E to G to go, or E to H.
We got Pokemon action, put it that way. There's definitely a lot of battlers out there still trying to get through their day 1 experience and try and battle it out to get into day 2, because that's where they really want to be, to continue that run in the competition, to be able to make the top cut, get those medals that you were talking about as well. I think that's really where the sights are set for a lot of our trainers.
And to get those medals, you need to play perfectly.
You do.
You do. And if you want to play perfectly, we have a short video for you before we head back into the action. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Hey trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we break down the strategies and big plays from the top trainers of competitive Pokemon Go. Today, we're diving deep into a masterclass performance by none other than Colin6, one of Europe's finest and multiple-time champion who's kicking off the 2025 season with a bang. Our focus is the decisive Game 3 between Colin6 and Howie at the 2025 Dortmund Regional Championships. Midway through this high-stakes battle, Colin makes a pivotal decision. He chooses to conserve all his shields for his Feraligatr. His Ariados in the back has virtually no play against Howie's Talonflame. Colin knows he must avoid this unfavorable matchup at all costs. As the battle progresses, Feraligatr takes on Howie's bulky Azumarill, and in comes Malamar wielding the dangerous Psywave fast attack. This is where Colin needs to think fast. Feraligatr lacks the bulk to withstand multiple Psywaves, and he must knock out Malamar immediately. However, doing so would leave Feraligatr with very low HP and no energy, almost defenseless against the awaiting Talonflame. The odds are stacking against him. But this is where Colin's expertise comes into play. Recognizing the mechanics, he executes a sequence that can only be described as sheer brilliance. Colin's deep understanding of game mechanics and lightning-fast reflexes comes in handy here. He attacks 4 times with the Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, then catches the damage from the second Incinerate on the Clodsire. Clodsire faints, but Feraligatr avoided the damage and it's still on the field. Switching back, he squeezes in 1 more Shadow Claw and unleashes Hydro Cannon just in time. It's like Feraligatr just avoided 2 Incinerates! To better understand this perfect play, let's view the battle as a timeline. In Pokemon Go PvP, each turn lasts half a second. Shadow Claw is a 2-turn, 1 second, fast attack, while Incinerate is a 5-turn, 2.5 seconds, fast attack. The damage of a fast attack is applied at the end of these durations. Do you see where I'm going with this? Here's the math. 4 Shadow Claws take 8 turns, and 2 Incinerates take 10 turns. This timing gap allows Colin to switch to Clodsire just before the Incinerate damage lands, effectively absorbing it on the Clodsire instead of the Feraligatr. Moreover, since 1 Shadow Claw is 2 turns and 1 Incinerate is 5 turns, Feraligatr can sneak in a Shadow Claw and then launch Hydro Cannon before Talonflame's next Incinerate hits. Feraligatr literally said, "I'm not done with you just yet, Talonflame." This play allowed Feraligatr to avoid 2 Incinerates of damage and get to the charge that Colin6 needed to win this game. With this play, he showed not just quick reflexes, but also his deep understanding of the game's underlying mechanics. Turn durations, fast attack timing, energy gains, and switch mechanics. Let's take a look at this one more time. 4 Shadow Claws. Catches the second Incinerate on Clodsire. Swaps back in Feraligatr to reach the Hydro Cannon. Wins the game. Incredible. The decision-making of Colin6 under pressure is a neat display of high-level competitive play. He assessed the situation, calculated the exact timing needed, and executed flawlessly, all in real time. Wow. This was a very high-level play from Colin6 that required fast thinking and decision-making that even the best amongst us could learn from. Do you think you have what it takes to become a Pokemon Go master? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
What a beautiful scenic scene we can see, scene of Birmingham here. And thank you as well to Inadequance for explaining fast attacks and how to time your fast attacks in the perfect way to manage Incinerate, Shadow Claws, and all these other unusual fast attacks.
I think the fast attacks have been really impressive so far on this broadcast. We've been able to see Gudra do so much damage with something like a Dragon Breath as well, just absolutely steamrolling through opponents, as well as those classic counters and Shadow Claws that we know do so much damage as it is.
Yes, it does indeed. So, we already have just seen these two trainers before. We've seen them be very successful, but now they're both in the losers finals. Let's forget, this is a double elimination bracket. So that means both of these trainers can take one loss, but at this point, if any of them take another loss now, they're out of the competition. And so this is where the pressure really heats up.
Definitely, you've got to make sure that you're staying really calm and composed, because it's been one heck of a tournament so far as well. You've had so many incredible matches against so many formidable opponents. You need to make sure that you can hold it all together to stay in the competition. Now, both of these trainers are trainers that are well known on our side of the broadcast with some familiar faces, but the Pokemon I want to talk about, because I haven't seen it so far yet, is this Alolan Sandslash. It's one of these Pokemon that's been around. I always associate it with a Mind Joke as one of our competitors' trainers, but do you think it has a place in this particular matchup?
So I think Alolan Sandslash is a good answer here, because it will help push Wigglytuff out of C. Leonardo's team. So we can see here that, oh no, he's still going to bring it regardless. Shadow Feraligatr coming in against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but let's not forget, Shadow Kanto Marowak can win the two-shield scenario here, and Danny may wish to play this, therefore. Let's see, what does Danny do as C. Leonardo launches the first Hydro Cannon, which has to go shielded.
And look how much damage those Mud Slaps are doing to the Feraligatr as well. The Marowak definitely wants to stay in play, going for that shield, now able to go for this Bone Club and put the Feraligatr into the KO range. I think if you're C. Leonardo, you have to shield.
Yeah, of course, you have to. You want to get that second Hydro Cannon off and at least make Danny think twice and think, do I need to invest both shields at this point early in the matchup? Do I open myself up to that risk? Yes, he does, but he is going to double shield and take switch advantage therefore. But no, Wigglytuff coming in.
There's so much energy on this Marowak as well, and the Wigglytuff able to come in. We know how much damage Charm can do as well, decently into this opposing Marowak, but Marowak Prime with the charge attacks, able to go for the Bone Club, and this is going to start doing some decent damage, chipping away into Wigglytuff.
Yes, and now Drapion coming in after Wigglytuff has been weakened slightly. Sure, C. Leonardo can launch that Swift, but it's not going to do all that much to Shadow Drapion. Drapion now going to take this and still be able to potentially even get a Poison Sting down. Let's see.
I really like the position of Danny now. You're able to take that Swift without any worry. Look at all the energy being stored up. You can farm down that Wigglytuff and now unleash havoc on the Pokemon that C. Leonardo wants to bring in with all of that energy stored.
But the problem is that this Drapion's only on so little health. It may not be able to survive a fast attack in order to get another charge attack off. So all this energy might have been built up, but if it doesn't survive the quick attack from this Diggersby, then another crunch may not be launched. Let's see what happens. First crunch coming in. Is there a debuff? There is, and the Drapion's gone. All that energy has now gone with it.
Able to get some of it, but not the full benefit of all of it that it had stored up. Now into this classic combination of the Azumarill versus the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going for these Shadow Claws, but really not doing too much damage at all, whereas the Bubbles are going to be able to get the KO. The farm down is strong on Danny's side.
Oh, Azumarill's going to love all of this energy, and let's not mind this Hydro Cannon coming in. The bulk of Azumarill has always been impressive. It's been demonstrated here against a Shadow Feraligatr.
Shadow Feraligatr, though, also is very fast with these Hydro Cannons, able to go for the double onto the Azumarill. Not in the minds too much at all. It's going to be able to take both of them with ease.
Yes, indeed it will. And there is an attempt at the catch-all to at least try and switch out and prevent that farm. But unfortunately for C. Leonardo, this is an Ice Beam.
I quite like this, though, in the sense you're preserving up your shield. You're able to still do some decent damage into the opposing Azumarill, and the Azumarill had so much energy that you knew the double Ice Beam was coming through. You had to allow one to go through. There goes the shield to enable the survivability of that Diggersby.
Yes, and so second shield now coming in. Diggersby has to rush to another charge attack, but it is farming up more. There is an attempt to make a catch here, and Marowak is able to drop a Mud Slap in, but Diggersby launching that Fire Punch. C. Leonardo unfazed by the switch.
Just in the nick of time as well, that Marowak had the Blown Club ready to go as well, but Diggersby was just able to get the edge here, as well as being able to follow up with this Scorching Sands that I think is going to spell curtains for the Azumarill.
Indeed it will, and we have to give credit here to Leonardo not being too phased by the Shadow Kanto Marowak, going for that extra farm to ensure that he had one more quick attack, which would give him the Scorching Sands he needed, as well as having the health to withstand a bubble and then knock out the Azuriel. Incredibly close match.
There was so much energy, literally from the players in terms of their adrenaline, but also from it being stored up in these charge attacks on Dane's side, for example. It was just a shame, I think, to see the Drapion not being able to use it to its full effect, and that really was the moment I think that C. Leonardo could capitalize on. You were able to stop all of this effort, all of this work that Dane had invested from being utilized in the match, and that meant that Dane suddenly had to come up with a plan B, and in such a fast-paced game like Pokemon Go, that's not always easy to achieve.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. You sometimes lose track of how much health is important in a game like this. Typically, we notice as well when we play Master League, for example, where there is so much more health available on all of these Pokemon, this becomes a more decisive factor, but it can be a factor in Great League, despite the lower HP. It is something to consider in very niche circumstances. This is where at top-level play, you need to consider all the possibilities.
I'm just having a look at, Dane's team here, and I did really like the Pokemon choices that were being built. I wouldn't necessarily recommend too many switches, or is there something that you can see that might be more beneficial into this game too?
Well, I think, so here, with C. Leonardo's team, he brought in the Feraligatr, the Wigglytuff, and the Diggersby. I don't mind if if Alolan Sandslash has a bit of energy, it can obviously cause a few problems for Wigglytuff, no issues there. It has to be mindful of the Fire Punch from Diggersby, but it can survive a Fire Punch, it just takes a huge amount of damage from it. But with it being the Powder Snow variant, it can hit back at the Diggersby. It defensively works well against the Wigglytuff, has a good matchup into the Shadow Drapion with the Drill Run. So maybe that's a shout, but you have to be careful. That Talonflame, the Annihilate, is scary.
I guess you have to predict if C. Leonardo is going to leave the Annihilate on the bench or not, because those counters as well, they're going to hurt really hard into the Alolan Sandslash, as well as having some decent kind of coverage on Pokemon like the Marowak, for example. The Drapion as well sometimes has a little bit of a difficult time, but the nice thing about the Drapion is that you're able to retaliate with those crunches, and we've seen crunch being utilized so much in this tournament so far, particularly when it's able to get those drops.
Yep, that's what we like about Drapion. It is the most popular Pokemon in the meta for a reason. If you are at home and you want to grab hold of a Shadow Drapion, Shadow Skorupi, and then go to one of the Go Rocket leaders, they will be able to provide one. Sierra, thank you very much. I'm glad that you remembered that. Annihilate now coming into play against the Shadow Feraligatr. The Shadow Claws are dealing super effective damage, but look at how much damage the counters do to a Shadow Feraligatr.
Oh my goodness, it's pretty even Stevens at the point here. Both, Shadow Claw and Counter, two of the most renowned fast attacks in the game, and you can see them both in utility here. The Hydro Cannon obviously gets there first. We know how speedy Feraligatr can be going into the shield of the Annihilate. That is angry, ready with this Rage Fist. Not only going to be able to deal a significant chunk of damage if it is able to connect, but critically will always get the attack boost.
Yeah, and that's the difficult position for C. Leonardo, because if he decides to shield, he's going to have to take. He knows he's going to be farmed down anyway. The main point of shielding in this scenario was to C. Leonardo to get that second Hydro Cannon off and get a shield back.
I like the shield because now you can go for these counters, try and maybe farm down, but instead you're going to switch things up because the Wigglytuff doesn't mind taking those counters all day long. So a nice adjustment by both our trainers, bringing their fairy types onto the field.
Yep, so both of these fairies are going to wave their magic wands at each other, proverbially speaking, and then go for the Swift here, which is the first attack to be launched. Now, Azumarill, very bulky Pokemon, and while Swift is same type attack bonus, it's meant to be spammy. The only issue is Charm doesn't generate a lot of energy to make Swift a very rapid firing move. So that's the balance. In the comparison, Playrough does a huge amount.
Yes, I remember seeing Padawan win with the Charm Alolan Ninetales. It deals a good amount of damage, but doesn't always get the energy up in a fast and efficient way. Unlike this Azumarill, these bubbles getting it very energy fulfilled at this point in time. I think really trying to farm down against this Wigglytuff, but it looks like Wigglytuff's going to get the edge. No Protect Shields remaining on Dane's side. The Swift is going to be able to get the knockout once again. Dane has so much energy that cannot be used.
And what was interesting is C. Leonardo recognizing that Dane had allowed that Wigglytuff to be left on low health to be farmed down by the Drapion, and decided, you know what, I don't want to give you that advantage. I'm going to bring in my own Drapion here. He is still at a disadvantage because Drapion came in with no turns consumed, whereas C. Leonardo had to consume one turn in order to make that switch in. So he is quote-unquote behind, but this is still an even-ish matchup.
Of course, the Drapion's just going to go down against each other. The Aqua Tail's coming through. There is still the shield on C. Leonardo's side, but he does want to utilize it, protecting the Drapion here in play.
Yes, and let's see, well, when does this Aqua Tail get launched from C. Leonardo's side? Timing it very well just before Dane gets to his final Aqua Tail. But now, this is where the crucial thing is. Dane has that one. Oh no, he's just letting it go.
Gets the knockout, goes down. The Annihilate comes into the fray here. It's going to be able to go for these Counter is going to be able to go for the Rage Fist. Is it going to be able to get the knockout, though?
I think it's going to be close, but I think even though it's resisted, it's going to...
Oh,
just survives! And Danny's reactions tells you everything you need to know.
I mean, the Drapion here able to retaliate with this Aqua Tail now. This puts C. Leonardo right back into the game. There's nothing that the Annihilate can do to stop it. It wasn't quite angry enough to get the knockout, and C. Leonardo will be the victor and continue on in the competition.
C. Leonardo makes it one step further. An impressive amount of play there. What a brilliant trainer. And he is demonstrating he's done so well. And this is, I think, maybe the furthest he's ever got.
Really impressive to see his kind of journey throughout this broadcast so far, and really calculated with his plays there as well. Seemed to be really in the control of the driving scene. I think Dane maybe doubling down a little bit too much on all of that energy restoration, and the moment C. Leonardo was able to get rid of that off the field, he could capitalize on it and just drove through to victory.
Yes, he did, and let's see how much further he will do. He is a household name on the grassroots circuit. Will he become a household name on the Play Pokemon circuit? That is what I want to know. I want to see how far he gets. Chat, for those of you in chat, if you've been inspired by C. Leonardo from previous Pokemon Go competitions, give some shout outs to him. He's a talented trainer. Let's see how well he does.
Definitely one to watch throughout the rest of the competition, along with a lot of the names that have been able to advance into day 2. But I really enjoyed how fast-paced that match was as well. There was so much damage being dealt out, not a lot of defensive plays. I didn't see a lot of switches being made.
No, it wasn't. It was very well. Kind of there were, but they were like really quick reactions. Like there's a switch followed by another switch by just to counter and counter and counter again. It was so impressive to see both of these trainers thinking at such a high level.
Yes, and we want to do a little bit of a recap here. The Diggersby coming into the fray here with the Scorching Sands, being able to get the damage down to that Azumarill and stopping it from going for all the energy that it had stored up. Here, the Annihilate on Dane's side, though, is able to go for the Rage Fist, but it wasn't angry enough, we were saying, didn't quite manage to get the KO.
And this is the definition of the phrase 1 HP and a dream. This is what survived. This is what allowed C. Leonardo to get that victory. This faith, his trust in the bulk of his Shadow Drapion was key in that final matchup.
And I honestly love those moments as well with the trainers. You can see from their reactions on the screen as well, they don't quite know exactly how that turn is going to go. And I think Dane was thinking it was going to be able to get the KO. And as soon as you had that reaction, C. Leonardo also adapted and was like, hey, I'm still in the game. I've still got this. And I love to be able to see that energy from these trainers.
Yeah, it's wild. You think that, okay, Pokemon Go is a mathematical game in terms of battling. But no, there is so much variation. There is RNG. There is excitement. You're not sure what's going to happen, but it's going to be amazing for one of these trainers. So brilliant play.
Yes, and another trainer we've been able to feature a lot on the broadcast to great success is Galaxico Bolton, a previous champion himself. So let's have a little look what he's got to say from a Hello Trainer video.
I started playing Pokemon competitively 17 years ago, and Pokemon Go as soon as it launched. Competitively, my favorite Pokemon is Serperior with Leaf Tornado. I use pretty much everything, and I come up with teams through trial and error. I want to meet up with all of my friends and teammates, and I want to show that I am one of the very best. I am looking up to Bibelicious, who is and has been the best player in Sweden for many years. The best thing with the Pokemon Go community is just to get along afterwards, eat, have fun, can gaze together, meet each other.
You just heard from Galaxico Bolton, the Lille regional champion from not last season, the season before. And you know what I remembered especially about that event was just before they actually battled. So Galaxico Bolton was facing Elephant Flasher in that grand final. They were lucky friends and they did a lucky trade together. And Galaxico Bolton got a hundo, a perfect-zation from Elephant
Flasher?
Yes.
Correct. I remember that too. It was an incredible moment.
Everyone just got so excited for that. It was amazing. Also, first time joining with the beautiful Arceus Aurelius on I'm so flattered. And 2 fabulous trainers to entertain us. The Reeve 18 forces, I mean, do we need to even mention Tonton Batius?
Well, I think we kind of do, because he's got a very interesting team here. He's bringing the Gliscor, Primeape, this is the first Primeape I've seen today, and he's
Yeah.
doing well because in the meta we've seen so far, Annihilape has been the prime fighter, and Annihilape has been crushing it, I believe.
Yes, Annihilape is the preferred fighting type, but let's not say anything too negative about Primeape. It does have a unique advantage. What is the fast attack that Primeape is running?
It's running Karate Chop.
Wow!
And the benefit of Karate Chop is that it charges energy so quickly.
Oh, yes.
And Primeape has very cheap moves that it gets to very quickly, so the pace of Primeape, there's nothing in the West that is as speedy as the Primeape.
So we talked about Primeape having Rage Fist, and if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Karate Chop, you can get to a Rage Fist just after 4 Karate Chops, and with Karate Chop being a 2-turn fast attack, that means every 4 seconds, bam, another Rage Fist. And the even more amazing thing, the Rage Fist makes the Karate Chops do more damage later on.
Exactly, and there's no combination of moves that is quicker than Primeape with the Rage Fist. And here we go into the games. Let's see what they're bringing for us. I'm very excited to see. Maybe we see a Dunspark from Tontonabatoos. But we started with a Azumarill into Shadow Drapion.
Okay, so the Reeve is not going to mind this matchup too much because of the Poison Stings being able to do super effective damage to the Azumarill. And if there is a possibility to get that crunch debuff on, that will really, really help the matchup. So let's see what happens as the Reeve is the one that blinks first and throws that first charge attack.
Yeah, and this charge attack is not going to do a whole lot to the Azumarill, as we've seen several times today. And I guess he was hoping for a debuff, but it did not get it. And Tontonabatoos is throwing his play rough into the Azumarill. Very exciting to see what Tontonabatoos decides to do here. He goes straight into his Dugong to counter this Azumarill.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder if it's a deliberate decision to, despite the fact that the Azumarill on the Reeve side was weakened somewhat, to not go for the Shadow Drapion. Maybe it's an advanced thought at play that maybe there is a Feraligatr in the back and I need a Drapion for that or whatnot.
Very interesting to see Tontonabatoos go for the Icy Winds with a Dugong against the Azumarill as well instead of the Drill Run. When he already throws a Play Rough into the Azumarill, I would reckon that going for the Drill Runs to secure the damage would be more efficient, but the correct way to play the Dugong into Azumarill in the Zero Shields is a double Icy Wind debuff, so you live 3 Play Roughs and can get to more moves yourself. But this is not a clean matchup. The Azumarill had already taken some damage.
I suppose the only rationale is to get as much energy as possible on the Dugong so that you can do damage on the Drill Run to take this Azumarill into the red, get some more farm, and then Icy Wind whatever's in the back and be able to survive. But it's going to be close. Actually, I don't think this has worked out for him, but Tontonabatoos, realizing he may have made a mistake in his calculation, drops that second Drill Run in order to take this Azumarill out.
Very interesting to see what the Reeve decides to do here. It comes in with the Feraligatr. I think this is a very heads-up play, because here he's deciding that the energy on the Feraligatr, but he's going to shield an Icy Wind. This guarantees a debuff on the Feraligatr.
Indeed it does, and Feraligatr high damage, but unfortunately is still going to be, trying to swap into his own Shadow Drapion now in order to get rid of the debuff Shadow Feraligatr, and this is an even matchup.
Yeah, and this is very interesting by Tontonabatoos. I kind of disagree. Well, it's a very tough position he finds himself in. Even though he won the switch advantage here, it's not easy to navigate when you have a Feraligatr farming down your Pokemon.
Yes, because a Feraligatr with energy is always a dangerous thing to deal with. So Tontonabatoos going now for that, his Aquatail. At this range, I think it will bring the Reeves Shadow Drapion into the red.
Yeah, but it's not going to
KO.
KO.
No, it will not.
And very interesting to see it, because Tontonabatoos' Drapion, thing is, now shields down, Tontonabatoos will get sniped by the Feraligatr if it throws, when it comes in to throw the Hydro Cannon.
But Tontonabatoos can make a catch, and he does make a catch onto the Azumarill. This is a brilliant play by Tontonabatoos. He expected the Hydro Cannon coming, and this is going to be really big. Now the Reeve has to stock up to 2 Hydro Cannons to catch the Drapion afterwards. Will he manage to pull it off?
Well, the thing is, the Reeve can here just shield this move from Azumarill, farm it all the way down, come out with 2 Hydro Cannons, and it's going to blast the Pokemon of Tontonabatoos out of the water here. Because here, he comes out with double Hydro Cannon, he just taps the moves, and what is Tonton going to do?
Yeah, there is nothing to do. Dugong normally would be able to handle the Hydro Cannon here, but it has so little health, it's not going to matter. Goes for the Drapion, hoping to get a charge attack priority event, but unfortunately, even that isn't enough. Shadow Feraligatr just simply has more attack.
Yeah, Shadow Feraligatr picks up the broom and sweeps Tonton off the field here. And it's a good game from the Reeve. Very impressive play to set up the Feraligatr in his poison double water strategy.
Yes, and what is even more impressive is you played against a trainer that is so strong, has had such a high performance. The Tonton has always top-cutted in every European regional, but now the Reeve has been able to get a victory here. So this is setting a precedent that Tonton needs to sit up, pay attention, and go, right, I need to respect this player. He is good.
This might be the first time this season Tonton does not make top cut. Because all the tournaments that Tonton has played so far, he has top cut the tournament, made it into day 2, and had a very strong finish. But here we see the Reeve has not taken any prisoners. He's just going on and wiping them out.
Yeah, and Shadow Feraligatr was so dominant. Yeah, I know, Marcus, that you have a lot of love for Shadow Feraligatr. This is the matchup that demonstrates your point about how strong it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do. Because Shadow Feraligatr was my first ever partner Pokemon in any Pokemon game. Well, I guess Totodile was.
Yes.
And then, so I have so much love for the Lion, but now the Feraligatr is so good, I haven't found a way to use it, but the Reeve, he has clearly got the method of using the Feraligatr, because in my opinion, a Shadow Feraligatr poorly played might get yourself out of position to win a game.
Yeah.
So it needs to be finessed into the correct position.
Yes.
To end up sweeping, and that's exactly what the Reeve did. He conserved the health on the Feraligatr, got the energy that he needed, and spent all his shields on the Gator. And a very, very impressive play by the Reeve here.
I mean, the community often says 2-shield Gator and win, right? That's something that's come out, I've heard a few times. Maybe this is the way forward. So this actually, it makes a fair point. There are many other Pokemon similar to Shadow Feraligatr. Maybe, for example, that Shadow Zapdos that's been around. Maybe that 2-shield Annihilate and win, where you can use a Pokemon that either has very strong spammy charge attacks or very strong fast attacks, and just protect it and let it do its thing, which is hit hard.
But what I'm curious about is that Primeape, because with shields up, Primeape destroyed that Shadow Feraligatr, because the pace to Rage Fists, it makes the Karate Chops do so much damage, and the Feraligatr, being more on the frail side, will not be able to take those very well. And it's quicker than Feraligatr, one of the few things.
Yeah, that's very true. Let's see what these Pokemon, what these trainers bring out. Annihilate coming into the Dugong. The Reeve very happy with this. Tonton is not going to like what he sees there, but he has brought in that Gliscor, and so he is ABB against the Annihilate. Drapion coming in now to respond to the Azumarill. This is even-ish, but kind of favors Drapion still.
I'm very curious to see the Reeve going for the Drapion instead of the Feraligatr here. Maybe, it's very interesting, because Azumarill, resisting all of the charge attacks from Drapion, has a legit chance to win this game.
Yes, on the other hand, yeah, that's absolutely true. However, the Reeve may also be making a calculated decision. He might be concerned about the Shadow Gliscor that's available, and he might want to have kept his Shadow Feraligatr for that. This would be a 5-head level play, of course, to make this prediction so early on, but we can't rule anything out with trainers of this caliber.
Oh, this is a mistake by Tonton. He didn't throw the Ice Beam immediately when he had it. So the Azumarill will be outpaced by the Drapion to the moves. And what is going on here? He's going to farm it down with Dugong. The Drapion is going to get to several occurrences here, at least one.
Yeah, definitely one. The question is whether Dugong with the energy will suddenly have a little bit more play into the Annihilate, being able to debuff it or at least tease a shield away, because this Dugong isn't going to be able to do all that much. There's no debuff, and he now switches into Gliscor and gets the farm down.
Oh, incredible play by Tonton.
This is going to be very interesting, because Shadow Feraligatr's main way of dealing damage to the Gliscor is to launch those Hydro Cannons, but there's shields available.
Yeah, and Gliscor has it has decent fast move pressure. It has the same pacing as Feraligatr, so keeping those shields up for Gliscor is looking very good for Tonton here.
Oh, it is, and in fact, Tonton is making a risky call here, going for the harder hitting Dig. No, so not Dig, Earthquake, sorry. Yeah. And it gets shielded by the Reeve.
Incredible play by the Reeve.
That is amazing. And now Hydro Cannon is being launched back to consume the final shield of Tonton Batus. Tonton now needs to think, will I reach that aerial ace in time? He's clearly thinking he can. And there's a swap into the Annihilate. And this is to try and get an Ice Punch off, but not before aerial ace is launched back at the Annihilate. This is going to do us so much damage.
Oh, he does so much, and does he keep count? Does he know where it comes? Okay, no he doesn't. He tanks the Ice Punch on the Gliscor. This is gonna take out the Gliscor and a whole family of Gliscors, but he might be able to get the farm down on the Dugong here?
Yeah, this is going to be crazy if this happens. It's 3 ice shots and
he does.
And now we have to see, is he able to launch a charge attack quickly enough? He's going straight for the drill run here. Is this going to be enough to knock out? That is the key question.
Incredible play by Tonton Batus, utilizing the energy on the Dugong to take out the Feraligatr in the endgame. Incredible display. Even he led Dugong into Annihilate, an incredibly tough matchup, but his Azumarill safe swap, even though he didn't get all the energy off that he could in the end, the farm down from Gliscor and giving it 2 shields set him up for success. It's an incredible showing by a Pokemon we have not seen so far this season.
Yeah, we have not. I think the last time we saw Gliscor was in Malmo in perhaps 2023, in the calendar year 2023, when Zephy Mastix piloted that to victory as the Malmo regional champion there. But that was the last time we saw Gliscor. Oh, what a great Pokemon.
Exactly, and because we've seen a lot of his little brother Gligar, but the Gliscor has a unique position right now because it's running the new Sand Attack that it got in the Dual Destiny update. So this is a brand new way to use a Pokemon, and Tonton Batus has found the exact way to pilot this Pokemon to success this series.
And also, in this current Dual Destinies meta, there isn't all that many flying types. There are a few, but they're not frequent. It's very common to sometimes see teams that have no flying types at all. And in those situations, Gliscor with its Sand Attack is going to be able to do at least neutral damage to the majority of the team.
Yeah, and I think that there's no prime flying type. There's no flying type that's better than the other. So given the balance of flying types and how kind of neutral they are to each other, running Gliscor or Gliscor, I'm not sure how to pronounce that name actually.
I'm going to go with Gliscor.
Okay, let's go with Gliscor for now. But I want to say that it's a very interesting play and is surely unique. And here we go into Game 3, and it's an Azumarill mirror matchup.
This is understandable. Both of these trainers have both won one battle, so you know what player can beat each other. So the thing is, they're both going for something a little bit safe and going for tried and tested, reliable Pokemon. Azumarill, the king of Great League, is here, or queen of Great League, is able to withstand a lot of pressure. So this is going to come down to whose Azumarill is stronger, whose Azumarill can withstand a bit more damage or deal that little bit more, courtesy of favoring attack or defense. Never mind, Feraligatr is into town.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that Feraligatr usually comes out on top on. But we have to wait and see, because Tonton Batus and his shield advantage proved very impressive in Game 2. And look at the Dugong. If this Dugong lines up with the Jump Love, it's looking excellent for a sweep, because Tonton Batus the Reeve struggled to hit the Tonton Batus' Dugong for quick, fast damage.
Yes, indeed it did. So let's see now, another play rough is coming in. Is this going to go shielded? Both shields invested into Shadow Feraligatr. This is rather unusual, but sensible here to ensure that you keep... Oh, and there's a catch here, and Dugong is now taking the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, but the Feraligatr needs to throw the Hydro Cannon into the Dugongs anyway. So I believe that this is calculated from the Reeve. He needs to soften up this Dugong and leave this matchup with some energy, but there's not a lot of way to hit this Dugong for the Reeve. But I like this play, going into the Azumarill, because it's going to take a while for Dugong to whittle down this Azumarill.
Yes, it will. So it was it was almost as though it was a catch, but then it was just a combination play. And now Dugong coming in with the Drill Run, which is going to weaken the Azumarill a bit more, but I don't think it even brings it down close to like 50% of its remaining health. No, it doesn't.
No, and Play Rough is going to threaten the KO on the Dugong here. So, oh, very nice play from Tonton Batus. He's throwing on charge attack priority, and which Dugong wins over Azumarill. And this is going to put the Azumarill very low. I suspect that Tonton Batus is going to put all his shields on the Gliscor.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense here. This Ice Beam is going to be double resisted. I don't know if this even KOs him. Azumarill may get one more bubble in as a result, but no, not even giving that opportunity as Shadow Gliscor now flies onto the field. It does not like ice whatsoever, so that shield has to come out. This is the place. If you want a shield, you got a shield here, and TonTon makes that call. And now it's a combination play. Hydro Cannon being launched to take out both of TonTon shields in quick succession.
And the Reeve has 2 Hydro Cannon stored. The Gliscor is going to disappear from the sky immediately. This is such a good showing from the Reeve of Shadow for Alligator, and how lethal it can be if you put it up in the right positions and load it up with energy, because now there's just no way for TonTon around this for Alligator. And the Reeve, even though he has his jacket on, because he has his jacket on, he's got no chill, and he's taken out this entire game with it for Alligator.
One Shadow Claw and the Dugong goes out, and the Reeve is ecstatic in his victory. He was, I think he's shocked that he's managed to beat TonTon.
But yeah, but with a display like this, you can't take anything away from that. It's an incredible showing by the Reeve. He really found what he needed to do to put himself in a successive position, and that is putting it all on the for Alligator, making sure that TonTon could not take advantage of the frailer Pokemon. He uses more bulky Pokemon like Azumarill, like Jumpluff as sponges for energy, and then he set up the for Alligator to deal all the damage in the world.
Oh yes, I think we saw 3 charge attacks. It's not even a combo play with 2, which you sometimes see from these top players, but 3, one after the other after the other. And the thing is, every single time I was like, oh wow, he has another.
He has another. There's another one. And where's it coming from? It's here.
Hydro Cannon there. Hydro Cannon there.
There's Hydro Cannons everywhere. And I gotta say, I'm super impressed at how he did that. And that just goes to show why frail Pokemon sometimes are so valuable in Pokemon Go. You can't just load up on the bulky Pokemon. You also need some extra power to punch through your opponents. Well, that's not physically.
Oh,
but, yeah. But it's keeping it nice. You saw between the trainers, there's no bad blood. There's just it's a good hug afterwards.
Yes, I mean, we talk about the community here in Pokemon Go, and the thing is, because this is a game that encourages in-person play, in-person interactions, and meeting up with people, you find that you build a society almost that is within the game, which is friendly, respectful, and most importantly, congratulates each other on a job well done. And TonTon, fabulous competitor, will respect his losses.
Absolutely, and we gotta hand it to the Reeve. TonTon has made Day 2 in every competition he has made so far. He has participated in so far this season. It cannot be said enough. And the Reeve, he didn't care.
Yeah.
He just found his win conditions and he went for it.
Yeah, and here is an example of the win condition, shooting that Hydro Cannon, blasting Dugong all the way out of the field, and that it just goes to show just how strong that was. There's the Shadow Drapion here, also getting a crunch off on this Dugong in order to weaken it even further. But this is what I like. This is where Gliscor did shine, though.
Exactly. TonTon said Gliscor off for success in Game 2, so the Reeve just decided, I'm not going to go weak to Gliscor again, and picked his 3 best Pokemon against the Gliscor, because the showing that Gliscor did in Game 2, the Reeve just did not want to let that happen again. And you can see him popping off. Someone turn up the heat, because the only heat that the Reeve's got right now is the jacket.
Oh yeah, that trainer is not hot.
Oh well, he's kind of hot right now because he's in flames. He's on fire, and still. No chill.
No chill.
No chill. I'm very impressed by this. It was an incredible round, and I'm really interested to see this next round as well. Because,
look at these 2 trainers, and check it out. It's the Group E winners final as well. Bear in mind, trainers, there are 8 groups in this double eliminatory bracket, so groups A to H. So this was the this is the start of the 4 groups that started a bit later, and now we're coming up to the end of those groups to see who is going to make it to Day 2. One of these trainers will do it.
I find these teams very interesting. They are pretty similar, but they've got a few differences. We can here take a look at Palasha's team, and she has the Azumarill and the Marowak. That's different from from Gengar Life's team.
Yeah.
But other than that, they are very similar, and I'm noticing in particular the Feraligatr. I believe the Feraligatr on both sides look very strong, and there's not going to be a lot, like, again, if you put 2 shields on the Feraligatr,
yes,
I believe we're going to see that in this matchup as well. It's going to be Hydro Cannon here, Hydro Cannon there all over again.
Yes, it's going to be a very useful Pokemon to utilize here. What I am very amused about is there's no more Magnezone on Paul Asher's team, and that was a signature. So what is going to be the new signature Pokemon of Paul Asher? That is what I want to know. What is she going to go, yeah, I can do it with Magnezone, I can do it with this. The Pokemon that hits the hardest out of her 6 is that Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, well, I can't see anything that unique on her team. The meta is kind of centralized a little bit for this tournament.
For now.
For now. And we see the Annihilate is the difference for the Gengar Life together with the Diggersby. That Diggersby makes Polasha's Corsola very risky to bring.
Yes.
But then again, Polasha does not have a normal type, similar to the Gengar Life. So the Gengar Life's Corsola might be in a prime position to set him up for a win.
Yeah, it can do. The thing is, though, one of the things that I notice about the top players, and Polasha is very much a top player,
absolutely,
is like they like predictability from their opponents. Okay, so I've opened up a slight weakness in my prospective team, and I think where your Galarian Corsa will be safe. I know that's going to happen, therefore I can react to it. I can make sure I have the Drapion.
That is a very good point. And there are some spreads with Corsola that even lets it beat the Feraligatr because it's so tanky. And here we go into the first game. We see Jump Bluff into Shadow Drapion. I don't know how the Gengar Life is going to play this out. He does not have the best responses to a Drapion.
Yeah, no, the Shadow Feraligatr only really works if it has a bit of energy, so Jumpluff may have to stay in here. Jumpluff is a respectable and bulky Pokemon, so 1 crunch isn't going to be too problematic, but a few more added up with the Poison Stings will be.
Oh, but the Jumpluff would have been able to hang on to a second crunch because it did not get the debuff, but the Gengar Life decided to swap in. This Drapion is going to take a lot of damage from the Aqua Tails, and now Polasha comes in with her Azumarill. This is to negate the efficiency of the Gengar Life's energy because the Azumarill resists all of them. We see this matchup again. We see it time and time again all through the day because these are the 2 most flexible Pokemon right now.
Yeah, I agree. And so with Azumarill, it's now able to potentially twist the bubble down here as well, simply because of how much damage has already been done to the Gengar Life's Drapion. So I think he's going for it. No, Paul Asher deciding, you know what, I don't want to take the risk. I'm just going to launch an Ice Beam and take this out, and it's immediately no shielded by the Gengar Life.
Very interesting position because the Gengar Life might now Shadow Claw this Azumarill down, and this is looking dangerous for Paul Asher.
Yeah, it does look pretty tricky. Telegraph is going to come in and does need to be respected and does go shielded. The question is, will the Gengar Life be able to farm down this Azumarill before another Telegraph comes through? But Paul Asher not allowing that to happen, going into her own Shadow Feraligatr, so Hydro Cannon being launched here. Now we know this is resisted, but it just does so much damage. The shield has to come.
Shield has to come, and we saw this in the previous matchup, how dangerous Feraligatr might be when it gets to farm something down and come out with a Hydro Cannon. And here, Polasha decides to shield the Hydro Cannon from this Feraligatr. And how's she going to play this? Oh, and she goes, oh, he does not get the Energy Ball off. But is this worth a shield? The Gengar Life, you need to make a decision, and it is!
It is worth the shield. It's so amazing that Gengar Life was able to make that call at the last second go, yeah, this might be an Ice Beam. This Energy Ball now goes unshielded. Will this KO is the key question.
Oh, it definitely KOs, but here, now look at the Drapion from Polasha. It looks in an excellent position to maybe finish this game off.
Yes, it depends on how much energy is going to stack up before it drops the crunch. I think the Gengar Life should have thrown his Aerial Ace a little bit sooner, and that might have been a mistake that will cost him. Let's see if Jumpluff survives. It does not. All that energy goes to waste.
Yeah, and the Drapion is going to outpace the Feraligatr to the crunch. This is done and dusted by Polasha. The Drapion, which led strongly into the Jumpluff, gets to finish this game off by throwing a crunch into the Shadow Feraligatr, and it cannot take that move. Well played by Polasha. We see the same line again, the Poison Double Water.
Yeah.
incredibly efficient use of her Pokemon there.
I think it makes a lot of sense. For those of you watching at home, you might think, oh, okay, poison double water, what's the logic behind it? And so if you lead with a poison type, such as Shadow Drapion, which only has a single weakness, which is ground typing, and then you have 2 water types. Water typically tends to beat ground, unless it's got some unusual subtype, additional typing. But let's assume, as a general rule of thumb, water beats ground, right? So, you come in with a Shadow Drapion, you don't like what you see. It's a Gastrodon. Lou is going to be very happy to hear that. It's a Gastrodon, and you go, don't want this matchup. Let's switch out. Let me put in my Dugong. Let me put in my Feraligatr. That's the way.
Exactly. Gastrodon in particular, because it has the subtyping of water, is, in my opinion, the best way to respond to a poison double water strategy.
Yeah.
Because the Hydro Cannons from Feraligatr is not enough to take it out. The Bubbles and Ice Beams from Azumarill only hits from neutral on the Gastrodon, and it hits back very hard with its ground type damage. So maybe the Gastrodon could be the play, at least to break up this poison double water line.
Yeah, that would make sense. That being said, when you have access now to Shadow Kanto Marowak, thanks to Cliff being available in Team Go Rocket leader battles, if you get a good one, you're gonna have to use it, right?
Oh yeah, well that's the interesting part though, because here we see Polasha not using her Kanto Marowak, and that is maybe because of the strength of Jump Bluff on the Gengar Lives' team.
Yeah, they are intimidating the Shadow Kanto Marowak away. Now this is going for the immediate Ice Beam here, which is going to be a 50-50 call straight away. Polasha makes the right call. Nothing. She seems that she makes the right call every single time.
Yeah, and I think it's in the start of the game, baiting has a higher upside. Oh yeah, and the Gengar Life knows that this, that does not look great. Letting through an Energy Ball unshielded like that on a Feraligatr.
Yeah, that was very, very rough. The Gengar Life was banking on it being an aerial ace, hoping that it was a bait. It wasn't. Made a call, got it wrong, and now the Drapion is in a strong position because it's able to Poison Sting this Jumpluff, but it is needing to do the work that Shadow Feraligatr you had to do. A shield comes out as well just to protect it that teeny bit more.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how Polasha is going to play this out. I assume she's going to let this Jump Bluff go, put it all on her own Feraligatr, her own Drapion, and I assume that she's coming in with her own Drapion once this Jump Bluff is taken out. But be interesting to see. Oh, okay. I don't hate this because the Gengar Life now has stored up a crunch on his Drapion, and this can be used to take out a Feraligatr late game.
Yeah, there is that possibility. It depends on whether they can get all the shields teased out. We've seen this matchup before earlier, and now Jumpluff has a bit of energy, but can only really threaten with the neutral aerial aces. As we know, Energy Ball is singly resisted by the Poison-type Drapion.
Yeah, and the Gengar Life here, he's not going to shield this Jumpluff. He knows that the Drapion is his win condition, and the Jumpluff is going to outpace this the Shadow Drapion on the Polasha side, but Polasha is going to get a juicy farm down on this Jumpluff if the Gengar Life cannot swap out in time. And oh, the swap is coming up, but can he reach it in time? He does, and he has the Aqua Tail. And oh, maybe there is a chance.
Well, I think, yeah, the thing is if the shield goes through and then it's a charge attack priority event, but no, Polasha actually abandoning the Shadow Drapion and going, I'm going to trust in the shield and the Shadow Feraligatr to go to 2 Hydro Cannons here, but it's going to be close because these Shadow Claws are adding up. Now, this is the big call. It's an immediate shield, no hesitation.
If there is a debuff here, then the next Crunch will KO, but the Crunch will also KO with 5 Poison Stings. So Polasha needs to farm this down. She needs to farm it down. Can she do it in time?
That is the key thing. This is going to do a huge amount of damage, but is Shadow Feraligatr in the front? Let's watch and see. Is it going to survive? It just about survives.
And I think the Gengar Life has this. Does it?
Oh, how close this was.
Oh, no, I think she threw this game because when she threw that Hydro Cannon, he gets a Fairy Wind through.
But what if it's 1 HP? Does it survive? It survives, despite that. And the Hydro Cannon is
the Gator survived on 1 HP.
Both of these Pokemon were surviving on 1 HP, and you think maybe it would do that 1 HP damage to the shield, but that did not happen. Well, it did, but it didn't knock out. And Shadow Feraligatr just able to sneak through that victory under incredible circumstances.
Yeah, incredible play. I don't even know what to say. This game was so close I don't even know how can I describe anything closer than this, because the Feraligatr literally survived on 1 HP, and I believe that the fairy wind that Polasha let through on her own when she threw the Hydro Cannon, I believe that would KO the Feraligatr, but she clearly has invested in its bulk on the Feraligatr.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that even top trainers are sometimes unsure whether their Pokemon will be able to survive with just one extra fast attack. I always say, as we get further and further into these tournaments, and we potentially make it to day 2 as well, these close margins make all the difference, because these trainers, they know how to battle. They've worked so hard. Sometimes
Yeah, that's how it feels. It's good. It's very good.
I think people are going to clip that now and for nefarious purposes. Anyway,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea either.
But I know one player who really enjoyed this match, and that was Polasha. She went with a strategy, tried and tested with a poison double water, and it was just hard to do anything about it. She brought the jump bluff in the second game.
Yes.
But I believe that it was the Dropion and the Feraligatr that really pulled her through.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I want to give credit, though, to the Gengar Life, because early on, he took a huge hit, getting the shield call wrong on that energy ball from the jump bluff onto his Shadow Feraligatr, and then to make it so close and fight back, because a lot of people would have lost hope there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, making this battle that close, I believe this is game 1, where the Dropion just KO'd the Feraligatr through the crunch.
That is correct, yes.
But the Gengar Life, with the start he had to this game, not shielding the energy ball, and then coming back to make it as close as he did, I find that really inspiring. Truly incredible gameplay by the Gengar Life to make it this close, but Polasha, when she has a win condition, she does not want to let go of it.
Yeah, she is a trainer that is so challenging to beat. I can count the number of times that she has lost on one hand. That's how good she is. It's a testament to her legacy.
That's an exaggeration. That is an exaggeration. She has lost more than 5 times in her life.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay, thank you. but it's truly impressive, because it is very hard to take down Polasha. She's a regional with multiple regional winners.
Yeah, she won, I believe, I think it was in not Stockholm or Malmo. Yeah.
Yeah, she won Stockholm last year.
Yes, and there was Turin the year before.
Yes, and she also, I believe she has a top. She has a top finish at Worlds, I believe.
Yeah,
she had a pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, I was simply thinking about just outright winning regionals. She's a multiple-time regional champion. That is how impressive it is. Funnily enough, I actually, just in case we want to clarify how far she got at Worlds and all of that, I've got a great idea. Why don't we ask her?
Thank you, Adelia and Marcus. I'm here with Paula, who has just taken down the Gengar Life. Paula, how did you do that? What just happened in that match?
I don't know. I don't know, because I had a tough battle, because barely we had some same teams, so it has a bit tricky, because probably we were playing the same combo, the same 3, so it was tough. But luckily in the last battle, my Gator was able to survive the Fairy Wind, and I'm so happy.
So, since it was about the same team, how were you going to approach this match? I'm sure that you've scrimed with this team before.
Yep, I'm always playing like the most neutral battles possible, so in those battles I'm playing...
No RPS?
No, I complain about the RPS, I'm not Alessio. I'm always playing the most neutral team, like Gator, like Jumpluff, because Jumpluff is good, like Drapion and things like this.
For those unfamiliar with what RPS means, it's a community term for rock, paper, scissors, as I like to use Wheelie Tough that has no play into bad matchups. Paula, what has been your best Pokemon so far in this tournament?
Probably in this tournament, the best Pokemon was Drapion, because Drapion is like probably the best Pokemon in this meta, because it's so neutral. It can deal damage into everything. So probably Drapion.
All right, then one final question. You already know what I want to ask. What is your opinion of Jumpluff?
Jumpluff is good. I mean, the people that complain about Jumpluff is because they are playing just RPS, like Wigglytuff and things like this, and they don't know about flexible picks.
All right, thank you for the shade there. It's like between two oddish. Thank you, Paula, and I wish you the best of luck in your next battles. Let's head back to the casters.
I really enjoyed the fact that Paula had to remind Inadequance that Jumpluff is good. So, you know, I think you have to decide now who you want to listen to. Do you want to listen to Inadequance? I don't know. You know, it's not, is he that? Yeah. Whereas Paula,
listening to him all day.
Yeah. Let's have a bit more of Paula. Yes, and more of Paula's success, more of Paula's closer runs to potentially becoming Birmingham Regional Champion. She has punched away into day 2. There are 3 more groups still battling, and one trainer from there will also want to make it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
Exactly, and hey, I don't need any more convincing. I'm already fully on the Jumpluff train, as it were. I think it's a very viable Pokemon at the moment. It has so much flexibility with its charge attacks as well, being able to hit on the side of grass or flying as well. Does give it a lot of coverage, making it one of the standout picks in the meta at the moment.
You know what I find really impressive about Jumpluff as well is that despite being double weak to ice, it can actually withstand an icy wind from Dugong.
It can take one.
It can take one. It doesn't do very well afterwards, but it can just about hold on, which is impressive. Let's say you're in a scenario where there aren't shields, but you are able to get an energy ball off on Dugong. That might be quite nice. Anywho, let's see. Oh, well, we do have a Jumpluff on Gotclass's side.
Yes, really nice to be able to see the Jumpluff come through here. On the opposing side, no Jumpluff to be seen, but some really interesting Pokemon on Padaman's side. The Ariados, a Pokemon that we got to see Lundberger running earlier in the broadcast today to great success in her first winners round. Now we're in winners finals here, and there's an Ariados again.
I really like Ariados. I think it's a really fun Pokemon, very versatile, and there's got a lot going for it. Also, Gotclass's Jumpluff has to compete in the skies with Talonflame, and Talonflame is more than happy to see Jumpluff. Jumpluff can't really threaten it in the slightest.
I also really like Talonflame into this match, actually. You can apply a lot of offensive pressure into something like the Jumpluff. You have some decent coverage into Pokemon like the Annihilate, the Drapion, for example, as well. Yes, you have to dodge out of the way of some of the rocks that the Dunsparce wants to throw its way, and the water-type attacks with the bubble that the Azumarill wants to hit you with. But other than the bubble, actually, Azumarill, yes, you got the Ice Beam, but the play roughs you aren't going to worry about too much, so maybe you could switch in and eat one of those up.
Yeah, absolutely. I have seen many matchups where Azumarill faced off against Talonflame. It's been rather even. We don't see a Talonflame here, but we still do see the Azumarill from Patoman's side. Now, Dunsparce is going to roll out its way through this Azumarill. So let's see who blinks first and throws their first charge attack here.
Dunsparce gets to them first, however. Those rollouts do stack up nice and quick. But then at the same time, you've got this Drill Run ready to go. That's something the Azumarill can eat up easily, meaning Padaman can preserve those precious shields.
Yes, indeed. And so now Azumarill is going to respond back with the Play Rough. This is going to do a lot more damage than Drill Run did from Dunsparce, because you have to remember, while Dunsparce is very versatile, having that, what in VG some would say, the Edge Quake combo, Rock Slide and Drill Run is great moveset together. However, Dunsparce doesn't deliver same type attack bonus via either of those charge attacks because it's only a normal type Pokemon. But that's the downside and the lack of firepower. Azumarill, however, doesn't mind throwing a Play Rough here and there.
Azumarill is actually matching it almost point for point at the moment. You're able to get this Drill Run through. Of course, Azumarill is able to hang on with that, and it's got an Ice Beam ready to retaliate with. Now, this is an opportunity for Gotclass to be able to go for one of these shields. It's exactly the utility that's gone Hicks. It might be a little bit dicey about where Dunsparce is going to be in the match after having taken that.
Yeah, and Dunsparce is going to be able to get that shield back, potentially, by throwing a Drill Run, and as a result, that's why here it was sensible to perhaps shield, but now Patoman's deciding I can actually risk a farm down here and go and get even more farm. It's just going to be really tricky because Dunsparce is a normal type Pokemon, is able to double resist the Shadow Claws.
Yes, even though it's very perilous on its HP bar at the moment, it is going to be able to take the Shadow Claws, but not so much the Hydro Cannon, though. This does give Azumarill the opportunity to switch in, though, against, however, the Ariados. A great adaptation by Gotclass, then bringing in the Drapion instead to be able to eat up a lot of the Trailblazers, but the Lunge is still something that could be a bit detrimental.
Yeah, Lunge is going to deal neutral damage here because Dark types take super effective damage from Bug type attacks, but the poison does resist. But what I like is the damage is very, very respectable on Shadow Drapion, but it's the added debuff. That's the big thing.
Yes, that's always guaranteed on this Lunge as well. And in retaliation, though, the defense comes down on Crunch. That is something that's not guaranteed.
Yeah, and so that is looking good now because Gotclass is like, okay, you've lowered my attack. I'm going to lower your defense. Let's just trade off with each other. Like there's shield coming in now just to protect, but the Lunge's debuffing effects will go through the shield.
And this will keep leaving the Drapion really, really vulnerable in play for this Ariados to try and capitalize on it. Padaman playing so conservatively with these shields. The first one only going up now in this game one.
Yeah, I was interested to see whether Aquatel would have been sufficient at this point. It is a charge attack priority event that Patoman is wise and calculates is going to be launched at this time, so perfect timing, taking what little energy he can into the next matchup for with the Ariados, and it is going to be that Azumarill.
This is a nice clean KO as well. Now you're able to get these poison stings down onto the fairy type Azumarill, getting some good damage up as well as threatening with the Trailblaze. Trailblaze will be able to connect you to no shield to Goklas's side as well as give an attack boost to that Ariados.
Yeah, and here comes Shadow for Alligator, but it will have to immediately take a play rough. But no, Goklas recognizing that Patoman will likely shield, goes for the bait here. It's only a slight bait, but it's still sensible. Ice Beam coming in now, which does take that final shield.
Exactly, and the Feraligatr doing what it does best, getting these Hydro Cannons primed and ready, of course not doing too much damage, but I think it's only going to take 1 or 2 more Shadow Claws to get to a second one, and that could be enough to be able to deal, I mean, it definitely will be more than enough to deal with this Azumarill if you can get to that second Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and it was a race, and I think Goklas needed that play rough to arrive sooner, and that was not possible. Patoman realizing, okay, this is very, very close. I need to not hesitate. I need to go straight for that Hydro Cannon, taking an early Game 1 win here against Goklas.
And in really commanding style as well. I really like the way Patoman was able to preserve those shields right up until the end game and utilize that Ariados to perfection, a Pokemon I was talking about just before we dived into this game. I really like the synergy that the Ariados has, being able to apply pressure with the lunges into the Drapion, for example, but then the Trailblaze being able to apply pressure to that Azumarill, particularly once you pinned it in without any shields.
Yeah, I think the thing with Ariados, the thing that doesn't make it quite so popular in the meta compared to other staples is the fact that Clodsire is around and is so popular. Because if you took away the Clodsire, even conventional ground types like Shadow Kanto Marowak, you see the Diggersby and stuff like that, they take super effective damage from the Trailblaze, so that's not too bad. But it's the stuff like the Clodsire which just bounces off, which honestly, Lunge, Trailblaze, they all bounce off Clodsire. It's just indifferent. And that's the thing that's stopping it. So if ever there was a buff to Ariados in the future or a nerf to Clodsire, Ariados is straight in there.
I like how nimble the Ariados can be as well. We often see it come maybe in the mid game or even often in the leads, and then you kind of have your pick of choice of whether you want to go for that Trailblaze or Lunge. And even though you might get the debuffs on the opposing side, the attack buffs that you get from the Trailblaze are really nice, but trainers aren't scared to switch out and lose those buffs because they know they're almost guaranteed to get them again because Trailblaze doesn't take too long to stack up.
Yeah, that's very true. Goklas is doing rather well to get to these winners final, because the last time he actually performed to this level where he got very, very close was in 2024 Dortmund season. So that was in February, where he was, I believe, top 16 or maybe top 32. Something he did really well, in short. And so for him to go that one step further would be very impressive on his Go resume. But Patoman is so tough to break. The Duckman does not fall easily.
Well, it's going to be a little bit dicey for the Marowak here. No wonder that it's jumping out in the fray against the bubbling Azumarill. Instead, you've got the Drapion in play, going to be able to go for these crunches, try and get these defense drops as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if you do get a defense drop here, Pato can just switch out. So I wonder if Goklas should have just kept going for a little bit and kept the energy to prevent this happening, which is Patoman swapping in when Drapion has very little energy here. Shiny Annihilate facing off against Drapion here. This is going to do neutral damage.
Patoman in complete control here, being able to go for these counters as well. It does take a huge amount of damage and get the defense drop, but once again, preserving these shields, maybe for a Pokemon in the back like the Feraligatr, you want to be able to keep it on the field with those shields in play. The Rage Fist will connect down on the Drapion here. Goklas very happy for it to go down. Maybe wants to try and bring in something like the Dunsparce. Not the Dunsparce, sorry, the Marowak again, because Dunsparce doesn't want to take any counters, particularly with the attack boost that the Rage Fist has just given Annihilate.
Yeah, for sure. The only thing is, the debuff actually onto Annihilate isn't ideal for Kanto Marowak, because it means that there was less chance of it getting an extra fast attack's worth of energy. I think here it doesn't make all that much difference, but still, that's a general point, a rule of thumb.
Honestly, these Mud Slaps hit hard. I think it only took 2 there to be able to fell the Annihilate. You did have to take some decent damage from the Rage Fist for your troubles, however, but now there's some energy up. I think only 2 more Mud Slaps going to be able to get you into the Bone Club here to be able to get some damage down on the Azumarill. Now, Patoman still has 2 shields remaining. Do you want to go for one in this instance and try and bubble down into the Marowak? Is going to be able to take one.
I do like the idea of Goklas just trying to weaken this Azumarill further, because what he's trying to do is bring Azumarill down to a range where one Drill Run can knock it out, and instead, if anything, Azumarill's now actually consumed energy to wipe out the Kanto Marowak, which works to Goklas's favor. Nonetheless, Dunsparce is going to have to handle all of this now, and that's going to be tricky.
I like the way as well Padaman's not getting too greedy with the bubbles there, trying to maybe break a shield down on Gotclass's side and leave his team very vulnerable, because there are 4 shields still remaining in this match so far. The Dunsparce now able to go for this drill run through, and we are going to finally see a shield come through on the Feraligatr.
I think even Padaman doesn't even have to shield at this point, but you have to shield at some point. You might as well use one now. Both trainers are going to start using shields because they want to stay in this matchup, and also for Gotclass's side, Dunsparce can't withstand another Hydro Cannon here, so it has to shield everything. The problem Gotclass has now is simply this. Hydro Cannon is reached after 5 Shadow Claws, so 5 seconds. Whereas Dunsparce needs a little bit more to get there, and that's going to be tricky.
And these rollouts are so underwhelming into the Feraligatr. Even in the Shadow form where it takes more damage, rollout is doing barely anything. The Hydro Cannon, on the other hand, would be able to, I think, even be able to get the KO possibly onto that Dunsparce. So a very wise shield. That's now 2 down on Gotclass's side. So you need to be able to get these KOs, but once again, Feraligatr's too fast.
Yes, Feraligatr way too quick. Gotclass looking for the farm down there because he knows that there's no point throwing a charge attack, because the charge attack would simply allow Feraligatr to get a bit more farm with those Shadow Claws. So there was no way out. Gotclass recognizing what was the closest thing to his win condition, but ultimately nothing gets past Duckman and his Psyduck.
I love watching Padaman play. I remember in previous seasons we saw him get all the way into the grand finals twice, and then the 3rd time with that Charmalolan Ninetales by his side was able to get the victory. And I love how the Psyduck is always next to him as well, a true mascot, a true friend of someone who has the potential to be a champion for the 2nd time.
Oh yes, and what's even more amusing is that we speak about Psyduck. Psyduck is going to be one of the main Pokemon that features at the European International Championships for the merchandise line at the Pokemon Center, if I recall. So I'm pretty sure they were when Padaman isn't battling, he's just going to be there in the Pokemon Center saying, another Psyduck, another Psyduck,
He's going to get the whole merchandise line.
He's going to come out of it just carrying, it's just like, it's going to be a vat of Psyduck. And what's even better is in the middle, you're going to fish one out, it's going to be the blue one, just, you know, amongst all the yellow, just to spice it up.
A little rogue shiny choice in play. Well, we definitely had some amazing action sparkling on our stage here between these 2 trainers. You got to remember as well, these trainers have been in the winners bracket so far. They've had a tremendous run at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Padaman, of course, continuing on, but Gotclass will be dropping down into the losers bracket, and this is how it played out.
Yes, it played out so well for Padaman here, who was able to be commanding right from get-go. I don't think there was anything that really phased him at that point. There was no point where he thought, ooh, maybe Gotclass has this or whatever. He felt like he was in complete control every time.
In game 1, it was really about the Ariados, but in game 2, for me, this Feraligatr was on form, preserving the shields at the right time to be able to keep Feraligatr in the game, as well as applying constant pressure with these Hydro Cannons, just meant that Padaman was able to steamroll his opponent and get the victory. So fantastic play. Once again, he's on top of his game.
Oh yes, and I'm very excited to see how far he goes. There are already now, I think, that was Group F, if I recall, if my memory is right.
I'm just going to agree with you because I'm never sure.
Okay, well, nonetheless, he is another trainer making it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. So we have seen Groups A to D, which started at around 9 a.m. here in Birmingham with their first rounds, and they have now all made, those trainers that managed to win enough have all made it into day 2. The losers brackets are, of course, still continuing for those groups, and then now we have the winners finals for the later groups, Groups E to H, that are happening at the moment. This is the nature of a double elimination bracket where you have certain groups starting at one point and then the remaining groups starting another to stagger it nicely so the tournament runs smoothly.
It's a bit of an odd experience for some of the players, but for us on the broadcast, it's an absolute treat because it means from start to finish of the competitive day, we get to showcase epic Pokemon play. And of course, we're going to keep rolling forward. We have got 2 amazing battlers up front and some very interesting teams here too.
You mentioned epic, and so we bring you Christian Z versus Zweiler.
Yes, but we're not going to be sleeping on this broadcast, I can tell you that much. Having a little deeper dive at the teams, I'm going to start with Z Zweiler. A blast from the past, the partner of Chargebug coming onto the field. They haven't seen that one in a while. But Bibarel, this was a Pokemon that in Toronto everybody was talking about. Why is it such a good Pokemon?
Bibarel is very, very fun because it is one of the few Pokemon that can wall off all of Shadow Feraligatr's charge attacks. It's not the most defensive Pokemon, but it has the ability to tank a move from Shadow Feraligatr, so it's quite safe in that regard. It got the new move update in Rollout, which made it a lot spammier. However, Rollout on Bibarel is going to be quite good against the Talonflame here on Christian Z's side, on the Ariados as well. It's also going to be respectable because it's going to wall off the Feraligatr and be okay against the Azumarill as well. So, you know what? I think B-Barrel has play here, you know?
And it's pretty bulky like the meta is at the moment. The Ariados a really nice, interesting choice on Christian Z's team. We just saw Panaman be able to pilot it to perfection in his game 1 in the previous match. So I wonder if Ariados is going to have some room to maneuver in this particular matchup. But of course, Z's Wireless, his opponent, a regional champion himself as well, is going to be formidable to get through.
Oh yes, I think with Ariados it's going to be a bit more even Stevens, as they say, because of the Trailblaze, but nonetheless I do think there has play. Of course, if you want to scare off the Ariados, you have the perfect thing that will claw its way at it. Talonflame there taking to the skies to go, be careful, don't bring your bugs in against me, because I will burn them or fly into them or be very brave about it.
And Diggersby's been another Pokemon that we've seen really rise up here in Birmingham, being able to apply a lot of pressure with Scorching Sands into a lot of the poison types that are running around at the moment, most notably Drapion, for example. But then also this Fire Punch has been a really nice bait in so many situations.
Oh yes, and this we love a good Fire Punch bait. It's so, whenever it happens, it's so well calculated by the opponent, by the trainer that is launching the Diggersby here, and I wouldn't put it past Wireless to pull off at least one bait in this matchup. This is a trainer that has won regional championships. This is a trainer that has a massive reputation and a fan base online, and deservingly so. He is a kind human being, he is a humble human being, and has talent oozing everywhere.
Another thing I've noticed kind of on Z's Wireless's team is that it's very beige to look at to start with from a purely aesthetic point of view.
And there's two bunnies.
Yeah, there's kind of. B-Barrel's obviously the water-type Pokemon of choice here, and I was kind of talking to Inadequence earlier about how there's a lot of Pokemon types that kind of need to be staples on the team. You kind of need to have some kind of poison-type Pokemon, you need to have the water-type Pokemon, but you also need to have a ghost-type Pokemon. And I really like the way that Z's Wireless has got that rocking on the double with Pokemon like the Corsola and the Annihilate.
Yeah, Double Ghost is an interesting strategy, particularly with Shadow Drapion being around, but that is why you put that Shadow Drapion off with the Diggersby. You can even threaten it with the Charger Bug because X-Scissor does neutral damage, but Shadow Drapion isn't all that bulky, and this is why Charger Bug can be useful. Another thing as well, okay, it's all well and good you having 2 or 3 Pokemon that Shadow Drapion can deal with on your side, but it can only deal with 1, maybe at a push 2-ish. But it won't deal with the full team.
It's going to be difficult for sure, but the Pokemon I really want to focus on is the Charger Bug, because I think it's got great utility in this match. Obviously, with the fast attack with Volt Switch, possibly Discharge as well as the Charge attack, that's great into our water types of the Azumarill and the Feraligatr. If as well, obviously, you're running X-Scissor as your other Charge attack, that can do some great damage into Pokemon like the Drapion and just gives you that coverage that you might need. You also then have some great support from Pokemon like the Diggersby to help out against the Ariados, for example, if you need it.
Yes, and so Talonflame, this is a very bold play. Christian Z coming with the Talonflame here to try and answer the Charger Bug threat, and there's no Charger on Swilus' side, but instead he's brought the B-Barrel in, so it's a response with the Shadow Drapion. Swilus is more than happy to stay in with B-Barrel and try and get a bit of damage off on this Shadow Drapion.
The Charger Bug is lurking in the back though, so that's something Christian Z is going to be hoping to maybe see later on, so the Talonflame can find its alignment down against it. But oh my goodness, how much damage did that Crunch do? That did so much into the B-Barrel. It's able to retaliate with a Surf, but I feel like the Drapion's going to be able to hang on here.
Yeah, it will be. I think Swilus will have to consider switching out very soon, and brings in that Charger Bug, and the Charger Bug is actually going to be quite good here because the X-Scissors at this range are going to bring Drapion quite low, but not before a Crunch is given first.
And the B-Barrel put in some work as well, whittling down against the opposing Drapion, maybe giving this Charger Bug more room to maneuver with this X-Scissor. I feel like Christian Z is going to have to shield if you want to keep this Drapion in play, but you might want to let it go, keep that shield maybe for the Talonflame later on, because you need the Talonflame to deal with the Charger Bug.
Oh, and look at Christian Z actually taking one Poison Sting to get an Aquatel and swapping out. This is a very, very brilliant play because Talonflame is able to actually get that farm down. I really, really like this brilliant move by Christian Z.
2 Incinerates is all it took to be able to fell it. Now you've got the Talonflame that's going to take super effective damage from the rollouts, but thanks to that extra energy it was able to get on the Charger Bug, is able to find its mark and undercharge actually with this fly into the B-Barrel to be able to get the KO.
Yes, and now Galarian Corsola comes in. This is the wall that deals with all, as Galarian Corsola does have access to Power Gem to try and wipe out that Talonflame, but Christian Z recognizing that my Talonflame's going to go in a bit, I might as well just go for the Brave Bird here, right?
Exactly, get that damage on the board while you can. If you can't get the damage connected, at least you burn through a shield. Now Z's Wireless only has one of those pressure shields remaining. Azumarill comes in, of course, completely energy dry at this point in the match. It's going to have to go for these bubbles and get some energy up, whereas Corsola's got energy for days. Nightshade is going to be able to come through.
Yeah, so Nightshade is going to be launched. This is now all on Z's Wireless and the trust he has in his bulk of his Corsola to withstand anything Azumarill throws at it. Bear in mind that Christian Z does have the opportunity to make a catch on that Shadow Drapion as well. Will he pull it it off is the other question.
Well, the Ice Beam's going to come through thick and fast into this opposing Corsola. Does a significant chunk of damage, but Corsola, of course, still in the game, still has energy to be able to spend. And this is going to connect down into the Azumarill. No Protect Shields remaining, but of course, Azumarill with its bulk and Nightshade not being the most offensive move in the book is going to be able to hang on. Easily can take another one of those, which is good considering Corsola's already there.
Yeah, and I think Swilus now has to be very careful when he uses shield. He has to use it now because the Ice Beam at this range would knock out, but now it's a race to get to 2 charge attacks and not be caught in the process. Swilus is therefore able to launch that straight away so to avoid a catch this time, but there's one more attack he needs to launch.
Nightshade once again connects down into this Azumarill. My eyes are on this Drapion in the back as well, whether it's going to be able to do anything, whether it needs to do anything, if Bubble's going to be enough, but it does go down. Now it's going to be the Corsola versus this Aqua Tail that is stored up on the Drapion to be able to take out this game.
Wow, Swilus recognizing that I needed to get the farm down here to have any chance, but Drapion having that energy because Christian Z did the amazing thing of throwing a Poison Sting, swapping out, and taking the damage from Charjabug's Volt Switch onto his Talonflame. Brilliant thing. That won him that match.
Definitely was a masterful play in that moment, and as you were saying as well, being able to just go for the Incinerate down onto the Charjabug, not having to utilize any of your charge attack meant you had that extra energy to deal with the Bibarel as well later on.
Yeah.
So fantastic play, really shows the pivotal moment that Talonflame was in this match. So a great choice from Christian Z to bring it into this matchup. Do we think it's coming game 2? It's got to, right? It's got to.
Yeah, it has to. It has to. The thing I also want to point out is when you have, for a lot of trainers will already know this, but for those that are a bit newer to it, they're trying to work out, okay, Charjabug with its 4-turn fast attack, and then you have, oh, my mind's just gone blank there for a second. It was Shadow Drapion with its Poison Sting with a 2-turn fast attack. So the first 2 turns are used to use the Poison Sting. The 3rd turn is used to swap out, and because the damage from the Volt Switch registers at the end of the 3rd turn, the new Pokemon coming in is what takes the damage there. And so this is how it works. It is probably something easier to demonstrate at some point. So if you are watching and you're not quite sure quite what that means, go to your nearest local challenge, check out on the Play Pokemon locator, and there will be trainers there able to show you how it's done, what the logic is, and make you an even better battler.
Be a good battler just like Christian Z and Z Swilus. And I have to say, in that game 1, I really like the way Z Swilus used the Charjabug. You know, I think it was a fantastic Pokemon to bring into the match, but unfortunately, the support that Bibarel gave it, I actually felt was quite lackluster. Bibarel took a lot of damage from the opposing Pokemon. Maybe if you utilized a shield, or maybe didn't bring Bibarel at all, maybe brought a different Pokemon that could provide more support, then Charjabug wouldn't have been left in such a vulnerable position against the Talonflame. So, let's see how game 2 is going to map out. It's Annihilate versus down against the Drapion.
And Annihilate is going to be more than happy to see this, and so in response for the Shadow Feraligatr, which is brought in by the Charjabug, Charjabug now going to do super effective damage, but Feraligatr does outpace.
It's a happy little bug, though. It's going to be able to go for this X. There's a Force of Shield on Christian Z's side early doors, and of course these Volt Switches are going to be doing a huge amount of damage as a fast attack into this Feraligatr.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting that Charjabug launched the X-Scissor here, because even though Discharge is super effective, X-Scissor will get the job done for less energy, and this is why Swilus made that pick. So for those of you watching at home unsure about the type matchups, even though a Discharge is a better attack against Feraligatr, you have to measure and consider how much health Feraligatr has and whether it's necessary even. Charjabug now being knocked out.
Yeah, Charjabug has gone down though, unfortunately, but I think it's done some really good work into this Feraligatr as the counters are able to get the KO onto it. This means Annihilate has got lots of energy. The Rage Fist is ready to go already, actually, in the face against this opposing Azumarill.
And Azumarill is going to not enjoy the counters coming through, because sure, they're resisted, but once they're boosted by Rage Fist, even Azumarill can't withstand too much of a battering from the fists of Annihilate.
And it gets to a second Rage Fist very quickly. Actually takes one more counter to power through and put it over the edge there. And as you said, the counters, yes, don't do too much, but now it will be a +2 attack thanks to the Rage Fist boost. And that's something that Azumarill really can't ignore.
Yeah, and we talked about 2-shield Annihilate and win. This looks like it could be that. Two Rage Fist. Now the first shield is being used. Annihilate is going to be able to do a huge amount more damage here.
Of course, it depends if you're able to get to that Rage Fist before the Ice Beam, and that's exactly what the Annihilate does. You do see the switch coming in here with the Drapion, though, going to be able to eat up this Rage Fist, but now it's going to be a +3 Annihilate.
It does so much damage, it's resisted, and yet it's doing a huge amount of damage. And it's like they're just eating away at Drapion. There is nothing Christian Z can do. He recognizes that it's just the sheer damage output is too much. I can't deal. I cannot deal.
Good night, Drapion. The stuff of nightmares is that Annihilate with the Rage Fist, and it looks like it's going for the 4th one here. Zizwile able to keep it on the field, able to get these attack boosts rolling, and that is exactly how you close out Game 2 and get into a Game 3 scenario.
This, for me, is a classic example of the snowball effect, or the Annihilate effect. You start rolling Annihilate down a hill, and it just keeps rolling, gets harder and harder, and then the fists come out, and it's like, you know, one of those cartoon things when there's like a make-up fight, and it's just clouds and fists and stuff?
Yes.
That's just Annihilate doing what it does to pretty much the entire... It just full-on swept Christian Z's team there.
That's a very good image, actually, a good summary of the way that Annihilate can operate. And now you have to beg the question coming into the Game 3, how does Christian Z deal with this Annihilate? You have the Annihilate of your own, you have the crunches that can come through from the Drapion, but is there any other utility that could be effective to stop Zizwile in his tracks?
The only way is to force Annihilate out because you have something so strong and so threatening against it. But looking at Christian Z's team, it's kind of tricky. You don't have anything that straight away, like a Wigglytuff, that you put that in, Annihilate's going to switch out because he's got, nope, not today. So that's hard for Christian Z here. I think the best thing is to somehow get some energy on that Talonflame so that the flies are threatening. But even then, it only works really without shield. So he's in a pickle, but then Christian Z has proven that he can beat Zizwile because he's won the first match.
I agree. I think you're right. The Annihilate needs to be able to leave the field to reset those attack boosts that it's able to get. We are going to see the Talonflame versus the Bibarels. The Bibarels rollouts would be able to do super effective damage, so Talonflame flies out of there, replaces itself with the Azumarill that can take these attacks much better.
And what was interesting is Zizwile decided to bank a Hyper Fang on that Bibarel, and Bibarel's really strong with that Hyper Fang. It's a huge damage dealing move. Christian Z now having to deal with the Charger Bug, which is not great for Azumarill to deal with, but Azumarill does have the bulk, is going to at least chip away at this Charger Bug first.
But as well, if the Charger Bug can get shields down on Christian Z's side, then that Hyper Fang on the Bibarel is going to be so devastating if you can come in where there's no shields for your opponent to utilize. Of course, Discharge is going to come through now from the Charger Bug. That does super effective damage into the Azumarill, but it's able to hang on, still has plenty of energy.
The key thing now is I think Zizwile has calculated the Discharge may not KO, but the Volt Switches afterwards certainly will. So I'm actually okay with this because I can just farm down, have a lot of energy for whatever comes in afterwards. And it is indeed the Talonflame, so Zizwile goes, you know what, let's just launch that Discharge in straight away.
Talonflame's not going to appreciate that though. Being a flyer, it can be knocked out of the sky by some lightning, but it is able to hang on. Maybe trying to get these Incinerates up to get the fly into play before the rollouts take it down, but no, Christian Z's Talonflame not able to get the edge.
Yeah, and this is really tricky because all three Pokemon don't do all that well against Bibarel, and Bibarel's actually got not just a Hyper Fang, but plenty of energy there. This first Hyper Fang coming in, this needs to go shielded, but for Alligator, ooh, it's a tricky one to shield this. It's painful to shield this, but he has to do it.
You're right, though, absolutely necessary on this for Alligator to keep it in the game, and it can keep going for these Shadow Claws. Of course, not going to do too much to the opposing Bibarel. The key thing you want to do is get your charge attacks primed, but there's the second shield. Zizwile once again in the key position to just steamroll through his opponent. Last time it was the Rage Fist attack boost, and now it is burning through the shields.
And the thing is, I don't think Feraligatr can eliminate this Bibarel out of the picture before another Hyper Fang is launched. Bibarel, being a normal and water type, can withstand the Hydro Cannon. Okay, doesn't take a lot of damage, but still, the Hyper Fang is launched, and Bibarel is putting in work.
We're now going to be able to see the full force of Bibarel here, taking the Feraligatr right down to the edge, but it is able to get to the Hydro Cannon here. Annihilate has now to make the decision. Is it going to be able to go for the shield? No energy being charged out, or very, very little on Christian Z's side. I think trying to go for these Shadow Claws to get as much energy as possible.
And this is where counter is ramping up. Azumarill does not have the bulk to withstand that, and down goes the Azumarill. The Feraligatr was knocked out after that attack, and that is game, set, and match for Zizwile. He pushes his way to day 2 in unsurprising fashion, but credit where credit's due to Christian Z. Had a tough matchup there and still was able to utilize Talonflame and get that one win in against a team that I thought he would really struggle against.
Very true, and I think as well it's testament to these trainers, the way that Zizwile was able to, lose the first game, but then was able to learn from that experience and come back with a completely different strategy. Game 2 was about Annihilate, but Game 3 was about Bibarel, and in Game 1, the match that Zizwile actually lost, I kind of said that Bibarel didn't really do a lot. It wasn't a great support. We didn't get to see its offensive pressure. Instead, we just saw it take a lot of damage. Whereas in that Game 3, I think the way he was able to position it, like you say, banking that Hyper Fang right at the beginning of the game enabled him such a big momentum swing towards the end.
Yes, indeed it did. Now, I do want to recognize that Zizwile is a player of immense experience. He's done so well in so many matchups already. But Christian Z going up, there's something very I won't say intimidating, but there is something very scary at first about going up against a trainer of Z's Wireless's caliber. However, you know, we got to give credit where it's due. You don't think just because someone is really good doesn't mean they can be beaten. We saw Tonton obviously get beaten, and this player is always top cutted, and this is the first time he hasn't. But Christian Z, he has performed before. He has played in Dortmund only earlier this season and has also performed at EUIC at Bologna, but to get this close is one of his higher rating achievements, and he's not out of it either, because the losers are still there, sorry.
Exactly, and you can see here how this match went. Of course, Christian Z dropping down to the losers bracket. Like you've just said, there was so much valiant effort on that side with Uzumarill, for example, and the Talonflame as well, I thought was actually very impressive. Just unfortunately for the Talonflame, it wasn't always able to get the alignment it wanted. I think in that one game where it was able to just completely deal with the charger bug was absolutely perfect, but then Bibarel came back and was like, I'm literally going to roll you out of the sky.
Oh, yes, it will. And so I want to just give credit where credit's due to Christian Z for making it so tough, because that matchup on paper looked really tricky, and sometimes I think I was speaking to some other players in this tournament. There is no way, the general consensus, there's no way to build a team of 6 that is not slightly weak to something in the meta. The key thing is, how do you adapt to that? And by that I mean, how do you, when you see that Pokemon's coming, how do you deal with that tactically? If it's in the lead, how do you deal with it? Have a game plan for your biggest weakness, and that will take you one step further to becoming a regional champion in the future.
I think as well, team building is one of those critical things in Pokemon Go, and we've spoken about it a lot throughout the broadcast about kind of how do you first go about it? Do you pick your favorite Pokemon? Do you pick the Pokemon you're most comfortable with? Do you look at the meta kind of top rankings and pick Pokemon there? And one way that I think a lot of trainers get to maybe test which Pokemon really gives them the synergy as the pilot of the team is through their local events. So take a look at this video and see how local events can work for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And as you can see from the video as well, there were trainers there for their very first time, maybe some veterans of the competition as well. And this is really where you can pick up tips and tricks, get inspiration, maybe kind of, you know, work things out with a team, with the competitors around you at your local event. So please do get involved. If you look at the QR code on the screen and scan this, you will be able to find locations near you where you can get involved with local competitive play. I know, Adelian, you are a big advocate for competitive local events.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. It's a good way to meet your local professors. Some of these professors will be judges at these premier events like the Birmingham Regional Championships. I have the utmost pleasure of hosting a Pokemon League for Pokemon Go in Manchester in the United Kingdom as one of the professors there. And I tell you, there have been some great trainers that have gone from becoming being beginners in PvP to becoming local challenge winners, League Cup winners, and some of them have even become world's competitors. So that goes to show progress starts locally and glory comes here at regional championships.
And community is really where it's at, right? Regardless of which Pokemon game you play, we all speak this universal language for our love of Pokemon itself. And you can come to these events, whether it's more as a casual player or someone really, like you say, trying to get that world invite, being able to be the best, you know, having that champion journey, and you can just come and meet people who have the same interests as you.
Yeah, and that's the thing that brings everyone together. I love it. Speaking of someone that brings that has the same interest in me, Nessa Beaton here against Hamad Munir. Nessa is a trainer that is local, well, relatively local to me. He's based here in the UK, someone that I have a lot of respect for, a lot of adoration for, and he too is a regional champion, although not in Europe, funnily enough.
Great to be able to have that accolade to your name. Really interested to look at these teams. A lot of familiar faces that we've seen, but I want to dive a little bit deeper onto this Malamar and Nezabethan side, because I saw Malamar around a huge amount in previous forms in the meta so far in the 2025 season. You know, it kind of faced up a lot against the Ariados, and I think gave rise to Ariados because Malamar was so well utilized. It has that Psy-Wave that's really quick, really spammy, really good to be able to get some damage out on the field, but it has dropped off in the meta. Why do you think that's been?
I think there's been I think it's because Shadow Drapion has become so much more popular, and Malamar really struggles to deal with that. The Psy waves from the fast attacks are double resisted, and the crunch in comparison, even though it's neutral, does a large amount of damage. The only way you can really threaten the Shadow Drapion is with superpower, but then you have to jump out, so you lose switch a lot. So, anywho, speaking of which, we have a Malamar, we have the Shadow Drapion, and what do we have to bodyguard against the Shadow Drapion? We have the Clodsire.
Clodsire is always nice to be able to see, and this one is indeed the Sludge Bomb variant. So this is a great call for all of those grass types running around, and also the fairy types. We are seeing, obviously, a lot of Azumarill around, but we are seeing Wigglytuff on the rise as well. So making sure you have that Sludge Bomb coverage is really nice for Clodsire. On the opposing side, however, some familiar faces in the form of the Annihilate and the Azumarill, the Drapion. But look at the little Jumpluff, and it's also the Shadow form. It looks so angry and intimidating, but also cute.
Angry, intimidating, and also cute. That sounds like a catchphrase that I should have, right? No. Maybe not. But to be fair, Jumpluff being able to threaten more with that energy ball means it can secure some more KOs against Azumarill with a little bit of chip. So that is possible. Now for Hamad Mumia, it's really impressive because this is probably the first time he's competed since 2024 EUIC.
I'm really looking forward to this match, and I'm really hoping I get to see Ariados. And oh, there it is, Ariados in action, because I think it has so much utility in this match. The Drapion, though, the Pokemon that you said has kind of been really rising up in the meta, is going to be its opponent in the lead. Not very effective Poison Stings being sent left, right, and center. For me, it's going to be about the energy being gathered up here.
Yeah, and Hamad Muni, recognizing that Nezabethan's likely to go for a lunge as his first charge attack from Ariados, decides that I'm going to just go for the Aqua Tail and get some undebuffed damage, or therefore normal damage, off beforehand. Lunge now coming in. This is going to go no shielded, but look at the difference in the amount of damage it's going to do. This is going to take Drapion straight into the yellow.
Yes, very risky, I think, not going for the shield here, because you take really, really good damage, and then you also get the attack drop to boot. We are going to see the Azumarill switch in here. Really nice play by Nezabethan, going to be able to catch this crunch.
Yep, and this is where Azumarill wants to come in, take the crunch, but now as a swap out into the Shadow for Alligator. So two water types battling it out with Bubbles and Shadow Claws flying left, right, and center. Now this is interesting because both of for Alligator's charge attacks are resisted by Azumarill. Hydro Cannon is just such a good attack. It doesn't matter if it's resisted, you still launch it.
Yes, we've seen these two kind of face down a lot throughout today of the Birmingham Regional Championships, and it really comes down for Azumarill being given the opportunity to farm up lots and lots of energy. It can then apply pressure with these play roughs, forcing the Feraligatr that is a little bit more on the frail side to have to go for these pressure shields. But as you said, the Hydro Cannons, if you keep letting them steamroll through the Azumarill, they will be able to get the knockout eventually.
Yeah, they will do. So let's see now, how close does Azumarill get to being knocked out here? A few more Shadow Claws. Will it be able to find one? No. Nezabethan going for a swap and goes for a charge attack priority, which Ariados actually wins. That's so cool.
Really like to see this through. The Trailblaze will deal super effective damage, so you're forcing the shield to come through from Hamid here, as well as giving yourself a cheeky attack boost. You are probably going to have to go for a shield of your own if you want to preserve that, or actually in this case, Nezabethan saying, no, bring on the Hydro Cannon.
Oh yes, bring on all the water. To be honest, I think Ariados' job was done now, because we saw this before. You got a full health for Alligator, you got 2 shields. What am I hearing?
Yeah, that's one of those kind of end games that we see a lot of the time for Alligator, with 2 shields to be able to give it some wiggle room, as well as having the utility to go for these Hydro Cannons. And for Alligator versus for Alligator, it's a little bit more of a slow and steady pace, but we know what the result is going to be at the end.
Yeah, and so Hamad Munir is able to get his first Hydro Cannon off there, but that's okay. Nessa's more than happy to just farm up a little bit more. It makes another attempt at a catch there, but this is just only going to perhaps delay the inevitable, because the Drapion is going to get knocked out, but then there's still another shield. And don't forget, Nezabethan can make a counter catch if he wanted to. But let's not forget, the Azumarill's there in the back as well, though.
I almost would have preferred the Azumarill to take that, because the Drapion, there's no shields on the side, so you know it was going to be KO'd at this point. I guess at least you bring your Azumarill in completely safe, completely fresh, and you can start farming up lots of this energy. But the Bubble's really not doing a huge amount of damage. And it's almost in contrast to the beginning of this game, but it's now reversed. You've got the Feraligatr on Nezabethan's side that's able to apply pressure. Azumarill can farm up energy on its side, but it doesn't want to take too many Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, and okay, interesting here. Hamad Muni is going for the Ice Beam because he expects Nessa to shield regardless, and this is exactly what happens, because it doesn't matter if the Ice Beam is resisted. It's still going to do enough that the Bubbles are going to start to be a threat. Tries to make a catch and does get that catch here. That is also going to be really, really good for Hamad Muni, because Nessa's big win condition was to get as many Hydro Cannons off on that Azumarill, and now he can't do that.
I actually do really like this. I feel like for Alligator kind of gave its last hurrah, and you could bring the Azumarill in. We're already with some energy. Maybe it won't take too long to be able to get to that critical prelim rough that you need.
But it's still going to be close, because Nessa does have the opportunity to make a catch. They both make a wait, and neither of them fall for it. They've both waited a turn there, and now Nessa is able to get his play rough off onto Hamad Muni's Azumarill, but that was enough, because I think in all that panic of both trainers waiting, Hamad forgot that actually the Azumarill has energy as well, and that's a threat now.
Nezabeth and Azumarill did have the edge in that mirror, enabling him a Game 1 victory in this winners finals. These are the exact plays that we want to see. Last second switches, both the players making those adjustments at the same time to try and gain the momentum, but then also, not only do you have to get your Pokemon on the right alignment, you have to have the energy in the right place to be able to deal that damage.
Yeah, I genuinely think, and I don't blame Hamad Mooney in this case because there's so much to think of. It was that swap, that wait, and then that attempt to make a catch, as it were. Or to predict a catch actually on Hamad Mooney's side. That thought process consumed him, and as a result, you lost track of what Nessa's Azumarill was doing, which is another bubble, another ball, another. Oh, suddenly a play rough. Uh-oh.
I honestly think that switch in that the Drapion took, I would have really preferred it to be the Azumarill, because I think Drapion had a little bit more longevity in the end of the game. The Poison Stings into the Feraligatr, for example, would have given a little bit more oomph than the Bubbles, for example, and then you know how quickly the Aqua Tail can charge up. Yes, it's not going to do a huge amount of damage to the Feraligatr, but it's more than what Azumarill was able to deal in the same amount of time.
Yes, Azumarill would have maybe got to a play rough and would have knocked out, but it's whether you even get there, before a catch is made. It's easy to also catch because it's a 3-turn fast attack versus the Drapion's Poison Sting, which is a 2-turn fast attack. Much harder to catch that one. Generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, for those watching at home, the shorter a fast attack is, the harder it is to catch on it, but it is possible. Everything is possible with a bit of, future sight, as they say.
And as long as Martine's not listening, I'm going to say it. I want Jumpluff to come into the next game. I think Jumpluff has a lot of potential against Pokemon like the Azumarill, against the Feraligatr here. Yes, you're going to have to protect it against something like the Ariados, but that's what you have these partner Pokemon for as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a team of 6 Pokemon for a reason. These 6 Pokemon work together, hand in hand, claw in claw, tail in tail, I guess. Yep. Or in Jumpluff's case, Cotton Spore in Cotton Spore. Yeah, something like that.
Maybe some Pom-Poms in support.
Yeah, Pom-Poms. Yeah, I actually remember in Pokemon Stadium, where Stadium 2, where Jumpluff would dance about before it made its move. So I'm imagining that. Anywho, less dancing about in Stadium, more dancing about in the Go Battle Stadium here, as Shadow Drapion faces off against each other. So these 2 Pokemon are going to claw at each other and Aqua Tail each other and see who comes out on top.
Well, it's going to be a very slow and steady opening here. Both trainers getting those Aqua Tails nice and quick, and they're both utilizing the opportunity to farm up lots of energy. I wonder who is going to be able to move first, though, and make the adjustment.
Yeah, and I think I'm not sure if we've seen this charge attack priority event yet, so that's going to be interesting to work out who actually launches their attack first. Now, Nezabeth is up to 2, so it's likely he's going to launch the second charge attack straight away, but let's see what happens here. There is a charge attack priority event. Hamad Mooney's attack is higher on his Shadow Drapion, so he wins charge attack priority.
This is going to be really interesting to see which Drapion falls down first. On Nezabethan's side here, going to be able to take that attack and retaliate. Again, no shields coming through. Both trainers really doing the same kind of thing, but as you said, the charge attack priority determining the speed tiers of these interactions. But I feel like these trainers are going to lose their Pokemon very early doors. Yep, they're gone.
They're both dancing, they're singing to each other's hymn sheet. They've both gone for a Shadow Feraligatr, and this time Nezabethan gets charge attack priority, so is going to be able to launch his Hydro Cannon first. Hamad Mooney recognizes that this is disadvantageous and decides to shield early on.
And the Drapions are not gone from the match, they're just in the back, ready and waiting to come back and to be utilized later in the game, which I really like from a synergy and symmetry point of view from these trainers. Now it's time for the Feraligatrs to kind of match off and see what they can do.
Yeah, and you know what? Oh, we just noticed what the backline is. They've got the
Azumarill up.
Yeah, of course, it's the same backline as well. So it's going to this is a test of who's going to utilize their Pokemon in the best possible way, eke out that little bit of extra damage, extra finesse, as both of these trainers are now rushing to that Hydro Cannon. Hamad Mooney has built up 2 Hydro Cannons here, and so the first one is now going to be launched. Nessa needs to shield this to preserve this.
It looks like the Shadow Calls on Hamad Mooney's Feraligatr are doing more damage. First adaptation, though, is going to be the Drapion going down. The Azumarill able to get the KO, a little bit of energy thanks to those bubbles, and gets the first knockout of the match. Now, once again, the same old story. It's the mirror of Pokemon in this game, too.
But there's not quite... It is the mirror as far as Pokemon species are concerned, but there is a slight difference here because the Drapion's been able to do 2 Poison Stings worth of damage onto Nezabethan's Azumarill, but Nezabethan's Azumarill is now a little bit further ahead on energy as well. So it means it'll get to its charge attacks 1 bubble sooner than Hamad Mooney's Azumarill. So let's see if that difference is enough to break the deadlock between these two trainers.
And all the shields have gone as well, so there's no defensive utility that these trainers can make other than the bulk and the switches that they can make on these particular teams. We've seen the Drapion come in potentially to be able to eat up an attack and then just, you know, burn out some energy on the opposing side. But at the minute, these Azumarill are quite happy to take the energy by themselves.
Yeah, they are indeed, and these trainers will just be able to exchange player off after player off after player off. But the thing is, who is going to blink first and swap out? I'm interested to see as well. There is, I believe, there was some energy on the Shadow for Alligator as well. There is an attempt at a catch, and no, it's being responded to. And Shadow for Alligator now comes in on Hamad Muni's side, which gives it an energy advantage as well. Nessa now needs to think, what this Shadow for Alligator has a Hydro Cannon. It does win charge attack priority, so extra energy was not worth this in the end.
All that Hydro Cannon energy though on Nezabethan's side is able to come into full force right now and get the knockout into the opposing for Alligator. Azumarill is able to join the fray, but the bubbles are going to be doing negligible damage as the Shadow Claws are ranking up. The issue, however, is the Azumarill was quicker to the punch on that charge attack.
And now it's a race for Hamad Muni's Azumarill to get to a play rough before Nessa's Azumarill can do the same. But no, Nessa already has a play rough bank, and it's the same team with the same alignment as well. And ultimately, it was a masterclass in who can utilize the team a little bit better. An incredible display from Nezabethan, making it a clean 2-0 victory.
Energy preservation was outstanding in that match for Nezabethan. On 2 accounts, they're bringing in the for Alligator, bringing in the Azumarill with charge attacks already banked and ready, so you could waste no time in getting those KOs and securing your victory here.
Yes, I must admit, we have seen why Nezabethan is a regional champion. He went over to Buenos Aires for the special event that was happening there, so he's a special event champion, just to clarify, and still a worthy achievement. And this shows that even when these Pokemon are exactly the same, those subtle differences make all the difference.
I mean, in Pokemon Go, we talk a lot about these split-second decisions as it is, with those kind of half-second counts. But sometimes as well, it really is the split-second decision you make in your mind as the trainer of when you're going to switch Pokemon out, when you're going to go for that charge attack. And Nezabethan just did an absolute masterclass in showing how it should be done.
Yeah, he totally did. I want to give credit though to Hamad Muni. This is a fabulous performance from him, coming from a trainer that hasn't competed all that much in Play Pokemon. Last time he competed was in EUIC last year, so that was a good. And it was in April last year, if I recall. So it's a good 9 months away. 9 months since, and then to come back into it. Maybe he had some practice in locals. I'm not. I'm assuming perhaps, but to do so well to get to a winners final in Group F. Got to give credit where it's due, and he's not out of it, of course.
I was kind of sad to not see Jumpluff come to the forefront, but considering the amount of Ice-type charge attacks we actually saw being dealt out, maybe Jumpluff wouldn't have had the best time on the field there.
Yeah, although Jumpluff can withstand one Ice-type, but maybe not from Feraligatr with Ice Beam.
There are a few too many, I think. Yeah, maybe it might withstand one, but you've got to be able to go the whole way to win the match.
Yes, for sure. And this is where Martin perhaps has a little point there with why he's not the biggest fan of Jumpluff. Maybe he prefers a bit more Serperior action. We saw Galaxabolton showcase what Serperior can do as well.
I also love how Galaxabolton's running the Leaf Tornado variant, the one that he so famously won a championship with as well. It's nice to be able to see that little bit of variety, and I suppose nostalgia when you have so many kind of core meta builds out there. It's nice to have something a little different.
Yeah, it's not just about spicy Pokemon, it's about spicy movesets as well. I mean, I'm still waiting for, we all talk about Azumarill. When are we going to see Rock Smash Azumarill?
That is a question that, is to be answered, I think, in the future. But of course, this is the Birmingham Regional Championships. This is a fantastic testing ground for our trainers to maybe see what new movesets they want to do or what new Pokemon they want to play ahead of the International Championships just around the corner in February. And if you're looking to maybe prepare for EUIC, take a look at this video.
Hello trainers! In this discussion we are going to talk about how to prepare for an international championship, also known as an IC. There are 3 every season. We have one in Latin America, we have one in Europe, and we have one in North America. But what makes them so different from regular regional champions? Adelian, can you talk us through what is the incentive of going to an international championship?
I think the best way of putting it is a highlight of the season. All of the biggest trainers are going to be there. You're going to be competing, and it's one of the highest stake tournaments on the Pokemon Go circuit. So for me, you have to be an IC, I say. Most importantly as well, for me as well, it's going to be in London for the European Internationals. It's literally right on my doorstep. How could I not miss it? And for many of you who can easily get to such a city, it's a no-brainer. You've got to go.
So, thank you. Yes, I know you're all about London. Abi, I heard you might be going as well. How would you, as a Pokemon expert, as a PvP expert, I know you are a legend in the Go Battle League, how would you prepare for an international championship?
Well, it starts with understanding, number one, the player playstyle, what's the meta and how people are playing it. You could learn that from watching multiple regionals and also taking a look at the statistics of which Pokemon is being used most. And then you look for core breakers. So if you find a Pokemon that works well for you and you practice in the Go Battle League, then you can run it in your regionals. And then based off that Pokemon, you build your team of 6. And then from there, you can decide, all right, I want some more practice. So you go to like the local tournaments as well. And then you go to the ICs.
So this was our discussion on how to prepare for an international championship. And we hope to see you there.
Should I open or do you want to?
Go ahead, please.
I open?
Yes, please.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2025 Birmingham Regional Championship official broadcast. We are heading into the final matches of the day. This is gonna be go big or go home.
Yeah, and there are 4 battles left to be played. There are 4 trainers still looking to punch. Well, there are actually 8 trainers.
8 trainers, but 4 of them will succeed.
4 of them will punch their ticket to day 2. All matches will lead to one trainer, or every match will lead to one trainer making it through. These are the matches that count. If you lose this matchup, you're out. If you win, you're in. Everything is on the line for the trainers that's coming up in this next round.
And our upcoming match is going to be Christian versus Slowking. As we see here, saw Christian earlier, and Slowking has been working on a crazy losers bracket run. He has the Galarian Moltres. Well, what is your opinion on that, Bird? We haven't seen that in a while.
I really like Galarian Moltres. It's a very dynamic, flexible Pokemon, but in this climate, it's kind of tough because Drapion has a good matchup into it, Azumarill has a good matchup into it, and we've seen a lot of those teams with Drapion and Shadow Drapion and
Poison Double Water?
Poison Double Water seems
Poison Double Water.
Poison Double Water.
Poison Double Water.
Poison Double Water.
We said it a lot when we were watching.
Do you think we're going to see Poison Double Water?
Poison Double Water is pretty good.
I think it's going to be Poison Double Water. No, but I really hope we get to see the Moltres or the Talonflame. But in this climate, it's looking to be a little tough to run. But I do hope Christian will bring out the Ariados. Oh, but see, Slowking also has an Ariados.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We have game number 1, Christian versus Slowking, and it's going to be the Ariados into the Shadow Drapion. Is this 2 water types in the back?
Well, no, it's actually poison, double poison and water, and then there's poison double water. Whoa, people are creative these days.
Well, it's a very efficient core, and we've seen that a lot during this championship. Going for the Aqua right away, you want to get this Charge Stick off before you get debuffed by a potential lunge from the Ariados.
Yeah, the Ariados will win the Zero Shield here because you go for the Aqua Tail, which is a less efficient charge move, but you get it in before the debuff, and that makes Drapion able to win the 2 shields here.
The 2 shields, but does he win the 0 shield as well? This Crush gets close to knockout. I think
it does not knock
barely
out.
won't.
It won't knock out, so the Ariados will get to its lunge.
As we can see here, it hangs on barely, but this does leave the Ariados into perfect farm down range. Could shield the Drapion. Looks like Slowking maybe expecting Poison Double Water, so he just gets energy advantage. Oh, goes for the undercharge and the switch, but he's 1 turn ahead because Slowking snuck 1 Poison Sting. It meant he was stuck until the damage registered, and that's why he couldn't swap immediately. Now you see that the Drapion throws a Charge Sack before this Feraligatr.
And that's incredibly important in this matchup because the Feraligatr needs to outpace the Drapion to hit the moves before Drapion gets to the crunches. Now the crunch is going to dent this Feraligatr so hard, I think it's just going to take it out if Slowking doesn't shield it.
I think so too. As you can see here, it's shielded. That would have done a lot of damage, but going for another Hydro Cannon. Do you put 2 shields? Yes, you put 2 protections on the Drapion.
The Drapion looks incredibly well placed here, but we see 2 Azumarils in the back. Can Slowking make something happen and maybe catch a move on his Azumarill?
Crazy. Crunch coming through, gonna knock out the Feraligatr, and at this point, Drapion is so healthy.
How do you let this? I'm not sure how you're gonna take out this Drapion. The Azumarill is gonna take so much damage on its way to take out the Drapion. So I think this looks like a great position for Christian, even though he is a shield down.
bubbling up some energy. All this energy is resisted. You still have a shield, but still not using it. Slowking, what is he expecting in the back here to happen? We see the full Azumarill from Christian in the back, and the lower his own Azumarill. Oh, trying to make a catch on the Ice Beam, but not able to.
No, and this is very meticulous and patient by Slowking. He is pulling out all the stops to hopefully have a chance of winning this game, but it's an incredibly uphill battle. He needs to make catches. He needs to make reads. He needs to make the correct shielding decisions, and this is a correct one.
I think so too. Player would have put this Azumarill really close to being knocked out. How much energy is there left on that Drapion? I wonder. I don't think he can put in a lot of work anymore, perhaps as a potential sacrificial switch here. Go for another player, but you are going to need another one, and I think some bubbles as well.
Yes, the 2 player ups are not enough to knock out the Azumarill here. You also need some player ups and some bubbles, and he tried to make it, but Christian with the patience, and it pays off. And this is a 3-ball flex. Christian with the poison, with the double poison and water, beats the poison double water.
Such efficient and crazy efficient lines from these trainers here, as Christian takes game number 1 against Slowking. Both trainers looking to get to day 2. Christian only did this in Barcelona. That was his first championship that he competed in, the 2024 special event in Barcelona. And Slowking, I believe this may be already his best performance so far. His best performance before was top 25 in both Utrecht 2024 and Dortmund 2025.
But that is similar to this. He's currently, he's top 24.
This is top 17 right now.
Top 17, correct. So this is Slowking's best performance, but he does want to take it to the next step. He's not rolling over for this double poison water line. But will he switch it up? Will he copy Christian's plan and go for the double poison and water himself? Or do we see a change up of the entire team?
The one Pokemon that can kind of tackle that is the Ariados. And it looks like Christian made that read. Slowking went with that safer approach of the Drapion. The thing is, for Slowking, it may be scary to bring the Ariados because there's a Talonflame on Christian's side. And Ariados has no play into Talonflame.
But what do you think about Annihilate? Do you think Annihilate can make, because it can cause some trouble for Ariados, it can cause some troubles for
Ariados, you say?
Yeah, for Ariados, and also for the Drapion. Look at Christian, and Slowking is just he copies the poison, double poison water line. I'm
poison, water, poison, let's call it that.
Poison, water, poison. And he wins CMP with his Ariados. This is incredibly good for Slowking. Because the Ariados matchup, as well as Feraligatr matchups and Drapion matchups, are usually decided by charge attack priority.
I think this is better for Slowking than it is for Christian, just because at the very end of this matchup, the Ariados remaining is going to be super debuffed. But for Slowking, once this Pokemon is out of the way, you can kind of just move your Feraligatr really freely around. And that's what I really like about this. In fact, I would not be surprised if we see Slowking intentionally lose his matchup so he can get an energy advantage on the Feraligatr.
That's not how I would play it. I would tank this attack, and both are trying to be clever here and over farm.
The energy.
Yeah, that's very clever in my opinion. Because what Christian cannot let happen is to be dry on the Ariados and let the Gator get a farm down.
But look at that, because he overfarmed by 1, he's able to outpace the Drapion to get to a launch. This is magnificent play from Slowking.
Slowking is not rolling over for anyone here. Even though the lunge is debuffed, the Ariados was debuffed, this debuff on the Drapion will be incredibly valuable because now Christian's Drapion will not be able to pressure as much damage on Slowking's Drapion as Slowking will be.
And as long as you can keep shields up as Slowking, the Feraligatr looks better and better in the back because Feraligatr wants to keep those shields for the rough plays from Azumarill.
Yes, but that put me off entirely. But what I want to note here is that Christian still has a lot of energy on his Ariados. There will be a farm down here from Slowking.
Oh, he didn't want to try it. I think he could have got the poisoning down here.
I think
he would have got all the energy.
But he doesn't want the farm down. He wants to take this Drapion out just for insurance. And how do you play this?
Energy is going to be dangerous, right? Because the Azumarill gets an entire bubble down.
Yes.
Layer off is going to be neutral on Feraligatr, and Feraligatr is relatively squishy.
And you can't let the Feraligatr get debuffed by the Ariados if it's this final Pokemon left, because then the Feraligatr wouldn't have enough power to power through the Azumarill.
Now another concern for Christian here. Imagine you now go into... Oh, we see the no-shoot. That is because the Trailblaze is loaded, like you said. But if you swap into the Ariados, the Feraligatr will likely Shadow Claw it down entirely and come out with even more energy. So it's kind of an offset here. At what point, you definitely use your shields at this point, but at what point do you switch out and throw your attack? You need to pull those shields, you need to chip the shields first. But Slowking still has 2 of them. He's a shield keeper.
Yeah, he's a shield keeper. He does not want to let go of these shields. As we've seen today, keeping the shields for the Shadow Feraligatr is a win con in a lot of matchups. And Slowking, he does not want to let go of his win conditions.
Right, another protect shield.
Yeah, also important to note is that Slowking...
Oh, here comes the Ariados for the Trailblaze, and this will definitely pull the last shield, but it's an entire undercharge. I guess he realized that would knock out anyway, or he wants a slight farm down.
I think this is a misplay, because... Oh, well...
Well, with an entire Hydrocan, how low is the Azumarill?
Oh, I think it's low enough because Slowking also has an Ariados left that you can use to Poison Sting this Azumarill.
He has 2 poison types left.
2 poison types left. But he's not going to use them. He's just going to Shadow Claw down with the Feraligatr. Very, very heads-up play by Slowking. Not shielding any of his squishy Pokemon. Oh, and a grin and a wink from...
I know Amanda and Koning Lionheart, they are sitting at the front seat there, probably waving to their friend Slowking as he ties up the score there.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of water types. We've seen a lot of poison types. Do you think we're going to see the Talonflame come now? I think Slowking finally found the courage to bring the Ariados, and it's paid off really well. At that point, maybe you want to bring the Ariados as Christian, but if you look at the other Pokemon on Christian's team, none of them take on the Feraligatr that Slowking keeps bringing on very well.
No, and I think that it's very risky for a Christian to run with the Talonflame, seeing how Slowking is running double water teams, Drapion that has the Aqua Tail. I think Talonflame is a high risk, high reward type of Pokemon. If you get it in the right positions, it can run through teams, but if you get it in the wrong position, because it's so slow to the charge moves and the Incinerates take 5 turns before the damage applies, it's a Pokemon that's possible to take advantage of.
If you can get it in the right spot, it can do a lot. I do agree
with you on that point. So I believe that if Slowking brings the Ariados, it's in the lead to get an energy head start on one of his other Pokemon. And that's where Christian needs to be aware. If he leads a Talonflame, he can't let Christian's safe swaps get too much of a head start because he'll be on the back foot from immediately, even though he won the lead.
How about we ask Chat this question? Chat, do you predict water double poison or poison double water?
Chat, you need to be quick. You got it. 30 seconds maybe to lock in your answer. Poison double water or water double poison?
Say it again.
Poison double water double poison. My tongue is getting paralyzed from all these consonants. But I do want to see if we got some.
You want to see game number 3, and it is poison into poison, Drapion into Ariados. We've seen this before, but in game number 1, the other way around.
Yeah, and look at Christian's Ariados. He swapped around the poison types this time. So we got double poison water on both sides this game. And who's going to take it? The Ariados of Christian, I think, is in an excellent position here.
I think so too. Slowking also has his Ariados in a decent position. The problem is Drapion is very much capable of either putting this Ariados into a farm damage for the backline Pokemon or stripping a shield from this Ariados and trying to make the catch attempt, but Christian waited. In comes Azumarill to soak all the damage, but this is not the worst matchup for Slowking.
I think it's very heads-up play by Slowking, realizing that he can swap his Feraligatr into basically anything on Christian's side. And after debuffing the Drapion, the Feraligatr is not as threatened by the crunches, so Christian answers with his Azumarill, but I suspect Slowking will build up a lot on his Feraligatr. We've seen it time and time again today, and this Feraligatr is going to town on Christian's Azumarill.
Do keep in mind there's still some energy on Drapion from Christian as well, so the Feraligatr is not that great in a spot, and naturally Slowking doesn't use a Protect Shield, knowing that a crunch from a Drapion would do way more damage.
Yeah, I think the correct decision here is to not shield the Feraligatr. Build up as much as possible and threaten the Azumarill.
But you can get Poison Stung down at this range.
Oh yeah, this is very scary because I don't think...
Oh, the undercharge.
Yeah, that's clever.
It still knocks out.
Oh, it still knocks out. Oh, Okay,
back.
I don't hate this. I don't hate this.
Yeah, because now you have an energy advantage for when Christian's Ariados comes in. And because there's no fast attack pressure, you don't have to shield anything just yet here. But, oh, keeping the energy though. And now you can threaten. There's still 4 shields in play, Marcus. When are they going to be used?
That's very interesting to see. The Dropion cannot take a lunge. It will be debuffed. And Slowking is not threatening heavy, quick damage on Christian's Ariados. I think Christian's Ariados is in the position it wants to be in this game because he can just debuff Slowking's entire team. And for the Feraligatr will probably not make a Hydro Cannon. Slowking's Ariados, it's not going to threaten heavy damage on Christian's Ariados. Oh, but he lets it crunch through.
But Christian left energy on the Drapion. That is going to be super useful for the Ariados in the late game. A super heads-up play by Christian, in my opinion.
Yeah, Christian, he's piloting his double poison line to great success. I think we need to see a spectacular play from
charge attack priority. Slowking knows that his Ariados wins charge attack priority and uses that to his advantage. Christian, I think, forgot for a second. This might almost knock out.
It doesn't KO. Oh, and this is detrimental for Slowking because the Ariados shield. He can't shield. The Dropion has so much energy.
He doesn't shield this launch. It doesn't do that much damage. In comes the Drapion. It's going for the Aqua Tail right away. But how much can you take on this Ariados? You need to get to a charge stack. Poison Sting doesn't do as much.
Immediately. Debuff immediately. Go into Feraligatr. Hope. Pray that the debuff Poison Stings are not enough so you can make a Hydro Cannon. And then Slowking can win this game. But he needs to go into Feraligatr.
Not switching out, trying to get to another attack, but he's not able to go into the Feraligatr. In comes the chomp attack from Drapion.
Oh, wow. But is this enough?
This is definitely enough.
It
takes it out, and now getting the Poison Sting down on the Ariados. Christian moves on to day 2.
What a play by Christian. I was not realizing how low that Ariados was, but Christian did, and he played the play that he needed to make.
There were a lot of charge attacks in that battle. It's because the Poison Sting damage just hardly added up at all. Interesting showcase there of the Ariados still being relevant, right? Even though there was a Talonflame on Christian's side, he didn't need to bring it at all. It's probably tempting in that position, knowing that Ariados might come out from Slowking now, but man, if it's on the Feraligatr, it is so tough.
Yeah, and it's such a hostile environment for the Talonflames currently, so both Slowking and Christian knew that their Ariados was their win condition to take home this match and move on to day 2.
Now, we asked before game number 3, if the opponents would play Poison Double Water or Water Double Poison. And Tyrannosaurus Dad in chat actually had it right. He said ABA Poison, and it was from both sides. They led a Poison and then a Poison in the back with a Water type in between.
Yeah, and you cannot be more correct than that because he got it right for both competitors at the same time. Very, very impressive.
A big congratulations. You win honor.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your honor.
And I'm very happy to see that the trainers in chat are getting to the level that we're seeing in the competition here. They're
making the predictions right.
Yeah, they get the predictions right. They're making the moves that we want to see from our top trainers. And I just want to know, I've been considering if Ariados was making a comeback, and clearly it is because it's a matchup into the Water Double Poison. Well, it's undefeated. I don't think a lot of Pokemon can rival Ariados as a Water Double Poison counter.
It did well there. The one other thing that really holds down Ariados besides Talonflame is Galarian Corsola.
Exactly.
That Pokemon is so strong. You can only win that matchup as the Ariados if you have 2 shields and they have 1 or 0. Otherwise, you can not win that ever.
But, so you can win it even if you're down only 1 shield?
Correct.
Oh, wow, I'm impressed. Ariados
keep trailblazing, keep buffing that attack until it will be enough to knock it out. Do keep in mind, Ariados' pace is much faster than the Galarian Corsola.
That is true. And Ariados keeps impressing me with his performances. And if you can cover the Corsola and with other picks on your team, I believe Ariados can lead your way to success. And it's so weird thinking about a Pokemon that's a small spider.
I have just a team for you.
A team?
Water Double Poison. You run Feraligatr, Drapion, Ariados. You have 2 Galarian Corsola answers.
Can I run B-Barrel with them as well?
B-Barrel is so good. It's so good. We saw it from Z-Zwilers earlier.
You heard it here first. Well, you also saw it like a month ago in Toronto. You also saw B-Barrel perform.
Dr. Roastbeef, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Roastbeef.
We have our next matchup coming up here. It is the Gengar Life again, up against the Frenchman Welton on the right side. What are your opinions on this matchup? We see the Alolan Sandslash on Welton's team here.
Yeah, the Alolan Sandslash is very good at breaking up the water, the poison and water type team with Drapion and Azumarill.
Not with Feraligatr.
Not with Feraligatr. That's actually a terrible matchup for the Alolan Sandslash. But I'm also looking at the Gengar Life. He has an arsenal of great picks, and I think the Annihilate and the Feraligatr is going to scare away the Sandslash, clearing the way for water and poison.
I think that his Pokemon are really capable of firing a spurs of attacks here with Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr, the Fire Punch and Scorching Sands from Diggersby, and the Crunch, of course, from the Drapion. Fast charge attacks that just are charged up so quickly. He has a combination of charge attack pressure and fast attack pressure. Counter from Annihilate and Astonish from Galarian Corsola do a lot. But if you don't use your shields, or if you do use your shields, then Feraligatr can just go to town, or it's the same for the Drapion.
I think the Gengar Life's team is incredibly balanced, and I like how this team deters the regular Sandslash, the regular Alolan Sandslash on Welton's team, because Annihilate will just demolish the Sandslash. Corsola outbooks if it's running Powder Snow, and Diggersby outbooks it and outdamages it if it's running Shadow Claw. So the Sandslash is kind of sandwiched.
Kind of in between, right?
Yeah,
it's tough to decide his moveset. You always need to cover another Pokemon that you give up on, basically.
Exactly. And I believe if this Alolan Sandslash on Welton's team is impossible to run, look at Jumpluff. Jumpluff has a very playable matchup into Azumarill. It's very good into Superior. It's good into Diggersby, and it's very good into Annihilate.
Did you say Jumpluff is good?
Yes.
I do not agree.
Well, no,
But yeah, the top 4, it's probably pretty good at that. We're going to see it in action maybe now. We have the Gengar Life on the left, and Welton on the right. It's going to be the Shadow Feraligatr into Diggersby. Now, Diggersby takes super effective damage from the Hydro Cannon. How good is this matchup?
Well, it's not that good for Feraligatr, as you might think, because you're doing double resisted Shadow Claw damage with the fast attacks from Feraligatr, so you need to rely on this Hydro Cannon to actually make substantiable damage to the Diggersby. And you see, you need 2 Hydro Cannons to win this matchup.
Shadow Claws don't add up.
No, they don't. And this Scorching Sands will do a lot of damage to the Feraligatr.
So naturally, he puts out the Protect Shield. No attack drop. That's pretty nice. Although, even attack dropped, it would still knock out the Hydro Cannon here. Going for another one here. Welton is putting out the first Protect Shield now.
He wants to play out this matchup. What is he scared of in the back? I think Welton is...
He was actually super strong into the Feraligatr. If you see the backline with the Drapion and the Spear, those are like all his best Feraligatr answers.
Yes, so I suspect that Welton does not want to see... Oh, it does not...
Oh!
He did not throw the Hydro Cannon.
I think
he saved it. He's saving it.
He expected a potential catch from Welton. The Gengar Life maybe overthinking it a little bit. Now swapping in...
Shield this.
You gotta. I think you gotta know he's no shields. That does so much damage to Drapion. You need the Drapion. Look at the backline. There's his own Drapion and the Superior. Would it be really nice to have the Drapion now?
That Drapion looks incredible, if you're asking me. But it's fine. You're not asking me. That's okay. But remember that the Gengar Life still has a Hydro Cannon.
He went for a Crunch as well instead of the Aqua Tail. I think the Gengar Life just predicting a lot and getting Poison down. If he threw the Aqua Tail there, he would have gotten here as well with the Aqua Tail. Now he does have a Hydro Cannon stored, but this Jumpluff is going to have a really tough time. Welton's unlikely to shield anything here.
I think when you have such a bulky Pokemon as the Jumpluff in the back, and there might be an Alolan Sandslash, you have to make that prediction and actually shield the more frail Pokemon Drapion.
Right, another Area Ace coming through here. This Area Ace won't do as much. I think you need 2 plus more Fairy Wind to get the knockout here. Maybe with some poisoning damage, you might already get as close there. But this Crunch gonna come through. You have to put up your last protection to have any chance here. But little does the Gengar Life know, it is Superior in the back. And Area Ace from Superior does not do that much.
No, I don't think it... well, Aerial Ace from Superior is about to be enough to knock out this Jumpluff. It's getting very close, but the Vine Whips are not going to do anything into this Jumpluff.
Another Crunch coming through though. I think the Gengar Life has been predicting a little bit too much in this battle, and he's gonna gather himself again to get back in this set of 3.
Yeah, and the crucial point in this battle, in my opinion, was Gengar Life's no shield on the Scorching Sands from Diggersby on the Drapion.
I think so too. I think he just really overpredicted on what Welton would do. It would be an obvious catch there maybe, but perhaps switch advantage would have been much nicer. Because let's say Welton did catch on the superior, the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr, then you could align as the Gengar Life, your Drapion on the superior. You probably would have been in a pretty good spot then.
Yeah, but I even think that the jump bluff would be the correct alignment on the superior, because there could be a Sand Slash in the back, and Drapion is way safer to keep in the back when there's no Mud Slapper on Welton's team.
I think so too. Diggersby is a Drapion counter somewhat, but with shields up, Drapion can make that matchup really obnoxious. But yeah, if you don't put up shields there, it's unfortunately that the Drapion kind of just got wasted there, as anything else in the back thrown onto the Drapion would have dealt way less damage. Now, how are you going to adapt here as the Gengar Life?
Do you adapt as the Gengar Life?
Maybe you just try the line again?
I think you just try the line again and go for the same strategy, because...
Maybe, but it just tells you so much about how Welton played. I think Welton just predicted that the Gengar Life would counter the Alolan Sensors, and Welton came with all the Feraligatr answers, the best ones that he had, because he didn't bring the Annihilate, didn't bring the Azumarill, and didn't bring the Alolan Sandslash. He brought his 3 best Pokemon into the Feraligatr.
But even though he brought the best Pokemon he has into Feraligatr, Feraligatr still put in so much work. And the Superior is very risky for Welton to actually bring, given Superior and Drapion how safe they are.
It's gonna be tough for the Gengar Life to come back in this battle. Welton has been on a good losers bracket run, and the Gengar Life had lost the winners finals, so he has to come back from a loss in the first place. This is the losers finals in Group E. Winner of this will advance to Day 2, and both players are really hungry for this.
And the Gengar Life has, I know he's made losers finals several times. He made losers finals for Day 1 at Worlds, but he lost that game. And he's made loser finals in several other tournaments as well. So I know he's hungry for a Day 2
at the World Championships, by the way.
Yes, at the World Championships. He was 1 game away to making Day 2 at the World Championships, but sadly came short. Now he needs to flip this around on Welton.
He needs to find a way to become the man in this city again. He defeated Howie, his teammate, before this, and before that, the North American Hedonus Actual. So yeah, they already have some good wins to their names here. Sorry, I'm talking about Welton, by the way. Welton knocked out Howie. Of course, the Gengar Life also defeated Howie on the win side of the bracket.
Oh, they both went on
poor Howie.
Poor Howie. Yeah.
Howie's a really good player as well. I would have loved to have seen him get as far.
But let's see what the Gengar Life, if he can bring out the guns. And here we go with Drapion into the Sand Slash. This might be the worst place for this Drapion, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think as the Gengar Life, it's kind of tough though, because you cannot really swap into the Diggersby either. It will take super effective damage from the Alolan Sensors as well. Look at what Welton did. He scared away all the Alolan Sensors counters in Game 1, and now is somewhat free here in the lead.
Imagine if the Gengar Life actually brought the Annihilate this game. It would have been so good into Welton's team.
I agree, because there's a Drapion in the back as well from Welton, and we don't have a Mud Slapper on the side of the Gengar Life either, so Alolan Sensors just so free, but not throwing the charge attack here, interesting. Going a shield down instead.
Yeah, and I think that there's no flying type on Welton's team, so I would have liked to see Annihilate from the Gengar Life in this match.
This turn will definitely knock out. Super effective on the Drapion. Is the Gengar Life going to put up a shield? He does.
Oh, he does.
I actually like this play, because if you can get shields down and you can get an energy advantage on the Feraligatr, you may be able to land an Ice Beam later on the Superior.
That's a heads-up play, because this farm down, if you can get the farm down on the Feraligatr, is going to be incredibly valuable.
I think you have to take a Drone first, though.
Oh, yeah, but is it worth it, though? Maybe it's worth it.
We're gonna find out. The Drapion goes down, in comes the Feraligatr, it is chomping time, in comes Superior, but he would have placed the Ice Beam, here it comes, but it looks like Welton's trying to get to the areas, he just wants to get at least some damage into his Feraligatr, but now the Gengar Life can farm more energy.
Farm more energy, but he's going to take Vine Whip damage, and that is going to be tough. Well, this, you can take a couple of Vine Whips from here, and I would throw the Ice Beam now. Yes, this is a very good play from the Gengar Life, because now he's sure that he can outpace.
Ice Beam is being charged, it's gonna deal super effective damage, Ice Beam goes through, boom!
It does so much damage to the Superior, super effective damage from from an attack-weighted Pokemon like Feraligatr. And what is Welton going to do? The Drapion does not look great here either.
Both Pokemon have to take a charge attack from the Feraligatr if they come in. And taking out the Alolan Sandslash means that the Diggersby in the back from the Gengar Life will be aligned to the Drapion from Welton.
This is looking so good for the Gengar Life. He knows, he's aware, and you can see on Welton's face, he's not happy about this situation. He sees the writing on the wall, and the Diggersby is the win condition for the Gengar Life in this match.
It can take the super effective Aqua Tail, but you're gonna need 2 more. Diggersby already is at the first Scorching Sands here. Now this is gonna get pretty close as this Drapion pace is really fast, but it's already a Scorching Sands. That's gonna do super effective damage.
Yeah, and this Aqua Tail is not nearly enough to KO, and this Scorching Sands will take out the Drapion. Incredibly well played by the Gengar Life, who showed up with Poison Double Water.
Scorching Sands coming through. The Gengar Life is going to day 2.
No. This is 1-1.
Sorry, it's 1-1.
You're jumping.
I got you. Yeah. I just want to hype it up.
Oh, well, you didn't get me. Someone in chat.
Someone in chat thought.
Yeah, keep this man locked up. This guy, he's so excited for this matchup that he even lost track of the score. And I gotta say, I'm
glad you caught it at least.
Yeah. Well, you know, I try to look at the screen sometimes and see what's going on.
It's been a long day, and we're nearing the end of these battles, but the score is tied up now. It's not over. Welton can still make a comeback here, and the Gengar Life. What have you learned now? Your opponent tried scaring away that Alolan Sandslash and then freed up the way for it. How do you adapt here?
Oh, that's a great question. I think if I look at Welton's team, there's no drawbacks to leading Annihilate and safe swapping the Feraligatr. Because if you lead into the Superior, you can 2-shield through at least and dent it so much that the Feraligatr is freed up in the back. And I think we both agree that the Feraligatr is the win condition for the Gengar Life here.
Feraligatr is just always so strong, especially with that shield advantage, or just simply the energy advantage. When the Gengar Life got shields down, the Feraligatr, with that energy advantage, was just so strong. Welton even had to just throw an aerial ace, just because otherwise he wouldn't get any charge stack damage in.
Exactly, but that also let the Gengar Life load up even more energy on the Feraligatr, so it outpaced the Sandslash. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Because
it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even matter because the Diggersby was on the Drapion without you.
Well, sorry, chat, that I debated you, but we have a decisive game number 3 actually now. It is a jump left into the Shadow Drapion, a tremendous lead for Welton. And where do you swap into here? You can't really swap here for Alligator because then you take a crunch right away.
Yes, I think this matchup is where, well, the Gengar Life can easily swap his Annihilate in this matchup.
True, if you look at the backline, but he doesn't know that just yet. But since we haven't seen the Azumarill as much, maybe the Gengar Life might have a feeling perhaps it's not around anyway.
I think this was a slightly predictable line by Welton because he was scared of the he was weak to the Annihilate in game 2. But it's such a tough decision to make for the Gengar Life because this is not ideally where you want the jump left. You want it on the Superior, maybe the Annihilate, but there could be a Sandslash in the back. So I understand why the Gengar Life is not valuing the jump left.
If he thinks it's like the same line, but then the leads reverse. Look at that, the jump left still hanging on there, almost getting down this drop. Maybe it's better than I've been saying. What do you bring in now? You could get more energy with the Feraligatr, but it looks like he's going in with the Annihilate. What do you have here as well? Brings in the Superior. I think this is exactly what the Gengar Life wants.
Exactly, because then now he can guarantee that the Superior is kept away from the Feraligatr. What does this make the Gengar Life think? Is it Sandslash in the back? Is it
in that case, the Feraligatr would be good in the back either way. Aerial Ace coming through. This will put Annihilate almost into the red as it's super effective. It looks like the Gengar Life is just going to ramp up here. Maybe he's expecting the Annihilate, like you said. This won't be charged like Fury, but now it is!
Oh, Welton, he overfarms a little bit. And now the Superior will take the shields from... Oh, but maybe if you're the Gengar Life here, oh, you could have let it go.
You could let it go. That would make a farm down for the Feraligatr, but I think that Superior may be able to get to an area still. Swapping in the Annihilate now, but I think you might be able to give it to the Rage Fist before the opposing. This is very good for the Gengar Life, and here's why. This Rage Fist is now double attack boosted. You have to shoot something as well, and now you can bring in the Feraligatr. Feraligatr, oh, looks like he's staying in though. Interesting, because now you only allow the opposing. Oh, he makes the catch!
On the Rage Fist! Incredible play by the Gengar Life. He needs to pull out all the stops here because this Feraligatr needs to get to a Hydro Cannon. Oh, and I think he will, but...
Shields are down, but here's the thing, the counts do way more damage now. The timer is almost up.
And there's charge by attack priority.
I think it is possible that the Superior may get a Vine Whip down and get to a charge attack on the Annihilate. That is the final hope for Welton here, as we see. Oh, the Annihilate gets there. No, it's charge attack priority for the Gengar Life.
The Gengar Life wins it. And how much are these counters going to do? He even waited slightly, but not enough for Welton to win the charge attack priority. And can he take 4 counters? It can't.
It's a tie!
It's a tie! It's a tie!
What a game! Oh my goodness.
I'm shaking.
Oh.
And I'm sure these players are too.
And I'm glad I didn't say that was a game-winning match for the Gengar Life this time.
Yeah. Oh, but it's still 1-1 this game. The next game will be an entirely new game. When it's a tie in Pokemon Go, you just start the next game as the previous game never happened, but it certainly did.
You bring in that experience from game 3. That is basically the only thing you take from that into this new game now, in this tie between these 2 top trainers. Both want to get to day 2 so badly.
Yeah, and if I were them, I would want that as well. Why?
Really?
Yeah, of course, because that's what we're here for. We're here for making day 2. We're here for putting on the show, and these trainers are certainly doing that. They both want it so much that they want it equally as much.
It's very wholesome to see how these players are trying their best now in game number 3 or 4. Do we call it game? Let's call it game 4.
This is game 4.
Yeah, we're real.
Yeah, we're real with that.
But I think you want to bring the Superior maybe in the lead this time. The Gengar Life has been weak to the Superior in the back over and over with the Feraligatr.
Yes, but the jump love was just in the lead, and it was not. Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Jump love was bad, right?
No, it was pretty good.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, I don't think it was bad because it.
That's what everyone tells me.
Yeah, it faced into the second worst matchup it has on Welton's team.
Yeah.
Still, it put in a lot of work.
Well, we're gonna find out. We have the Shadow Feraligatr. It only led the Superior Welton, but this is not a bad lead per se for Welton. This really comes down on Drapion side to bait. If you can land a bait here, if you can pull a shield with this Aqua Tail here, then this becomes a good matchup for the Drapion. But if this is no shielded now by the Gengar Life, the Feraligatr will destroy the Drapion in this matchup.
But does he make the call? Oh, he makes the call!
Oh man, the no shield! Oh, the Aqua Tail is resisted!
The cojones on the Gengar Life! I'm super impressed. He's willing to take the risk. He's willing to put it all on the line to make day 2. And you can see Welton shaking his head. He knows how detrimental this can be.
Going to put up the first Protect Shield. That is on an Aqua Tail, but he has so much energy now trying to make a catch. But this is not a counter! Ooh. This is not a counter, chat! I said this before!
Yeah, but is it that how important is it though? How important is it?
Maybe it's not important. What if you can land an energy ball and then Feraligatr would have an opportunity to farm up more energy? He already kept a Hydro Cannon stored, and on top of that, this is the most important counter to that Annihilate that the Gengar Life brought. This is the one Pokemon on Welton's team that Annihilate does not want to see.
Yeah, but the Superior is not very comfortable for the Annihilate either. And this is going to be charge attack priority, and I'm not sure about this play from the Gengar Life, because what happens if the Drapion gets a farm down? That is what the Gengar Life is scared of. He knows there's a Drapion, and he knows the energy of that Drapion is very valuable.
And now you can let this go likely. That's why he expended the last of his energy so it doesn't go to waste. This Azumarill is now in farm down range, but I think it might be able to get to a charge stack into that Feraligatr if Feraligatr doesn't go for a charge stack here. Yeah, we'll be able to get to an Ice Beam. That's why the Gengar Life goes for the Ice Beam here.
Yeah, but now Welton can realign the Superior with the Feraligatr, and I think this is looking really tough for the Gengar Life. Oh, and he's going to have to take a shield here.
Oh, waiting a turn to make sure that the Ice Beam won't be caught on the Drapion. Putting out the protection correctly here. We've seen before how much this does on a Superior. You don't want to have any of that. Swapping in the Annihilate now, it has a shield advantage, but keep in mind that both the Superior and the Drapion are pretty much full health from Welton. He's not in the bad spot here.
Oh, the Gengar Life makes the call, no shielding the Aerial Ace. The Gengar Life does need 2 close combats to win this game. Oh, but
there's the swap, but this is the chance to farm up energy, and I like this. Even though you have to use a protect shield, the poison sting will do almost no damage. So now you have the time to build the 2 close combat. But I don't know if a close combat will knock out the Superior. Superior is a very bulky Pokemon. I think he even go for a Rage Fist. No, he goes for the close combat.
Oh, I would have gone for Rage Fist here to boost up the power of the close combat. But the Gengar Life is banking it all on the Superior, and this close combat doing enough.
Charge attack priority on the area ace versus the close combat. It's being charged. Is this going to knock out? This is a super efficient charge attack. Here we go, close combat on Superior. Boom!
But it does not knock out. The Superior hangs on single-digit HP.
How much HP is there on the Feraligatr though? Can you get the Fire Whip down or can you get the Shadow Claw down? Are we going to get a double tie here? Feraligatr has held and knocks out.
Feraligatr holds on!
And the Gengar Life actually goes to day 2!
Day 2 for the Gengar Life. He must be so happy with how that game went.
No debates from me this time, Chad. He's actually going to be here on Championship Sunday. What a well-played game between these 2 top-tier trainers. Wow.
Incredible. I'm opening wherever you were locked up because now you're free. You're free, Martijn. You're free. Open your lungs, use your voice. Tell everyone that Gengar Life made day 2 with an incredible performance against Walton.
Wow, that was an insane match. Just the type of match that you expect on day 2. Go big or go home.
Exactly. Everything was on the line for these trainers, and it showed. And even in the last seconds of that battle, where a Rage Fist would have knocked out the Drapion, then even a skilled player like the Gengar Life did not. He was so focused on his win condition.
I think the nerves may have just gotten to him a little bit.
Exactly, because the Rage Fist into close combat would have guaranteed him a win, but he went for the double close combat because he was so locked in on what his win condition actually was.
And he got to his win condition either way. Just building to 2 close combat and then having enough HP on that Feraligatr, even if it wouldn't barely knock out, it still was just barely enough. As we take a look at the replays here, we had 4 games here as game 3 went into a tie. In the first game, we see here the Diggersby was in such a good spot as the Gengar Life just swapped it in. I think he overthought in this game where he swapped the Drapion into the Diggersby, expecting Welton to make a catch on the Hydro Cannon on that 1 HP Feraligatr in the back.
And that no shield was very costly. But here you see in game 2 how the Gengar Life pulled it back by reaching the Ice Beam to one-shot the Superior and take it out. Well, it took some Shadow Claw damage as well. And then in the final game, third game, the Gengar Life makes an incredible catch to make this game a tie.
But I don't think that was necessary in that game. If you just swapped in the Feraligatr, you would outpace to a Hydro Cannon and just knock it out there.
Yes, but then you might take a close combat before you get to a Hydro Cannon.
Because he had a shield.
Yeah, it's because he had a shield first, so we had to take the shield with the Rage Fist. And
this was the tie indeed.
Yeah, this was
where
the
the
tie.
Annihilate countered down the Superior in the Superior firing down the Annihilate. And this was a really close game as right before this area ace, this Annihilate got to a close combat that puts Superior really low and then the Shadow Claw down on Superior.
Yeah, and the Feraligatr lived barely on very, very few HP. And it's not often that you see a Feraligatr hanging on from a grass type attack, but in this case, it was just enough.
It just needed to hang on one single Vine Whip, and it did. Feraligatr again pulling through. If you don't have Feraligatr yet, there are Shadow Totodile right now in Tier 1 raids.
Oh, and Tier 1 raids?
Yeah, and so that means even you can do them. And they have a wider variance in attack, defense, and HP.
Really? So because I struggle with the raids. I
know you do. I know you do.
Yeah, I need the help from my friends for a lot of raids.
I see all the invites to the Sudowoodo raids. I'm not doing those.
I need charge TMs, man.
Okay,
I need charge TMs. But the Shadow Tier 1 raid, I would probably be able to do that.
But we're going rapid here. We have our next losers final match. Goklas on the left, and on the right we have Saad Munir. Now that is a Pokemon that can somewhat break that Drapion Feraligatr core. We don't see it on Saad Munir's side this time.
No, but here's the Dunsparce that...
Oh, the Dunsparce is not in the game yet. You mean the
Dunsparce.
Thank you, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for learning me. Can I also take Dutch classes with you?
Surely, yeah.
Okay,
everyone will listen to that.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's a lot of noises. Anyway, I suspect it's both the Malamar and the Annihilate on Sadmanir's team. So and also the Diggersby, and there's no place for the Dunsparce here. But also there's no poison types in Sadmanir's team. So we're not going to see poison double water. Or the water type has to be paired with something else. Here we see Goklas's team, and there could be a poison water here.
Could be.
But I
really like Dunsparce though. Like, I think it's very unique in the current meta. That's crazy to say, thinking that it was top 3 usage on pretty much every tournament 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But now it has such good coverage. It also has like neutral play into Azumarill and also does fine into Drapion.
Yes, but against Sadmanir's team, I would not play the Dunsparce. I would rather look to the Annihilate, because look at this. There's no flying type. Yes, Malamar is not a great matchup for Annihilate, but I think that Dunsparce is going to struggle here. I would rather look to the Annihilate.
Well, we're going to find out, because both trainers are locked in. We're going to get our first game between Goklas on the left, Sabuni on the right. We have the Azumarill mirror here.
Oh, and there's water and poison line on Goklas' side. And
not on the other side, though. But I think that Goklas is happier with this mirror matchup than Sabunir's, because Goklas has the Annihilate in the back, which is weak to Azumarill, and Sabunir has Superior, which is strong into Azumarill.
Exactly. Sadmanir would have loved to see the Superior on the Azumarill, because that is Superior's prime target in this matchup.
Another player coming through. This matchup is going to take a while. It is possible that Samuni may switch out at some point if he's going to try to realign the Superior, though.
Did we see that the Goklas' Azumarill is winning CMP here?
It does. What is CMP again?
Charge attack priority is what I'm meaning.
I'm new to the game. I didn't know.
I'm sorry. It's a community day of... Yeah. And I think the alignment will be very important in this matchup. Goklas...
Is it? Because I think if you just have energy defense on Annihilate, if there's no hard counters such as a flying type Pokemon or a fairy type Pokemon, Annihilate with energy or shields up can really go rampant on some teams. As you said, Goklas wins charge attack purity here, so Sabuni doesn't even throw the attack.
That's correct. Sabunir hopes to live on 1 HP, and he doesn't. The rank 1 Azumarill will be able to hang on there, but it shows that he has some attack investment. Oh, but Goklas swaps in the Drapion.
Oh, and the Drapion locking onto this Superior. This is a very good matchup. Frenzy Plant, even though resistant, is still going to chunk this fragile Drapion.
But from near side, he doesn't have a better target for Diggersby than this Drapion. So this is exactly where Sadmanir wants this
Diggersby. If he had the switch advantage different, so he would have the Drapion on Superior and the Annihilate on the Diggersby, I think this would have been a very different game for Goklas. Now there's still play for Sabunir, depending on how he manages the energy on both the Diggersby and the Superior.
Exactly, and I believe that there is, well, the Annihilate is going to get a lot of energy farm from taking out this Diggersby, because I suspect that's what's going to happen.
Right, in comes the Annihilate. It's going to ramp up, but not before this Diggersby gets to a crucial Scourging Sense.
Maybe
debuff as well.
It could debuff. Maybe Goklas could have tried a catch in that particular scenario to catch it on his Azumarill. But there's no debuff. But can this Annihilate stand the Vine Whip damage and get to 3 charge attacks?
It's going to be crucial. Vine Whip doesn't hit as hard as a fast attack. Counter does, but Annihilate is not as bulky as Superior. So you can see that the Vines are just ending up. Sabunir is not even throwing a charge attack. It looks like Goklas is trying to get to 2 charge attacks, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's running out of health.
Yeah, the Superior might pull this home for Sadmanir. Can the Annihilate withstand to get enough counter damage in?
It doesn't!
Oh, but it's going to be so close, the Azumarill. Oh, but he throws the move. Is that the correct play?
Can you get a bubble down here?
I think you can get a bubble down. And Sadmanir needed to go for it.
You don't have to go for it. Oh no, he's going to try and get there. If he can hang on to one more bubble, maybe this Superior is able to get to another area ace. That is at this point crucial into this Azumarill. Can hang on to a bubble, and it gets the area ace!
Incredible play by Sadmanir. He realizes what he needs to do. He avoids the bubble down and goes for the aerial ace win condition.
Superior knocks out the Azumarill just by a sliver of health. Sabunir wins game number 1.
I'm amazed, because to me that looked so good for Goklas.
If he just stayed in, and kept the switch advantage, this would have been an entirely different game where he had the alignment that he wanted.
In my opinion, where Goklas lost this game was throwing the charge attacks with Annihilate, because that let Sadmanir get more free aerial, free Vine Whips in, and that denies Goklas of counter damage, which would have led to a bubble down in the end.
Now, you talked about a rank 1 Pokemon earlier. What does that mean exactly?
Oh, it's a way of saying that when we describe rank 1 Pokemon, we mean the Pokemon who has the highest stat product, because a Pokemon has different stats: attack, defense, and HP.
Correct.
And if it's the rank 1, well, that's how we
has the best combination of those three.
Exactly. That way you get the most out of your Pokemon stat total as possible.
And in that case, a rank 1 Azumarill would hang on to the very final player-off in the mirror matchup.
Exactly.
And as we saw that Sabanier's Azumarill didn't do that, we can conclude he does not have the rank 1. It might be the rank 2, the rank 3, anything else but the rank 1.
It's definitely not the rank 1. That's the only thing I'm absolutely sure of. And that's what's so interesting in the Azumarill mirror matchup, because if both are rank 1, don't throw one more bubble before you throw the final player-off, because then
I will keep this in mind.
Yeah, keep it in mind. Yeah, I might not have the rank 1 Azumarill, and you might just lose CMP.
Okay, well,
charge attack priority.
Yeah, as if you're not going to play Azumarill Drapion for anything.
Yeah, from what I can see, there's no reason not to play Azumarill Drapion.
Going to this next match, do you think we're going to see anything of the Malamar, or is the Drapion too predictable from Goklas?
I think Drapion, Azumarill, and Jumpluff, those three combined makes the Malamar very hard to play for Sadmanir.
Well, we're going to find out in game number 2. Goklas on the left with the Shadow Drapion lead on the right. The Azumarill from Sadmanir. This is a very neutral matchup where Drapion deals super effective damage with the fast attack, the poison sting, but the charge attacks are resisted.
This is a very interesting scenario because it's a very neutral matchup, but in the lesser shield scenarios, Azumarill has the upper hand.
A little bit of off timing there. I believe he went to 8 poison sting, the ideal time to throw your charge attacks after 7. This debuff is very nice though. It makes the scenario where both Pokemon or both trainers use one shield much more comfortable for the Drapion.
I'm very interested in seeing why Goklas decides no shield his Drapion here, because if there's a Superior in the back,
and if it was a player-off, he could have gotten the bubble down on his Azumarill as well. So it's a pretty bold call.
Yeah. And there's charge attack priority on the Aqua Tail. And is this enough to knock out the Azumarill with the defense debuff?
With the defense drop. And without the defense drop, Azumarill would have won that 0 protect shield scenario. Going for the aggressive farm down with the Superior. And you have to let it happen as Goklas because you have the Azumarill in the back. But the other Pokemon is the Annihilate, which doesn't like the energy from the Superior either. I think Simon is a little bit nervous about what could be in the back. But this is the only Pokemon on Goklas' team that really hard counters the Superior. In comes the Annihilate. But look at all the energy. Area Ace is super effective here, but Frenzy Plant will do more damage.
Exactly. So Goklas decides to call it will be an Aerial Ace because that will do less damage. If Goklas can have his Annihilate hang on, counter down this Superior, the counter damage that it will get in on the Alolan Sandslash will be...
You can't have that happen.
No,
no way.
It's going to be so important. So, but...
Are you going to shield here though? I don't think you can just bubble this Superior down. So wants to get all the counter damage possible in from the Annihilate. Naturally, we see a shield there from Goklas. But do you put in 2 shields at this point? He does!
He does, because he doesn't want to bubble down the Superior with...
If you get the counter down here, even 1 counter on a Alolan Sandslash will do so much damage. And look at this. In comes the Alolan Sandslash. Go for the close combat though!
Oh, but you cannot not shield this as Sadmanir. And
he has to.
Even just one
counter did like 10% already.
Yes, and that is exactly what Goklas needs for Azumarill to maybe be able to win out this matchup.
Against Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Azumarill actually wins the match when no shields are in play. But into regular, I believe you do not. It is a very close match. With that chip damage, like you said, Azumarill might be able to hang on here.
And because Azumarill needs a lot of damage to get, and the charge attacks aren't doing as much because the steel typing from Alolan Sandslash.
Hold on a second. Hold on, because I think this Alolan Sandslash can get to 2 Drone. Are 2 Drone going to knock out this Azumarill? Oh, I
no,
don't
it's
think
not.
they are.
With the powder's nose, I don't think it's enough. And Goklas gets to the play rough. Sadmonir knows he needs this drill run to knock out.
Is it going to Duran? Not the same type of tech bonus. Azumarill hangs on, but the resisted player of is going through on the steel type Pokemon. It is resisted, but Azumarill hanging on here. There's only a sliver of health. It's going to knock out the Alolan Sensors, and Goklas ties up the score to 1-1.
Very impressive play. Even though he got the Annihilate on the Superior, and instead of the Alolan Sandslash, the Annihilate managed to pull through because he just invested all his shields into the Annihilate.
You had to, because if Sabmunir had the Superior on the Azumarill, that would have been so tough for Goklas. And on the other hand, if the Annihilate got on the Alolan Sensor Sabmunir, Sabmunir would have been so much in trouble. That one counter was so important there.
In my opinion, seeing how strong Annihilate is into Sadmunir's team, I don't think Sadmunir can risk bringing the Diggersby. And it's also very risky for him to bring the Alolan Sandslash, as you just saw. So, in my opinion, Shadow Drapion is looking incredible for Goklas because there's no single hard counter on Sadmunir's team.
Annihilate is a bit of a tricky matchup sometimes, just because you kind of have to land a close combat. Otherwise, it might be a difficult matchup, right? If you go straight Rage Fist into a Diggersby, yes, you buff up your attack, but maybe at the cost of a shield when the Diggersby is up in energy. Simply because a Rage Fist does about nothing. It's double resisted by the normal typing. But if you can like buff up the attack and then anything that Sabmunir would throw in, Rage Fist or Close Combat would do so much damage, even on an Azumarill.
But Goklas is so limited here. He does not have a lot of options because there's so many Pokemon on Sadmunir's team that makes so many Pokemon on Goklas.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is not great. He brings out the Jump Bluff after scaring away the Superior. And this, Sadmunir's three times weak to the Jump Bluff.
These Pokemon are touching grass, but one of these grass is going to win this match. Now, with in the scenario where no shields are used, this is actually closer than you might think. But as you said, Sabmunir is not strong into this Pokemon at all, which is surprising because Jump Bluff is not difficult to take care of anyway. Diggersby does have super effective Fire Punch, but you don't want to take super effective Energy Ball on the other hand. And look at the backline from Goklas. It is the Annihilate and Drapion again. How important is Switch Advantage going to be here?
Well, for Goklas, if he gets the Switch Advantage here, which he's likely to do, he can get the Annihilate on the Diggersby, and that will be detrimental for Sadmunir. Here comes an Aerial Ace. This will not be enough to threaten the KO on the Jump Bluff.
Oh, swapping out. Interesting play. Now this gives Sabmunir to align his Diggersby in the right spot. That's going to change the end game a lot here, because now later on the Azumarill may be aligned to that Annihilate. There's still the Jump Bluff hanging around though, and we don't have any fast attack pressure on Sabmunir's side. He only really has the Fire Punch from the Diggersby to deal with that. And so far, he's not putting in any shields, throwing the Diggersby already away. But also knowing that Energy Ball obviously would do more.
There is actually also still an Aerial Ace left on Superior side. And if Sadmunir...
a little bit of chip.
Exactly. If he can strip away the shields from the Jump Bluff...
that's one.
That's one shield. Gone. And so he can land the Aerial Ace on the Jump Bluff in the endgame. This might not be over. I'm surprised Goklas is not going for the two-shield Annihilate strategy.
Right, we're going to find out if there's going to be an attempt to catch. Going for the score chance, waiting a turn. Oh, he waits too long!
And now he's going to waste all the energy on this Diggersby. Or does he double shield? He cannot do it. Oh, but
how do you take out the Drapion now? It is so healthy. He waited far too long and now going to charge that priority.
Oh, wow, this is detrimental for Sadmunir. The Diggersby had so much energy, and now he needs a farm down on the Azumarill. Is this maybe better for Sadmunir? Because this energy on the Azumarill goes everywhere.
I think so, but the Drapion will be able to get to another crunch, especially if you get a defense drop here. It's a 30% chance that will put the Azumarill so low. No defense drop, fortunately, for Sadmunir, but yes, you are loaded with energy, and Bolt will hit super effective on the back line. What if Goklas can make a cheeky catch though? Swap in the Annihilate and then catch the player off on... Oh, there's the defense drop. Catch the player on the Jump Bluff. Let's see how you deal with this. Going into the Annihilate, and Sabmunir goes for the player immediately. He no-shoots it!
What a brave call. Is this the right way?
It's a rough call. It does a lot.
And there is... Oh, the Azumarill is defense debuffed, so these counters are doing so much, but he's putting it all on the jump bluff. He's saving the shield. He's just sacking the Annihilate. Is this the way to go for Goklas?
Jump Bluff still has quite some health. Can you get to an Ice Beam as the Azumarill? There's only one win condition for Salmonir. He has to make the charge attack priority catch on the Superior. This is the highest of highest level play. Can he do it? He tries! He tried!
But it's not a charge attack priority. Goklas does not fall for it. He shields and he will come out with a move on the jump bluff, and this move will seal the game. And Goklas is going through to day 2. This aerial ace will take out the Azumarill.
Goklas and Jump Bluff go to day 2, taking decisive game number 3. What an incredible match there. Salmonir trying for that final last resort of the charge attack priority catch, and Goklas just read it. That was not gonna happen on my watch. Not on my Jump Bluff, my precious Jump Bluff.
And you see how incredible a Pokemon Jump Bluff is. So, of course, it had to carry Goklas all the way into day 2. And I just gotta say, Jump Bluff just keeps impressing me.
Yeah, I guess it's been okay. It has a good typing somewhat, and it's very bulky. It can make some matchups like drop you close.
Yes.
Okay. I guess it does that. Now, we just had Salmonir, right?
Yes.
His brother's also here.
Yeah, Hamad Munir?
Yeah, he's also in the Lotus Finals.
There are still options for the Munir family to make it through.
Right. Unfortunately, Salmonir didn't make it in this matchup here. Just barely getting to that area ace into Goklas was super decisive.
Yeah, Sadmanir won game 1 on an incredible superior play, but Goklas turned it around. He did not give up, and he got to the decisive play rough on the Azumarill.
After getting the counter from the Annihilate.
Yes.
If that didn't land, this play rough would have not knocked out.
Probably not, and that's why he made it all the way to game 3, and here's...
Waiting too long. Could Salmonir have won this battle otherwise? I think it still would have been difficult. Maybe only if Goklas used a Protect Shield then, but otherwise the Annihilate could just ramp up on energy on this drop yield.
Exactly. I actually think it was a blessing in disguise for Salmonir that he got so much energy on the Azumarill, but Goklas just found the perfect way, just sacking the Annihilate completely and putting it all on the jump bluff.
And then the final attempt to make the charge attack priority catch, swapping in the Pokemon that will win charge attack priority with a charge attack loaded and trying to get that so the jump bluff would be depleted of energy and your Azumarill would get the Ice Beam off after the last shield is gone. Was his final hope. Goklas read it, didn't let that happen.
And a very impressive display by Sadmanir to realize that is the win condition. It's a very rare occasion where that actually happens. I think I've seen him maybe once or twice in my entire Pokemon Go career. I don't think I've ever managed to do it myself. Yeah, well, it's a tough thing to pull off.
It is a very tough thing to pull off. And it is something that can win you championships if you know those small mechanics, if you know how the game works. Yeah, you can really put that to your advantage. Not just tap, 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 and knowing your typings, put water on fire. Sometimes you need to think a little bit more.
A little bit, but because all of these poison water lines, it's so nuanced, and it's not clear-cut which Pokemon wins what, and that's why you got to use your brain. I think you play Pokemon Go with your brain.
Well, I can't tap with my brain, but...
Well, you also need fingers. It's tough to play Pokemon Go without fingers.
True. Now, who else has fingers? What a great transition. It's going to be his brother, Hamad Munir, and he's playing as Sir Corey on the right.
But is it the same team from Hamad Munir? It's not. He does not have
it's a Shadow Jump Bluff.
It's a Shadow Jump Bluff, and it's no Diggersby.
Yeah, there's the Feraligatr instead. Shadow Feraligatr.
Shadow Feraligatr, and there's a Poison type and Double Water. I'm noticing there's a regular Alolan Sandslash, a regular Annihilate, and a Shadow Jump Bluff. But Sir Corey, he's pulling up with some Pokemon that has been more rare.
It's the Gastrodon.
It's the Gastrodon.
Gastrodon, one of the very few Pokemon to kind of core break Azumarill Drapion. Look at how good it is into this team actually.
It's incredible.
The top 4 Pokemon, it does really well into those. Annihilate, I don't find it a good matchup for Gastrodon.
Obviously not.
Because you have Body Slam as your low energy cost charge attack.
But the matchup into Gastrodon is kind of reliant on Annihilate's defense. Because if you invest a lot in the defense, you take the Mud Slaps from Gastrodon better as the Annihilate.
Interesting.
Yes, because if you want to invest 2 shields into the Annihilate against a Gastrodon, you do want the Mud Slap to do less damage.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if Hamad has invested in this kind of mechanics. He has played in-play Pokemon before. He got to top 49 at the 2024 Europe International Championship. He used some spice there as well. And his opponent, Sir Corey, no stranger to the circuit as well. I casted one of his battles before. I believe it was in Liu, where he had some insane battles. I believe that was against the Warsaw champion at the time. Let's see here. Yeah, top 10 at Liu for Sir Corey.
And he's been looking to make top cut several times. His first top cut, I believe,
that was his only day 2.
Yeah, so far he has one day 2 finish, which was Lille in October.
He also has Snarl, the fast attack on Mandibus here, by the way.
Snarl Mandibus.
No aerial aid, no air slash. Here we go into game number 1. It's gonna be the Gastrodon for Sir Corey into the Azumarill. Gastrodon wins this going straight Earth Power. And if you look at the team from Hamad Munir, he is not prepared. I wonder if Lou is watching. Lou, are you around?
Lou, are you around? Because there's a Gastrodon on the screen, and
she only likes the blue one, though.
Incredibly well. Oh, it's the pink one. She doesn't care about this.
Yeah, the pink one's mine.
Yeah, I also prefer the pink one.
Yeah, Earth Power is coming through. There's a 10% chance to get the defense drop, so it doesn't really happen a lot, but it would make this matchup even more convenient for the Gastrodon. Even waiting a turn there, going for the Ice Beam, which doesn't do as much damage, but does cost less energy.
I like this play from Hamad Munir, going for the double Ice Beam and the Zero Shield, because Azumarill will outpace the Gastrodon in the Zero Shield to Ice Beams. I don't think it's enough to KO, but Sir Corey lets it go.
This is his strongest asset in this battle, though. But considering he has the Mandibus in the back, maybe Sir Corey's just fine with seeing this Azumarill go and letting the Gastrodon go with it.
But does he suspect there's a jump off in the back, given how strong Gastrodon actually is? Harry, I think you must come in with a Mandibus into this.
Perhaps. The Mandibus can take the energy quite well, especially the resisted Shadow Claw.
He comes in with a Dugong. This is very surprising by Sir Corey.
It's better for Hamad as well, because Dugong has super effective charge attacks in Drill Run for the Drapion, but it doesn't for this Feraligatr, even though Drill Run will do a lot.
I'm very surprised. I'm excited to see how Sir Corey decides to play this. In no baits, will Hamad shield the Feraligatr? This Dugong wins this in the Zero Shield scenario and shielded. But Dugong will get to another one no matter what.
Well, this Feraligatr was slightly ahead though. This Hydro Cannon is not going to knock out just yet. Is Sir Corey going to put both shields on the Mandibus? It's looking like it.
Yeah, and there will be, he needs to throw the Drill Run immediately to deny the Gator to get to the next Hydro Cannon, and he will swap immediately into the Mandibus. Can he get a Snarl down here?
I think at this point, you just go straight Hydro Cannon as Hamad Munir.
Absolutely.
Because the Hydro Cannons are really valuable input into this Mandibus. Your Aqua Tail damage doesn't do that much, but swapping out, I believe he saved one Shadow Claw of energy there, and now going for the Aerial Ace on the Drapion. Man, I think Sir Corey really wishes he had the Air Slash here.
Air Slash would look amazing for Sir Corey here, because it's a lot better into the Drapion that's also a Dark type.
And in comes the Aqua Tail, not the same type of attack bonus. The Mandibus can take, I believe, like 4. It's gonna take a while before he can take out this Buzzard. And
Can it take 4 though?
Keep in mind, in the back, there's also still a catch available for Sir Corey as soon as these 2 charge stacks are being thrown.
But Hamad Munir can guarantee there's no catch being played by because with a 2-turn fast attack against the 3-turn on the Drapion, against the 3-turn fast attack on the Mandibus, he can guarantee there won't be any swaps.
That is if you don't fall for any shenanigans where, for example, Sir Corey waits 2 turns. Let's see, going for another Aqua Tail before the Area Ace. Sir Corey would hang on here. Now this opens up the field for the Feraligatr to land the Hydro Cannon.
But how do you play this? Because you need to load up a lot on the Mandibus, because you need 3 more Aerial Aces to win this game.
Right, there's still a Protect Shield on the side of Hamad Munir. We haven't seen a charge attack for a little bit, because it's only this Drapion that we see on the field throwing charge attacks.
Yes.
Still hangs on, it's so bulky. Going for the first Area Ace. I don't think you can get a Shadow Claw down here as Hamad Munir, but you probably outpace to the charge. No, he puts out the Protect Shield.
Oh, this is very interesting play. And we see, he goes into the Dugong. Is this, he gives...
Oh, and now he's going to a CMP. Oh, and charge attack priority.
Not even the charge attack priority. Sir Corey knew at that point he couldn't take out both the Drapion and the Feraligatr anymore, as Feraligatr washes down this Mandibus from the sky. Hamad Munir takes game number 1.
And a very impressive play by Hamad Munir. I suspect Sir Corey overplayed his hand by trying to swap in the Dugong. And if he loads up on the Mandibus, he still has a chance, but it's so tough with the Dropion's pacing, because Dropion is so quick to his charge moves.
It is. Now, one Pokemon that would have been really good for that Drapion was the Gastrodon. Gastrodon had really good play into all 3 Pokemon of Hamad Munir. And then the Mandibus with the fast attack Snarl just didn't do it just enough. Sir Corey was also predicting something else in the back. Brought the Dugong into Feraligatr, where the Mandibus maybe would have been a little bit better. If he had the Dugong with shields down on the Drapion, this would have been a totally different match. Because if you can't let a drone on the Drapion, that thing's almost gone.
It will disappear. And I believe that given how good Gastrodon is, it can cover the weaknesses of Corsola. So I hope that Sir Corey will bring the Corsola in the next game.
I mean, it is not exactly a hard count to the Feraligatr though. In fact, if you have a Feraligatr with a really high defense and HP and a low attack, you can win the 2-shield scenario into a Gastrodon.
Really?
This is possible.
Oh, that is very interesting, because that's where most players want to put their shields, on the Feraligatr.
Because it has no bulk almost.
Exactly. But
the thing is, if you have like energy advance on the Gastrodon, that's where it gets tough. But you can never safe switch to Gastrodon, because almost every team has a grass-type Pokemon, in this case, the Shadow Jumpluff.
But Hamad Munir was hesitant to bring the Jumpluff because of its terrible matchup.
It's Feraligatr, correct?
Yes.
Oh, it's Dugong rather. But here we go. We have the Shadow Drapion into the Gastrodon. I believe that is almost the same line from Sir Corey, but a little bit of a switch up from Hamad Munir's Poison Double Water, your favorite, swapping into the Azumarill. There's not really a hard answer here for Sir Corey, but he can throw a charge attack and then switch out, but not before Hamad Munir stalls the clock a little bit with an Ice Beam.
How would you play this matchup? Would you throw Earth Power from Gastrodon and then swap? Would you stay in here, given that you know there is a Drapion in the lead?
The Body Slam. This is a bait. This is not the same type of attack bonus and has been severely nerfed 2 seasons ago and won't do as much damage. Now going into the Drapion, I'm not sure if I like this a lot now for Sir Corey. Given the chip damage that this Gastrodon has received, it is almost into crunch range from the Drapion. So Hamad Munir actually is looking quite good after calling that bait.
Oh, I think Sir Corey is also looking incredible here, because he's managed to keep relatively, well, he's taken some damage on the Gastrodon, but the Gastrodon can still put in a lot of work into Hamad Munir's team.
It is looking really safe into the rest of the line indeed. Swapping into the Drapion right away, getting a farm down. I love this play for Hamad Munir, but the Poison Sting down is going to be rough because there's still a lot of health and Poison Sting resisted on the opposing Drapion. The timer's also almost coming up here for Sir Corey, so he can almost swap in the Gastrodon, but perhaps at this point you might just even swap in the Mandibus to soak up this damage.
You know what? I don't think that's a bad idea, but it could make
swaps in the Gastrodon immediately. This is an Aqua Tail. It won't knock out. I don't think even a Crunch would knock out here. Almost perhaps. Shielding it up though.
Yeah, and it's a great play by Hamad Munir. How far away is he from Crunch? Sir Corey gets to the Body Slam.
This should knock out because Drapion's quite fragile. This is not a strong attack though from the Gastrodon. Does it knock out? It does! All the energy from the Drapion's lost, but in comes the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to take a big chunk of damage here though from all the Mud Slap damage.
And the Body Slam as well is going to take away a lot of health from the Feraligatr if it's not shielded, but it is. And here we see Feraligatr, is he going for a farm down? It's very brave. No, Sir Corey is getting to a Body Slam, and this will be detrimental for the Feraligatr.
I think you can even get another Mud Slap in, and then this Mandibus can easily soak up all that damage. Look at this, the Feraligatr is already in the red. But you see that sliver of HP on the Azumarill there?
Yes.
This Mandibus cannot snarl down the Azumarill, I think.
No, but it can snarl down the Feraligatr
and get to a charge attack.
And get to a charge attack on the Azumarill. And I think that is the play from Sir Corey. He needs to invest in this Mandibus
to make sure it gets to a charge attack against the Azumarill.
And look at that, calling the first Hydro Cannon as well, but shooting up the next one because an Ice Beam would get really close to knocking out there. Against Feraligatr gets on a Hydro Cannon, it does, but you need a charge attack on the Azumarill at this point. And I cannot remember how much energy that Azumarill had. I know it swapped out of that Drapion at the time. In comes the Azumarill, it has some bubbles. Surcory waited just briefly to see if the Azumarill comes in to get some energy and throw the Ice Beam, but he won't let that happen. Going for the areas to knock it out immediately.
And Mandibuzz will clean up this game. This time, the Feraligatr is the one that's watched out. Oh, he's not in.
Wait, he's not paying attention! He's not paying attention! Wake up! Wake up, Surcory!
He stopped tapping his screen. He thought the Feraligatr already was washed out, but Mandibuzz needed to take out the rest of the Feraligatr with a smile.
Wow, he really reminds me of my friend Mish. She's also always a... Anyway, Surcory tying up the score there against Hamad Munir. See if Hamad can do it to get to day 2. His brother wasn't able to, but there still is a chance one of the Munirs is able to get through here.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see if Surcory goes with the same strategy, the Gastrodon in the lead and the Mandibuzz in the back in game 3, I mean. And he switched up the Dugong for the Drapion in game 2, and it paid off, it seems like.
On the Hamad's side, the Pokemon used didn't change at all though, right? Because it was that Poison Double Water again.
Yes.
In a different order. And Gastrodon was really good there.
Exactly, and Hamad is not respecting the Gastrodon. He's just going with what is tried and tested for him, and he's hoping that he's managing to pull through, even though the Gastrodon makes running that line so hard.
Gastrodon had a lot of play there, and maybe this might make it tempting for Hamad Munir to bring the Shadow Jumpluff finally. Because since that Mandibuzz is on Snarl,
it's not a
Jumpluff doesn't have a bad matchup there.
It's not terrible at all. It's the Dugong that is the scary matchup for Jumpluff, in my opinion. But as Surcory bench Dugong, and here
that is a change.
That is a change, and here we do get the Corsola, and it's into the Azumarill. There is an Annihilate in the back.
And that Annihilate is looking to put in a lot of work, but first we're going to play out this match. Hamad Munir definitely happy to see the Galarian Corsola here, because that Annihilate in the back does not want to see this at all.
But also Hamad Munir knows that he is somewhat weak to a Mandibuzz in the back. If there is a Mandibuzz in the back, I think Hamad Munir will want to save his Azumarill.
Yeah, he might switch out.
I think he might.
Players coming through. This will do a good chunk on that Galarian Corsola, but it's really bulky, so it's only now in the yellow. Is Surcory going to expend energy here? Looks like Hamad Munir is also just staying in still.
Getting this Azumarill low is great for the Shadow Drapion, because the charge attacks from Shadow Drapion does not do a lot to this Azumarill. But Azumarill going for the play rough. Hamad Munir lets
it go.
Surcory lets it go. Hamad Munir has also let his Azumarill almost go. If there was a Mandibuzz, there's a risk Hamad Munir is taking.
Oh, simultaneous knockout there on the Azumarill versus the Galarian Corsola. This really shows that defense and HP really matters, because in the previous matchup, the Galarian Corsola actually won that when both Pokemon didn't use any shields. Going into the Drapion, in comes the Feraligatr, and I believe that both Pokemon will get to the charge at the same time. Going for the bait on the Aqua Tail. Ooh, man, if you expect the Snarl Mandibuzz in the back, do you even shield here as Hamad Munir? If you have the shield advantage, you might just be fine here with the Annihilate.
I do think Hamad Munir is expecting...
no
shields! Incredible play! Well, this is so terrible for Surcory. I expected Hamad...
Swaps into the Annihilate. He's a shield keeper. In comes the Gastrodon, but Gastrodon is down a shield.
No.
Plus, your lowest charge attack, lowest cost charge attack here is that Body Slam. That's double resisted.
This is detrimental for Surcory, and Hamad Munir must be cheering inside, seeing that it's the Gastrodon in the back. But he decided he wanted to put it all on the Annihilate, and that play looks to be paying off.
Putting up the Protect Shield finally. He's not a shield keeper. You get to another Body Slam here, but not before the Rage Fist. I think even if you shield this, it's unlikely Hamad Munir would shield a Body Slam, so this is kind of tough for Surcory. I think he just needs the Mud Slap damage to knock out with an Aqua Tail at some point. But look at the counter damage, it's doing so much!
And I don't think Hamad Munir is willing to shield this. So this Body Slam is not going to do a lot of damage to this Annihilate.
No shields. And the Poison thing won't do any damage.
And it comes in with the Drapion. This looks sealed for Hamad Munir. This Feraligatr is taking home this game for Hamad Munir. Look at this Hydro Cannon.
blasting through the Drapion, and it shows!
Munir says, this is for you, bro! Here goes to day 2!
Oh, and must be the pride of the family with his performance today. Today, he's the superior brother, and he must be so proud. I'm sure they'll be celebrating Hamad's victory today.
Not Saad Munir.
No, sadly, Saad Munir will be sad today, but Hamad will be celebrating. As you can see, he's overjoyed.
He's very happy. He's very happy.
But
I'm sure he is inside.
Absolutely. I'm sure he'll be very excited to get the opportunity to play in day 2 of the Birmingham Regional Championship.
We have such a stacked players already for day 2. Those were all the losers finals that we had, and those are the go big or go home matches, and they lived up to the hype.
Exactly. I think that it's incredibly important to show your tenacity and show your will to succeed in these matches in particular, and all of these trainers managed to do that. We had a lot of 2-1s. There was so much resilience in these trainers because they all wanted to go through so bad.
We have one unfortunate thing though, that is for Lou. Gastrodon didn't make it to day 2.
No Gastrodon at all?
No Gastrodon at all.
Well, it was as expected. Wow.
And that's the fault of Hamad Munir, who is going to advance to day 2, defeating the Gastrodon that was looking so strong into his team. I've been talking about it with Lou pretty much every single time, that Gastrodon is so good at breaking up that core, but then Hamad Munir showed why Gastrodon is tough to bring in the current meta. It is annihilate for 1.
Exactly. Even though Hamad Munir decided to almost, I would say, disrespect the Gastrodon so much with his lineups, it couldn't find the perfect positions to get in to actually win the game for Zirkori.
Right, as we see here, Zirkori forgot to tap his screen.
And Hamad Munir even reminds him to tap the screen. That is sportsmanship.
Are you still here? You need to knock me out.
Yeah, I think that's great sportsmanship. And here you see the detrimental situation in Game 3, where Hamad Munir decides to no shield in Aquatel, and Zirkori knows how incredibly sad that was for him.
Right, and sad Munir in the previous match unfortunately didn't make it through, but happy Munir on the left here did make it through to day 2 as he Shadow Clawed down the Gastrodon with that Shadow for Alligator. Shadow for Alligator and Drapion have been so good on day 1.
Exactly, and they're so flexible. They put on so much pressure with their charge attack, getting quickly to hard-hitting charge attacks, and I'm really impressed by Feraligatr. I thought Feraligatr maybe was going to decrease a little bit, but it's shown that it's come to stay in Birmingham.
I think that we may see more Gastrodon heading into either San Antonio or the Europe International Championship as well, just because it pairs so well into all the poison double water that we've seen, or the water double poison, every single time.
Something has to be done, and maybe Gastrodon...
Something has to be done.
Something has to be done.
You can't let him get away with this every time.
But let's say if Ariados is the poison of choice, it can one-shot a Gastrodon. Exactly.
Almost. Gastrodon actually wins the zero-shoot scenario.
Well, that's tough for an Ariados to follow. But I truly believe that something must be done with the poison double water, and maybe Gastrodon is the answer. But you need to cover its grass-type weakness very, very carefully.
Well, perhaps, again, from Tuesday, Corviknight will be released, and perhaps if it has sufficient attacks, it may be able to give that Drapion a hard time, because Drapion only has one weakness, that is ground type, and we only have Mud Slap Pokemon. Those are so easy to cover with something like a Jumpluff, but if you have a Corviknight for the Jumpluff, that's gonna wall it so hard.
Yes, their Jumpluff won't stand a chance against a Corviknight, and I'm truly curious to see what trainers will come up with to tackle the poison double water that we're seeing here in Birmingham. And in day 2, there will be a lot of poison double water, but I'm truly excited to see which trainer will pilot their team the best.
Well, we're gonna discuss that with our co-colleagues for a bit. We're gonna show you some day 1 impressions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute.
Day 1 has ended here at Birmingham, but we are now ready for Day 2. That's going to come up tomorrow, Championship Sunday, so make sure you tune in for that. 16 players have made their way to this illustrious achievement of being in Championship Sunday. I want to ask all three of you a very important question, because we have really enjoyed so many of these battles and the players. What's one highlight of the day? I'll start with you, seeing as you're so close to me.
I remember Paulasha getting to that Hydro Cannon on to the Aerial Ace on a jump on 1 HP after Hydro Cannon from the Gengar Life. And the Gengar Life in the losers bracket still managed to pull through, even after I called it wrong. But he still managed to go through there, and it was amazing to see.
Oh yes, it was indeed. Lou, what about you? What stood out for you?
I've got two. I'm going to break the rules. I know you said only one, but one is definitely a very kind of personal one for me.
Sure.
I saw Elitic on stream with a Gastrodon actually win a game and bring the Gastrodon to the match, and ever since Gastrodon's been in the meta, that's kind of been a dream for me as a commentator, so I was so delighted to see that come into reality. But then I suppose my other big memory has been Zizwilus with that Annihilate, getting the Rage Fist, attack boost, attack boost, attack boost. It was really great to see that Pokemon showcased in such a wonderful way.
Yes, well, there's two. Well, we talked many times about putting 2 shields on Annihilate, putting 2 shields on Shadow for Alligator. These hard-hitting, damaging Pokemon are going to be a common tactic used, and we saw it many, many times used to great effect. Last but not least, to Newcaster Marcus, not well-trained now. What stood out for you? What is your highlight?
Well, I also kind of have two, but I'll limit myself to one because I know how these things work. And for me, it's got to be the Gengar Life's catch of a Rage Fist on his Feraligatr. Great anticipation. His opponent could have thrown the Rage Fist at any time, but he realized when the Rage Fist would come through, and that secured him a tie to then go on to win Game 4. It was an incredible battle, and I gotta say, to do that in the losers finals, so much pressure, and he showed that his nerves are super tough.
Nerves of steel?
Oh yeah, well,
something along those lines.
Yeah.
But Gengar Life has demonstrated his talent. I know he was, like last night, he was stressing over, oh, what team do I want to go with? And to see him go so far and be so successful, he is a crowd favorite. The crowd went wild when he was successful there. So I think that is a fabulous memory. And for those of you at home who were watching Birmingham and now have looked at all that's happened at Day 1, I want to go, where else can I go and play at these premier events? There are other locations in Europe, not to mention the rest of the world. So of course, after Birmingham, the next opportunity in Europe will be the European International Championships in London's Excel Centre in February.
Yes, we're halfway through the day of competition here in Birmingham. One more day of competition tomorrow. And of course, some other regionals and special events between our 2 international championships, Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, Bologna, and then finally New Orleans, NAIC. That's always the finale of the competitive season right before the grand finale itself of Anaheim.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what the players will bring later on in the season, if there's going to be Poison Double Water or if we see some changes to these teams. Anyway, I'm super excited because this has been an incredible journey for me on my first day in this couch.
And you've done great. We've loved it.
Oh, stop it, you. I'm blushing.
Do you want to say nice things as well, or do you want us to wind you up?
Oh, no, I don't want to say any nice things.
Okay, right.
Oh, no,
okay.
You guys have been really great with me, and I'm super happy that I got this opportunity with you guys. I love you guys. You're the best.
Oh, bless his heart, bless his heart. Of course, for those of you also who are watching and want to see a bit sooner than the European International Championships, there are a few other bits and bobs that you can watch on Twitch, such as the Black and White Adventures in Unova, or a rerun of the Latin American International Championships for Pokemon Go. But the highlight for me is going to be next weekend, because it is the San Antonio Regional Championships. Another week, but a couple of Pokemon are going to feature there that may have not featured here. Is that right?
I hope it's going to be the Bieberol that Zizwilus brought. The North Americans may be watching just to see a bit of a preview of what the meta is looking right now. And on top of that, we also may see the Shadow Diggersby and Shadow Superior that will be eligible for San Antonio that time.
Yeah, those 2 Pokemon may make an impact. So let's see if the meta shifts or updates itself in a small way. I'm very excited. I will be tuning in for that because it's going to be awesome. And I think all of you should do the same.
I think as well it's always interesting to look at the different meta games between NA and EU because there are different archetypes that will come to the forefront, and I know, for example, the NA competitors will be watching this broadcast to maybe see what the new Pokemon are as we are in the 2025, calendar. We're starting to get through a few more events so that then maybe for San Antonio they can pick up a few tips and tricks.
Yeah, they will get some new tips and tricks out there. So for those of you who want to know exactly what time that you need to tune in, so it's 9:30 a.m. UK time is when the stream will go live for day 2, for Championship Sunday of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. So make sure that you tune in for that. If you want to see when all the other broadcasts are happening, check out the website as well, pokemon.com/broadcast. That is the place where you can see the runs for the video games. You can see what happened in day 1, see the reruns. You can see what happens on Championship Sunday there. You can see the Pokemon trading card game as well. Or you can see all of them in a multi-stream and to get all the action from any which format that you like. Don't forget as well, that's not the only place that you can interact with us.
Exactly, we have all our social media channels as well where you at home can get involved with the broadcast and be a part of the action here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, you can connect with us, letting us know who you're rooting for in day 2 of the competition, which Pokemon you think are going to go all the way, and of course share any of your artwork. We've seen some beautiful pieces of art already so far today here in Birmingham, as well as any pets or friends that you're watching the broadcast with.
I would really like to see Marcus on a Corviknight. Can we make that happen for tomorrow?
Can someone make that happen? Someone who's good with those graphical types of things?
Or drawings. Drawings are also fine.
So the official term is graphical types of things. Remember that, folks. You're not artists, you're graphical types of things. Marcus has decreed that. Right.
I love graphical types of things.
Oh, don't we all? No, aside from the artistry and the beauty of the art, let's also talk about the beauty and the art of the battles that we saw, because there are 16 trainers making it to day 2. Because this tournament is so big, and we actually can see what the bracket is going to shape up like for some of these trainers. So we can see here that on the winner side of the bracket, there are quite a few fabulous names. I'm going to highlight one big name, King Out, because he is my quote-unquote my boy, not literally.
So you don't own him?
Oh, well, that remains to be seen.
Okay, I want to highlight the Icelandic Lapras versus Polasha. They have faced against each other twice, I believe, and Icelandic Lapras has beaten Polasha both of those times. So this is a very big grudge match for Polasha.
Well, let me tell you something. Palasha's on my caster prediction. Palasha's gonna take it this time.
My Icelandic Lapras is on my caster prediction.
We'll see about that.
His wireless is on mine, and he's also on the bracket.
Wow, we've done very well.
Yes, I think we've all done pretty well. Adelian, is anyone on your bracket here?
The less said about this matter, the better, I think.
Moving swiftly on.
Yes, moving swiftly on. Let's move to the losers bracket and see which of the trainers here are vying for their place to be in the grand finals. It's going to be a tougher fight here, but look, there are some key names there. Let me point out one that's close to my heart. C. Leonardo. What a great grassroots name has made. This is, I think, the best he's done so far to play Pokemon Regional, if I recall.
Right, and the matchup I really look forward to is to see how the North American Titan out of pocket can compete and how far he can get in Europe. I felt like that when I competed in North America. Let's see him do it this time.
And he is one of the players to watch out of pocket as well, isn't he? So
yeah.
I think he's the only one that's left out of the 3 that we highlighted. Is that right? Something like that. So yeah. So any particular?
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Rev, if he brings the heat or if he still has no chill.
I want to see the Gengar live because I was spectating that match and I was on the edge of my seat the whole way through. So intense with the end games, and I'm sure day 2 is going to be exactly the same.
How convenient that we have all our favorite matchups in this package.
It's like literally written for us.
Yeah, how convenient.
I cannot wait to see these matchups. Remember, 9:30 a.m. UK time is when you need to tune in. So make sure you're ready, you're rested. We're going to go and rest, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.